In the world of pirates on Fishman Island, a tavern near the harbor buzzed with life. A boy, appearing to be around 7 or 8 years of age, was diligently performing push-ups. 0.98, 99, 100. Push-ups 100,100 completed. Sit-ups 100,100 completed. Squats 100,100 completed. Jogging 1,010 kilometers completed. Ding. All daily tasks completed. Strength 0, defense 0, agility 0, stamina 0. Upon hearing the familiar refrain of 0, 0, 0, the 80-year-old by Chi exhibited not a flicker of emotion. He stretched lazily and then accessed his attribute panel. Host by Chi. Age, 8 years. Profession, none. Fruit, none. Hockey, none. Skills, none. Basic attributes. Strength, maxed. Defense, maxed. Agility, maxed. Stamina, maxed. Gazing at the string of maxed attributes, Bai Chi let out a resigned sigh. As a transmigrator, he had already spent 3 years in the pirate world. Not only had he found himself on Fishman Island as a mere child, but his system was also limited to mundane daily training routines. There was no fruit, no hockey, no protagonist. Circly was entirely disconnected from the essence of this world. Even with all basic attributes maxed, other categories remained locked. In essence, he felt utterly misaligned with his surroundings. At that moment, the tavern was interrupted by the enthusiastic voice of the owner. "Whitebeard, sir, you've arrived." Whitebeard? Could it be Edward Newgate, the man reputed to be the strongest in the world? If memory served correctly, Fishman Island was indeed his territory, making his presence here plausible. Ding, key character detected, initiating Phase 2 of the mission. Mission issued. Deliver a full-power strike to Whitebeard. Mission reward. Tremor, fruit, ignore the sea. As the system's notification echoed, the profession, fruit, and skill sections of the panel unlocked, glowing brightly. Bai Chi was momentarily taken aback before springing excitedly from his bed. System, you've finally given me something worthwhile to do. However, a thought crossed his mind, and he paused. Wait, did you just say to hit who? After 3 years, his system had finally issued its first main quest, and the task was essentially a death wish. System, while I may not be human, you are truly a dog. I'm still just a baby, lacking even hockey, and you expect me to strike the strongest man in the world? What kind of nonsense is this? Bai Chi shouted before collapsing back on his bed. It seemed that his fate was indeed to remain disconnected from the grand era of pirates. Boss, do none of your people eat? Why does it feel like a gentle scratch rather than a proper back rub? Get someone else. A deep voice echoed from the next room. A back rub? In Whitebeard's chamber, the plump owner was now sweating profusely. Two simply cannot find anyone stronger. Whitebeard was about to respond when the door suddenly swung open. I can assist with the back rub. The sight of the small boy, no older than 7 or 8, elicited a chorus of laughter from those in the room. Coo-ha-ha. Little brat, your frail arms and legs won't do. Unless I try. How will you know? I possess great strength. Whitebeard, naturally skeptical, observed the earnest expression on Bai Chi's face and decided to tease the young one. Very well. Muster all your strength. I wish to see just how much power you truly have. I fear I might hit the old man too hard. Bai Chi replied with a glint of mischief in his eyes. Laughter erupted around them once more. Coo-ha-ha, an amusing little rascal. Exert yourself. I am quite sturdy. Whitebeard found the situation to be the most humorous of jokes. Bai Chi shook his arms, gathered his might, and delivered a punch to Whitebeard's back. With a thunderous crash, Whitebeard found himself sitting amidst the shattered remnants of the sofa, utterly bewildered. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Reward obtained. Tremor fruit. The fruit panel glimmered with 4 shining characters. Tremor fruit. Beginner. What a sensation. Delightful. Yet, something fell amiss. Am I truly this powerful? I just knocked Whitebeard to the ground. Slowly, Whitebeard rose, disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at the youthful Bai Chi. No, this cannot be. I am Whitebeard. How could I be felled by a mere 80-year-old with a single punch? This is utterly preposterous. Little brat, I was unprepared. Come at me again. Sure. With the task reward in hand, Bai Chi felt exuberant and was entirely unperturbed about delivering another blow. It was the perfect opportunity to experience the fruit's power. Cough, let's go. Whitebeard cleared his throat, adopting a serious demeanor. Bai Chi once more swung his fist, channeling all his might into a punch that unleashed the fruit's additional effects. In an instant, a terrifying energy erupted within the room, as if it could shatter everything. With a resounding crash, the punch, imbued with overwhelming power, struck Whitebeard's lower back. The immense force tore the clothing of those in the room into tatters, barely clinging to their forms. The restaurant owner stood petrified before the unfolding scene, his face a mask of terror. Whitebeard felt as though his very insides were being violently tossed about. Such power! After a fit of violent coughing, he was on the verge of vomiting, stifling the urge to retch. Whitebeard cast a peculiar gaze at Bai Chi. That little rascal's attack bore an uncanny resemblance to my fruit's effects. How could this be possible? In a vast ocean, there cannot exist two identical devil fruits. Little brat, what is this fruit ability of yours? Such tremendous power. The possibility of an identical fruit led Whitebeard to suspicion, which was not surprising. This is the lower-tier version of the Tremor fruit, the Quake fruit. Bai Chi had long prepared this excuse and was entirely unconcerned about being unmasked. After all, in the entire pirate world, no one had ever seen a complete encyclopedia of devil fruits. How intriguing this sea grows ever more fascinating. Coo-ha-ha. Whitebeard suddenly burst into laughter. Who would have thought that today, on Fishman Island, he would be bested by an 8- or 9-year-old using his own lower-tier fruit? Wait a moment staring blankly at the young lad before him, who appeared to be no older than 8 or 9. Whitebeard suddenly found himself lost in memories from 8 years prior. On Fishman Island, after a prolonged silence, Whitebeard's gaze became intensely fixed upon Bai Chi, and with a tremor in his voice, he inquired, "Young one, where do you hail from?" "What?" The old man's gaze was unsettlingly peculiar. "I am an orphan, and I have always resided on Fishman Island," Bai Chi replied nonchalantly. Whitebeard seemed as if struck by a bolt of lightning. Recalling a village he had once visited, named by Zhuang, his lips quivered as he stuttered, You wouldn't happen to share the surname Bai, would you?" Chapter 2. The youngest captain of the White Brigade. My surname is Bai. Bai Chi was also perplexed. How did he know my surname? Can this old man also read fortunes? The old man with the white beard appeared as if he had been struck by lightning, his face blank, his body trembling. After a long while, he finally regained his composure and swallowed hard. "Boy, come aboard my ship. I shall adopt you as my godson. Ding dong. Please choose a faction to join and complete your profession. Will you join the Whitebeard Pirates and become a pirate? Reward, observation hockey." What a surprise. This old man has a penchant for adopting sons again? Nevertheless, the White Brigade is the strongest pirate crew in this world. With a reliable backing in the early stages, one can navigate the seas with confidence. And the reward of observation hockey. Being able to master this skill, especially for someone like Bai Chi, who possesses full attributes, is undoubtedly what he desperately needs. It seems like a win-win situation. Without hesitation, he decided to join. The era of great pirates. I, Bai Chi, shall make my official debut. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have joined the White Brigade as a pirate. Reward, observation hockey beginner. Old man Bai. Now that I have joined you, you must make me a captain. Bai Chi was naturally eager to take advantage of the situation. To his surprise, Whitebeard was utterly unconcerned, his face beaming with excitement. Of course, once you are aboard, I will inform all the captains that you are the official captain of the 17th Division of the White Brigade. In the New World, a colossal pirate ship was sailing at an accelerated pace. A massive pirate flag emblazoned with the image of a Whitebeard billowed high above the sails. The imposing Whitebeard ascended the grand vessel, accompanied by an 8-year-old child. Bai Chi. You little rascal, there is no need for training anymore. The position of 17th Division Captain belongs to you from now on. Whitebeard gazed at Bai Chi with a look of satisfaction, a slight smile curving his lips as he gently patted the boy on the back. Bai Chi was indifferent to the title of captain. With his system, even aspiring to become one of the 4 emperors would not be an insurmountable challenge. Cough, cough, cough. Old man, are you sure you want to make this child a captain? He looks like he hasn't even turned 10 yet. The speaker was Marco, the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Though he bore the appearance of an ordinary person with a pineapple hairstyle, his strength was formidable, having clashed with admirals and emerged victorious. At this moment, Marco wore an expression of disbelief, his eyes filled with skepticism. Is old man drunk? Why appoint a child as the 17th Division captain so early in the morning? Surely, a few more peanuts wouldn't have led to such a state. Do not underestimate this little boy. He possesses immense strength. He is a genius I discovered on Fishman Island, and he is now my newly adopted son. Whitebeard recalled being knocked to the ground by an 8-year-old yesterday, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto his face as he flushed slightly. He, who was known as the strongest man in the world, had never anticipated being nearly bested by a mere child. Goodness, this old man. Always calling me son to take advantage of me. Bai Qi was engulfed in frustration. Father? Even if he is a genius, he is still just a child. How formidable can he truly be? Marco, with an odd expression and a wry smile, remarked, well, it seems the standards for a captain have significantly diminished nowadays. Even a child lacking in strength can assume the role of captain. Marco, you underestimate me, Bai Qi. With the system at his disposal, Bai Qi felt fearless against any immortal bird. Marco, still nonchalant, leaned against the ship's flagpole, stroking his pineapple-shaped hair. Child, this vast sea is far more complex than you imagine. Without strength, even if you manage to become a captain in the Whitebeard pirates, we would struggle to ensure your survival. Your understanding of this world is still too limited. Joining the pirate realm requires you to be prepared for the possibility of meeting your demise in the ocean, Marco said, shaking his head in resignation. Clearly attempting to intimidate the 8-year-old boy before him, Bai Qi found himself bemused by the underestimation. The Whitebeard pirates, known as the most powerful pirate crew in the world, had even their ordinary apprentice crew members boasting combat powers equivalent to bounties in the hundreds of millions. Thus, a mere 8-year-old, even if a prodigy, would only be considered an intern unless Whitebeard himself spoke up. However, Bai Qi was no ordinary genius. He possessed a system, and thus, anything was possible. I will eventually become the pirate king, Bai Qi declared stubbornly. Good lad. I hope you possess such resolve when you encounter your enemies. Marco thought it implausible that an 8-year-old could make such claims, offering only a resigned smile as he turned away. Marco, I speak the truth. I intend to replace the celestial dragons and rule the entire world, Bai Qi asserted. Those who dare to disregard me, equipped with a system, will one day find themselves proven wrong. This proclamation sent shockwaves through the Whitebeard pirates. An 8-year-old boy dared to dream of overthrowing the celestial dragons? This newcomer was indeed intriguing. Perhaps father had indulged too much in drink, allowing a mere child to assume command, leading him to speak so audaciously. This child appears to have never faced adversity. He lacks the harsh lessons of reality, some speculated. Could he truly be Whitebeard's illegitimate son? Otherwise, given father's temperament, how could he permit a weakling to hold such a title? I have served in the crew for years without attaining the rank of captain. Yet this little brat thinks he deserves it? The crew buzzed with chatter. What are you all so dissatisfied about? I will soon traverse the entire ocean. Bai Qi disregarded the disdainful expressions of the pirates, showing no sign of fear. Laughter erupted around him. Did you hear that? This little brat claims he will dominate the entire sea. A rotund pirate exclaimed, feigning astonishment, which only incited further laughter from those nearby. In the pirate world, strength reigned supreme. Respect was earned through power, not titles. Naturally, the crew paid no heed to a child proclaiming himself as the captain of the 17th Division. After the laughter subsided, a pirate stepped forward. It was precisely that portly pirate who feigned astonishment just moments ago. Youngster, in the world of pirates, strength reigns supreme. Without power, even if you are the captain, no one will heed your command. Even I, a notorious pirate with a bounty of 100 million, find myself relegated to the status of an intern here. What qualifications do you possess to assume the role of captain? Captain Marco disdainfully refuses to engage with someone as juvenile as you. Allow me, as your senior, to enlighten you, so you may grasp the rules of the pirate world and comprehend the vastness of existence. Ding. Mission triggered. Defeat a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million. Reward. Observation hockey. Chapter 3. Provocation. The rotund pirate known as Jibe, a member of the Fishman tribe, bore a striking resemblance to a hippopotamus with his protruding jaw. He strutted about with an air of superiority as if teaching others a lesson. However, Unbeknownst to many, he was merely an intern who had recently joined the Whitebeard pirates. Unlike Bai Chi, Jibe was particularly concerned about his standing aboard the ship, frequently boasting about his bounty. Yet he had chosen the wrong audience, for in the Whitebeard pirates, bounties of 100 million were commonplace, rendering his own measly bounty the lowest among them. His sense of worth was dismally low, and he had managed to tolerate this indignity until today, when he witnessed Bai Chi, a mere child, being recognized by Whitebeard himself and appointed as a captain. Having recently boarded the ship himself, Jibe was acutely aware that his own strength far surpassed that of this child, and jealousy ignited within him like wildfire. Bai Chi, however, was amused. He had been seeking a sparring partner, and fate had conveniently presented one. Moreover, Jibe had just claimed to possess a bounty of 100 million. Was this not an opportunity to gain invaluable experience? It seemed that after an entire year of misfortune, a stroke of luck was finally at hand. A smirk played upon Bai Chi's lips. It was time to showcase his abilities. If he were to become captain, he certainly wouldn't want any dissenters lingering in the shadows. Come on, let us head to the arena, Jibe exclaimed, brimming with excitement and impatience. Bai Chi, unperturbed, strolled leisurely forward. Following the two was a throng of pirates from the Whitebeard crew who gathered around the duel arena, chattering animatedly as they eagerly anticipated the spectacle. The scene promised to be entertaining. It was high time for the young lad to learn a lesson and temper his arrogance. Did he truly believe that his father's affection granted him the liberty to speak recklessly? Indeed, in the world of pirates, strength reigned supreme, a timeless truth that had never been shattered. Look at that hippopotamus-like fellow. I bet he'll win. This kid must possess strength exceeding 100 million berries, one pirate remarked, evidently a veteran of the Whitebeard crew. Today, the child brought by Whitebeard seems rather audacious. I do not acknowledge him as the 17th Division captain. The atmosphere grew increasingly lively. Without a doubt, the duel between the two pirates had become the center of conversation, with everyone hoping Jibe would teach the young boy a lesson, demonstrating his weakness and dissuading Whitebeard from his decision to appoint him as captain. After exchanging glances with Jibe, Bai Chi surveyed the animated crowd of pirates, a faint smile gracing his lips. Jibe, too, exuded confidence, brandishing his sword with a serious demeanor as he locked eyes with Bai Chi. Kid, don't you dare cry later. Rest assured, I will show you mercy, he taunted. Whitebeard, seated upon his throne, observed the duel arena with an expression of unwavering confidence. This young lad you've brought may just embarrass himself, he mused. Even the 3rd Division captain, Diamond Jozu, had come to witness the commotion. I doubt that. Beside them stood Bista and Marco Bista, with one hand gripping his sword and the other stroking his small mustache, gazed towards the dueling arena, assessing Bai Chi. Old man, do you truly hold that little brat in such high regard? Even if he is a genius, at his age, defeating a pirate worth 100 million berries is utterly impossible. That little scamp possesses formidable physical prowess, Bista remarked, a rare seriousness crossing Whitebeard's face. This statement brought to mind a certain individual, Iron Fist Carp, the man who epitomized the pinnacle of physical combat, and a wielder of a devil fruit power to boot. When the fight begins, you captains must be vigilant. Do not allow those two youngsters to sustain any injuries, Whitebeard cautioned Marco and the others, clearly concerned for the safety of his crew. Fear not, old man. Leave it to us. If we can't keep an eye on two rookies, we ought not to be captains at all, Marco replied with a confident smile. Bai Chi found this reassuring. After all, they were all part of the same crew, and unnecessary casualties were unwarranted. Defeating this seahorse face would grant him the ability to wield observation hockey. There was no need for fatalities. Truth be told, he had grown quite fond of Whitebeard's crew over the past year. Jibe, with his prominent large mouth, began to speak. Little brat, let the battle commence. Do take care, for fists and feet are blind. Should you find yourself in a perilous situation, surrender immediately. I shall cease my slaughter. Bista and Jozu exchanged knowing smiles. This duel was becoming increasingly entertaining. Even Whitebeard and Marco found themselves intently focused on the arena. Their curiosity piqued. In the arena, Bai Chi chuckled upon hearing the provocation, unable to suppress his amusement. Slaughter, you say? Indeed, but it shall be my slaughter of you. This battle will secure my standing aboard the Moby Dick. Bai Chi replied nonchalantly. You are far too arrogant, little brat. Do not think that with the old man backing you, you can act with impunity. Respect is earned through strength. It appears I need not hold back. Bai Chi's words thoroughly enraged Jibe, who had once been a local tyrant before joining Whitebeard's crew. Now, he found himself disregarded by an 8-year-old child. His eyes narrowed as he charged at Bai Chi. Beside Whitebeard's throne, Diamond Jozu wore an uneasy expression. Old man, your newly adopted son seems rather presumptuous. When the fight begins, this prodigy you have found may very well embarrass himself. If he is defeated, it would be quite the humiliation for you to still allow him to be a captain. Marco shielded his eyes with his hand, clearly skeptical that the newcomer could best Jibe. Although Jibe was not regarded as formidable in the eyes of Whitebeard's core captains, Marco believed he could defeat Jibe with a single blow. His bounty stood at a staggering 100 million berries. He had once been a local tyrant in a small city at the fringes of the New World. The New World, a realm teeming with powerful adversaries. It seemed that this lad named Bai Chi was about to receive a thorough lesson in the dueling arena. Strength is paramount, and without it, one should not be overly arrogant. In the arena, Jibe seized the initiative, lunging forward with his sword aimed at Bai Chi. Bai Chi appeared utterly stunned, remaining motionless. Observing the dazed Bai Chi, Jiabe reminded, little brat, be sure to dodge. Jiabe had never contemplated the idea of taking the life of this 8-year-old child. His intention was merely to teach him a lesson. Chapter 4. The astonishing encounter with the Moby Dick. An unbelievable scene unfolded as Bai Chi boldly thrust his chest against the sword's edge. Jibe felt as though he had struck an immense iron wall, his arms vibrating with a numbing sensation. Crack! The sword shattered. A faint smile graced Bai Chi's lips. As he mused, just as I anticipated, my physical prowess renders your haki ineffective against my defenses. Jibe was utterly bewildered. Could this young boy be made of iron? Such terrifying resilience. This level of defense could rival that of a body enveloped in haki. Marco and the others stood in astonishment, mouths agape. This child, merely 8 years old, possessed such formidable defenses? Only Whitebeard seemed to find a semblance of solace, realizing that he had not grown feeble with age. This child was indeed exceptionally strong. As he gazed at the broken sword on the ground, Jibe dared not underestimate his opponent. You've got some skills, kid. Your physicality is remarkably robust. However, I wonder if you have ever heard of haki? Jibe declared with an air of triumph. I can see that your physical abilities surpass mine. But even so, we are ultimately on different tiers. I am a man who has mastered the art of armament haki. This battle is over. Oh, then let us see whose armament haki is superior, Bai Chi replied nonchalantly. Jibe was momentarily dumbfounded. Could it be true? An 8-year-old mastering armament haki? Impossible. This child is merely 8. How much experience could he possibly have? To acquire the talent for armament haki, both innate ability and effort are essential. Jibe had spent 8 years honing his skills, engaging in countless fierce battles. One could say that he had comprehended armament haki only through repeated life-and-death struggles with adversaries. The boy before him was evidently resorting to trickery. Before Jibe could ponder further, Bai Chi's fist was already upon him. In a flurry, Jibe retaliated with his own punch. Their fists, cloaked in a deep black hue, bore the unmistakable mark of armament haki. Jibe's mouth hung open in disbelief, as though he had just swallowed a goose egg. What in the world? Is this even a human? An 8-year-old capable of armament haki? This child is no mere mortal. He is a beast. The entire arena was in shock. An 8-year-old mastering armament haki? Surely this must be a deception. This child, at merely 8, could not have awakened such abilities in battle. Could it be that he possessed an innate talent so powerful that he could grasp armament haki? Damn, this kid can wield armament haki at 8, while I, at 38, have only just begun to learn. All these years of effort have seemingly gone to waste. My father was right. This child is a genius. No, he is a genius among geniuses. At this moment, Bai Chi was undoubtedly the focal point of the entire ship. If these pirates knew that Bai Chi was currently holding back, merely testing his own strength, they would be astounded beyond measure. Jibe was utterly perplexed. In this clash, he could clearly sense that this 8-year-old boy was nearly his equal in strength. This implied that the armament hockey he had acquired over 8 years was comparable to what this child had achieved at the tender age of 8. It is hard to fathom such remarkable prowess at such a tender age. Should fate not find him swallowed by the depths of this vast ocean, it is quite conceivable that he may ascend to the role of captain within the core crew of the Whitebeard pirates. Gibb's lips quivered. His eyes glazed over as he murmured, "I never anticipated that you, a mere novice, would wield hockey." Yet, once Gibb regained his composure, he too, a battle-hardened pirate, swiftly steadied his breath and fixed his gaze upon White Chi. At that moment, Gibb understood all too well that in a clash between two equally matched pirates, even the slightest disparity could determine the victor, including their mindset. On the sidelines, Marco felt a twinge of surprise, his previously languid demeanor now replaced with keen focus as he observed the bout. "Old man, it seems the lad you've brought possesses some genuine capability." Bastard, stroking Blackbeard's hand, paused, intrigued as he turned his attention to White Chi. Fascinating, increasingly intriguing. The second punch was exchanged. Another evenly matched confrontation ensued. In truth, White Chi had yet to exert his full strength. He merely wished to gauge his own abilities. He had already garnered a general understanding of his physical prowess. Even without utilizing hockey, he could contend with the average user through sheer physicality. White Chi shouted towards Whitebeard and the other captains, "Be sure to protect Gibb." This proclamation momentarily stunned the captains, only to be met with laughter shortly thereafter. "Old man, this lad you brought is truly amusing," chuckled Diamond Jozu, prompting further mirth from the others. "Marco, you possess the fastest speed here. Keep your eyes peeled and ensure nothing goes awry," Whitebeard stated, his tone unusually grave. "Are you serious, old man? Even if that boy is a genius wielding hockey, he is still but 8 years old, mastering only the most rudimentary form of it." Marco was perplexed, struggling to comprehend what calamity could arise from a clash of two basic hockey users. In the dueling arena, Gibb, hearing White Chi call for the captains to ensure his safety, felt a surge of indignation. "You insolent brat, you have enraged me." "And what of it?" White Chi chuckled, realizing that the hefty-faced Gibb had yet to grasp the disparity in their capabilities. In truth, White Chi had accepted the challenge primarily to practice his skills against Gibb. The request for protection stemmed from the nature of his devil fruit powers. He could not guarantee that he would not inadvertently harm Gibb. Even without exerting his full strength, he remained uncertain whether Gibb could withstand the effects of his tremor-based attacks. Bang! Bang! Gibb's punches were evidently more forceful. The third punch, the fourth punch, the fifth punch. The spectators buzzed with chatter. It appeared that this young boy possessed considerable strength, managing to engage Gibb in a spirited exchange despite his youth. If he could indeed wield hockey, the outcome of this battle was far from certain. "Silence. Watch closely and do not distract me from this extraordinary match." The sixth punch. Attention to protection. Noticing that Whitebeard and the core crew were fixated on him, White Chi suddenly entertained a bold notion. What would transpire if he unleashed his full power upon a core captain? "Hey, Gibb, would you like to experience the might of the tremor fruit?" Jibe was utterly bewildered, exclaiming, "What on earth is this? The vibration fruit? I have only heard of the captain's tremor fruit." With determination, he declared, "I'm going to strike." He unleashed a powerful punch, sending an overwhelming aura rippling through the air. Both his father, Marco, and the others were taken aback. In an instant, a wave of blue flames manifested as Bai Chi delivered a formidable blow against the blazing inferno. Chapter 5. The tremor attacked. The azure flames were scattered by the tremor, with a portion of the energy reaching Kaib. Although Marco had mitigated most of the damage, Kaib was still knocked to the ground by the residual shockwave. "Your timing is impeccable, Marco. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee Kaib's survival." Bai Chi exhaled heavily, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Silence enveloped the surroundings. The pirates, who had previously been engaged in lively banter, now stood frozen, mouths agape in disbelief. Their throats dry, they swallowed hard, their eyes fixated on Bai Chi. Even the core crew of Whitebeard gaped in astonishment. Diamond Jaws, slapping his forehead with great force, wore a dazed expression, his eyes glazed over. Jaws rubbed his eyes vigorously, struggling to comprehend the scene before him. Whitebeard's gaze was filled with an unusual intensity as he remained silent. After a prolonged pause, Vista's lips trembled as he finally spoke. Jaws, that young lad's attack resembled the tremor fruit. Jaws shouted in realization. Indeed, while it may not rival our father's tremor attacks, it undeniably bore the signature of the tremor fruit. Vista responded incredulously. All eyes turned toward Whitebeard. Father has brought such a formidable youngling aboard our ship. Whitebeard, however, was less surprised, having witnessed Baichi's fruit abilities firsthand. Even he had been astonished at the time, so it was only natural for the captains to be taken aback. Yet, Whitebeard's silence left the other captains even more perplexed, pondering what he was thinking at this moment. Kaib, one of the protagonists of the battle, could hardly deny the terrifying nature of the recent attack. A cold sweat drenched his back, his expression vacant and trembling as he stammered that power was terrifying. I can hardly believe you are so formidable. If that strike had landed on me, he left the thought unvoiced. Yet it was evident to all that such a blow would have been fatal. In an unusual display, Kaib slowly exhaled, a bitter smile creeping onto his face. It seems I was overly arrogant. I concede this match. I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. In this battle, Kaib comprehended his standing aboard the Moby Dick. Throughout, it had been his own arrogance that had prevailed, unable to best even a newcomer. He felt unworthy of calling himself a notorious pirate with a bounty in the hundreds of millions. Having narrowly escaped death, he breathed a sigh of relief, feeling considerably lighter. Living was indeed a blessing. Despite his modest standing on the Moby Dick, he was shielded by Whitebeard, the most formidable pirate of the world, ensuring his safety. Henceforth, he resolved to diligently maintain the ship and fulfill his responsibilities without boasting of his pirate status. Return and rest well, Kaib, Marco advised. Yes, Captain Marco, Kaib replied, glancing back at Baichi before slowly departing. Only a desolate figure remained. Cold sweat still lingered on Marco's forehead, and his eyes were filled with astonishment. If he had been a moment late, it would surely have resulted in a tragedy. How could he not recognize such an attack? Wasn't it precisely the tremor of the Gura no Mi, the fruit of earthquakes? What was that attack just now? Although he felt certain, Marco still found it hard to believe. The tremor fruit attack, the lower-tier fruit of the Gura no Mi, was articulated by Baichi. Marco exhaled. Yet suspicion lingered in his gaze. While it was accurate to refer to it as the lower-tier tremor fruit, no one had ever seen the complete fruit compendium. Marco remained half convinced. The surrounding pirates, upon hearing the term tremor fruit, exchanged dubious glances, their eyes flashing with intrigue. Could this young boy wield tremor attacks? Hadn't he just mentioned something to Captain Marco about the tremor fruit? Impossible. How could it resemble the attacks of the great Whitebeard so closely? Could he possibly be the son of Whitebeard? Have you ever witnessed a fruit's powers being transmitted through bloodlines? This boy was utterly unexpected. The crowd began to murmur, erupting into a lively discussion. Everyone, disperse. Whitebeard coughed a few times. He approached with Jaws and the other corps captains. The once bustling pirate ship returned to its former tranquility, with each member attending to their duties, a testament to Whitebeard's remarkable leadership skills. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for completing the combat mission. Defeated a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million. Reward. Observation hockey. Task completed flawlessly. Bonus reward. Culinary skills. One-time consumable. A confident smile blossomed on Baichi's lips. Chapter 6. The Onslaught opened the panel. Host. Baichi age, 8 profession. Pirate Captain Fruit. Tremor Fruit. Ignores the sea. Hockey. Armament hockey. Beginner. Observation hockey. Beginner. Skills. Culinary skills. Single use. Basic attributes. Strength. Max defense. Maxed agility. Max stamina. Maxed gazing at his panel. Baichi felt a profound satisfaction. He was merely one hockey away from mastering all 3 forms. You little rascal, when did you acquire armament hockey? Marco, still incredulous, found it hard to believe that an 8-year-old could wield such formidable power. Hockey? I just obtained it during battle, Baichi replied, reluctant to delve into elaborate explanations. As some things only fueled suspicion. Not only was he impressively strong, but he had also mastered armament hockey. Whitebeard regarded Baichi with admiration. A genius. Truly, a genius. At just 8 years old, he possesses the strength of the world's foremost pirate captain. How many can claim such a feat in the entire pirate realm? I can see your talent is extraordinary, But I never expected you to master hockey at such a young age, and even disperse Marco's blue immortal flames, Whitebeard remarked, taking a sip from his drink. Beside him, the stout Bramik, wielding a massive hammer, nodded in agreement. In terms of talent, he far surpasses me. At 8, I was merely battling mountain beasts. Given time to hone his skills, who knows what kind of monster he will become. Even the usually taciturn Jaws had something to say. If that little rascal is poached by another Yonko crew, I shudder to think of the adversaries we may face, Marco stated gravely. Upon hearing this, everyone inhaled deeply. What kind of foes could they expect? It was likely that, when fully grown, even their father would find it challenging to contend with him. Undoubtedly, this young boy before them had a limitless future, mastering hockey at 8 with immense physical prowess. He had shattered Marco's blue flames with a single punch. The future could very well see him as the successor of the Whitebeard pirates. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave, Baichi declared, disregarding those around him as he strode straight back to his quarters. To be honest, he found it somewhat overwhelming to receive so much praise from so many people all at once. While he may have appeared a bit arrogant, who among geniuses is not a tad boastful? At that moment, Baichi was not at all bothersome. Rather, he exuded a distinctive charm. This lad. I'm growing fonder of him by the moment, Whitebeard's hearty laughter echoed. After Baichi departed, Marco fixed his gaze on Whitebeard, questioning with curiosity, Father, how on earth did you come across this terrifyingly gifted child? Would you believe me if I said I found him while giving someone a back rub? Whitebeard chuckled helplessly. Father, you've truly struck gold, Marco exclaimed. If giving back rubs could yield a prodigious talent like this, one might suspect that Kaido, Shanks, and Big Mom would be lining up for their own massages. Father, are you certain that Boy's fruit attack is merely a lower-tier version of the tremor fruit? It appears indistinguishable from the tremor fruit itself. Vista harbored a sense of intrigue regarding the young lad, White Chi. To be frank, even Whitebeard found himself quite perplexed by the situation, regardless of the boy's fruit abilities. The most significant aspect was that he had chosen to join our crew and was willing to serve us. A chorus of agreement echoed among the others. In the world of pirates, there are far too many questions. Dwelling on them seems rather effeminate. Father, to ensure this young lad can serve our crew better, might you entrust him to me? Marco's eyes glimmered with a hint of mischief. The captains exchanged knowing glances. They were all too aware of Marco's intentions. It was not merely about recognizing the boy's talent and wishing to mentor him. It was also about the potential glory he could bask in when the boy flourished in the pirate world, boasting, that young prodigy was taught by me. It was a subtle means of self-aggrandizement. Naturally, everyone sought to seize this splendid opportunity, envisioning themselves someday proclaiming, look there, the youngest emperor in history. A product of my painstaking guidance. With his chestnut hair and a small black beard, Sachi, dressed in chef's attire, chimed in, entrust that young lad to me. I will ensure he receives proper training. The previously tranquil atmosphere erupted once more. Sachi, you've never shown much interest in combat. What has changed today? Perhaps it would be wiser for you to take on a culinary apprentice instead of competing with us, Bista remarked. Sachi, you seem rather earnest. What is your motive today? Are you trying to poach? Even Joza joined the fray, eager to claim the talented boy for himself. Such a gifted youngster warranted a serious discussion with father to ensure he would become his disciple. Observing the boy's formidable strength, Joza thought it an excellent opportunity to impart his rigorous training methods. Who knows who will be the disciple of this lad? How can you accuse me of poaching? Sachi retorted, slightly irritated. Though Diamond Jozu appeared not to possess great intellect, he recognized that such a talented youth was worth vying for. Rubbing the back of his head, he grinned, Father, this boy suits me perfectly. Allow me to teach him. Jozu, even you wish to compete with me? Marco sighed, realizing how sought after this lad White Chi truly was. Of course, I am not foolish, Joza chuckled, revealing a row of pristine white teeth against his dark complexion. If you entrust this boy to me, I assure you he will become a top-tier master. A top-tier master? Even without your guidance, he could become a master, couldn't he? Father, hand him over to me. I shall ensure he defeats Mihawk and becomes the world's greatest swordsman, Vista exclaimed with fervor. Every swordsman harbored the singular ambition of conquering Mihawk. Vista, Having reached a bottleneck in his swordsmanship for a decade, understood that his own aspirations to defeat Mihawk were likely futile. However, witnessing the young lad's performance today ignited a thought within him. He could impart his lifetime of swordsmanship to White Chi, enabling him to vanquish Mihawk. Kuahaha. It appears that the young lad I have chosen is quite the coveted treasure. The hearty laughter of the old man with the white beard resonated throughout the entire pirate ship. As for who shall take this young rascal under their wing, that decision rests solely with him. No sooner had the words left his lips than the crowd erupted in a frenzy, all making their way towards Baichi's quarters. Chapter 7. The omnipotent genius surrounded by the captains of various ships, Baichi felt a sense of suffocation enveloping him. It seemed that his attempts to feign disinterest in finding a mentor were futile. Then I choose. Baichi pointed his finger towards the crowd. His finger hovered over Jaws, who swallowed hard and opened his mouth wide, beads of sweat forming on his brow in a display of nervousness. However, his finger lingered on Jaws' face for merely a moment. Jaws' complexion drained of color, his spirits dampened. Next, the finger pointed towards Vista, who was overwhelmed with excitement. A confident smile gracing his lips as visions of Baichi defeating Hawkeye filled his mind. I shall train this little rascal to become the world's greatest swordsman. Just as Vista reveled in his thoughts, the finger moved away from him, leaving him bewildered and trembling. If one were to consider a teacher, Marco's prowess was unparalleled. His ability to send 3 admirals flying during the Marineford War was no trifling matter. Baichi pondered that being guided by Marco would indeed be advantageous. Yet, he questioned, do I truly require a mentor to teach me combat skills? I have made my decision. I choose Sachi. Baichi declared resolutely to the crowd. Jaws stood in stunned silence, unable to articulate his thoughts. Vista's lips continued to quiver. His eyes filled with confusion, while Marco appeared utterly flabbergasted. He could hardly believe that the least likely candidate had been selected. It was simply incredulous. Sachi, on the other hand, beamed with joy, much to the chagrin of those nearby who contemplated giving him a good thrashing. In truth, Baichi merely wished to experiment with his culinary skills, having been frustrated by the lack of recipes. Clearly, Sachi could provide him with the knowledge he sought. Sachi, master, shall we begin our cooking lessons? The crowd was left in disbelief. Little brat, did you think we sought you out solely to teach you how to cook? Marco was the first to voice his incredulity, his teeth clenching in frustration. Diamond Jaws and Flower Sword Vista were equally irritated, perplexed as to whether this young boy genuinely thought they had come to instruct him in culinary arts or if he was merely feigning ignorance. Sachi was equally bewildered, the outcome being far beyond his expectations. Was it truly his culinary skills that had caught their attention? Despite Marco and Sachi's fervent attempts to dissuade him, Baichi remained steadfast in his resolve. If I must learn, then I shall learn to cook, he declared. You stubborn little rascal. You will regret this decision in the future. Marco and the others, having exhausted their arguments, departed in dismay. Only Sachi remained, gazing at Baichi in a daze. Teaching this little boy how to cook might not be so bad after all, for Sachi had not come to the Whitebeard crew seeking beauty or treasures. In this light, the outcome did not seem too unfavorable. However, he pondered the boy's innate talent for cooking, as culinary mastery indeed requires a certain gift. All right, little one, pay close attention. Today, I shall teach you the simplest of dishes, scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Do not underestimate this dish, while it may be easy to learn. Achieving a high level of proficiency is quite challenging. First and foremost, it is a test of your knife skills. Swiftly and precisely slice the tomato into quarters, ensuring that no moisture is lost. Subsequently, immerse the tomato in boiling water until the skin begins to curl, followed by a cold water bath. Heat oil in a pan, and when it reaches a moderate temperature, gently pour in the beaten eggs, turning them lightly. Immediately reduce the heat to low, stirring until they form fluffy curds, and remove them from the pan without delay. Sachi, with his little mustache and squinted eyes, proudly narrated the basic technique of preparing tomato and egg. It was as if he were reciting a well-known passage. However, when Sachi opened his eyes, he was taken aback by the sight before him. There lay a fragrant plate of tomato and egg on the table. Just moments ago, Baichi had activated his system, acquiring culinary skills that would grant him exceptional talent for half an hour. With just a single hearing or glance at the recipe, he could master various culinary techniques. What? This color? This flavor? Impossible. You little rascal, I have toiled as a chef for 30 years, honing my craft day and night. How could you have learned this just from my brief introduction to the basic method? It is unfathomable. I refuse to believe it. Sachi pouted, his lips trembling in disbelief. What is impossible? I have a system, Baichi thought to himself. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence. After all, tomato and egg is a common dish. And this lad likely had some foundational skills. It was also possible that luck favored him in creating a dish that reflected my 30 years of expertise. Sachi pondered with a hint of optimism. Then I shall teach you the second dish, little one. This next recipe is not so simple. It shall be a challenge. Fish-flavored shredded pork, Sachi declared. The little rascal, Sachi, was once again astonished. He beheld Baichi already perusing the comprehensive recipe book, embarking on the preparation of the fish-flavored shredded pork. The precision of Baichi's knife work and his cooking posture bore no resemblance to that of a novice. In fact, it felt as though Baichi had been cooking longer than he himself had. Yes, it must be an illusion, Sachi thought, vigorously shaking his head. However, this was no mere trick of the mind. Before long, Baichi had completed the dish. The aroma was intoxicating and the colors vibrant. Unable to resist, Sachi took a bite. How could this be? The moment the dish touched his lips, he felt as if he were floating, soaring freely through the skies. The sensation was utterly exhilarating. This must require at least 50 years of experience. No, it must take 100 years to reach such culinary heights. It was flawless. A culinary marvel that seemed not of this world, fit only for divine beings. Thank you, Master Sachi, for your guidance. I have now mastered 3 dishes, Baichi said with a slight smile. Just moments ago, he had swiftly prepared a plate of stir-fried bitter melon with meat. The speed, the quality. Sachi coughed lightly, breaking into a wry smile. It seems the crew was right. You cannot be judged by ordinary standards. You are indeed a prodigy. Ignoring Sachi's astonishment and peculiar gaze, Baichi continued with his culinary endeavors. Since acquiring the system, I have lost count of the indescribable expressions I have encountered. Thus, Master Sachi, I extend my gratitude for your guidance today and kindly request more of your culinary recipes, particularly those that prove useful in the wilderness. I shall diligently study them in my dormitory. Teaching, you say? Upon hearing this, Sachi felt a warm flush spread across his face. Before long, the kitchen was bustling with Marco and other pirates, eagerly clamoring for the mere 3 plates of food. Sachi, your culinary skills have greatly improved, Marco proclaimed amidst the chaos. Sachi remained silent, waiting until everyone had finished their meal and was clamoring for him to prepare more. Finally, he spoke. This was not my creation, it was Baichi, that little rascal who made it. At that moment, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Chapter 8. Embracing the battle on the following day, Kuhaha. This little brat unexpectedly possesses such culinary talent. It's truly astonishing. Whitebeard praised as he savored the roasted sea king meat prepared by Ningfei. The crew devoured their meals with gusto. I say, Sachi, your cooking skills leave much to be desired. Just look at Baichi, despite his youth. His meat is perfectly charred on the outside and tender within, leaving a delightful aroma in the mouth. It's far superior to your barbecued fare, Marco teased. Fine. Then you can ask Baichi to cook for you from now on. Let's see how many meals this little brat can prepare for you, Sachi grumbled, feeling dejected. After only a day of taking on a disciple, he found himself overshadowed. Truly, the apprentice has surpassed the master. These rascals had barely enjoyed a few meals prepared by Baichi before they began to disparage their own cook. How ungrateful! They had feasted on Sachi's cooking for decades. Just as the pirates were engaging in jovial banter, immersed in the delights of their feast, a voice rang out, "Captain, a suspicious ship has been sighted. 15 degrees ahead." Looking in that direction, indeed, a vessel was closely pursuing Whitebeard's ship. Oh, this piques Whitebeard's interest. Those daring enough to follow his flag are either navy, one of the 4 emperors, or reckless newcomers, he mused. As the distance closed, a pirate flag depicting a wolf's head became distinctly visible. The crew aboard appeared menacing, exuding a palpable aura of bloodlust. Huh, what luck. It's the Whitebeard pirates. If we can eliminate them, we shall make a name for ourselves in the New World, exclaimed a middle-aged man, his upper body bare, revealing an intimidating wolf head tattoo on his back. Allow me to handle these ignorant brats. I can wield a knife in one hand and a gun in the other. These young pirates don't require your intervention, Izang. Allow me to manage this. Baichi stepped forward. What he lacked most was combat experience, and perhaps the system would reward him with something valuable. It seemed like a win-win situation. Youngster, while your strength is commendable, remember that your foes are ruthless pirates forged in the fires of battle. I suggest you remain on the ship. Sachi expressed his concern. They're merely a bunch of ignorant pirates, Baichi replied confidently. Marco, pour me some warm wine. When I return, I'll enjoy a nice hot drink. Baichi was unfazed by the wolfhead pirates. Clearly, such a fearsome flag indicated they were beneath notice. Kuhaha, young one, you possess quite the audacity. Are you prepared to kill? Engaging with such pirates necessitates taking lives. Are you not afraid for your first kill at your tender age? Whitebeard's deep voice resonated. What difference does it make? Killing these lowly scoundrels is no different than slaughtering a chicken. Do you fear killing chickens? Baichi retorted nonchalantly, as if the enemies before him were merely chicks awaiting their fate. This statement left the Whitebeard crew momentarily stunned. This young lad certainly possessed a remarkable boldness. It was crucial to note that while the captains of the Whitebeard crew were undeniably powerful and adept at killing, countless nameless souls had perished at their hands. Yet, who has not endured a wretched meal on the day of their first kill? The young lad before me appears either to feign composure for the sake of pride or to genuinely possess no fear. Whitebeard pondered for a moment. Young one, I have not misjudged you. Very well, you shall accompany Jibe. One possesses strength while the other has experience. Together, you will suffice to confront them. Excellent. Jibe, who had been the subject of ridicule aboard the ship these past few days, finally saw an opportunity to redeem himself. How could he possibly let this chance slip away? With that, Jibe's gaze fixed upon Baichi, contemplative. Soon, this young lad would witness the true nature of the pirate world. Although I acknowledge Baichi's formidable strength and boundless potential, in terms of experience, he remains a novice. The same task that I might execute with ease would prove somewhat challenging for him. The pirate world is rife with unscrupulous tactics without experience. One is likely to suffer greatly. A small boat descended from the Moby Dick, making its way towards the Wolfhead pirate crew. Hey, young lad, make it swift. I shall personally warm your drink, Marco called out to Baichi. Upon hearing this, Baichi responded with an affirmative gesture. The small boat gradually receded into the distance. I hope that shout eases this young one's tension, Marco remarked to Whitebeard. Captain, I observe that our adversaries are a bloodthirsty lot. Once the confrontation begins, we must show no mercy, Jibe feigned nonchalance. Following yesterday's contest, Jibe had come to recognize Baichi's strength. However, in terms of experience, he remained unconvinced. Hence the diminutive prefix before the captain. Baichi merely chuckled, offering no reply. The members of the Wolfhead pirate crew were enraged to see only two figures emerge from the small boat descending from the Moby Dick, one of whom was merely a child. Their leader exclaimed, "You scoundrels, dare to look down upon me? I am Wolfhead Hook. Boss, they disregard us entirely. Let us twist off their heads and display their innards upon our ship." One of the henchmen chattered. Indeed, let them learn the cost of underestimating us. That child shall be mine. I delight in tormenting such young ones. Another pirate chimed in, cackling. Vice Captain, when will you ever shed your penchant for torturing the living? Wolfhead Hook addressed the tall, gaunt figure beside him, his tone lacking reproach and instead imbued with a hint of admiration. Oh no, our enemy is Wolfhead Hook. He is a pirate with a bounty of 200 million. Jibe exclaimed in alarm. Oh, you are familiar with him? Baichi inquired, intrigued. It seemed Jibe possessed some knowledge of the pirate world. Familiarity is an overstatement. I merely heard of him before joining the White Crew. He is known for his penchant for slaughter, leaving villages and towns in ruin. He has quite the reputation in the North Sea. His bounty stands at an astonishing 200 million, and with a multitude of pirates alongside him, I fear we shall face dire consequences. We must retreat and report back to the captain. A bounty of 200 million? Baichi's eyes glimmered with intrigue. Jibe gazed at Baichi, rendered motionless. He initially thought she was simply startled. After all, she was just a child. Do not fear, little one. We shall turn back. They cannot catch us. Turn back? With such a high bounty, we cannot let this opportunity slip away so easily. Baichi licked her lips, contemplating the substantial sum at stake. She resolved to personally deal with the situation, refusing to let Jibei take credit for her efforts. You stay on the ship and watch. I shall confront them alone, Baichi stated calmly. Upon hearing her words, Jibei was utterly bewildered. Was this child truly unafraid of death? Chapter 9. Crushing the wolf-head Hook on the other side. The wolf-head pirate ship began to stir restlessly. The formidable leader of the wolf-head pirates, Hook, with his robust physique, bellowed to his minions, "Tear them apart." Upon hearing their captain's command, the crew erupted in wild howls, their excitement palpable, gazing at Baichi as though he were a lamb awaiting slaughter. No need. I shall confront them myself. With that, Baichi leaped boldly onto the deck of the wolf-head pirates. The tremendous force of his jump caused the ship's sail to sway dangerously, almost sending it tumbling into the sea. Kibui hurriedly steadied the sail, his eyes wide with disbelief and a look of resignation etched across his face. Baichi, against such overwhelming numbers, the best strategy is to strike and retreat. How could you jump in there to face certain death? Panic gripped Kibui as he contemplated whether to flee or to join Baichi in his reckless endeavor. This is disastrous. He has surely sealed his fate. Baichi's audacious move incited the wrath of the wolf-head pirates. This little brat is far too dismissive of my power. He is courting death. Fury ignited within Hook as he locked eyes with Baichi, one seething with rage, the other seemingly unfazed. The stark contrast between Hook's imposing stature and Baichi's petite frame was striking. Ding. Task initiated. Defeat the leader of the wolf-head pirates to receive a fragmentary devil fruit compendium, 1/10. Hearing the system's reward, Baichi felt a surge of exhilaration. Though it was not the conqueror's haki he desired, a rarity that appeared only among millions, even a fragmentary devil fruit compendium was a treasure few had laid eyes upon. Countless souls had risked their lives in pursuit of such a coveted prize. This compendium was indeed a valuable asset, potentially worth a fortune in the black market. Kid, you have successfully enraged us. I will make you wish for death. Hook snarled, his expression twisted in malevolence as he observed Baichi's apparent delight. Let us see who meets their end first. I've heard your bounty is 200 million. I might just borrow your head for a while, Baichi retorted defiantly. A blatant provocation. Such insolence from a mere child, daring to insult the captain of the wolf-head pirates. Hook trembled with rage, his breath hissing through his flared nostrils. I will show you the depths of hell. He swung a powerful fist toward Baichi's head. It was the first time anyone had witnessed Hook so enraged. That little brat was doomed. How naive to believe he could challenge the wolf-head pirates without consequence. The second in command, Snake, wore a look of disappointment, having anticipated a more drawn-out torment of their foe. The crew of pirates, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle, began to discuss the impending clash with glee. However, the ensuing scene delivered a stunning blow to their expectations. Baichi stood resolutely, motionless, as Hook's fist failed to inflict any harm upon him. The entire pirate ship fell into an abrupt silence. The pirates exchanged stunned glances, their faces a tableau of shock. I can grant you another chance. Baichi provocatively addressed Hook, who wore a bewildered expression. Hook's face flushed with anger. He had been ridiculed repeatedly by an 8-year-old child. You insolent brat. Allow me to demonstrate the true form of my devil fruit powers. I shall tear you to shreds. Hook's body suddenly swelled, his muscles exploding forth and shredding his clothing into tattered strips. His visage morphed into a grotesque wolf's head, and his arms darkened, embodying the distinctive hue of armament haki. It was unexpected that this little brat could provoke the captain's werewolf form. This child possessed some strength. Indeed, he was a member of the Whitebeard crew. However, no matter how formidable he might be, enduring the onslaught of Hook's werewolf state for more than 10 seconds seemed implausible. This battle was destined to conclude swiftly. The crew nodded in agreement, casting glances at Baichi as though he were already a corpse. Jibe, observing the unfolding confrontation from the ship, lamented the lack of experience displayed. After taking a punch for the first time, he should have seized the opportunity to escape while the wolf-head pirates were momentarily stunned. Instead, he foolishly lingered, awaiting his demise. Jibe was filled with anxiety. On the wolf-head pirate ship, Baichi's eyes narrowed slightly. Oh, so this is the Zoan-type devil fruit? He mused, observing the transformation with keen interest, devoid of any significant disturbance. Indeed, the devil fruit was a remarkable entity. Sacrificing the ability to traverse the seas allowed a third-rate buffoon like Hook to ascend to the ranks of second-rate pirates. A fist, as large as a cauldron, shrouded in armament hockey, hurtled towards Bai Chi's face with a velocity twice that of the initial punch. The sound of rushing wind filled the air. A slight smile played upon Bai Chi's lips. Was that the sensation of observation hockey? He discerned Hook's punch trajectory with clarity, and its speed felt languid, making evasion exceedingly simple. Yet, Bai Chi perceived no necessity to dodge. Through observation hockey, he recognized that the force behind this punch could hardly breach his defenses. Chapter 10. The Massacre of the Wolf-Head Pirate Crew. As Hook's attack was about to land on Bai Chi, the latter swiftly hardened his armament. Despite enduring a fierce blow, he remained unperturbed. Hook's eyes widened in terror, his lips quivering as he muttered, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. This little brat seems to have anticipated my attack. He has managed to defend himself with localized armament. This child can actually utilize observation hockey? And his armament hockey is stronger than mine? A mere 8-year-old? In truth, both Bai Chi and Hook wielded only basic armament hockey, however. Bai Chi's extraordinary defensive capabilities created an illusion of a higher-level mastery. The application of observation hockey was something Hook could barely comprehend. Your chances are exhausted. It is now my turn to strike, Bai Chi declared without hesitation. He showed no mercy toward these ruthless pirates, who killed without a second thought. His fists gradually coalesced with a dense, dark armament hockey. At that moment, Hook sensed the arrival of death, experiencing for the first time a profound terror that pierced his very soul. This little brat indeed possessed the power to kill him. The speed of Bai Chi's punch was astonishing. Before Hook could react, he was struck on the head, sending him flying across the deck, where he rolled for quite some time. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a fragmented devil fruit encyclopedia, 1/10. System, open the panel. Ding! Host, Bai Chi age, 8 years occupation, pirate captain fruit, trimmer fruit, ignores the sea, hockey, armament hockey, basic, observation hockey, basic, skills, none items. Fragmented devil fruit encyclopedia, 1/10, base attributes. Strength, maxed defense, maxed agility, maxed stamina, maxed interesting. I now have another item slot. Bai Chi had a general understanding of his system. As long as he remained active, it was easy to trigger tasks. Completing tasks would gradually enhance the system. The newly unlocked item slot was a result of Bai Chi's recent task completions, leading to system updates. His system was currently at the second stage. He wondered what surprises the third stage might hold. Truly, it was something to anticipate. Kaib, who was prepared to rush in and rescue Bai Chi, boarded the ship only to witness a horrifying scene. His lips trembled as he stammered, I never expected this, Captain Bai Chi. This time, I am truly convinced." Hook's devil fruit state faded, revealing his human form. His lifeless eyes were wide open, betraying the fear and confusion he felt in his final moments. Only a headless corpse remained, still oozing fresh blood. As the entire pirate ship was suffused with a gruesome stench, creating an eerily surreal atmosphere. The surrounding pirates were engulfed in terror, their bodies trembling, throats dry. Yet they dared not utter a sound. "Run!" shouted one small pirate, shattering the oppressive silence. Subsequently, the remaining pirates began to flee in panic. Since the formation of the Wolf-Head Pirates, they have never tasted defeat, and now their hearts are in utter turmoil. Each member is terrified, fearing that the terrifying little devil before them might annihilate them in an instant. "Jibe, your timing is impeccable. I leave the rabble to you." With that, Bai Chi swiftly teleported to the side of the deputy captain, Viper. Such remarkable speed. It seems that during their previous contest, Captain Bai Chi had deliberately held back. Jibe recalled his earlier taunts directed at Bai Chi, and a flush of embarrassment crept across his face. How foolish I was. Like a frog at the bottom of a well, the lanky pirate, Viper, was sprinting when, out of nowhere, a youthful figure appeared before him, startling him into vigilance. Bai Chi approached Viper with a knowing smile, revealing his pearly white teeth. "Greetings, Viper. I hear you wish to play with me slowly." Viper's legs trembled in terror. He struggled to utter a single word. After a long pause, he stammered, "Please, spare me." I am willing to serve you like a beast of burden, as long as you do not kill me." Viper gazed at the diminutive Bai Chi, perceiving him as a demon, a merciless fiend, devoid of compassion or remorse. "Oh, now you are afraid? What happened to the courage you displayed when you spoke of torturing me slowly?" Bai Chi remained unfazed, his piercing gaze fixed intently upon Viper. For reasons unknown, Viper could not muster the courage to meet the eyes of this 8-year-old, trembling uncontrollably. He could only mutter, "Do not kill me. Please do not kill me." It was evident that the sight of their leader, Hook, being instantly slain, had left Viper in a state of sheer horror. At that moment, the Wolfhead pirates were engulfed in chaos. Without their captain's protection, the underlings scattered like lost dogs. Damn it, who was that child? When did such a monster emerge in the pirate world? I warned you not to provoke the 4 emperors. Now do you believe? Even a mere child from the 4 emperors can wipe us out. Damn it, I refuse to meet my demise in this new world. Chapter 11. The spoils of war. Kaib commenced the annihilation of the minions. Dealing with these insignificant foes was well within Kaib's capabilities. One by one, the minions fell to his fists, enveloped in the might of his armament hockey. The ship was in disarray, tables and chairs overturned. Treasures of gold and silver scattered across the floor. Amidst the chaos, the crew fled, no longer concerned with riches. The serpent glanced around, realizing that just moments ago, he had been reveling with his captain, discussing how to torment the Whitebeard pirates. Now, he found himself in such dire straits. He could not perish. Survival was paramount to plunder more treasures and savor the delights of this world. The serpent collapsed to the ground, his primal fear vanquishing any shred of dignity. "Please, spare me. I bow before you," he pleaded, his forehead striking the floor repeatedly. "I was wrong. I shall never provoke the Whitebeard pirates again. Accept me as your servant. I would gladly be your dog. Just have mercy and do not slay me." In that moment, the serpent was utterly terrified, devoid of any semblance of pride. Truly a cowardly soul, bold only against the weak, Bai Chi remarked disdainfully. "Have you ever felt pity for those you have slain?" His icy words pierced the serpent's heart. Without hesitation, Bai Chi seized a fallen sword, and with a swift motion, the serpent's head fell to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. "Your head may fetch a price, but I shall claim it," he stated coldly, exhibiting no fear of taking life. Witnessing this from close proximity, Kaib was in awe of Bai Chi's prowess and composure. Such a young individual, so formidable and mentally resilient. Perhaps, as the boy suggested, he was destined to dominate the world. With the captain and first mate slain, the remaining minions stood no chance against the rapid onslaught of Bai Chi and Kaib, each foe dispatched in mere moments. The cries of these wicked pirates filled the air as they were relentlessly hunted down. This battle concluded in resounding triumph. Observing the wreckage, Kaib and Bai Chi eagerly began to scavenge the battlefield, excitement evident on their faces. The Wolfhead pirates were not akin to the Whitebeard pirates. They were notorious for their ruthless acts of arson and pillage. A considerable amount of treasure was discovered on board, approximately 200 million berries, alongside valuable weapons. Most astonishingly, they uncovered a devil fruit. "Kaib, take those 2 heads and exchange them for berries at the bounty office. Gather as much treasure as you can. The remainder shall be confiscated, and I will explain it to Whitebeard." Kaib, filled with exhilaration, expressed his gratitude to Bai Chi. Meanwhile, Bai Chi scrutinized the devil fruit with keen interest. System, open the catalog for identification. Ding. Search successful. Snowflake fruit, a lower-tier variant of the snow fruit. The snow fruit? Wasn't that the fruit belonging to Monet? He recalled that Monet, who possessed the snow fruit, was effortlessly defeated by Zaro. The snowflake fruit is hardly as good as the snow fruit. Gaibi, let us sell this fruit. It will sustain our crew's indulgence for several months. Captain Bai Chi. Isn't it a bit regrettable to sell it outright? It could be something extraordinary. I have seen its previous inheritor, but it was merely a worthless fruit. Gaibi, somewhat skeptical, wondered if Bai Chi, at the tender age of 8, truly possessed such experience. However, after witnessing Bai Chi's prowess, Gaibi refrained from further comment and complied obediently. A day later, a man returned home from the black market, having swallowed this fruit, cursing the heavens incessantly. "What on earth is this wretched fruit? It merely summoned some snowflakes. It possesses no combat power whatsoever. I wasted 200 million berries on this worthless fruit. The curses echoed continuously. I can never go to sea again. Even a bath leaves me dizzy. On the Moby Dick, the crew was in high spirits, reveling in their victory. Haha. I never expected you, little one, to annihilate the enemy so swiftly. Whitebeard, watching the thrilling battle from the sidelines, was fully aware of the situation. It was a complete annihilation. Yes. Baichi, I underestimated you. Sachi raised a toast with Baichi. If it were me, I could hardly guarantee such an outstanding performance as Baichi. Izang gazed at Baichi, estimating that the little one's strength had likely surpassed his own. Yet, how could you, a child, sell the devil fruit? What made you conclude that it was worthless? Don't tell me you've seen the devil fruit encyclopedia at such a young age? Marco's curiosity about Baichi grew. It's simple. I have seen its previous inheritor, and it was merely a snowflake fruit, inferior even to the snow fruit. Oh, you, at just 8 years old, possess such experience? Marco remained puzzled. Is it so strange? Marco, do you not know of some fruits that others are unaware of? Baichi replied with calmness. Very well. Marco had indeed traveled extensively with father over the years and had encountered many fruits unknown to others. Some even eluded father's knowledge, that they were merely worthless fruits. Marco seemed poised to ask more, but Baichi's assertions left no room for doubt. Chapter 12. The Emergence of Ace. I must grow stronger. Not long after Marco departed, another figure arrived, Jibe, who had just fought alongside Baichi. What is it, Jibe? Are you here to inquire about the devil fruit? Jibe, taken aback, quickly replied, No. Captain Baichi, I wish to know how, at your age, you possess such formidable strength. Baichi let out a heavy sigh, gazing quietly into the distance, embodying an air of nonchalance. Jibe, have you ever heard of the Saitama training method? The Saitama training method? Is it some sort of special regimen that can rapidly enhance one's physique? Jibe's interest piqued upon hearing Baichi mention the secret behind his strength. He hastily poured a bottle of liquor for Baichi. You're quite accommodating, Baichi chuckled. Then allow me to share with you the daily tasks that my system initially assigned to me. Indeed, this was how I gained my strength. No exaggeration. Listen closely, Jibe. The so-called Saitama training method. Wait, Jibe interrupted. Please hold on a moment while I fetch some paper to take notes. Very well. Before long, Jibe returned, his face flushed with excitement. The Saitama training method entails performing 100 push-ups daily, primarily targeting the biceps, pectorals, and back muscles. Continuous training can enhance strength and refine muscle definition. Jibe diligently scribbled notes, his demeanor earnest. Additionally, it includes 100 sit-ups to develop the abdominal muscles, 100 squats for leg strength and explosive power, and a 10-kilometer run. Is that all? Jibe's expression turned bewildered, feeling as though he had been played for a fool. This is merely a standard training regimen, isn't it? Aren't the soldiers at Navy headquarters trained similarly? You have yet to grasp the essence of the Saitama training method, Baichi replied coolly. Jibe's expression transformed from disappointment to intrigue. I knew there must be some secret, he said, swallowing hard, anticipation evident on his face. Listen well. The secret can be summed up in 2 words: perseverance. No matter how arduous it may be, one must endure. Of course, a proper diet is essential. Bananas in the morning are acceptable. Initially, it may feel excruciating, making you yearn for a day's rest. However, no matter the hardship, even if your stomach feels like it's bleeding, you must not relent. Even if your legs become unresponsive, you must continue squatting. Even if your arms crack with strain, you must persist with the push-ups. I trained this way for 3 years. I became stronger, but I also lost my hair. At that moment, Jibe felt an impulse to confront Baichi. Did he truly think him a mere child? This training method, upon scrutiny, appeared to be nothing more than that of an ordinary person. With such a regimen, he doubted even a handful of sailors could be defeated. And losing hair? Looking at Baichi's lush mane, Jibe thought, this is blatant falsehood. He was far balder than Baichi and saw no sign of strength in himself. Had he not known he was no match for Baichi, he might have thrown a couple of punches that morning. You mischievous brat. You truly have a twisted sense of humor, using me as your subject. With that, Jibe departed in a huff. Only Baichi was left with a solitary silhouette. Each day, Baichi would rise early, unwavering in his commitment to exercise aboard the ship. Now, even without external motivation, he diligently continues his training. A testament to the power of habit. As usual, having completed his regimen, Bai Qi reclined on the deck, allowing the wind to caress him. A satisfied smile gracing his lips, embodying the bliss of self-discipline. Today's newspaper held an intriguing story. A newly renowned pirate had audaciously declined the Navy's invitation to join the 7 warlords of the sea. Oh, such steadfastness is indeed rare among pirates. A user of the Mara no Mi, if memory serves, his name is Ace, remarked an experienced pirate. Ace, Bai Qi sat up on the deck, requesting a copy of the newspaper. Indeed, it was Ace. Has he truly refused the offer from the 7 warlords? It seems his joining the Whitebeard pirates may not be far off, which implies that the Marineford War is approaching swiftly. The Marineford War, the largest conflict since the dawn of the Great Pirate Era. The Navy deployed a formidable force of 100,000 elite personnel, while all 43 pirate crews under Whitebeard joined the fray, alongside the 7 warlords and the formidable Impel Down. In this battle, the Whitebeard pirates suffered a catastrophic defeat. Were it not for the timely arrival of Shanks, the Whitebeard crew would have faced near annihilation. The instigator of this war, Blackbeard, exploited Ace as a catalyst, igniting this monumental clash. Over the past days, Bai Qi had developed a deep connection with the Whitebeard crew, and naturally, he wished to avert their downfall. Ding dong. Active mission. Lead the Whitebeard crew to victory in the Marineford War and rescue Ace. Reward. 3 devil fruits and unlock the 3rd stage of the system. The mission rewards were indeed enticing. Yet, the Navy's strength could only be described as terrifying. Elite sailors, formidable vice-admirals, and the involvement of the 3 powerful factions. The 7 warlords were all daunting prospects, with 3 admirals stationed in the background, and the fearsome Sengoku and Garp as well. The challenge was monumental, especially Garp, a man who even the pirate King Roger could not withstand. To alter the fate of the Whitebeard crew with his current capabilities seemed a formidable task. Even if his 8-year-old body could match Garp's physical prowess, he was still merely a novice in hockey, while Garp was a master. They were not even in the same league. He needed to grow stronger at an astonishing pace. Chapter 13. Adventuring on the deck of the Moby Dick. Laughter and merriment resonated as twilight descended. The crew of the Whitebeard pirates reveled in their libations and dance. Unbeknownst to Bai Qi, nearly a month had elapsed since he joined this illustrious band. Such scenes were commonplace for the crew, for as the most formidable pirate faction in the world, even the Navy held a modicum of trepidation towards them. Occasionally, they encountered minor skirmishes with the 4 emperors or unruly newcomers to the New World. Yet significant battles were an unlikely occurrence. Bai Qi, perhaps due to his previous existence as a connoisseur of spirits, found his own tolerance for alcohol unchanged at the tender age of 8 in this world. Even so, he was thoroughly intoxicated by the revelry of the pirates. Awakening from his stupor. Come now, little rascal, you truly can drink. If you can rise, then let us continue. Marco approached, a goblet in hand, eager to engage Bai Qi in a toast. Following closely behind was Jozu, who drained a massive barrel of ale, thirsting for more, and inquired about Bai Qi's capacity for drink. Evading Marco and Jozu, Bai Qi ascended alone to the mast of the ship. Gazing out over the tranquil sea, he contemplated a momentous decision to depart from the Whitebeard pirates. With his current prowess, having grasped the fundamentals of Conqueror's hockey and the Tremor fruit, coupled with exceptional physical capabilities, he felt prepared to confront any adversary short of the Emperor-level monstrosities. This departure was not a permanent one, it was merely a temporary farewell. A necessary step to hone his skills in the vast pirate world. Indeed, ever since he learned of Ace's emergence through the World Economic News Agency, the desire to venture forth had taken root in his heart. Over time, Bai Qi began to comprehend the profound reasons behind the Whitebeard pirates' dismal defeats. Beyond the Navy's formidable and nefarious nature, the internal factors were equally telling. An enduring absence of perilous opponents had rendered the crew complacent, significantly undermining their combat efficacy. The impending Marineford War would undoubtedly deliver a heavy blow to the morale of the crew, whether for the sake of duty or the bond he shared with the crew. Bai Qi resolved not to remain idle. It appeared that the salvation of the Whitebeard pirates would rest upon his shoulders. To grow stronger, He recognized that he must venture forth, seeking both power and combat experience beyond the confines of the ship. The following morning, as dawn broke, Bai Qi was met with reluctance from Whitebeard. "Are you truly certain of your decision?" he inquired. "Indeed, Bai Qi. Is it not preferable to remain with us on the Moby Dick? Here, you face no dangers, and the finest wines flow abundantly. Why must you leave?" Marco, having come to regard Bai Qi as a brother over the past days, echoed similar sentiments. "You cannot remain sheltered on the ship forever without venturing into the world. You may never reach your full potential. For the sake of the crew's fate and your own growth, this step is indispensable. It is better to depart sooner than later." The crew fell silent, their hearts heavy with unspoken words. They understood all too well that flowers nurtured in a greenhouse cannot withstand the storms of the world. "Ha. As expected of my son, Bai Qi, a man of the sea must possess such spirit. Go forth bravely and explore the world. The Whitebeard pirates will always support you, forever standing as your steadfast ally." Whitebeard suddenly let out a thunderous roar, exuding an aura of dominance. A subtle curve appeared at the corner of Bai Qi's mouth. Then, Whitebeard's expression turned serious. "On this outing, visit White Manor. Take these treasures and share them with them." It was surprising for this old man, known for his frugality, to bestow such wealth. "Understood, old man. It seems you are not as miserly as I thought," Bai Qi remarked as he took the compass and life card, dismissing the notion of a tearful farewell. Gradually, Bai Qi distanced himself. "Little one, should you encounter danger, be sure to invoke the name of the White Brigade. Return promptly." "How tedious." "I know," Bai Qi replied without turning his head, as he gently sailed away, his face a portrait of emotion. 5 days later, Bai Qi stowed away the flag of the Whitebeard pirates, docking his boat on the shore, and leapt ashore. He had arrived at White Manor. The surroundings were bustling with markets, the sounds of vendors calling out echoing in the air. Though merely a small town, it was not vastly different from a city. Perhaps due to the old man's benevolence, Bai Qi's first journey through time had brought him here, directly into the body of a 5-year-old child. He had not anticipated that after a long detour, he would return. Bai Qi meandered through the town until he finally reached his destination, the only tavern in White Manor. Upon entering, before he could even take a seat, a charming waitress approached him, her elegance striking for a small-town establishment. "Hello, young one. Are you looking for someone?" The waitress mistook Bai Qi for a child seeking his father, a common occurrence in taverns. Bai Qi smiled. "Bring me 3 pounds of your finest white wine." The aroma of the liquor had greeted him upon entry. Why not indulge? "Ah, little brother, it's not advisable for minors to drink," the waitress exclaimed, her expression one of astonishment. The young boy before her seemed both small and mature beyond his years. "What? Is it forbidden for patrons to enjoy a drink in this tavern?" In the world of pirates, many minors indulged in alcohol, and there were no laws prohibiting it. The waitress was momentarily at a loss for words. "Very well, young one, but do not blame me if you get drunk later," she relented, thinking to herself that this child would likely be tipsy after just one drink, necessitating a call to his family. "Your drinks," the waitress returned shortly after. "Thank you, kind lady," Bai Qi replied, saliva already pooling in his mouth. Before he could take a sip, the tavern door was kicked open, and a group of pirates stormed in. "Damn it, what a pathetic place. Not even a decent tavern." The pirates cursed loudly, prompting several patrons to hastily settle their tabs and retreat to safety. Lord Cypress Head, please remain calm. The accommodations may be lacking, but there are still beauties to behold. One of the henchmen pointed towards the waitress who had just served Bai Qi. Chapter 14. The tavern turmoil. Bring that girl over here. The words belonged to the trusted aide of the drought demon Kaido, Cypherhead, adorned with sunglasses and sporting snow-white hair. He bore peculiar horns atop his head, unmistakably marking him as a Zoan-type devil fruit user. The beautiful waitress was dragged over to Cypherhead by a group of pirates. Visibly terrified, her legs trembling incessantly. "Fear not, little sister. I shall treat you with utmost care." The waitress, with wide, frightened eyes, glanced around, noticing the tavern's patrons lowering their heads to drink, some having quietly settled their bills and departed. "What is your name, little sister?" "I am Ellie," stammered the waitress, her lips quivering with trepidation. "Ha ha, I like that name. Come, let us share a few drinks." Cypher had bellowed with laughter, disregarding the others around him entirely. Ellie's once radiant face now appeared pale as she clenched her fists tightly, casting another desperate gaze around, hoping someone might come to her rescue. However, the reactions of those present left her profoundly disheartened. Just as despair settled in, a voice broke through. "I say, are you not being a tad noisy? Look, you've ruined the customer's mood. They're leaving." The speaker was none other than Bikey. A flicker of hope ignited within Ellie, yet upon witnessing Bikey, her hope extinguished completely. What could an 8-year-old child possibly do? Offending Cypherhead would surely bring dire consequences for them both. Where did this brat come from, daring to disrupt my enjoyment? Cypherhead seethed, casting a scornful glare at Bikey. As Jack's confidant and a true subordinate of Kaido, how could a mere child presume to direct his words at him? Cut out that brat's tongue. Yes. The henchman beside Cypherhead obediently moved toward Bikey. Brat, you're truly seeking death. We serve the Yonko Kaido. You should be grateful we're only planning to cut out your tongue and not take your life. Ding dong, kill Cypherhead. Declare war on Drought Jack. Reward, Conqueror's Haki. Conqueror's Haki? It appears only once in a million. A man possessing this rare power could incapacitate others merely through sheer will. A true embodiment of might and an essential trait for those who wish to flaunt their prowess. Ignoring the provocations of the small-time henchman, Bikey strode directly towards Cypherhead. You dare ignore me. The henchman, infuriated, seized a bottle from the table and hurled it at Bikey's head. In an astonishing turn of events, Bikey merely tilted his head slightly, evading the sudden attack. The henchman stood frozen, dumbfounded, disbelief etched on his face. Ellie's mouth fell agape. The earlier harrowing scene replaying in her mind. Was that merely a stroke of luck? Only Cypherhead wore a grave expression, pondering the possibility of observation Haki. Could it be? After all, this appeared to be no more than an 8 or 9-year-old child. A child wielding Haki. What prodigious talent must that entail? Hey, Cypherhead, how about you gift me your head? What ash? Cypherhead wondered if he was hallucinating. A young child, daring to claim that he would wager his own head? Even if you are a genius, today shall be your demise. Sipshead's hands have transformed into grotesque ram's horns, a sight most peculiar. Ignorant of the vastness of the world, you shall witness the severance of your head. Ellie, having beheld such a scene before, felt her lovely legs quiver uncontrollably, almost succumbing to the ground. Is this to be a murder before her very eyes? Fear not, my lady, Bai Chi spoke with a calm demeanor. Ellie fixed her gaze upon Bai Chi, pondering whether this seemingly youthful child could truly vanquish these pirates. How audacious. This little brat is either backed by a formidable ally or simply an oblivious newcomer to the new world. Regardless of the truth, this child is doomed today. The Drought Pirates have never feared anyone. Ram's horn, meet your end. The transformed arm, resembling a ram's horn, lunged fiercely towards Bai Chi. With swiftness, Bai Chi enveloped his arms in Haki, transforming them into a deep ebony, akin to donning black armor. With a resounding thud, Bai Chi effortlessly repelled the massive ram's horn. The pirates exchanged incredulous glances, their faces etched with astonishment. Blocked? The attack of the notorious Sipshead, thwarted by a mere child of 8 or 9 years. Impossible. That was the captain's wrathful strike. Even a pirate with a bounty of 100 million would struggle to withstand Sipshead's colossal ram's horn. The scene before them was utterly unfathomable. Bai Chi lifted his gaze towards Sipshead. What is the matter? Are the true combat skills of Kaido's subordinates so feeble? Sipshead, clearly taken aback, could scarcely believe that his furious blow was so easily absorbed by this child. If word of this spread, it seemed his position as a formidable fighter would soon be in jeopardy. Chapter 15. Confrontation with Jack's henchman. You have thoroughly enraged me, brat. Do you have any idea who I am? Sipshead glared at Bai Chi coldly, as if regarding a lifeless corpse. Bai Chi's lips curled into a mocking smile. What is the matter? Are you suggesting that one should consider the master before striking a dog? Of course. I am Sipshead, the right-hand man of the notorious Jack the Drought from the Beast Pirates. You have provoked someone you shouldn't have. Bai Chi chuckled. So, you're merely Jack's dog then? The surrounding pirates turned crimson, stifling their laughter. Humiliated by such words, Sipshead seethed with rage. You scoundrels, kill him. Let him witness the consequences of incurring our wrath. At that moment, Ailey was paralyzed with fear, realizing that these pirates were indeed subordinates of the Yonko Kaido. This was a grave predicament. It wasn't just this brat in danger. The entire tavern might pay the price. With a face full of terror and confusion, Ai Lee looked on as the pirates shouted, brandishing their swords and axes, advancing towards Bai Chi. Unlike the previous Wolfhead pirates, this group of marauders was evidently well-trained and coordinated. Yet, they were merely a gaggle of weaklings. Bai Chi did not resort to using haki. Instead, he relied solely on his formidable physical prowess, effortlessly sending the pirates flying. Some even had their heads crushed in the process, creating a scene of utter carnage. Sipshead watched in disbelief, struggling to fathom how an 8-year-old child could possess such incredible strength. In terms of physical ability, calling him a monster would not be an exaggeration. For years, Sipshead had been brazenly dominating under the beast pirates, earning the admiration of the formidable Jack. He had never once faced defeat while accompanying Jack on his campaigns of slaughter. For the first time, a hint of fear seeped into Sipshead's heart. Damn it! I, Sipshead, am not to be trifled with. He shouted at Bai Chi before launching a rapid assault. His arms enveloped in black, shining haki, he unleashed his giant ram horns. In a frenzy, Sipshead attacked with tremendous speed, creating multiple afterimages. As the horn-like attacks bore down on Bai Chi, the henchman scurried away to avoid the indiscriminate onslaught. Surely, this brat was finished now. How dare he provoke the wrath of Sipshead? Foolish child, this is the fate that awaits those who anger the Yonko-esque crew. The pirates began to murmur, envisioning the scene of the child being brutally beaten and drenched in blood. Bai Chi merely snorted coldly, activating his observation haki. The speed of the incoming attacks seemed to slow down dramatically, allowing him to evade them effortlessly. Sipshead, drenched in sweat and caught off guard, stared at Bai Chi in disbelief. What the hell? He dodged them all? Cypress Head was utterly bewildered. Is this truly a human being? An 8-year-old capable of evading my full-force assault? Even the formidable Kaido could not have possessed such strength at this child's age, could he? The surrounding pirates swallowed hard. Utterly astounded, this was simply unfathomable. Seizing the moment of confusion, Bai Chi casually grasped a longsword, the color of haki swiftly enveloping the entire blade. Cypress Head fixated on Bai Chi in disbelief. This was the haki being transferred to a weapon. The haki surpasses mine. Could this boy be a prodigy? Without granting Cypress Head further contemplation, Bai Chi executed a swift motion, appearing beside him in an instant. Without a hint of hesitation, he struck down with the sword. What? Cypress Head's face paled in panic as he desperately attempted to block the strike. Yet, the speed of the blow was simply too swift. In his frenzy, Cypress Head's arm was grazed by the blade. Almost immediately, a second strike pierced his abdomen, blood gushing forth. The tavern fell into an eerie silence. No one could have anticipated that a mere child would inflict such grievous wounds upon a member of the Yonko crew. Could it be that the Yonko's subordinates were too weak? This was inconceivable. Kaido's men had been meticulously selected, and it was impossible for them to be so feeble. The only plausible explanation was that this child was extraordinarily powerful. Yet, he was merely 7 or 8 years old. The patrons of the tavern were engulfed in confusion. Cypress Head spat blood and shouted, "What are you all standing there for? Are you waiting to witness my demise?" Upon hearing this, the pirates surged forward. Bai Chi smirked slightly. Indeed, the Yonko's pirates were unlike those of lesser crews. If they were from the Wolfhead pirates, they would have already been scrambling for their lives. Nevertheless, even so, Bai Chi's gaze turned frigid. One strike after another flew forth with lightning speed. Cries of agony filled the air as blood splattered in every direction. 2 minutes later, the tavern floor was littered with the bodies of pirates, blood staining the carpet crimson. The scene was exceptionally eerie. At this moment, Ellie stood frozen in fear, unable to fathom that this child, aged merely 8 or 9, was the true embodiment of a demon. He was far more terrifying than Cypress Head's crew. In the eyes of this 8-year-old, Ellie could discern no sense of discomfort associated with taking lives. Before long, all of Cypress Head's subordinates had been slain by Bai Chi. With a cold gaze and a smirk, Bai Chi resolved that since the system's task was to declare war on Jack, he must indeed fulfill the qualifications for such a declaration. That meant annihilating Cypress Head's crew without leaving a single survivor. Chapter 16. The demise of Cyphus Head Jack seethed with fury. When did such a creature emerge upon the seas, and why was I unaware of it? Who are you? And why am I oblivious to your bounty? Cyphus Head roared, filled with immense dread. Naturally, I am but a newcomer to these waters. Cyphus Head was once again taken aback, realizing he had been bested by a mere fledgling. His fortune had truly run dry. However, in a sudden turn, Cyphus Head erupted into laughter. Youngling, you cannot slay me. I am a subordinate of the esteemed Jack, one of the 4 emperors. Should you take my life? Your entire family shall accompany me to the grave. Oh, are you acquainted with my family? Should you wish for them to join you in your demise? My crew is ever ready. The tavern, including Ellie, was engulfed in shock. What extraordinary events had transpired in our humble White Manor Tavern? Witnessing a clash between 2 formidable pirate crews? White crew, Whitebeard. Cyphus Head's countenance paled as he recalled a terrifying adversary, his body trembling with realization that his fate was sealed. How about it? Shall I grant you clarity in death? That seems rather kind of me, Baichi proclaimed, raising his sword high above his head. At this moment, the gravely wounded Cyphus Head was rendered incapable of escape, even if you are of the White crew. What benefit does this bring to your faction? A war between 2 pirate crews will leave us all at a loss. Cease your actions, youngling. Cyphus Head clung to the last vestiges of hope, desperately struggling. Yet, reality proved harsh. Baichi paid no heed to Cyphus Head's warnings. He lifted his sword and brought it down with swift precision. The speed was astonishing. Cyphus Head could only widen his eyes in horror, helplessly witnessing the lethal blade descend upon him. With a swift whoosh, the white gleam of the sword flashed past Cyphus Head's neck. Before he could emit a cry of despair, his head rolled away. The terror in his wide-open eyes revealed the profound fear he felt in his final moments. Blood gushed forth as Cyphus Head's lifeless body crumpled to the ground. Ellie, a witness to this gruesome scene, let out a piercing scream, her body trembling before she fainted in fright. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Baichi surveyed the patrons with a calm demeanor, stating, "If Jack's men come seeking answers, inform them I am Baichi, captain of the 17th Division of the White Crew. Should they possess a thirst for confrontation, they may seek me out," he added. "And with such a beautiful lady fainting, do none of you know to call a doctor?" "Yes." Lord Baichi, the patrons, trembling, hastily dialed the number of the White Manor Hospital. As Baichi gradually departed, the onlookers couldn't believe their eyes. Had that youngling truly annihilated one of Kaido's divisions? Even though they had witnessed it firsthand, disbelief lingered. This is disastrous. With the 2 pirate crews at war, we are bound to incur Kaido's wrath. We shall not escape unscathed. The previously silent tavern owner suddenly came to life, his expression grim. The crowd wore faces of dread. This was indeed unfortunate. The tavern reeked of a nauseating stench of blood, permeating the air, while the scene was littered with corpses, leaving them at a loss for how to proceed. The tavern owner squatted on the ground, utterly perplexed on how to address the situation. As the saying goes, when deities clash, mere mortals suffer. On one side stood the beast pirates, and on the other, the Whitebeard pirates. Neither faction was to be trifled with. A timid male server ventured to inquire of the owner, "Boss, how should we handle this?" The tavern owner's mind was a blank slate, his countenance a portrait of despair. How could one manage 2 of the most formidable pirate crews battling in his establishment, resulting in numerous casualties? Particularly troubling was the fact that many of the fallen were subordinates of Kaido. It was well known that the beast pirates were ruthless and barbaric. Even if the tavern bore no responsibility, the wrath would inevitably be directed here. He hastily ordered the Navy to manage the bodies and instructed that if anyone inquired about the incident, they should be told it was merely a dispute between 2 rival pirate crews, with no connection to the tavern whatsoever. Oh, and that demon who left earlier mentioned his name was Baichi. If members of the beast pirates arrived, they should be informed of this. It seemed prudent to vacate the New World, for this place had become untenable. With a heavy sigh, the owner packed his belongings and summoned a carriage, making a hasty retreat, leaving behind a group of bewildered servers. 3 days later, in the New World, on an island beside Wano country, the phone bug rang with an eerie sound. The deep, resounding noise echoed, reminiscent of an earthquake, hinting at the massive physique of the individual on the other end. It was none other than Jack, one of the 3 all-stars of the beast pirates, known as the Calamity. Wherever Calamity Jack tread, the land would become desolate, echoing with sorrow. With a ponytail and braided hair, a metallic jawpiece adorned his fierce visage. He donned a spiked leather outfit and wielded two scythe-shaped swords at his waist. His enormous hand grasped the phone bug. "Lord Jack, the crew of Sipsis Hade has been completely annihilated." "What did you say?" Jack's expression darkened instantaneously, his brows knitting together in a menacing scowl. "Jack, it is true that Sipsis Hade has indeed been obliterated. Let the weak perish. It is of no consequence. We shall find another worthy opponent another day. Yet, this coward has tarnished the honor of the beast pirates. Who was responsible for his demise? In the pirate world, the law of the jungle reigns supreme, a principle universally adhered to. To Jack, Sipsis Hade was nothing more than a dog, whose death was inconsequential. However, the loss of face for its master was a grave matter indeed. It was imperative to identify the culprit behind the annihilation of Sipsis Hade and exact a brutal vengeance to uphold the dignity of the beast pirates. Chapter 17. A bounty of 100 million report, Lord Jack. It is a member of the Whitebeard crew. Jack fell into deep contemplation. The four emperors typically do not engage in conflict lightly. Both sides are acutely aware that mishandling a confrontation could lead to endless strife, potentially escalating into a grand war. Who from Whitebeard? Jack pondered, uncertain who would dare to instigate such a conflict. Report, Lord Jack. It is someone named White Chi, who claims to be the captain of the 17th Division of Whitebeard. Has Whitebeard recently appointed a new captain? Jack asked, his curiosity piqued. Jinrami, fetch me the intelligence on the captains of Whitebeard's crew. A red-haired woman approached, trembling as she presented the information. I wonder how Lord Jack would react to the revelation that the notorious Sipshead is, in fact, a mere child, she murmured, fear evident in her beautiful eyes. Her lips quivering. Jack quickly scanned the information, ultimately fixing his gaze on the image of White Chi, the captain of the 17th Division. What the hell? That fool Sipshead was outwitted by this child. Jack's eyes widened in disbelief, gazing upon White Chi's youthful visage, appearing no older than 8 or 9. Blood vessels bulged in Jack's eyes. A violent aura enveloped the entire hall. Jinrami was terrified, her beautiful eyes narrowed in apprehension, her long fingers tightly interlocked, afraid to speak. This little brat has utterly humiliated our beast pirates. He must die. I will tear him apart. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, Carp lounged in an armchair, munching on rice crackers. Sengoku, have there been any recent developments regarding the pirates? Sengoku scratched his head, a look of exasperation crossing his face. News? Your grandson Ace has recently become quite notorious, having just rejected the 7 warlords and boldly declaring his intent to challenge Whitebeard in his territory. Carp laughed heartily to mask his embarrassment. Let us not discuss him anymore. Is there nothing else? Other news. Oh, have you heard of a child named White Chi? Sengoku inquired, deep in thought. Carp chewed on his rice cracker. White Chi? No recollection. Is he a new pirate? Indeed. At merely 8 years old, he outmaneuvered a division under the Drought Jack. He is the newly appointed captain of the 17th Division of Whitebeard. Upon finishing, Sengoku slapped his forehead, exasperated by the chaos in the new world. All thanks to that rascal Roger. The youth today are all aspiring to be pirates. So many promising candidates have turned to piracy. Sengoku rubbed his eyes. The situation for the Navy was indeed precarious. Oh, 8 years old, you say? Carp's interest piqued. Show me his likeness. As he gazed at the image Sengoku handed over, Carp chuckled softly. Do not worry, Sengoku. He is merely a child. He poses no real threat. The warring states sighed in resignation. Let us hope so. I truly do not understand the mindset of today's youth. They forsake the noble Navy to aspire to become pirates. At that moment, Baichi was oblivious to the fact that the Navy was hastily preparing to announce his bounty, which amounted to a staggering 100 million berries. In the New World, within Cake Island, Big Mom savored her cake, exclaiming, Mum, 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 bring me another towering cake. Her corpulent form writhed in delight, a rather unseemly sight. Has anything interesting happened recently, Perisparrow? A man adorned with a grand top hat, a protruding tongue, and wielding an enormous lollipop cane appeared. He was none other than Charlotte Perisparrow, the eldest son of the Big Mom pirates. There has been an intriguing development over by Whitebeard's crew, he remarked. Whitebeard, that old rascal. Big Mom inquired, her curiosity piqued. Indeed, I received first-hand information from Morgans, the president of the World Economic News. Whitebeard has taken in a lad named Bai Chi. Oh, what of this Bai Chi? Big Mom questioned, somewhat puzzled. He merely recruited a captain. What is so remarkable about that? Whitebeard is notorious for adopting sons. Ha ha ha. This Bai Chi, at the tender age of 8, has already bested a division under the notorious Jack the Drought. Morgans replied, licking his candy cane with delight. Mum. Is Kaido's underling truly that formidable? This little rascal named Bai Chi seems rather intriguing. At 8 years old, he possesses such strength. Could he be a new breed? Arrange for someone to recruit him. We, at Tato Land, would gladly welcome him. Yes, mother, I shall make the arrangements forthwith. Perospero bowed deeply. Meanwhile, Shanks lifted a large wine bowl and gulped it down. How amusing. The newcomers are extraordinarily powerful. Beckman, it seems our era is drawing to a close. Ha ha. Beckman exhaled a puff of smoke, replying, let us await this young boy's challenge in the future. We shall always be ready. Laughter erupted among the red-haired pirates, clearly indicating that while this boy named Bai Chi was a topic of conversation, he would still need to hone his skills to truly rival the red-haired pirates. Chapter 18. Objective. Dressrosa having just eliminated a squadron, Baiki arrived at his destination. Village Chief, this is what Whitebeard entrusted to you. With that, he placed a bag of treasures upon the table. To Baiki's surprise, the nearly centenarian before him displayed little reaction to the wealth, not even uttering a word of thanks. Understanding the unspoken sentiment, Baiki took his leave, determined to command the seas henceforth. A surge of dominance radiated from him. System, open the panel. Ding. Host, Baiki age, 8 occupation, captain of the White Regiment Pirates Fruit, Tremor Fruit, ignores the sea. Hockey, armament hockey, beginner, observation hockey, beginner, conqueror's hockey, beginner, skills, none items. Fragmented Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, 1/10, basic attributes, strength, max defense, maxed agility, max stamina, maxed. A slight smile graced Baiki's lips. Acquiring Conqueror's Hockey would eliminate the need to deal with minor adversaries. The system's mission to guide the White Regiment to victory in the Marineford War was no trivial task. It required careful deliberation, and Baiki had already determined his first destination. Upon the tumultuous sea, a small vessel sped forth, carrying a solitary figure, a child. Upon closer inspection, one would discern the resolute determination within his eyes. Unbeknownst to Baiki, as he ventured further, Village Chief Bai began to speak. With a quivering voice, the aged man pondered. Does he resemble? Village Chief, are you referring to? The middle-aged man, clearly an underling of the elder, interjected incredulously. It cannot be. He has already. Given that Whitebeard had intentionally sent him, the implication was unmistakable. Chong, investigate him. The man named Chong seemed to recall something. Scratching the back of his head, I seem to recognize that little brat. He appears to be from Baizhuang. Oh, you have seen him? Only a few times. He is an orphan. An orphan. Look into it thoroughly. The elder's expression turned grave. Report to the village chief. Have you found something so soon? The elder looked puzzled. Not yet, but a significant incident has occurred at the Baizhuang Tavern related to that boy. The middle-aged man panted. That lad managed to annihilate a squad of the beast's pirates. Upon hearing this, the villagers collectively gasped. The tumultuous waters began to calm, signaling their approach to the coast. In half a day's time, they would reach Dressrosa, the dark empire of Don Quixote Doflamingo, aware that should his strength fall short, he would be unable to contend against the navy alone. Baiki recognized that to triumph in the Marineford War, he must inevitably confront the formidable Doflamingo. Whether it be intelligence, weaponry, or artificial devil fruits, acquiring them in abundance necessitated Doflamingo's consent. It can be said that Don Quixote Doflamingo reigns supreme in the realm of underground dealings, and the name Joker carries substantial weight in that world. Baichi has already contemplated that if Doflamingo consents to collaborate with him, it would be a mutually beneficial arrangement, ensuring that Doflamingo would not be shortchanged. However, should the formidable Doflamingo decline, Baichi would not hesitate to eliminate one of the 7 warlords from existence. He is fully capable of annihilating Doflamingo's influence and seizing all of his weapons and devil fruits. In that case, he might even be regarded as a savior of Dressrosa. Wouldn't he? With this thought, Baichi gazed into the distance, a smile gracing his lips as he quickened the pace of his small vessel. Yet, behind him loomed a fleet of 56 colossal pirate ships, advancing with an impressive display. As they drew nearer, Baichi recognized that it was the Yodomaria Grand Fleet, led by the notorious Admiral Don Quixote, known as the Slaughter Commander. Oh, is that the Admiral from the arena? The only moment of glory depicted in the anime was when he executed a bowling strike, sending Zoro soaring through the air, enabling Zoro to vanquish the user of the Stone Fruit, Sika. Baichi paid no heed and continued his course. Do you even realize who you are confronting? Bellowed Admiral Don Quixote, adorned with a pirate hat and golden locks cascading down his head, his large mouth wide open in a shout. Oh? Baichi turned to regard him, their eyes locking. Ah, I see now. It's the recently renowned little rascal. Don Quixote remarked, a hint of surprise in his tone. I just saw your news yesterday. Your bounty is 100 million, correct? The newly appointed captain of the White Brigade. Knowing I am affiliated with the White Brigade, you would do well to vacate the area. I have no intention of killing you, at least not today. Baichi possessed a singular destination, Dressrosa. It was Don Quixote Doflamingo whom he truly sought to encounter. As for individuals like Don Quixote, lacking in both strength and intellect, Baichi had little desire to engage with them. It was akin to a lion acknowledging a barking mutt at its side. Chapter 19. Feel my terror. Admiral Olympus unleashed a thunderous roar, his mouth agape. Did he truly believe that Whitebeard could intimidate him? I am Olympus, the ruler of carnage. With his chest bared, Olympus raised his whip, directing it towards Whitechi. His gaze fixated on the child's diminutive frame. If you agree to become my subordinate, I might spare you. Otherwise, this admiral, along with my fleet of 56 ships and a pirate crew of 300 men, is not to be trifled with. His arrogant words echoed, and with a swift motion, Olympus cracked his whip against the air, the sharp sound reverberating ominously. It was astonishing to encounter such audacity among pirates. One could only lament the lack of intellect among the denizens of the Pirate King's world. A mere pirate with a bounty of just over 100 million dared to disregard the Whitebeard pirates. How utterly ridiculous. Whitechi flexed his fingers, the joints cracking audibly. Very well, Olympus, since you are so insistent, I shall indulge you in this game. A glimmer of light flickered in Whitechi's eyes. A fleet of 56 pirate ships is no small affair. It just so happens that I need to procure some items from Doflamingo. One must seize the opportunity when meat is offered on a platter. A smirk danced upon Whitechi's lips as he leapt effortlessly onto Olympus' pirate ship. The tremendous force propelled his small vessel beneath the waves. Boy, are you so foolish? This admiral had intended to recruit you. Do not be ungrateful. Olympus seethed, his face contorted with rage, embodying a judge ready to pass sentence on Whitechi. How dare a mere cur bark so boldly? Whitechi regarded Olympus with disdain, his voice steady and calm. The surrounding pirates erupted in disbelief. What did that little brat just say? How dare he speak to the admiral in such a manner? Clearly, he had not heard of the ruler of Carnage's fearsome reputation. Olympus was now enraged. It was likely that Whitechi would face a brutal reckoning. One pirate covered his eyes with his hands, shaking his head in disbelief. It was evident that Whitechi's demise was imminent. One could only imagine the scene of an 8-year-old child being overwhelmed by the towering figure of the admiral. Scoundrel! Olympus bellowed, his face twisted in fury, his gaze cold and piercing as he glared at Whitechi. You have been warned. With that, he lashed out with his whip towards Whitechi. A hint of a smile graced Whitechi's lips as he deftly evaded the strike. What? That little brat actually dodged the admiral's whip? Perhaps it was mere luck. The admiral's might was surely beyond the child's capabilities. They were nothing but frogs at the bottom of a well, Whitechi mused, casting a disdainful glance at the surrounding pirates. Foolish child, even in the face of death, you dare to be defiant. Do not presume that dodging the admiral's whip makes you formidable. The lesser pirates shouted in a cacophony. Admiral's bear hug. Unbeknownst to Whitechi, Olympus had already closed the distance, his powerful arms aimed at him, preparing to embrace him with all his might. Here it comes. The Admiral's ultimate move. The bear hug. Utilizing his formidable strength, Olympus thrust his arms towards his foe, ready to crush the very bones of dozens with his embrace. Pity the poor child. Seemingly no more than 8 or 9 years old, facing such an early demise. If he survives, he is likely to be left incapacitated. Given his frail frame, one might speculate his bones have turned to dust. In the eyes of the pirates, Bai Chi has transformed into a pitiful creature. A chilling voice emanated from Bai Chi. I ask you, ruler of carnage, Olympus, is this truly the extent of your prowess? Olympus stood, dumbfounded, gazing at the child he had embraced with all his strength. His eyes wide with disbelief. How could his bear hug not have broken this child's bones? He mustered more force. The great Captain Olympus's muscles bulged, tearing his garments. As he panted heavily, "Come on, Captain," shouted his crew, rallying to encourage their leader, determined to showcase the formidable might of the Yodomaria crew. Yet, in the next moment, their cheers fell silent, replaced by expressions of astonishment. Bai Chi, with his tender hands, had pried apart Olympus's powerful arms. In terms of sheer physicality, it seemed only a few, like Carp, could rival Bai Chi in this world. Olympus, filled with confusion and shock, grappled with the reality that his strength was bested by an 8-year-old boy. As he watched this child forcefully break free from his embrace, Olympus felt a deep sense of discomfort. "Attention!" he barked, and his crew stood at attention. "What are you staring at? Charge! Kill this child! I fear no pirate crew of the 4 emperors." The furious Olympus shouted, clearly incensed that this boy, Bai Chi, had utterly shattered his authority. He must perish. The pirates surged toward Bai Chi like a swarm of locusts. Bai Chi, having released the captain, crossed his arms over his chest and closed his eyes. Just a bunch of insignificant fish. Olympus was bewildered, utterly perplexed. What was happening? Was closing his eyes a sign of surrender? A faint yet potent aura emanated from Bai Chi, expanding outward until it erupted with tremendous force. Everything unfolded seamlessly, as if it were a primal instinct. Conqueror's Haki. The overwhelming power raged outward, enveloping all foes surrounding Bai Chi, leaving not a single one untouched. "Child, you." Olympus's forehead dripped with cold sweat. His lips trembled as his gaze fixated once more on the youthful Bai Chi. He could feel an invisible force constricting every inch of his being, invigorating his spirit to the brink of collapse. Suddenly, Olympus seemed to grasp something extraordinary, his face awash with terror. This is Conqueror's Haki? Chapter 20. Moonwalk indeed. This is the unmistakable Conqueror's Haki. A kingly quality that is said to manifest in only one among a million. It is truly worthy of possessing the Conqueror's Haki. How could he possibly wield such power? Awakening the Conqueror's Haki at merely 8 years of age? Who on earth is this little brat before me? Bai Chi's talent instilled a sense of dread in Olympus. This aptitude was simply monstrous. Around them, the pirates began to wobble, with some collapsing, foam escaping their lips. What could be causing this dizzying sensation? Confusion spread among the surrounding pirates. Could it be the legendary Conqueror's Haki? An elder pirate expressed his disbelief. Conqueror's Haki? You mean to say that this little brat can actually unleash the Conqueror's Haki? The surrounding pirates shifted from incredulity to terror. The power of this child exceeded their wildest imaginations. How does it feel, everyone? Bai Chi smirked, exuding an air of disdain. Quickly subdue him, a pirate shouted. The others, regaining their composure, forced themselves to rush toward Bai Chi, struggling against their discomfort. A bunch of clowns, Bai Chi chuckled. A more overwhelming aura surged forth, enveloping the area. The pirates gaped in shock, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Before one by one, they collapsed. All but Olympus fell unconscious. Stunned by Bai Chi's Conqueror's Haki, Olympus, fighting against the encroaching dizziness, struggled to remain upright. His lips trembled. I never expected that an 8-year-old brat could wield the Conqueror's Haki. The complexity of confusion and fear was evident in the eyes of the Grand Admiral Olympus. What do you think of my Conqueror's Haki? Bai Chi observed Olympus with keen interest. The imposing figure of Olympus, who had previously exuded authority, now seemed on the verge of submission before Bai Chi. Beads of sweat streamed down Olympus's face, his eyes filled with reluctance. I am Grand Admiral Olympus. Countless foes have fallen at my hands. The reputation of the ruler of slaughter is not born from mere chance. I have navigated these seas undefeated for years. Am I truly destined to be bested by a mere child today? In this moment of despair, Orambus desperately fought to rise. Admiral's fatal bowling ball. Orambus suddenly seized Bai Qi, hurling him into the air like a bowling ball. Die, brat. This is my true strength. Orambus proclaimed, a gleam of triumph in his eyes. A surge of power emanated from him as he surveyed the pirates around him, all of whom had succumbed to the conqueror's haki. It seems you are not strong enough. A conqueror's haki that has incapacitated everyone but myself. This was also the reason why Orambus felt an urgent need for a vice-captain. So be it, after all. This battle is nearing its end. The Whitebeard pirates are nothing but this. The echoes of his maniacal laughter reverberated across the deck. As the white-haired youth, Bai Qi, descended gracefully from the sky, it appeared as though he were ascending a staircase, making his way towards Orambus. To Orambus's astonishment, this little imp could indeed perform the moonwalk. Had he known that Bai Qi possessed no such technique and was merely utilizing his overwhelming strength to maintain equilibrium in the air through the reaction force of kicking against the void, he might have been left utterly speechless. After a rather exhilarating flight, Orambus wondered if he could execute the Admiral's ultimate bowling strike once more. You scoundrel! He fumed, his teeth chattering in rage as he grappled with the indignity of being unable to subdue a mere child. For the sake of his dignity, he unleashed the Admiral's ultimate bowling strike once again, propelling Bai Qi into the sky. Yet, Bai Qi returned, seemingly gliding through the air with the moonwalk. Time and again, Bai Qi effortlessly evaded Orambus's ultimate bowling strikes, while Orambus himself grew too fatigued to continue. Now, he lay panting heavily on the deck. I concede, little ghost. I am utterly defeated. Do with me as you will. Oh, so, you are still a man of resolve, Bai Qi mused. He recalled that in the comics, although Orambus was not particularly powerful, he was known for his loyalty and gratitude. After being rescued by Usopp from the Straw Hat Pirates, he revered Usopp as a deity, vowing to repay his debt, and ultimately became a member of Luffy's peripheral fleet. I suppose I shall let you off this time. However, all the treasures aboard the ship shall belong to me. And as for those 56 ships, I shall only take 55, he said with a mischievous grin. You scoundrel! A warrior can be slain, but not humiliated. Go ahead and kill me, Orambus shouted. But Bai Qi paid him no heed and embarked on his treasure-hunting adventure within the ship. With this funding, I will have leverage in negotiations with Doflamingo. Bai Qi's smile broadened. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the Yodomaria pirates. Reward, skill, lightspeed / one-time use. Oh. System, open the panel. Ding. Host, Bai Qi age, 8 years occupation, captain of the White Brigade fruit, trimmer fruit, ignores the sea, haki, armament haki, beginner, observation haki, beginner, conqueror's haki, beginner, skill, lightspeed / one-time use. Instantly slashes enemies at light speed. Items, incomplete devil fruit encyclopedia, 1/10, basic attributes, strength, max defense, maxed agility, max stamina. Max Chapter 21. The spoils Bai Qi docked at a coastal area adjacent to Dressrosa. Delayed by Orambus, it appeared that reaching Dressrosa today was no longer feasible. Nevertheless, it was prudent to first sell the spoils acquired from the Yodomaria pirate crew. As he traversed the bustling streets in the evening, Bai Qi observed that even a small port in the New World was vibrant, bustling with hotels, restaurants, pawn shops, tea houses, and ironmongers. He arrived at a second-hand ship trading company, where a fashionable blonde approached him. Hello, sir. Are you here to buy or sell a ship? Dressed in a sleek black business suit and high heels, she wore a professional smile. It was evident that the companies in the metropolis differed greatly from those in his hometown. This striking lady did not belittle him for being merely an 8-year-old child. Excuse me, beautiful miss. I am here to sell some ship banners, he replied. Certainly, sir. Please follow me, she responded, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Typically, those selling second-hand ships were pirates with dubious origins. Could this 8-year-old truly be a pirate? Yet, she maintained her professional demeanor, concealing her bewilderment. Under her guidance, Bai Qi entered a tea house. What would you like to drink, sir? She inquired. No need for that. Let us commence the transaction swiftly. I am pressed for time. Baichi insisted. Of course, sir. I will fetch our manager to discuss the matter. May I ask how many ship banners you wish to sell? 55 banners, medium-sized, Baichi stated matter-of-factly. The professional smile on Lily's face vanished, replaced by sheer astonishment. This young boy intended to sell 55 banners? Surely, he must be jesting. It was the first time since the establishment of the company that such a significant deal had been proposed. If the boy's claims were true, the reward from this transaction could sustain her for a decade. Very well, sir. I shall summon the manager immediately, she said before departing, leaving Baichi with a graceful silhouette. One could not deny the abundance of beauty in the pirate world, Baichi mused. In his previous world, such a girl would likely have been discovered by a talent scout and become a star. Indeed, the presence of stunning women was commonplace in the pirate realm. Even a passerby could be deemed strikingly attractive. Meanwhile, in the manager's office, confusion reigned. What? 55 banners? And from an 8 or 9-year-old child? The manager pondered, skepticism evident in his expression. This must be a prank. How unfortunate, if it weren't for the company's strict policy against neglecting potential clients. I would not waste my time on this. Come on, let us hurry. I have much to attend to, he continued, his impatience palpable. Clad in a similar black business suit, the sound of polished shoes striking the floor echoed as he entered. Hello, sir. I hear from Lily that you wish to sell 55 banners. May I ask where the banners are? Let us take a look, the manager inquired. Having yet to sit down, Lily had not even brought any tea. At this moment, Lily found herself in a rather dismal mood. She had anticipated securing a significant deal, only to discover it was merely the prank of a mischievous child. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, and a hint of impatience flickered in her beautiful eyes. Baichi, with a wry smile, perceived that the two individuals before him held little faith in his credibility, merely seeking to hastily dismiss him. No matter. He had no desire to squander time. Well then, let us proceed. You will accompany me to the dock, he stated, observing Lily's tranquil demeanor, devoid of any discernible emotion. Could it be genuine? Lily pondered in confusion. The male manager, too, felt a tinge of perplexity. The child before him exuded an unusual composure, far removed from the typical demeanor of an 8-year-old. Moreover, that smile bore an air of cunning maturity. The manager vigorously shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. Upon their arrival at the dock, you may count the vessels, he urged, and hasten the calculations for Bailey. I am pressed for time. Gazing at the impressive fleet of 55 ships, both the manager and Lily's mouths fell agape in astonishment. They could hardly fathom that this seemingly insignificant child possessed such grand ambitions. With palpable excitement, Lily exclaimed, Manager, if this deal materializes, could my bonus really amount to 500,000 Bailey? 500,000 Bailey? The manager replied with a smile. Lily, your vision is rather myopic. Should this deal come to fruition, you might soon find yourself in a managerial position. Oh, are you leaving then? Lily's beautiful eyes sparkled with a hint of confusion. Adorably so. Aha. Lily, you truly are naive. How could I possibly depart? Naturally, I too shall ascend. The male manager's expression radiated enthusiasm, but suddenly it darkened. He forcefully slapped his forehead. What is the matter, manager? Lily inquired once more, puzzled. The day had already been replete with unexpected events. First, an 8-year-old capable of selling 55 ships, then the prospect of promotion, and now the manager's abrupt shift in demeanor. The succession of incidents left Lily feeling overwhelmed. Lily, hurry and brew some tea. If we neglect this young master, we might not only forfeit our promotions, but risk being dismissed entirely. Lily's eyes widened in alarm as she hurried off to the tea room. Chapter 22. Arrival at Dressrosa. Lily hurried back to the tea house, eager to brew tea. A mere second's delay could jeopardize her prospects for promotion and a raise. Once the tea was prepared, Lily's lovely features began to relax, and she hastened towards Mr. Bai. Mr. Bai, should you require collaboration in the future, please do not hesitate to reach out to me, the male manager responded with a professional smile. Has the deal been struck? Lily's beautiful eyes sparkled as she hurriedly approached Bai to present the tea. Mr. Bai, if future cooperation is needed, you may contact me. My name is Lily, and this is my business card. Bai accepted the card, contemplating that there might be opportunities to sell spoils later on. Particularly with a beautiful woman's contact information, definitely worth keeping. As he looked at the 100 billion berries bill he had just acquired, he experienced a sensation akin to being a millionaire. The feeling of wealth was truly delightful. Then, farewell. I chose not to linger on words, as yesterday's encounter with Orlumbus had already consumed a day. Goodbye, Mr. Bai. The male manager and the enchanting Lily both bowed their heads respectfully as Bai departed. With a splash, another youthful figure skimmed across the ocean in a small boat. Destination, Dressrosa. Upon entering Dressrosa, Bai could distinctly sense the peculiar atmosphere of this toy kingdom. Toys toiled tirelessly, their eyes devoid of any spark of vitality. Here, the monotony was unbearable. Better to explore the black market instead. After learning its location, Bai decided to venture there. Who is this little brat? No entry allowed here. Two middle-aged men clad as pirates obstructed Bai's path. A smirk crept across Bai's lips as he pondered whether this was indeed an insurmountable barrier. He produced a 100 million berries bill. The middle-aged pirates gaped in astonishment. Goodness, this little brat is truly a millionaire, they exclaimed, incredulously witnessing such wealth displayed so casually. Yes, of course you can enter, they stammered, unable to fathom that an 8-year-old could possess such riches. People really do vary. It's infuriating. One of the pirates lamented, contemplating how a lifetime of toil might not yield as much as that one bill. They watched as Bai gradually moved away. Hey, chubby. Whose kid do you think he is to be so wealthy? A tall, thin pirate, brandishing a gun, asked enviously. Don't ask me. I was hoping you would know. The chubby pirate retorted irritably. Damn it, it's infuriating to see such wealth when we, brothers, toil under Doflamingo and barely scrape by. It's truly tantalizing, the tall pirate said, his face a mask of jealousy. What can you do about it? Unless we resort to robbery, we might as well resign ourselves to mediocrity, the chubby pirate replied. Robbery? The two exchanged glances. Listen, brother, this kid is wealthy. He won't offend anyone significant, right? The chubby one said, feeling a twinge of unease. Look. He is alone without any bodyguards. If we act discreetly at night, who would know? The tall pirate's envy ignited a fierce desire. Just tell me, are we doing this or not? The rotund pirate, his hands incessantly rubbing together, pondered for a considerable time before finally uttering, Damn it. In our line of work, one must cast aside the fear of life and death. It's either the Navy that slays you or fellow pirates. The most unfortunate fate is to offend a superior and be slain by one's own kind. The world of pirates is exceedingly ruthless. The likelihood of natural death among pirates is exceedingly rare. Just consider the likes of Rox, the formidable pirate, or the Pirate King. Roger, both met their demise at the hands of the Navy. Tonight, let us deal with him. A child, strike decisively, eliminate him swiftly, and ensure he makes no sound. Meanwhile, the unsuspecting Bai Chi wandered through the black market, oblivious to the fact that two underlings were plotting to eliminate him in an instant. It must be noted that under Doflamingo's management, the black market operates with remarkable order. Various zones are established within, arms, slaves, and even a section for the sale of devil fruits. However, due to their scarcity, these fruits are seldom available, and one must engage in bidding to acquire them. The sole requirement for entry into these areas is wealth. In this realm, no one inquires about your profession, whether you are a Navy officer, a pirate, or a bounty hunter. All are treated equally. It seems the Navy is aware of the so-called black market transactions. However, due to their dealings with Doflamingo, they turn a blind eye. What is justice? The victorious party always embodies it, while the vanquished are stripped of their right to voice an opinion. Doflamingo. Your business acumen is indeed commendable, Bai Chi mused with a faint smile as he made his way toward the devil fruit section. Possessing a devil fruit encyclopedia, he felt compelled to try his luck here. Perhaps he might uncover a valuable fruit and, upon encountering an informed buyer, sell it for a handsome profit. Certainly, a few 100 million berries would be within reach. After all, a man cannot thrive without wealth. Billy, young master. Your phone call is from Lord Jack. A peculiar figure emerged, clad in oversized blue attire, wielding a staff, and sporting small black sunglasses, his face streaming with mucus. He was none other than Tory Bull, a high-ranking official of the Don Quixote family, representing the Plum Blossom. Chapter 23. The Auction House of Devil Fruits. Is that fellow Jack still dissatisfied with the abundance of artificial fruits? Truly a greedy individual, remarked Don Quixote da Flamingo, his sinister laughter echoing. He picked up the transponder snail, Jack. The Smile Factory is operating at full capacity. Drought Jack paused momentarily. Joker, I did not come to discuss the artificial devil fruits. Oh, I am rather intrigued, Doflamingo responded. Taken aback, it was unlike Jack to seek him out for idle chatter. Don Quixote da Flamingo, have you heard of a little rascal named Whitebeard recently? Jack inquired. His face contorted with fury, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Heh, Whitebeard. That captain recruited by the old man with the white beard? I've heard he is quite capable, having annihilated the wolf-head pirates, Doflamingo acknowledged, recalling the ruthless pirate with a measure of respect. This scoundrel recently wiped out one of my sub-teams. Drought Jack seethed with increasing rage. Oh, this little brat dares to provoke Kaido? Doflamingo remarked, a rare flicker of fear surfacing in his eyes upon mentioning Kaido. It was well known that Doflamingo had awakened the Conqueror's Haki, a man who feared neither heaven nor earth. He had dared to confront celestial dragons and marine admirals, yet Kaido instilled a unique trepidation in him, a testament to Kaido's formidable strength and cruel methods. This little brat has already declared war on me. Doflamingo, I've heard he has been in your vicinity lately. If you encounter him, notify me immediately. I shall personally dismember him. Jack's eyes, devoid of life, bulged with fury. An interesting little brat. Rest assured, Jack, as business partners, I shall assist you with this matter. After hanging up, Doflamingo adjusted his sunglasses. An 8-year-old, you say? Indeed, the era of great pirates is upon us. Master. He is merely an 8-year-old child. I will certainly help you capture him, the snot-nosed Torpole chimed in. The first devil fruit auction is about to commence. As the host elaborated, music resonated, setting the stage for the unveiling of the devil fruit merchandise. Soon, a blonde beauty, clad in revealing attire and adorned in high heels, wheeled a small cart onto the stage. Displayed prominently on the cart was a singular devil fruit. System, open the devil fruit encyclopedia and search, came the command. Ding. The system completed its search. Success. Artificial devil fruit, Zoan-type pigeon fruit. Artificial fruit? Naturally, this is within Doflamingo's territory. It is likely a defective product. Doflamingo. Your business acumen is commendable. Selling the prime devil fruits to Kaido while dispatching these inferior ones to the auction house is a surefire way to profit. Purchasing at an auction inherently involves an element of chance. Should one discover they've acquired a worthless fruit, they would only blame their misfortune, never attributing the fault to the auction house. I bid 80 million berries. 80 million berries for one, 80 million berries for two. The host fervently conducted the auction, igniting a palpable excitement throughout the venue. I bid 100 million, a resonant voice declared. The bidding escalated continuously. Congratulations, sir, on acquiring this devil fruit for a final price of 120 million berries. Please come forward to receive it and ensure its proper safekeeping. A smirk played on Baichi's lips. Was this not a case of a fool and his money? Over 100 million berries spent on a synthetic devil fruit. No less a flawed specimen. Yet the fool appeared quite elated, likely lost in fantasies of possessing an extraordinary devil fruit. Soon after, the auction for the second devil fruit commenced. System, open the devil fruit compendium for inquiry. Ding. Searching. No results found. Indeed, the incomplete version of the devil fruit compendium faced too many restrictions. It seemed imperative to hasten the completion of tasks. I hope to gather the complete compendium of devil fruits in the future. After utilizing the compendium several times, Baichi increasingly recognized its advantages. For one who has perused the devil fruit compendium, amassing wealth becomes an effortless endeavor. Simply trading a handful of devil fruits could yield billions of berries. As the fervent auction concluded, Baichi had no intention of vying for a fruit he was unfamiliar with. Ultimately, the auction was won by a lady. Due to the exceedingly scarce nature of devil fruits, only one remained, with the next auction scheduled for the 1st of next month. Everyone is welcome to continue bidding. Oh, so soon? It appears that devil fruits are indeed rare commodities in the world of One Piece. As the blonde-haired lady presented the devil fruit, Baichi commanded the system to search once more. Ding. Search successful. Koi fish fruit. The koi fish fruit? In the manga, Kaido transformed into a dragon after acquiring the fish fruit. System, What distinguishes the koi fish fruit from the fish fruit? Ding. The koi fish fruit guarantees transformation into a dragon, whereas the fish fruit requires certain conditions to be met for transformation. Bai Qi was exceptionally thrilled. He had indeed stumbled upon a treasure. Chapter 24. I bid 300 million. The starting price is 200 million berries. Ladies and gentlemen interested in bidding may proceed. This is the final devil fruit auction, so do not hesitate. If you do, you will have to wait until next month for another chance. Time is of the essence. The auctioneer deliberately raised his voice, reinvigorating the atmosphere in the room. Suddenly, the auction hall became a flurry of excitement. Is this some sort of joke? No one even knows what kind of fruit it is to command such a price, grumbled a portly bidder. In truth, this rotund middle-aged man had hoped to take a chance in the last round, having prepared 160 million berries. However, the 200 million starting bid left him utterly flabbergasted. What's the deal? Why not just go and grab it? Talk about bad luck, complained a short, stout woman nearby. 200 million berries. Haha, that's indeed excessive. Isn't that just daylight robbery? Murmured another attendee as the room began to buzz with energy. I bid 200 million berries, announced a tall, formally dressed middle-aged man, rising to his feet. Well, it seems there really are some fools with more money than sense, chuckled an elderly man, observing the newcomer with a knowing smile. This fellow appears to be a novice at auctions, unfamiliar with the market. And what do you believe this fruit is worth, sir? A curious young girl inquired. From my perspective, while this fruit is not artificially made, its unknown properties limit its value to a maximum starting bid of 150 million, After all, devil fruits are exceedingly rare, the elder replied, shaking his head as if he were a seasoned auction goer. I bid 220 million berries, piped a sharp voice from the crowd. The audience was intrigued, eager to discover the identity of this generous bidder. Following the sound, they beheld a plump woman garbed in noble attire, her face contorted in apparent agony over the price. Indeed, you were right, sir, such individuals do exist. The young girl exclaimed, her eyes wide with wonder. Of course, some people have a penchant for gambling. It is human nature, the elder chuckled resignedly. All right. 220 million once, 220 million twice. The auctioneer, sensing that no one else would raise the bid, hurriedly called out, anxious that the lady might change her mind. I bid 300 million berries. A youthful voice rang out from the back of the auction hall. Who on earth is that? Has someone lost their mind? A bidder gasped, his eyes widening in disbelief. Just some fool with more money than sense, sneered a crooked-toothed pirate in the audience. Wow, sir, you were absolutely correct. There are indeed many willing to gamble. The young girl gazed at the elderly man with newfound admiration. This is beyond reason, the elder stammered, his lips quivering. To bid 300 million berries? It's either a fool with money or a true expert. Following the voice, the elder's gaze fell upon a calm 8-year-old child seated in the back row, his expression inscrutable, revealing no hint of emotion. The elderly man shook his head, observing, it appears to be a foolish individual with ample wealth, likely some rich second generation. Alas, what a waste of money. Such signs are common sights to me. They possess no real abilities yet spend extravagantly. 3 billion? The host was momentarily taken aback, for this outcome was entirely unexpected. Based on years of experience in auctions, he believed that securing the demon fruit for 220 million would be commendable. Who was this young fool that dared to bid 3 billion? Displaying commendable composure, the host swiftly regained his composure, announcing, we have a bid of 3 billion. 3 billion once, 3 billion twice, 3 billion 3 times, sold. Yet, the audience remained silent, devoid of applause. Bai Qi ascended the bidding platform amidst the bewildered gazes of the crowd, claiming the demon fruit. Was he truly a fool with excessive wealth? A smirk played at the corners of Bai Qi's mouth. He was a man possessing the demon fruit compendium. The fruit in his possession was worth at least 10 billion berries. After all, didn't T. Kaido rise to prominence with just a fish fruit? His fruit was undoubtedly superior to Kaido's. Ding. Congratulations, host, for flawlessly completing an auction. Reward, Lightspeed / consumable. Oh, there's a reward? It seems this trip was not in vain. I've struck gold. System, Display my panel. Ding. Host. By Chi. Age. 8. Occupation. Captain of the White Troop Pirates. Fruit. Tremor fruit. Ignores the sea. Hockey. Armament hockey. Beginner. Observation hockey. Beginner. Conqueror's hockey. Beginner. Skills. Light speed slash. 2 uses, 1 time consumption. An instantaneous strike that can reach the speed of light. Items. Fragmented Demon Fruit Compendium. 1/10. Base attributes. Strength. Maxed defense. Maxed agility. Maxed stamina. Maxed gazing at the increasingly filled panel. A satisfied smile graced by Chi's lips. The era of great pirates awaits my grand entrance. Chapter 25. Do you think you can eliminate me? Emerging from the auction house of devil fruits. Cradling a devil fruit encased in a wooden box, Bai Chi re-entered the arms district. The denizens of this area were starkly different from those in the devil fruit zone. They exuded a menacing aura. Hey kid, what do you want? I have everything here, shouted a bare-chested pirate at Bai Chi. Intrigued, Bai Chi approached. Observing a cart laden with an array of swords, knives, and firearms behind the pirate. How fascinating. It seems that Doflamingo's ascent to the most powerful warlord of the sea is indeed well-deserved. I'll take a steel sword, but I want only the finest. A gleaming steel sword was promptly produced. Yet, to Bai Chi's disappointment, the inventory here was primarily suited for the lowly henchman. While there was ample weaponry to potentially rally a faction, if one sought a quality weapon for personal use, this was not the ideal place. This steel sword is worth 100,000 berries, the pirate arms dealer proclaimed. Not a bad blade. It could serve as a toy. After perusing the black market, the sole acquisition of note was the devil fruit. As dusk began to settle, Bai Chi exited the black market. Look, that kid is coming out, exclaimed a chubby pirate, his face lighting up with excitement. Did that little brat actually buy a sword? Huh, that blade is nearly as tall as he is. Clearly, the 2 pirate henchmen regarded the 8-year-old Bai Chi with disdain. I say, chubby, be quick when you make your move. Eliminate him in 1 strike. Bai Chi's keen observation hockey was more than capable of sensing the 2 pirates' intentions. However, would a lion truly concern itself with the hostility of mere ants? Feeling the 2 henchmen trailing behind him, Bai Chi closed his eyes, harnessing the formidable insight that his hockey bestowed upon him. He could even perceive the expressions of the 2 henchmen, their whispered exchanges crystal clear in his ears. Oh, you wish to eliminate me? Bai Chi chuckled. I suggest you act swiftly. I may very well reach the inn soon. His voice turned icy. The 2 pirates were taken aback. This kid can hear us? The lean pirate's face was a mask of disbelief. Could this 8-year-old truly possess such extraordinary hearing? Regardless, let us strike now that we've been discovered. The chubby pirate shouted to his companion. Both pirates drew their weapons. One wielded a sword, while the other hoisted a silenced firearm, launching their assault simultaneously. A bullet swiftly hurtled through the air, carving an elegant arc as it grazed past Bai Chi's scalp. This kid is done for, the lean pirate declared. However, the ensuing scene left the 2 pirates agape. Bai Chi merely tilted his head, the bullet narrowly missing him. What luck! But, perish you! The chubby pirate charged at him, brandishing his massive sword. Yet, to Bai Chi, their coordinated attacks seemed excruciatingly slow, rife with openings. The sword crashed against Bai Chi's chest, but the pirate felt as though he had struck solid iron, his hand numb from the impact as the sword slipped from his grasp. Iron. The 6 forms of the Navy. The rotund pirate was utterly astonished. The 8-year-old child before him was adept at employing the Navy's 6 powers. Such techniques were reserved for elite Navy personnel, and this young lad had mastered them at such a tender age. He was destined to become a formidable leader in the future. Observing the 2 pirates, their mouths agape, gasping for breath, and filled with shock, he thought, what is this Navy 6 powers? I am Captain White, and it is you who are weak. Disregarding the 2 pirates' expressions of confusion and disbelief, Bai Chi unleashed his conqueror's hockey. The 2 pirates were engulfed in a wave of dizziness as the entire scene began to blur. Overwhelmed by an intense sense of nausea, they ultimately collapsed to the ground. How fortuitous to have you as a testing ground. Bai Chi harbored no compassion for these pirates who sought to rob and kill. With a swift motion, he struck down, and 2 heads rolled upon the earth, blood splattering everywhere. It seems my conqueror's hockey is still lacking, merely 2 small minions. and I could not vanquish them outright. He opened his status panel. Host, Bai Chi age, 8 occupation, captain of the White Pirate crew fruit, trimmer fruit, ignores the sea, hockey, armament hockey, beginner, observation hockey, beginner. Conqueror's hockey, beginner, skills, light speed slash, twice per use. Instantly strikes the enemy at the speed of light. Items, fragmented devil fruit compendium, 1/10, basic attributes, strength, max defense, maxed agility, max stamina, maxed with fury coursing through him. His eyes gleamed with lethal intent. Observing that all 3 types of hockey were only at the beginner level, it was evident that he needed to exert more effort. Dressrosa, I rely on you. Doflamingo's territory was a hotbed of conflict, teeming with a motley assortment of individuals. Bai Chi was confident that in Dressrosa, he could significantly enhance his strength. Should Doflamingo dare to defy his wishes, well, he would see. Doflamingo, Diamante, the gluttonous treble, the stone fruit user Pica, and the undercover Marine Vice Admiral Virgo, you shall be my finest sources of experience. Chapter 26. The bloodline of the fighting fish in the highest chamber of the palace in Dressrosa. The air was thick with anticipation. Hee. That little brat has surely arrived in Dressrosa by now, chuckled Don Quixote Doflamingo, his laughter echoing as he perused the latest edition of the World Economic News. Beside him, the sniveling treble leaned heavily on his cane. Master Doflamingo, I never expected that this little imp could outmaneuver the Grand Admiral Orlumbus. Indeed, this little rascal possesses quite the audacity. Increase our manpower to investigate his movements. I have a hunch he is indeed in Dressrosa. Doflamingo's eyes glinted with intrigue. What are your plans once we capture him, Master Doflamingo? Treble inquired, his nose dripping incessantly, a sight that Doflamingo seemed to tolerate with admirable patience. First, we shall apprehend him. I am eager to witness this amusing little fellow, Doflamingo replied with a sinister glee. Very well, Doflamingo. I shall assign an officer to pursue him. Treble confirmed. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man, adorned with yellow hair, clothing, and a beard, made his entrance into Dressrosa. Approaching him would reveal an extraordinary warmth, as if he were a living flame. This was Oven, one of Big Mom's ministers. How dare that little brat warrant my personal attention? If he refuses to join the Big Mom pirates, I shall ensure he faces dire consequences. Oven seethed, humiliated by the task of recruiting a mere child. Beep beep. Beep beep. Lord Jack, we have arrived in Dressrosa, announced a man with a lion's head emblazoned on his belly. Bring me the brat from Onigashima. I wish to execute him myself. Jack commanded. Yes, Lord Jack, came the obedient response, though it was evident this was the first time Jack had displayed such fury. It was clear that the task must be executed flawlessly. Damn it, why must I be in this desolate place? I was living splendidly in Wano. The lion-headed man bemoaned. Silence. Do you think I desire to come here? This is Lord Jack's command. Will you dare defy it? Fool. Woe is me, howled the lion-headed creature. How dare you insult me? I'll make you regret it. He swung a fist at the lion's head. A piercing cry erupted from the lion-headed man. Ah, my belly. It hurts. He lamented, rolling on the ground in agony. In truth, the lion-headed man was a product of Kaido's artificial devil fruit, lacking the prowess of a genuine Zoan-type user. However, such a formidable legion of artificial devil fruit users was undeniably stronger than ordinary troops. I'll tear you apart. The lion's head snapped at the hands that held it. This is intolerable. Today, I shall slay you, he declared, seizing a long knife from a subordinate. Preparing to strike at the lion's head. My lord, you must not. If you do, you shall lose your own life. The surrounding pirates frantically intervened. Fully aware that the lion-headed man engaged in a daily struggle for supremacy against his own lion's head, a spectacle that unfolded repeatedly. What splendid weather we have today, remarked the little brat, Bai Chi, as he rose early in the morning. 100 push-ups completed. In a mere 2 seconds, Bai Chi accomplished 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, a 10-kilometer run. All these feats were concluded in under a minute, rendering Bai Chi's physical prowess nothing short of extraordinary. Beneath Bai Chi's hotel, a peculiar figure known as Darren Jia, a half-merman from Doyu, adorned in earrings, white stockings, and high heels, presented an odd sight. He was an operative from the Don Quixote family. Ah, At last, I have found you, Bai Qi, he exclaimed, covering his mouth with his hand and emitting a peculiar laugh. Oh, are you looking for me? Bai Qi, intending to open the window for fresh air, was unexpectedly confronted by this flamboyant individual. To his astonishment, even Doflamingo had embraced such eccentricity. Huh. It seems you are courting death, Darangia hissed, his eyes turning crimson. The bloodline of the merman intensified his gaze, veined with crimson threats. With astonishing speed, fueled by his formidable merman lineage, Darangia instantaneously materialized within Bai Qi's room, lifting his foot to deliver a kick with his high heel. However, Bai Qi swiftly raised his leg, sending Darangia hurtling out the window. I do not appreciate uninvited guests in my chamber, Bai Qi remarked coolly. Darangia crashed heavily to the ground, leaving a significant dent in the earth. Rising, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Ah, this is becoming increasingly amusing. You have successfully awakened my merman lineage. I shall kick you to death. Oh, is that so? Were it not for my desire to converse with Doflamingo, I fear I would have obliterated you already. Doflamingo's subordinate? I am here by the young master's command to eliminate you. With that, Darangia seemed to undergo a transformation, his muscles swelling, his attire shredding to tatters. Allow me to demonstrate the might of my merman bloodline. I shall utterly shred you. Bai Qi. Chapter 27. Flash. A dorsal fin sprouted ominously from his back, and his eyes glowed a fierce crimson, fixated with rage upon Bai Qi. I shall not rest until I have utterly vanquished you. He cackled, revealing a terrifying array of piranha-like teeth. Ding dong. Defeated the half-fish man, Darangia. Reward, the consumable skill, Flash, once. Oh. System, please display the details of Flash. Ding dong. Flash consumes a significant amount of the host's stamina to complete a spatial displacement within 100 meters. Each use will increase stamina expenditure. How intriguing. This resembles the Flash ability in League of Legends, albeit capable of multiple uses. However, it does come with limitations, as each subsequent use escalates the stamina required for the next. Utilizing this skill against adversaries stronger than oneself could prove advantageous, whether for ambush or retreat, undoubtedly yielding unexpected results. While reveling in the potential of the Flash skill, a figure suddenly charged forth. It was Darangia, transformed and faster than before. Die, Bai Qi. He bellowed, perceiving Bai Qi as nothing more than a corpse awaiting its demise. Annoying as a fly, Bai Qi swatted casually, unleashing a force that sent Darangia hurtling away, crashing through several walls before landing heavily amidst the rubble. Now, Darangia, bloodied and battered, struggled to rise from the debris. Bai Qi, I never anticipated your strength to be so formidable. You have thoroughly enraged me. Leveraging his unique piranha physiology, Darangia hastily regulated his breathing and activated his high-speed movement, reappearing before Bai Qi. At that moment, Darangia was unaware that Bai Qi had merely swatted him away with little effort. The speed of Bai Qi had obscured his technique from view. I concede you possess some skill, but you have crossed the Don Quixote family, Bai Qi. I shall ensure your demise is both complete and undeniable. Darangia roared, his fish-like maw agape. Indeed, the more feeble the contender, the louder their proclamations tend to be. Were it not for his desire to ally with Doflamingo, Bai Qi would have effortlessly dispatched Darangia long ago. Yet, the half-fish man seemed oblivious to the stark disparity between them. Arrogant whelp, perish, cried Darangia, lifting his leg high and launching a rapid kick toward Bai Qi with the speed of a bullet. Witness his eye, Darangia, obliterate your head. Bai Qi perceived the wind rushing from the swift kick. Fascinating, indeed, for this strength surpassed that of Bellamy in the anime. However, in Bai Qi's eyes, it posed no threat whatsoever. With some mastery of Kinbunchika Haki, he could evade such an attack with his eyes closed, and considering his robust physique, even standing still, this level of assault would inflict minimal harm. Nevertheless, Bai Qi had no desire to endure a kick from a half-man in high heels. With a sidestep, he effortlessly evaded the incoming strike. Darangia, your feeble assault bears no consequence upon me. Hurry and inform Doflamingo that young Master Bai Qi has come to extend an invitation. Do not delay in finding someone to welcome him. You impudent brat, how dare you assume you can confront Doflamingo? Prepare to meet your demise. With remarkable speed, Derringer began to circle around Bai Chi, creating an array of afterimages due to his rapid movement. How amusing, little child. Can you discern which of these is my true form? Without knowing which is real, how can you possibly defend against my onslaught? Ah, Derringer. One's patience has its limits. You have already encroached upon my breakfast time. This time, I shall show no mercy. Bai Chi's stomach rumbled audibly as he rubbed his belly, expressing his annoyance. Having previously shown restraint, Bai Chi's patience was now waning as this half-fish man proved to be excessively theatrical. I advise you to refrain from such grandiloquent boasts. Charge. Prepare to perish. Suddenly, Derringer lunged towards Bai Chi, his fish-like horn glistening in the sunlight, the very embodiment of his formidable weapon. I shall pierce you with my horn, you little brat. In an instant, Derringer accelerated, hurtling towards Bai Chi. Observing the rapidly approaching figure, Bai Chi simply remarked, "You are still far too weak." He then countered with a punch directed at Derringer's horn. Derringer revealed his fish-like teeth, exclaiming, "Ah, what a fool you are to confront my horn with your bare fists." A resounding crack echoed as the horn snapped, and Derringer collapsed, blood spilling from his mouth, his gaze vacant as he stared at the severed tip on the ground. Impossible. This child has shattered my horn with sheer force. Such strength could only be matched by Doflamingo and the Don Quixote family. Who exactly is this 8-year-old prodigy? Trembling in disbelief, Derringer realized that his most powerful move had been so effortlessly countered by this child, rendering him incapable of further combat. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill Blink. System, open the panel. Chapter 28. Instantaneous defeat of Derling Ding Dong. Host, Bai Chi age, 8 years occupation. Captain of the Whitebeard Pirates Fruit. Tremor Fruit, disregards the sea. Hockey. Armament Hockey, beginner. Observation Hockey, beginner. Conqueror's Hockey, beginner. Skills, light speed slash, twice. 1 consumption, instantly strikes enemies at the speed of light. Blink skill, 1-time teleportation within 100 meters of any space. Items, Fragmented Devil Fruit Compendium, 1/10, basic attributes. Strength, maxed defense, maxed agility, maxed what is it, Derling? Do you still wish to kick my head off? Bai Chi's mocking gaze fell upon Derling. The so-called half-fishman was merely a slightly enhanced version of an ordinary human, capable of dealing with minor pirates, but utterly useless against true, formidable foes. Even Derlinger's strongest attack was effortlessly neutralized by Bai Chi. Despite being a half-fishman with an instinct for bloodlust and battle, Derlinger was experiencing, for the first time, the crushing weight of despair in the face of an overwhelmingly superior opponent. Bai Chi, do not celebrate prematurely. Don Quixote Doflamingo has already taken notice of you, and Jack has issued a bounty. Whether it's Doflamingo or the Droughtbringer Jack, without Whitebeard by your side, you shan't leave Dressrosa alive. Derlinger's eyes were bloodshot with agitation as he shouted, "A stray dog dares to bark. Do you truly believe I fear the likes of Doflamingo or that dim-witted Jack? If Kaido arrives, I would gladly entertain him." Bai Chi scoffed, his formidable physique and hockey rendering him akin to a miniature carp. With the support of the system, he would soon master advanced hockey, coupled with various fruit enhancements and otherworldly skills. At that point, even carp would pose no challenge. Derlinger's eyes widened. The audacity of this child was astonishing. Even the imperious Doflamingo would not utter such words. Boy, prepare to face the wrath of Doflamingo and Lord Jack. You are doomed. Kneel and beg for mercy now. Bai Chi disregarded Derlinger's threats and uttered words that the latter could not comprehend. Derlinger, are you proud of your half-fishman lineage? Derlinger appeared utterly bewildered. Have you ever witnessed true high-speed movement? Bai Chi's disdainful gaze intensified. Derlinger was again flabbergasted. High-speed movement? In the next moment, Bai Chi executed a sudden teleportation, materializing directly before Derlinger. This was merely the effect of Bai Chi's formidable physique, not the skill of Blink. The latter represented a form of spatial displacement, theoretically possessing infinite speed. Yet, such a physical movement was more than sufficient to deal with Derling, a mere lackey of the Don Quixote family. You may silence yourself now. Bai Chi's fist darkened like coal, delivering a devastating blow to Derlinger's head. Derlinger's lifeless eyes bulged out, his lips twisted, as he felt as if a colossal hammer had struck him. In his dying moments, Confusion and resentment were etched across his face. This youthful wretch possesses such formidable strength? It seems that only the esteemed Tian Yacha, Don Quixote da Flamingo, could vanquish him. Alas, Duringer shall never witness the clash between Da Flamingo and Baichi, a battle in which Baichi emerged victorious with overwhelming dominance. A swift and decisive defeat. Though it is the early morning, the streets are still bustling with pedestrians. A doll-like toy, having dropped its cargo, exclaimed, "Run. There has been a murder." Even a half-horse mechanical toy ceased its labor, urging, "Hurry, the pirates have arrived." How could the slain individual bear such a striking resemblance to Duringer? A cadre of the Don Quixote family? One passerby pondered. Indeed, it truly appears to be Duringer. Another bystander, equally astonished, remarked that a subordinate of Tian Yacha, Don Quixote da Flamingo, had been slain. The strength of the Don Quixote family is well known throughout Dressrosa. Even marine vice-admirals are toyed with by them. It is utterly inconceivable that someone would dare to murder a cadre of the Don Quixote family in broad daylight, right under Da Flamingo's nose. Such audacity is astonishing. At a street corner, a pirate from the Don Quixote family witnessed the entire incident. "This is dire. I must swiftly report to Da Flamingo." With that, he stealthily made his way to the stronghold of Tian Yacha. Baichi, disregarding the panicked throngs fleeing down the street, strode confidently into a breakfast establishment. "Boss, 2 bowls of soy milk and a pound of fried dough sticks, quickly," he called out. "Huh? Where is everyone?" Scanning the empty shop, he mused. Are the people of Dressrosa truly this timid? Venturing further inside, he found the food still warm. "I can indulge now, haha." Baichi seated himself and began to devour his breakfast heartily. "Damn it, why are you running?" A pedestrian collided with Lion Man, who promptly lifted him off the ground. "Master, there has been a murder ahead. An 8-year-old child brazenly killed Duringer, a cadre of Tian Yacha, Don Quixote da Flamingo." Chapter 29. The Wrath of Da Flamingo. Duringer, the subordinate of Da Flamingo, hesitated momentarily, recalling the peculiar individual resembling a hermaphrodite. Duringer, merely a minor figure in the Don Quixote family, an ordinary cadre, was nothing to fear for the mighty Hold'em. With that, the Lion Man Hold'em hurled the person who had collided with him aside. The unfortunate soul cried out as he crashed against the city wall, instantly losing consciousness. "Haha, I was just lamenting the inability to find you, White Chi. I shall come for you right away." With that declaration, the Lion Man Hold'em produced a snail phone. "Beep beep. Speed, I have pinpointed the location of that little brat, 10 kilometers directly south of your position." A girl with the visage of a maiden and the physique of a horse answered the call. "Hold'em, wait there. I will dash over. With my speed, I shall arrive in less than 10 minutes. The speaker was Speed, a formidable member of the Beast Pirates. Known for her capabilities as a user of the artificial devil fruit that granted her equine attributes. Thanks to the fruit, she possessed a remarkable 350-degree field of vision and extraordinary speed, traits most essential for an archer. "Speed, await good news. Watch as I personally dispatch that boy." Ignoring Speed's protests, Hold'em, brimming with enthusiasm, strode towards the scene of White Chi's alleged crime. Hold'em, have you forgotten Lord Jack's orders for us to work together to eliminate White Chi?" Speed's brows furrowed in irritation, her hooves stamping the ground in frustration. Yet, Hold'em had already ended the call. "Who do you think I am? I am Hold'em of the Jack Mammoth pirate crew. My call was merely to summon you to witness my hand in slaying this brat, avenging that fool Sipshead." With no choice but to hasten her pace, Speed galloped forward, her hooves pounding the earth in a frantic bid to catch up. These fried dough sticks are delightful. I must frequent this place more often." In a short span, White Chi devoured a pound of fried dough sticks and grabbed some buns along with milk tea from a neighboring stall. This feast was quite satisfactory, indeed. "Little brat, have you had your fill?" Just as White Chi finished his meal and prepared to bask in the sun, he heard a commotion. Surmising that the Don Quixote family was dispatching someone, it conveniently saved him the trouble of seeking them out. So soon, shifting his gaze towards the source of the noise, he beheld a tall figure with dark hair, a square jaw, a pointed nose, and facial hair striding towards him. Clad in black boots and trousers, adorned with a fierce lion emblem on his belly and a badge-bearing black hat, he wielded a knife. Was this not the Lion Man Hold'em from the comics? To his surprise, it was not Doflamingo's men who arrived first, but rather Jack's subordinate. "Little brat, it's good you finished eating. It will make your departure easier." Hold'em sneered, clearly underestimating White Chi. He was no fool like Sipshead. To think I was defeated by an 8-year-old brat. "Where's that fellow Jack?" Bai Chi, filled with disappointment, inquired. "You wretched little imp, how could the esteemed Drought Lord Jack ever be seen by someone of your ilk?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than Hold'em lunged at Bai Chi with his sword. With a mere pinch of his hand, Bai Chi rendered Hold'em's blade immobile. Hold'em exerted all his strength to withdraw the sword, yet it felt as if it were embedded in iron. Despite his utmost effort, the blade remained utterly still. Astonishment washed over Hold'em's face as he exclaimed, "It appears I have underestimated you." Abandoning his sword, he fixed his gaze upon Bai Chi. "Now, witness this move. Can you withstand it?" Though taken aback by Bai Chi's formidable strength, Hold'em remained confident that this young imp could not possibly defeat him, as he was, after all, a wielder of a devil fruit with unique abilities. "Lion's fire. Ha ha ha. Be consumed by my flames." A fierce blaze erupted from the lion's head on Hold'em's torso, distorting the very air around it due to the extreme heat. The lion's head roared a battle cry. "What a ridiculous fighting style, so ostentatious." Bai Chi chuckled, realizing that the intelligence of the people in this world was indeed quite lacking, as they failed to perceive the disparity between themselves and their foes. Meanwhile, the members of the Don Quixote family had relayed the situation to Diamante. The identity of Don Quixote Doflamingo was not one that just any pirate could approach. A tall, slender man, adorned with earth-toned face paint and dressed bizarrely, was currently reporting to Doflamingo. Reporting, "Young master, the dispatched Dringer has been slain." "What did you say?" Doflamingo's veins bulged with rage at that moment. After a brief hesitation, Diamante recounted the events in their entirety to Doflamingo. "Young master, Dringer was killed by Bai Chi, and there were witnesses." Ignoring Diamante, Doflamingo forcefully slammed his hand on the table and retrieved a bottle of exquisite red wine. Gulping down the wine, he declared, "Someone dares to harm my family. They must die." Chapter 30. Gathering at Dressrosa indeed. "Young master, I shall swiftly bring an end to that little brat, Bai Chi." Diamante's sword suddenly floated and twisted in an odd manner. This was the effect of the flap-flap fruit, which could transform any object into a silk-like, buoyant state, without altering its mass. By harnessing its power, cumbersome and solid objects could be made to float, striking down adversaries with ease. No need for that. Your primary objective is to become the undefeated champion of the arena. This nation requires an idol such as yourself. Doflamingo waved his fingers, and suddenly, a figure identical to himself materialized behind him. This was merely a clone created by the string fruit, showcasing Doflamingo's exceptional prowess in fruit manipulation. A seemingly worthless fruit had been ingeniously developed by him to produce clones and even perform heart surgeries, demonstrating Doflamingo's extraordinary talent. "I have devised a strategy to deal with Bai Chi, hehehe. The world must understand the consequences of crossing the Don Quixote family." Doflamingo's brows furrowed, and the veins on his face bulged ominously. "Understood, young master Doflamingo. I shall proceed to the arena and become the hero of Dressrosa." Diamante bowed slightly to Doflamingo before departing the palace. Meanwhile, the battle continued on Bai Chi's front. A searing flame surged towards him, crackling ominously as the surrounding air ignited. Yet Bai Chi merely smiled faintly. As the flames were about to engulf him, his body transformed into a deep black, and the armament hockey emerged. Although he had been struck by a fireball, Bai Chi remained unscathed. "You little brat, you actually withstood my lion's fire?" Hold'em's expression became exceedingly peculiar, his eyes wide in disbelief. It was astonishing that anyone could endure flames. One must understand that his lion's fire was no ordinary blaze. It was a magical flame born from the devil fruit's lion form, far hotter than common fire. Throughout the years of battle, foes had always sought to evade his fiery onslaught. This was the first time he had encountered someone who deliberately withstood his lion's fire. The diminutive figure before him displayed an unnaturally formidable defense. Surely, only someone of the caliber of Flying Six could contend with him. What a trivial lion's fire. Is that all it amounts to? Bai Chi scoffed. Since he had already forged a grudge with the Drought Incarnate, Jack, he saw no reason to hold back any longer. Hold'em instinctively reached for his sword to unleash the Hellfire Blade, only to remember that his weapon was already under Baichi's control, currently gripped in Baichi's hands. This blade is far superior to the one I purchased on the black market. The beast pirates seem to have substantial resources. It is impressive that a mere fighter can wield such a fine blade. Baichi mused, satisfied as he admired the quick blade he had seized from Hold'em. He advanced step by step towards Hold'em, who felt as if the small figure before him loomed like a mountain, suffocating him with an overwhelming pressure. How can this be? This sense of pressure, a mere 8-year-old child exudes such an oppressive aura. Hold'em's legs began to tremble, realizing too late the gravity of his negligence. He had initially underestimated this young adversary, believing him to be merely a narrow victor over Sepishado. Now, it was painfully clear how gravely he had erred. His carelessness had imperiled his very life. Regret coursed through Hold'em, but what good was it now? Baichi approached him inexorably, resembling a harbinger of death. The lion's head on his belly was filled with dread, emitting mournful howls, subsequently closing its eyes in terror, unwilling to witness Baichi's advance. Yet, the sound of Baichi's footsteps echoed ominously, each step resonating as if crushing the lion's heart, instilling a chilling fear. Suddenly, 3 arrows sliced through the air towards Baichi, tracing a graceful arc. They sped forward with relentless force, their tips cloaked in a dark hue, enveloped by armament haki. Possessing observation haki, Baichi sensed their release the moment the arrows were launched. He sidestepped with perfect precision, evading them effortlessly. "What?" exclaimed the centaur girl Speed and the lion man Hold'em in astonishment. The unexpected arrows, imbued with armament haki, missed their target entirely. Observation haki. They marveled, astonished that someone so young had already awakened the dual haki. How utterly monstrous. Little did they know that Baichi had awakened the trifecta of haki. How despicably underhanded, the one who resorts to hidden arrows. A man clad entirely in yellow, his beard matching his attire, emerged amidst an oppressive heat. Baichi, do not concern yourself with the trifling beast pirates. You have Big Mom backing you. I, Owen, have come specifically to invite you to join the Big Mom pirates. In Owen's eyes, gaining the favor of Big Mom was a coveted dream for many a pirate. Baichi should feel profoundly grateful. Owen's proclamation bore the weight of royal decree. Chapter 31. The appearance of Doflamingo and the Big Mom pirates among the 4 emperors. Only the old man Whitebeard could barely persuade me to join his crew. Baichi cast a dismissive glance at Owen, his eyes seemingly conveying disdain for the Big Mom pirates. This action incensed Owen, for it was already a significant privilege granted by Big Mom for him to personally welcome a mere child. The audacity of this young one, who disregarded the 4 emperors, suggested a profound ignorance of their terrifying might. Child, I advise you to reconsider. If you refuse to join the Big Mom pirates, I will ensure you do not return to Whitebeard. Big Mom does not wish for rival factions to grow stronger. Owen's piercing gaze fixed on Baichi, his words laced with a threatening tone. Hold'em seized the opportunity during the exchange between Baichi and Owen, his trembling legs steadily regaining composure as he slipped away, distancing himself from Baichi to reunite with Speed. Exhaling heavily, Hold'em thought, "Damn it, I thought I was done for." Thankfully, Minister Owen from Big Mom's crew arrived. "You now understand the power of that child, Hold'em. You couldn't even contain him on the phone." Speed scolded, her hooves stomping in frustration. "Oh, haha. My bad for being careless," Hold'em admitted, scratching his head. The lion's head on his belly mirrored his regretful expression. "Let us see how things unfold with Owen. It would be best if he dealt with that child himself. With our combined strength, defeating Baichi would be quite challenging," Speed noted, observing that Hold'em recognized his mistake and chose not to pursue it further. "Humph. What? Does Lord Owen think he can kill me?" Baichi sneered, confident in his abilities. Unperturbed by someone like Owen, who was not even worthy of being ranked among the 3 sweet commanders. "Indeed, if you persist in defying Big Mom's wishes, do not blame my subordinates for their lack of courtesy." Owen glared at Baichi, his body temperature suddenly surging, causing the wooden furniture nearby to ignite. "Then bring it on. I, Baichi, do not fear a mere 4 emperor." Inexplicably, Baichi recalled a classic line from the anime, uttered by Jinbe. "I am to be a crewmate of the future pirate king. How could I fear a mere emperor? Such bravado was truly remarkable. How could White Chi resist quoting such a line? Owen's face was a mask of astonishment. This child must surely be deranged to utter such arrogant words. In all his experiences, he had never encountered anyone who so openly dismissed the four emperors. Owen's eyes sparked with rage, glowing ominously as he began to heat the air around them. You insolent brat, let me show you the power of my heat fruit. The large sword that White Chi had seized from Hordem began to heat up. White Chi's hands darkened with the application of haki, and combined with his formidable defensive capabilities, he remained relatively unharmed. However, as the temperature continued to rise, the sword began to melt. Looking at the molten iron pooling on the ground, he thought, what a remarkable ability. Bai Chi delicately licked the corner of his mouth. The devil fruit truly is an extraordinary treasure. Setting aside the disparity in strength, the ability of the fruit to dissolve an opponent's weapon is indeed remarkable. If it could elevate temperatures to 10,000 degrees Celsius like the theatrical version of a Chino, then the combat prowess would be exceedingly monstrous. TSK, what's this? Have you now realized that there are realms beyond your comprehension, young one? Do not presume yourself formidable merely because you have vanquished a few marginal factions of the four emperors. Owen, observing Bai Chi's expression, mistakenly believed that Bai Chi was intimidated by him, and his pride swelled. He then directed his gaze towards Speed and Hold'em, as if to convey, do you see? Do not think yourself impressive for defeating mere clowns like Hold'em and Speed. Although Hold'em and Speed were unwilling to concede, they were powerless, after all. There exists a hierarchy among the subordinates of the four emperors. In terms of strength, Owen was on par with the 6 flying fists of the beast pirates. No, please do not misinterpret my words. The fruit indeed possesses remarkable qualities, yet this does not signify that its wielder is exceptionally powerful, Bai Chi remarked calmly. He scanned the individuals around him, these so-called elites of the New World, Owen, Hold'em, Speed, and the nearly unconscious dueling fish Dringy lying on the ground. In Bai Chi's eyes, they barely qualified as adversaries. With his formidable physical prowess and the 3 types of haki, he conservatively estimated himself to be on the level of a constellation, a prominent figure. Pardon my candor, but all present are utterly worthless, Bai Chi stated bluntly. Owen's eyes widened in fury, flames erupting from his nostrils, while Hold'em and Speed seethed with anger, yet found themselves utterly powerless against Bai Chi. After all, they could not best him. Taking in the peculiar expressions of those around him, Bai Chi felt a sense of satisfaction. He had successfully played the role of the provocateur once more. He. Such an amusing young one, truly audacious. From the sky, a figure appeared to soar effortlessly, alighting gracefully upon the ground like a bird. Chapter 32. The arena before me stands a figure adorned with golden, short hair, donning a pair of dark crimson, stylish sunglasses, and enveloped in a flamboyant pink feather coat, complemented by pointed leather shoes that exude an air of arrogance with every step. Is this not the renowned king of Dressrosa, known as the Knight Yasha, Don Quixote Doflamingo? As I scrutinize Doflamingo, I find that despite possessing the ability of observation haki, I can discern no discrepancies. Had I not been privy to his skills from the anime, particularly his string clone technique, I might have found it difficult to question this person's authenticity. Truly, he is a master of deception. I wager a chicken leg that given Doflamingo's nature, the Doflamingo before me is undoubtedly a mere clone, a counterfeit. Doflamingo's emergence complicates the dynamics of the battle significantly. Owen dismisses the so-called Knight Yasha with a wave of his hand, stating, I say, Joker, this little brat dares to defy Big Mom's wishes. You must not interfere. I have been commanded by Big Mom herself to eliminate him. The implication is clear. This brat should be dealt with by members of Big Mom's crew. Should Doflamingo take out Bai Chi, it would be a direct violation of Big Mom's orders, and he would bear the consequences. Haha, how amusing. Doflamingo chuckles, surveying his surroundings, where he spots 2 formidable members of the Jack Pirates. Ordinarily, as a longtime collaborator of Jack, he had previously agreed to assist in eliminating Bai Chi. Logically, this task should fall to Hold'em and his associates. However, the situation has shifted. This brat Bai Chi has slain his subordinate, the fishman Doran, and those sent by Jack are no match for Bai Chi. To complicate matters further, It appears members of Big Mom's crew have arrived. While he harbors no fear of Big Mom's crew in the New World, he cannot afford to offend any of the emperors. All of this turmoil stems from the youthful brat before him. Haha, today is a grand occasion. Why not accompany me to witness the festivities? We can deliberate over who this Baichi belongs to later. Doflamingo's sinister laughter echoes, revealing his cunning nature. So, you intend to make me a pawn in your game? Baichi retorts, unperturbed by Doflamingo's presence, his gaze unwavering. The chill in Doflamingo's eyes, obscured behind his sunglasses, signifies his swift calculations. Allowing Baichi to perish here would be too lenient. He has devised a plan that requires a member of the Don Quixote family to ensure Baichi meets a torturous end. Furthermore, neither Big Mom nor Kaido could hold him accountable, thus preventing their ire from being directed toward him. Baichi, you truly have guts. Very well, let us proceed together. After we witness the duel festivities in the arena, we can settle our scores then. Doflamingo sneers, his cold laughter sending shivers down spines, yet Baichi remains unaffected. What say you? Doflamingo directs his gaze at Owen and Hold'em. Since my stomach is grumbling, it wouldn't hurt to take a look. However, Doflamingo, do not play tricks. Baichi is mine, Owen warns firmly. We have no objections. Hold'em and Speed hold no dissenting opinions. Doflamingo shares a strong camaraderie with Lord Jack and would naturally not contravene the wishes of the formidable Doflamingo. That is indeed most agreeable. Under Doflamingo's auspices, the crowd proceeded towards the bullfighting arena, where it appeared that the contest was nearing its conclusion. The victors from the 4 sectors of the arena were vying for a treasure chest affixed to the bull's body. Among them were 2 of Doflamingo's subordinates, Diamante and the Tun fruit user, Mabais. In the duel, Diamante faced off against a warrior from the Longleg tribe, while Mahabais contended with a colossal pirate unmistakably of the giant tribe. Diamante engaged in combat with the Longleg warrior. With a flourish, Diamante's sword transformed into a silken state, folding into a pair of ornate horns reminiscent of a princess's crown. The arena bore witness to Diamante's satisfaction with his technique, his expression replete with ease and mockery. The Longleg warrior, marred by numerous injuries, had evidently suffered under Diamante's peculiar fruit abilities. It is worth noting that Diamante's attire was crafted from iron, buoyed by the powers of the flutter fruit. The once stalwart steel now resembled silk upon his person. When confronting adversaries, this silk metamorphosed into formidable steel weaponry. With a confident smile directed towards Doflamingo, Diamante wielded his distinctive weapon, the princess crown, and charged fiercely at the Longleg warrior. The Longleg warrior, already battered and bruised, could hardly evade such a swift assault. A harrowing scream erupted as the warrior was struck, blood erupting forth as the horns drove into his chest. Diamante swiftly withdrew his sword, blood gushing forth in torrents. The Longleg warrior collapsed to his knees. Utterly bereft of strength, his remaining vitality devoted solely to maintaining his upright posture. The ground became a canvas of vivid crimson, and Diamante cast another glance at Doflamingo. What do you think of this battle, Doflamingo? Came the taunt, yet Doflamingo's face remained shrouded in darkness, a cold smirk curling upon his lips. Do you seek to intimidate me? I find this contest rather lackluster compared to the sumptuous feasts, fine wines, and enchanting maidens here. Such a waste for a fruit of this caliber. If the flutter fruit were to undergo perfect evolution, it could undoubtedly rival the great Shiki the Golden Lion. He was the uncrowned king of Ur, his strength not inferior to that of the pirate king, Roger. Chapter 33. The Rain Fruit. Hee. What a presumptuous little brat. Don Quixote Doflamingo's veins bulged as he remained silent, his eyes hidden behind sunglasses, leaving the surrounding pirates too intimidated to utter a word. Hold'em, observing Doflamingo's silence, taunted. You just wait and see how we will execute you, brat. Let us see how long you can endure. No matter the strength of either side, there will be no favorable outcome for you. In the end, only death awaits you. Oh, shall we have a little spar then? Baichi retorted provocatively, responding to Hold'em's bluster. Aye. Recalling Baichi's defiance against his lion's fire, Hold'em desperately wanted to retort, but his lack of strength compelled him to swallow his words. Hold'em, are you not embarrassed enough today? Speed, having lost her appetite, chastised Hold'em once more. Clearly, she had not forgotten how Hold'em had disregarded her counsel and acted recklessly. Owen glanced between Doflamingo and Hold'em before indulging in his meal. After taking a generous sip of red wine, he turned his attention to Bai Chi. Today, neither Kaido's beast pirates nor the warlord Doflamingo would be allowed to kill Bai Chi. It was imperative that Bai Chi himself delivered the fatal blow. For only then could Big Mom's authority be preserved. Meanwhile, the rotund Mahabais, adorned with a long, dark chest of hair and a red hat, appeared diminutive before the giants. However, with the power of the Tuntun fruit, Mahabais could effortlessly ascend to the clouds and descend with the weight of 10 tons, 100 tons, or even 1,000 tons. As recalled in the manga, Mahabais had employed a force of 10,000 tons against the giant Helding, who ultimately succumbed only after multiple fractures. The giants in the arena, evidently lacking Helding's ambition to become the leader of their kind, found themselves overwhelmed as Mahabais descended, exerting merely 100 tons of pressure, leaving them breathless and on the verge of collapse. Doflamingo's clever machinations were indeed commendable. He had orchestrated a coliseum where the true champions would be his own kin. On one hand, it elevated Diamante's status among the crowd, while on the other, it served as a subtle proclamation of power, asserting that Doflamingo, the Night King, was the true sovereign of this land. "I say, Doflamingo, my wine is finished. Bring me 2 more bottles," Bai Chi stated without a hint of politeness. As the king of this realm, the provisions Doflamingo prepared were undoubtedly exquisite. Fetch this little brat some fine red wine." Doflamingo snapped his fingers. A voluptuous waitress approached him. "Yes, your majesty, I shall retrieve it immediately," she replied, bowing slightly before retreating gracefully. What a splendid life it is to be a small king in this pirate world. Such a beautiful and graceful lady, relegated to the role of a mere maid here, would undoubtedly be a social media sensation or a star in her previous world. One cannot help but admire Doflamingo's hedonistic lifestyle. When will I be able to carve out my own territory, not necessarily a vast nation, but rather a region where all heed my command? The thought alone evokes a delightful thrill. Before long, the enchanting waitress delivered 2 bottles of red wine to White Chi, who gracefully expressed her gratitude. The waitress, taken aback, realized that her service to the Don Quixote family was often taken for granted. I wonder if Captain White Chi would emerge victorious in the arena? Doflamingo's sinister laughter echoed as his gaze fixated on White Chi. Has this fellow finally devised a strategy? If I were to willingly enter the arena and subsequently be slain by Doflamingo's minions, then Big Mom and Kaido would indeed have little to argue against. Even the white team would be left with no recourse, attributing it solely to a lack of strength. However, the warriors in the arena are rather underwhelming. If I were to participate, victory would be assured. It is likely that Doflamingo has never considered this possibility. I say, Doflamingo, do you wish for me to voluntarily enter the arena only to be killed? White Chi remarked nonchalantly. Doflamingo's veins bulged in response. This little brat had seen through his intentions. For years, he had navigated the seas, always scheming against others, yet today, he was outwitted by an 8-year-old child. Doflamingo's expression was one of utter incredulity. Observing Doflamingo's discomfort, White Chi chuckled. However, if the rewards are substantial, I wouldn't mind competing for a championship. The reward this time is the Logia-type Rain fruit. I trust this prize will meet your satisfaction. Yes? Chapter 34. Entering the bullfighting arena, Doflamingo smirked, eager to reveal the rewards, fearing that Bai Chi might decline the challenge. As long as Bai Chi was willing to engage in battle, his grand scheme could be flawlessly executed. Once this young boy stepped into the arena, Doflamingo could rightfully unleash a massacre, avenging the grievances of his family, the Dringers. Ding. Task triggered. Seize the devil fruit and become the champion of the Dressrosa arena. Reward. Incomplete devil fruit encyclopedia, 1/5. Bai Chi was exhilarated, licking his lips in anticipation. Yet he hesitated to respond immediately. Was the fruit truly mediocre? Let me ponder. Doflamingo's fingers trembled with rage, wishing he could instantly eliminate Bai Chi with his strings. However, he was surrounded by the inebriated Owen and the Lion Man, Hold'em, representatives of the Kaido, and Big Mom pirate crews. Moreover, Bai Chi himself was the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, the strongest pirate crew in the world. To offend 3 of the 4 emperors simultaneously was an unprecedented folly. Observing Doflamingo's restrained fury, Bai Qi couldn't help but chuckle. Very well, let us call this fruit worthless, should I emerge victorious. How about you grant me an additional 1 billion berries? Bai Qi remarked, his interest piqued. This could turn into a lucrative venture for me, devil fruits, wealth. And the system's reward of the devil fruit encyclopedia, I desire them all. Hee. It seems Captain Bai Qi is quite confident in his abilities. This is not difficult at all. Should Captain Bai Qi triumph, not only will I provide you with 10 billion berries, but I shall also overlook the blood feud with the Dringers. Doflamingo, sensing Bai Qi's interest, readily consented, for in his eyes, Bai Qi was already as good as dead. I trust you will keep your word. A man possessing Conqueror's haki should not be untrustworthy, Bai Qi said, suddenly adopting a serious demeanor. Humph. Bring me the agreement. Doflamingo commanded his slug-like subordinate, Torpol, who was stationed next to his throne. Understood, Doflamingo. Torpol, with mucus trailing, scuttled away, casting a glance at Bai Qi that resembled one reserved for a corpse. An agreement? It seems Doflamingo had devised a plan long ago. I wonder what expression will grace his face when I emerge victorious in the bullfighting arena? Soon, Torpol returned with the agreement. As expected, it stipulated that Bai Qi voluntarily entered the bullfighting arena to claim the rewards, with life and death at stake. Haha, Doflamingo, your calculations are indeed astute. I shall sign my name. Torpol watched with a peculiar smile as Bai Qi inscribed his signature. Doflamingo, this little rascal is signed. Then I wish you luck. Bai Qi. Wait. 7 Warlord Doflamingo. Owen approached Bai Qi, asserting, I have stated that this boy must be killed by my own hand, or you will incur the wrath of the Big Mom pirates. Humph, cold Minister Owen. This is a voluntary participation by the little ghost in the bullfighting arena to earn a reward. I am left with no choice. Doflamingo's cunning gaze met Owen's fiery stare as they locked eyes. Then I must also partake in this arena. Owen's fists radiated an intense heat, causing smoke to rise in the air. Doflamingo's fingers trembled as 5 transparent strings materialized from thin air. The atmosphere was palpably tense. Torpol, Hold'em, Speed, and even Diamante, who had already subdued the long-legged tribe in the arena, sensed the unusual tension emanating from Doflamingo's side and turned their gazes this way. This brat, Bai Qi, might very well lead to a rift between Doflamingo and the Big Mom pirates. Humph. Owen, since you wish to join the arena, it can certainly be arranged. All you need to do is fill out this agreement. Doflamingo smirked slightly, his tongue licking his lips, an aura of dominance enveloping him. Humph, Doflamingo. Do not attempt to play tricks on me. Owen firmly inscribed his name, Charlotte Owen. Young Master Doflamingo, this match is indeed intriguing. Allow me to join as well. The snot-nosed slug approached slowly, leaning on his treasured staff. Having collaborated with Doflamingo for many years, Torpol understood Doflamingo's unspoken intent with a mere glance. If Owen entered the fray, controlling the situation would likely become difficult for Diamante and Mahabais. However, should he join the battle, he could easily coordinate with Mahabais to ensnare Owen in his own territory. Meanwhile, Diamante would be tasked with tormenting and ultimately eliminating Bai Qi. With Diamante's lethal techniques, he was the most suitable for the task of dispatching Bai Qi. The thought of Diamante's deathly stardust, watching Bai Qi being crushed slowly by the iron shards from the sky until he bled to death, thrilled Torpol immensely. Speed, quickly write a letter to Lord Jack. We are unable to control the situation at all, Hold'em exclaimed upon seeing Owen and the others join the arena in haste. Hold'em, what do we do? Should we join as well? Speed articulated their most pressing concern. Join. Even if no one else contests, I cannot handle Bai Qi myself. But if we do not join, we cannot report back to Jack. Chapter 35, The Entrance. Hold'em, you must make a decision swiftly. Speed, overwhelmed with emotion, flushed red and furrowed her brow as she shouted at the Lion Man. We must join in. After a tumultuous internal struggle, Hold'em ultimately chose to participate. Their awareness of Jack's ruthless methods left them with no choice. They could easily be suspended for days on end, subjected to merciless beatings. Whether they could endure such torment for 3 days and nights remained a daunting question. In this light, it seemed prudent to navigate the arena without the intention of completing any tasks, but rather to prioritize survival. Joining the arena could also serve as a means to placate Jack, and there remained a possibility of accomplishing something worthwhile. Are you also going to participate? Tory Bull. Hand over the agreement was beckoned by Doflamingo, who wore a sly smile. This match is becoming increasingly intriguing, Tory Bull. In the arena, the Giants were effortlessly crushed by the overwhelming force of Mob Eyes. The battleground was left with only Mob Eyes and Diamante, the user of the Flare fruit. Now, I announce that several competitors will be parachuting into the arena. The real contest has only just begun. The host's passionate voice resonated through the speakers. The audience momentarily paused, then erupted into cheers. The previous battle had been a complete rout, devoid of any excitement. The prospect of new contenders was precisely what the crowd desired. These were all significant figures. I announced that the first contestant parachuting in is a member of the Yonko crew. As the words left his lips, the applause grew louder. No one expected members of the Yonko to arrive. This competition was bound to be spectacular. Hold your applause. We haven't yet revealed who from the Yonko it is. It could be yet another weakling who would be easily defeated by Doflamingo's crew. Indeed, the strength of the Yonko crew varied significantly. Some may even be weaker than ordinary pirates. Yet, despite such remarks, the Yonko crew remained a formidable presence. The audience member who had spoken hastily fell silent, glancing around nervously, ensuring that no one had overheard. The Yonko crew held an emperor-like stature in the New World. Upon hearing the earlier comment, the spectator quickly closed his mouth and exhaled slowly, relieved. The first contestant is Charlotte Oven from the Big Mom Pirates. As the host's announcement echoed, the audience erupted once more. Mouths agape, they were astonished to see such a heavyweight contender. Oven was a minister of the Big Mom Pirates, second only to the generals. Indeed, what a surprise. The bounty on his head is rumored to be 300 million. Oven was undeniably a core member of the Yonko crew, being the brother of the formidable Katakuri. You mean the man with a bounty exceeding 1 billion? Gasps filled the air. This year's bullfighting arena was shaping up to be the most thrilling yet. With heavy steps, Oven made his way towards the arena. As he surveyed his surroundings, a fighting fish suddenly leaped from the water, aimed directly at him. Humph! Oven merely smiled faintly. Heat wave punch. As the temperature of the surrounding air suddenly rose, a gust of hot wind enveloped his fist, which he propelled towards the fighting fish. Under the scorching waves of heated air, the fish was instantly seared, plummeting into the water where it floundered a few times before succumbing to its fate. A spectator exclaimed, Charlotte Owen possesses the powers of the heat fruit, capable of boiling the sea. Is that even possible? Boiling the sea? A nearby onlooker gasped in astonishment. What sort of monster has graced this bullfighting arena? Observing the frenzied crowd below, Owen felt a profound sense of satisfaction as his gaze turned towards White Chi. Just wait, White Chi. I shall proclaim to the world the consequences of offending the Big Mom Pirates here in the arena. It was evident that the audience held high expectations for Owen. The next contestant to enter was Tory Pole, a high-ranking officer from the Don Quixote family. The crowd erupted in applause, bolstered by the widespread adoration for Doflamingo due to his prolonged influence over the nation. Go Tory Pole! Two lovely ladies cheered, resembling enthusiastic cheerleaders. I never anticipated that the Don Quixote family would send two of their highest officials to this arena. Indeed, it seems Doflamingo places great importance on this competition. Tory Pole, the snot-nosed man, declared with unwavering confidence. Following him, the third and fourth fighters emerged from the Beast Pirates, namely Hold'em and Speed. I can't believe even the Beast Pirates have shown up. It appears both are users of animal-type devil fruits, truly fitting for members of the Beast Pirates. This competition promises to be exhilarating. Absolutely. This ticket was worth every penny. The crowd buzzed, brimming with anticipation for the event. Finally, the last contestant was introduced, Captain White Chi from the Whitebeard Pirates. Cheers erupted once more. Chapter 36. The commencement of the competition to my astonishment. This competition features the subordinates of 3 emperors. Bring me the camera at once. I must document this event. This could very well be the most renowned contest in the Dressrosa bullfighting arena's history. Captain Baichi, have you heard of him? A spectator inquired, somewhat puzzled. Is he not the latest addition to the Whitebeard crew? As Baichi slowly entered the arena, The applause abruptly ceased. The crowd fell into a lengthy silence, questioning whether this child could truly be a captain of Whitebeard's crew. One spectator broke the stillness, expressing disbelief. How could I not have known that Whitebeard's pirate crew had such a captain? Confusion spread among the onlookers. I recall having seen his bounty. It stands at 100 million berries, one spectator remarked, tapping his forehead. 100 million berries? That seems overly generous. Likely due to the reputation of the Whitebeard pirates as the strongest in the world, which has elevated his status. But isn't this child merely setting himself up for failure? Just look at his opponents. Two formidable members of the Beast Pirates, two high-ranking officials from the Don Quixote family. And although there is only one representative from the Big Mom Pirates, Owen's strength is certainly not to be underestimated. His power is undoubtedly above 300 million berries. With Baichi's lackluster abilities and solitary presence, it appears that this young child will be mercilessly toyed within the arena. The crowd shook their heads in dismay, clearly unimpressed by this mere 8-year-old. Baichi lazily stepped onto the stage, thinking to himself, "This bullfighting arena will mark my first proclamation of conquering the seas. Defeating such prominent figures from the New World will undoubtedly multiply my bounty several times over. At that point, I shall be recognized as a notable figure across these waters." Previously, vanquishing the likes of the Wolf-Head Pirates and the minor Admiral Olympus was hardly worth mentioning. However, this battle will herald Baichi's name throughout the seas as a newcomer. This is indeed significant news. Who would have thought that this modest bullfighting arena would become a battleground for 3 emperors and a warlord? A middle-aged man remarked with satisfaction. "Lena, ensure you capture the entire competition perfectly. This is monumental news. Selling it to the World Economic News Agency will surely fetch a handsome price." An overweight man, his face glistening with grease, exclaimed with excitement. "Indeed, boss." Lena, dressed professionally, focused the camera on the arena, anxious not to miss a single electrifying moment. After Baichi's entrance, the host continued to announce, "All competitors have entered the arena. I hereby declare the competition officially begun. Hee, Baichi, I will ensure your demise is most unpleasant." Don Quixote Doflamingo sneered, revealing a menacing expression. Flame Windfist. Owen was the first to strike, unleashing a wave of scorching air that surged swiftly towards Baichi like a torrent. The audience gasped in astonishment. The match had barely commenced, yet Owen was already attacking, clearly aware of his mission from the moment he stepped onto the stage. The crowd began to calculate their own strategies. The Don Quixote family exchanged glances, immediately grasping the intentions of their young master. The slug-like Toribol and Mahabais launched an assault on Owen, solely to impede his progress. The user of the Flare fruit, Diamante, charged toward Baichi. "I hope that Owen's strike does not prove fatal. Otherwise, you shall perish too easily, little imp," Diamante murmured. As the competition began, each participant devised their own strategies. Only Hold'em and Speed from the Beast Pirates remained uncertain. "What shall we do, Hold'em?" Speed inquired anxiously. "I reckon that if we engage, we stand no chance. Instead, let us strike when that little brat Baichi is on the verge of death. With my lioness fire and your hockey-infused arrows, we can launch a combined attack on him." Hold'em declared fiercely. "You, my friend, have finally put your brain to use. I was at a loss for what to do." Speed exhaled slowly. In the audience, spectators, witnessing the sudden onset of hostilities, erupted in cheers, some even whistling with excitement. This match had ignited their fervor. "Capture every moment. We're bound to profit, Lena," the plump proprietor exclaimed, his face flushed with exhilaration and anticipation. Meanwhile, atop his throne, Don Quixote Doflamingo remarked, "Young master, with Toribol and Mahabais' abilities, it seems unlikely they can triumph over Owen." A sharp, feminine voice interjected, despite the speaker being a towering figure of muscle. One of Doflamingo's highest-ranking officers, Sika, his physique belied his voice. "Humph, that is of little concern. As long as Diamante can eliminate that brat before Owen breaks free, all will be well," Doflamingo chuckled, his laughter intertwining with Sika's peculiar mirth. On the battlefield, Baichi astonishingly evaded Owen's wind fist. Diamante grinned, "Excellent. Only then can you be my worthy opponent. Let us savor this. Do not perish so easily." Observing Diamante, resembling an Indian warrior, Baiji chuckled. It appears your self-assessment is quite flawed, Diamante. He taunted. Ha ha. Just a braggart, little imp. I shall ensure you face dire consequences for offending the Don Quixote family. To defy Doflamingo is to invite death. With that, Diamante swiftly closed the distance to Baiji. Bullfighting lance. I shall use the very technique that dispatched the long-legged tribe to deal with you. He roared, transforming his sword into a bull's head, charging at Baiji with ferocity. Chapter 37. Dominance Unleashed. Ha ha ha. Unleash your fury upon Baiji, Diamante. Doflamingo exclaimed with palpable excitement. Let the world know that even those from the Yonko crew who dare to provoke our Don Quixote family must face dire consequences. Hee, master. You ought to let me participate in the arena match as well. I shall break that brat's legs. Came the sharp voice of the robust woman, Pika. The audience erupted into a frenzy. Has Diamante truly made his move against that little boy? Indeed, he has unleashed the bullfighting lance. Surely he won't eliminate the boy in one blow? A spectator lamented, alas, the poor child, having just escaped the protection of Whitebeard, is now poised to meet his end in Dressrosa. Yet, young ones who fail to evade the sharpness of their foes are destined to perish upon the sea. In the arena, Owen was besieged by Torpol and Mahabais, unable to liberate himself from their grasp. Particularly, Torpol's sticky chains, a manifestation of his devil fruit powers, ensnared foes with great difficulty. Meanwhile, Mahabais descended with the weight of 1,000 tons, threatening to crush Owen while he struggled against the chains. At that moment, witnessing Diamante employ the bullfighting lance against Baiji, Owen roared in fury, Doflamingo, how dare you employ such despicable tactics to eliminate Baiji? Cur. Mahabais and the slug-like Torpol chuckled derisively. Kill him, Diamante. This is the fate that befalls those who offend the Don Quixote family. Yet, the ensuing scene left everyone utterly bewildered. The bull-headed sword crashed against Baichi's chest. However, Baiji remained unyielding, the steel bull's head visibly dented. Is this a fruitability? Diamante's first reaction was to ponder if the child had indeed employed some extraordinary power. He could not fathom that an 8-year-old could possess such formidable defensive capabilities. Outside the arena, Doflamingo's veins bulged with fury. What trickery is Diamante up to now? Master Doflamingo, it appears that the boy has successfully defended against it. Circa could scarcely believe his eyes, his gaze wide with astonishment. What did you say? Doflamingo struggled to grasp the reality, yet upon close examination, it seemed undeniably true. Diamante could not afford to underestimate this situation. The only explanation was that Baichi's strength was far beyond his apparent frailty. Doflamingo's expression morphed into one of peculiar intrigue. That child withstood Diamante's assault? It truly appears so. After a brief silence, the audience erupted into applause. Lena, how did the footage turn out? Did you capture a close-up of Baiji withstanding Diamante's attack? Boss, rest assured, I secured the close-up. Excellent. This news will undoubtedly be explosive. Upon hearing Lena's words, the boss was immensely satisfied, contemplating that perhaps this recording could lead to his promotion. On the arena, Owen was slightly taken aback, then chuckled, Kid, you must hold your ground. I shall personally bring this to an end. Hold'em and Speed were utterly bewildered, pondering whether they should assist Diamante in dealing with Baiji. Let's wait a bit longer and observe the situation. Baiji cast a cold smile at Diamante. What is the matter, Diamante? Is this all you've got? Brat, what kind of fruit have you consumed? The sword, the serpent sword. Diamante's long sword suddenly seemed to sway in the wind, attacking Baiji from various angles like a serpent. Fruit? Baiji was momentarily stunned. After activating his observation hockey, he effortlessly evaded Diamante's strikes. Is this a joke? Diamante, do you think I am a mere waste reliant on devil fruits like you? A true warrior can reign supreme even without consuming them. An aura of formidable energy emanated. Diamante, perplexed, felt his feet lighten, his heart racing. Baiji loomed before him, towering like an insurmountable mountain. His body felt as though it were being crushed by an invisible force, and he was unaware that beads of sweat had begun to stream down his cheeks. Doflamingo, who is that? He resembles you. Circa exclaimed, his voice irritatingly comical. However, Doflamingo could not afford to find humor in the moment. He clenched his fists tightly, remaining silent. Undoubtedly, Doflamingo understood better than anyone that the kid had indeed unleashed Conqueror's Haki. In the arena, Owen, Tory Bull, and the two formidable members of the Beast Pirates were all astonished. This is impossible. He possesses Conqueror's Haki akin to that of Katakuri. Owen's lips trembled. Disbelief etched across his face. Tory Bull and Mahabais gazed at Baichi, utterly flabbergasted. This wretched brat actually wielded the same Haki as the young Master Doflamingo. How could this be? Speed and Hold'em, however, were trembling in their legs, and at that moment, Hold'em comprehended that Baichi's killing of Sip's head was far from mere luck. Lord Jack has assigned us an exceedingly perilous task. There is no way we can accomplish it. Chapter 38. The defeat of Hold'em Diamante nearly collapsed to the ground, suddenly realizing that Baichi wielded the Conqueror's Haki. Gazing at Baichi, his lips trembled. You little brat. How on earth did you acquire the Conqueror's Haki? Oh, it's rather easy to obtain, Baichi replied without a hint of deceit. He had merely completed a simple task assigned by the system to gain this power. Impossible. Diamante, on the verge of a breakdown, looked at the diminutive Baichi, an 8-year-old possessing the Conqueror's Haki, akin to the young master Don Quixote Doflamingo. Humph, what's the matter, Diamante? Were you not just boasting about killing me? Surely, you're not all talk? Baichi seized the moment to taunt him. Don't think that just because you have the Conqueror's Haki you can do as you please. I will crush you in your cradle. Diamante roared, now completely devoid of reason. Outside the arena, Doflamingo's expression darkened. His comrade Diamante had lost his sanity. Doflamingo sighed helplessly, realizing that descending into irrationality was yet another method of attack associated with the Conqueror's Haki. Doff, Pika attempted to comfort Doflamingo, but words failed him, leaving him to swallow his thoughts halfway through. At that moment, a flaming arrow hurtled toward Baichi at an alarming speed. Hold'em and Speed combined their fiery assault, rushing towards Baichi. The speed of the arrow was so swift that even Owen failed to notice it. Only Doflamingo, observing from above, caught sight of it. Ha! Finally, those two have made their move, he chuckled coldly. That arrow possesses the power to severely wound Baichi. Diamante, seize this opportunity to eliminate him. Doflamingo's grim countenance morphed into a sinister smile. He had resolved not to allow Diamante the pleasure of tormenting Baichi to death, for he now believed Baichi's strength surpassed that of Diamante. As the crowd suddenly reacted, Lena exclaimed, "What just happened? Whose attack was that? I couldn't see it clearly. It was too fast. Slow it down. Let us watch the replay," the rotund owner demanded. As the replay commenced, it became evident that Hold'em and Speed had remarkably combined their abilities. Taking advantage of the dialogue between Baichi and Diamante, both unleashed their most formidable strikes. Hold'em's lion's fire enveloped the arrow imbued with Haki. Its speed doubled compared to usual. Logically, this arrow, released while Baichi was unprepared and at such an astonishing speed, should have been unavoidable. Yet in the replay, Baichi somehow evaded it. Slow it down even further, the curious owner urged. As the playback slowed to 1/100th of its original speed, both Lena and the owner gaped, their expressions reflecting sheer disbelief. They were momentarily stunned. Lena finally spoke. "Boss, if this isn't mere coincidence, it's exceedingly bizarre." Just as the arrow was about to strike Baichi, he executed a slight sidestep, perfectly evading the projectile as it whizzed past him. This boy named Baichi must be given a close-up. I have a premonition that this individual named Baichi possesses an explosive newsworthy element within him. Indeed, boss. Lena dared not be negligent. As the camera shifted its focus from Owen to Baichi, outside the ring, Pika's throat trembled. Has that little brat evaded us? Observation Haki? At that moment, Doflamingo was seized by a violent cough, the veins on his forehead bulging ominously. Cough, Pika. Why do I have the unsettling feeling that our plan is destined to fail? Humph, mere trifles. Though Baichi did not see the arrow coming, his instinctive evasion, aided by his observation Haki, allowed him to narrowly avoid it. Instant movement. With agility maxed out by the system, Baichi reached his utmost speed, leaving only an illusion for Diamante. In the next instant, Baichi materialized before Hold'em and the others. Hold'em's face turned ashen with fright. Speed was equally terrified, his legs trembling as if weighed down by lead. unable to make a single move. Without a hint of hesitation, a dark fist descended upon Hold'em. The lion within Hold'em's belly roared in despair. In that moment, Bai Chi appeared to Hold'em as a demon, and as he met Bai Chi's cold, emotionless gaze, he thought, "How can this little brat's eyes be so piercing?" Yet, after a brief moment of contemplation, Hold'em found his thoughts paralyzed. For Bai Chi's dark fist had already struck toward his head. A bizarre scene unfolded. The sheer force was so overwhelming that Bai Chi's blow severed Hold'em's head, which then rolled across the ground. Suddenly, a betta fish leaped from the water, devouring Hold'em's rolling head in an instant. Speed collapsed in terror, his eyes wide as saucers. His lips quivering, wanting to utter something, yet his throat felt constricted, rendering him voiceless. "I advise you, Speed, do not provoke me further, concede the match. Otherwise, Hold'em shall be your fate." Bai Chi's gaze remained icy, betraying no hint of remorse after the act of murder. Chapter 39. Scaring off Speed. Speed coughed violently, urging himself to speak. With his bow and arrow, he pierced his own flesh, and through the intense pain, he emerged from his terror. Finally, Speed cried out, "I forfeit. Referee, I forfeit. Get me out of here at once. What nonsense task is this? What revenge from Jack? If I do not abandon this competition now, I might perish instantly." Preserving one's life, even in the face of such adversity, is indeed a form of fortune. Just look at Hold'em's fate. He once basked in glory, wielding power in the land of Wano. But now, not even a complete corpse remains. Speed had resolved to leave the competition and swiftly escape the new world. This place was no sanctuary for the likes of him. The referee was utterly bewildered in all his years of overseeing the arena. It was the first time someone had forfeited out of sheer fright. What a useless lot. Jack's subordinates turned out to be such feeble creatures. Doflamingo seethed with rage, having anticipated that Diamante and Jack's men would slay Bai Chi. Yet, he was taken aback to find that Jack's crew, members of the formidable Four Emperors, not only lacked strength but also displayed no backbone whatsoever. "Pika, take some men and capture Speed. I will hand her over to Jack. As a traitor to the Jack pirate crew, Jack will deal with her personally." Doflamingo gasped, overwhelmed by the events of the day. The situation was spiraling increasingly out of control. Even the formidable Doflamingo, with his kingly aura, found himself flustered by this young brat named Bai Chi. "Lena, what has transpired?" "Boss, I couldn't see clearly. The speed was too overwhelming." Lena was equally startled by the unfolding scene. In an instant, Bai Chi had dashed before Hold'em. And the most terrifying part was Hold'em's head rolling away, devoured by the sea creature. How did Bai Chi suddenly appear before Hold'em? Was it some kind of devil fruit ability? Why did Hold'em's head fall? A myriad of questions flashed through Lena's mind. Glancing at the camera in her hand, she realized it might hold the answers. Slow it down 100 times, Lena. Even the rotund boss was filled with curiosity. In the slowed-down footage, Bai Chi seemed to possess supernatural speed, launching himself like an arrow, only to halt abruptly before Hold'em. Despite the 100-fold slowdown, the sequence still appeared incredibly surreal. How did he come to a sudden stop at such a velocity? Was it a teleportation ability? As the footage continued, Bai Chi's dark fist forcefully struck down Hold'em's head. Lena and her boss gasped for breath. Could this 8-year-old child truly be so formidable? This child is a demon. Even those who stood apart, like Lena and her colleagues, were drenched in cold sweat, their hands trembling uncontrollably. "Boss, this boy kills without a hint of hesitation. Is this the psychological fortitude of an 8-year-old? The new world is rife with ruthless characters. We must simply focus on our duties." Lena, give a close-up of the Whitebeard crew's captain. The corpulent boss, though taken aback, had been in the new world for quite some time and had witnessed some brutal scenes. Thus his mental fortitude surpassed that of Lena. Back in the arena, Charlotte and Owen were equally astonished. Who would have thought that little Bai Chi could actually eliminate Hold'em in an instant? They were all members of the Four Emperors, and even Kaido and Big Mom occasionally had minor disputes. Owen was familiar with the man named Hold'em, although he was far inferior in strength. To eliminate Hold'em in such a manner was no simple feat. Gazing at the youthful Bai Chi, he murmured, "Now I understand why Big Mom invited you to join. It seems you possess some remarkable abilities. Sticky chains. Sticky meteor." Witnessing the unfolding battle, Tori Pole hastened to launch his attack. Mahabais. Diamante is likely no match for that scoundrel Baichi. We must intensify our assault. Viscous liquid flowed incessantly from Tori Pole's body, transforming into chains and meteor hammers that raced towards Owen. What a repulsive ability, Owen lamented. While not particularly aggressive, the slime was exceedingly disgusting, once ensnared. It was challenging to escape its formidable stickiness. Meanwhile, Owen had to defend against Mahabai's attacks, and his agitation grew. I must swiftly eliminate you clowns, Owen bellowed, watching as Mahabai's descended from the sky, unleashing an overwhelming force. No longer evading, Owen's fist grew increasingly hot, turning a fiery red, reminiscent of a glowing iron. Scorching fist. His searing fist struck towards the descending Mahabai's. Mahabai's, bewildered, questioned, Owen, are you truly going to withstand my monumental force? Clown, perish. Owen's blazing fist descended upon the corpulent Mahabai's. A cracking sound echoed through the air. However, Mahabai's also bore the brunt of that scorching blow. The sound of searing flesh resonated as Mahabai's collapsed, unconscious, with a large imprint of a fist on his belly, akin to that of a branding iron. An eerie scent of roasted meat lingered in the air. Chapter 40, The Unhinged High Officer Mahabai's. Tori Pole attempted to ensnare Mahabai's with his sticky chains. Yet with a wave of his hand, Owen unleashed a searing heat that ignited Torpole's chains. Next is you, Tori Pole. Baichi shall be executed by my own hand. Owen bellowed in fury. Witnessing Owen's already fractured arm, Tori Pole retorted, Owen, the outcome is yet to be determined. I shall swiftly conclude this, and then execute Baichi alongside Diamante. Outside the arena, Doflamingo rubbed his forehead, muttering, fools, all of them. Meanwhile, Diamante frantically assaulted Baichi with his move, Half Moon Funeral. The immense sword aura cleaved through the arena, as if it were mere tofu, splitting it asunder. Die, Baichi! Diamante roared, his sanity unraveling as he. The mightiest officer of the Don Quixote family was reduced to a quivering state by the mere presence of an 8-year-old boy wielding Conqueror's Haki. The spectators outside erupted in cheers, placing bets on whether Baichi could vanquish Diamante. One was young yet possessed an extraordinary talent, having awakened the Conqueror's Haki. The other was a seasoned pirate, rich in both combat prowess and experience. The odds for both Baichi and Diamante stood at 1-1. I doubt that little brat Baichi can match Diamante. Despite his awakened Haki, his youth implies insufficient experience and strength. Have you ever encountered a man with Conqueror's Haki who was trivial? I place my faith in that young lad. Rena, close up. Close up. The explosive clash between Diamante and Baichi is about to commence. Haha. The rotund proprietor's excitement surged. In the arena, Baichi smiled faintly. Is this your greatest effort? Hardly impressive. He remained still, enveloped in darkness, as the sword aura surged past him, leaving him unscathed. Diamante, witnessing Baichi's invulnerability, was left utterly dumbfounded, his expression one of sheer disbelief. If he had merely dodged the attack, he could maintain some semblance of dignity. Yet, as a high officer of the Don Quixote family, to have his most fervent strike withstood by an 8-year-old child was beyond comprehension. Dressed as an Indian, Diamante stood like a statue, speechless. Armament Haki covering his entire body? Has this little brat mastered it to such an extent? Doflamingo was astonished, having believed Baichi merely grasped the basics of armament Haki. Yet, this level of complete coverage was far beyond mere initiation. This little rascal can envelop himself in Haki, just as I can? Pikachu was equally shocked, his mouth agape as if it could hold a duck egg. It had taken him a full decade to achieve complete armament Haki coverage. The child before him was merely 8 years old. How much time could he have had to hone his abilities? Such talent was truly frightening. At this moment, the once invincible Baichi's gaze turned icy. Diamante, I am about to take action. Do you still possess any unutilized tactics? A scornful gaze was directed towards Diamante, having followed Don Quixote Doflamingo for many years. Diamante had triumphed over numerous adversaries, wielding the advantages of the 7 warlords of the sea. He was privy to certain naval secrets. Adept in both the underworld and the realm of piracy. In the New World, most pirates showed him deference. Yet, this mere novice dared to disdain him. In a fit of rage, Diamante's singular focus became the annihilation of Baichi. With a sinister chuckle, Diamante retrieved several firecrackers from within his coat and launched them into the sky. Delicate pieces of paper drifted gracefully aloft. "This is specially prepared for you, Baichi. Relish it." With a sly lick of his lips, he revealed a malevolent smile. Death Stardust. The whimsical paper transformed into an impenetrable downpour of iron shards, darkening the sky. The spectators felt a heavy weight in their hearts. Gazing at the ominous cascade of metallic debris, one gambler lamented, "I wagered on that little brat Baichi's victory. Now I shall incur losses." Another spectator, who had backed Diamante, reveled in his good fortune, exclaiming, "I told you, that little punk Baichi, despite possessing Conqueror's haki, is merely an 8-year-old child. How could he possibly contend with seasoned pirates?" On the arena, Tori Bull was gradually being overwhelmed by Owen, who observed the falling stardust. "Diamante, you fool, are you truly attempting an indiscriminate assault?" In his fury, Diamante had lost all reason and unleashed the death stardust without regard for Tori Bull and the others. Owen and Tori Bull ceased their battle, striving to shield themselves from the rain of iron shards. Tori Bull formed a colossal slime barrier above his head, while Owen activated Kinbunchika Haki to evade the onslaught, heating the shards that he could not dodge into molten iron, which fell harmlessly into the water. "Boss, that fellow named Baichi is likely finished." A close-up shot revealed Baichi, his expression devoid of any discernible reaction, standing motionless in the arena. Alas, he seems to have been rendered speechless. The boss exhaled heavily. Initially, there was hope that this match would unveil a dark horse to captivate the audience. But now it appears to be a lost cause. Chapter 41. The Shock of Dressrosa by Chi, the dark horse, seems destined to falter. In the New World, where various powers are deeply entrenched, breaking through as an underdog is no easy feat. Standing motionless on the ground, Baichi is not intimidated by Diamante's imposing presence. Rather, he feels no need to evade. A smile curves at the corners of his mouth. For his purpose in entering the arena has always been to announce his arrival to the world. To achieve fame that resonates across the seas, one must create a spectacle. And what could be more spectacular than his most astounding skill? With a grin, Baichi gathers a tremendous amount of energy, activating his haki, and raises his hand towards the sky, shouting, "Tremor attack." The formidable force instantly engulfs the entire arena, explosive energy soaring skyward. While the stardust above appears to be manipulated by some mysterious power, transforming into black ash as if by magic, the celestial dust is shattered into fine particles, scattering across the expanse. The sky darkens further, cloaked in a dense shroud of metallic powder, gradually dissipating with the wind's gentle caress. What just transpired? Lena, replay it. Replay it. This time, we made the right bet. That little brat Baichi has actually countered Diamante's deadly stardust. The battle between Baichi and Diamante appears to be nearing its conclusion. Indeed, a remarkable dark horse. The portly boss, who had been lamenting moments ago, now seems revitalized, brimming with enthusiasm. "Yes, boss." In slow motion, Baichi's attack exudes sheer elegance. The explosive energy in his hands seems capable of tearing everything apart. "Boss, what kind of energy is this? Is it a fruit ability?" Lena, witnessing such a terrifying attack for the first time, is utterly astonished. The boss remains silent for a long while, oblivious to Lena's words. At this moment, his plump cheeks glisten with sweat, his eyes vacant. In the palace of Dressrosa, King Don Quixote Doflamingo feels a parched throat and, after a violent cough, turns to Pika, asking, "Why did that little brat's attack resemble?" Pika, roused from his stupor by Doflamingo's inquiry, responds, "You mean Whitebeard's tremor attack? How is that possible? Could there truly be two tremor fruits in this world?" Yet, Baichi's attack appeared strikingly similar to Whitebeard's, save for its sheer power. Doflamingo and Pika exchanged startled glances, their eyes brimming with a myriad of complex emotions. Owen, too, wears a perplexed expression. Could there be two tremor fruits aboard Whitebeard's ship? Unthinkable. Regardless, Baichi must perish here today. This brat's talent is far too monstrous. If left unchecked, he could pose a serious threat to the Big Mom crew. The prowess Baichi has displayed, whether it be the rare Conqueror's haki found once in a million or an attack reminiscent of the mightiest paramecia fruit, instills deep trepidation in Owen. At such a young age, his formidable strength suggests he is on the path to becoming an emperor. For the Big Mom crew, Having a child with the potential of an emperor aboard Whitebeard's ship signifies that Big Mom will forever be barred from the title of Pirate King. In pursuit of the dreams of the elder and the future of his own pirate crew, such an extraordinary talent as this young boy cannot be allowed to remain. The most astonished in the arena is Diamante, for his most prized technique, the Death Stardust, is the culmination of years of research based on his fruit's abilities. If even the Death Stardust cannot subdue Bai Qi, it is evident that he has already lost this duel. Gazing at the youthful face of the 8-year-old, Diamante exhales slowly, questioning whether his strength is truly so limited. Reflecting on his years alongside Don Quixote da Flamingo, he realizes his growth has been minimal. It appears he has relied too heavily on Da Flamingo and the title of Warlord of the Sea, neglecting to enhance his own capabilities, which will inevitably lead to being submerged by this vast ocean. This principle, which he has upheld since entering the New World, has been forgotten amidst the indulgences of life. An 8-year-old Bai Qi? Humph, his talent is indeed terrifying. Just as Da Flamingo foretold, a new world is on the horizon. Before him, Bai Qi's figure becomes ethereal, and in a burst of speed, he leaves only an illusion for Diamante. In the next moment, a dark fist materializes before him. Even in defeat, I shall maintain my dignity. A flicker of defiance surges within Diamante. He presses his sword against his chest, grateful for his last trump card. With the ability of the flapping fruit, he can make steel as supple as silk. His coat, fashioned from steel, grants him the protective defense needed to turn the tables while Bai Qi is momentarily astonished. A slight smirk graces his lips. All past humiliations can be reversed in this moment. Confidence blooms once more on Diamante's face. Humph, the boy is still too naive. Diamante envisions Bai Qi striking against his sturdy steel coat, a look of shock etched upon his face, followed by an instant counterattack. Yet, reality is harsh. With overwhelming explosive power paired with his haki, Bai Qi pierces through the steel-clad arm of Diamante. A searing pain envelopes him. His chest and shoulder have been completely shattered. How is this possible? Diamante's eyes widen in disbelief, staring at Bai Qi, astonished by the formidable strength of this young boy. Chapter 42. I Challenge 3. Not only did the Western sword shatter, but even the iron armor, which he had once taken great pride in, was penetrated by a single punch. Such power was truly unfathomable. Looking at the broken sword on the ground, as well as his own severed right arm, Diamante could only manage a bitter smile. Had that punch been combined with the tremor of the tremor fruit, he might very well have lost his life. Bai Qi, I never anticipated that you, this young rascal, could be so formidable. At this moment, Diamante felt utterly devoid of any will to resist. The boy before him was simply astonishing. Such a level of strength could only be rivaled by the likes of Don Quixote da Flamingo, the heavenly Yaksha, wouldn't you agree? Closing his eyes, Diamante resigned himself to his fate. In his current state, all Bai Qi needed to do was press the advantage and deliver one more punch to render him completely incapable of fighting back. Outside the arena, Da Flamingo had his hands wrapped around his head, concealing his expression from view. Only a trembling voice could be heard, filled with disbelief that Diamante had lost so swiftly. What a wretched turn of events. Witnessing his family's strongest subordinate suffer such a thorough defeat left Da Flamingo feeling utterly helpless. The Don Quixote family simply lacked top-tier combatants, which was precisely why he had exerted so much effort to recruit the old Sandman. Pika, meanwhile, was profoundly shaken. This boy named Bai Qi continued to surprise him time and again. Glancing at Da Flamingo, who was holding his head in despair, he wished to offer some words of comfort, but found himself at a loss for what to say. At this moment, all words of consolation seemed utterly futile. Just when everyone expected Bai Qi to seize the moment and finish off Diamante, he unexpectedly refrained from attacking. Instead, Bai Qi slowly approached the center of the ravaged arena. If he intended to announce his arrival to the vast sea, he saw no harm in being a bit more extravagant. With a broad grin, Bai Qi called out to the crowd, Diamante the fool is not enough for me to contend with. Why don't you all come at me together? That way, I might find some amusement. His voice resonated throughout the entire arena. An overwhelming aura emanated from Bai Qi, swiftly enveloping the surroundings. His gaze was fixed intently on Owen and the others, exuding a palpable aggressiveness. This not only served to declare his presence to the sea, but also allowed him to test the extent of his own combat prowess. After all, during his days at sea, he had been effortlessly dispatching foes. Such effortless victories had left him feeling devoid of any sense of accomplishment. In all honesty, Baichi himself was uncertain of the true measure of his strength. His brash declarations drew a cacophony of whistles from the audience. Goodness, this little rascal is incredibly audacious. An 8-year-old challenging 3 opponents? That is certainly bold. Although these 3 are injured, they remain 2 of the highest-ranking officers of the Don Quixote family and one of the 4 emperor's ministers. Has he inflated his own reputation? It was crucial to remember that the strongest among them was none other than Charlotte Owen. Alas, he was still too young. Believing that defeating the top officers of the Don Quixote family rendered him invincible, this naivety, thinking one could simply avoid the brunt of danger, was far from wise. Opinions varied widely. Some admired Baichi's audacity and fighting spirit, while others believed the young lad was too brash, lacking the wisdom to bide his time and temper his ambitions. How amusing. This is indeed an enticing highlight, a close-up. Capture Baichi in a special frame. Lena, the owner of the news agency, relished the unfolding drama. The more arrogant Baichi became, the more valuable her news and footage would be. Lena, shoot well. This time, we are bound to make a splash. Lena was equally exhilarated. Having just joined the agency, she stumbled upon such a significant scoop. And she truly had to thank this audacious little brat. The competition, thanks to Baichi's involvement, was bursting with excitement. On the arena, Diamante trembled with rage, having been thoroughly disregarded by the young upstart before him. At this moment, Owen and Torpole also ceased their battle, directing their attention towards Baichi. What do you think? Torpole? Owen inquired, noticing Torpole's indignation. Torpole's gaze shifted towards Doflamingo outside the ring, exchanging meaningful glances. He then replied, I will no longer impede you, Owen. Whoever can slay Baichi shall claim the honor. Deal. Owen declared with bravado as the temperature around his fist surged once more. Diamante, utilizing the powers of the Flare fruit, transformed the colossal sword dropped by the giant competitor into a massive bull's head, glaring fiercely at Baichi. Ignoring Diamante's menacing stare, Baichi turned to Doflamingo and called out, Hey, Doflamingo, prepare the bounty for the victor. Also, fetch me 2 bottles of fine red wine and a medium rare steak. We have matters to discuss shortly. On the arena, Owen, Torpole, and Diamante appeared ashen-faced. Contempt. This was sheer and utter disdain. They felt utterly disregarded. While they pondered who could possibly eliminate Baichi, he was already contemplating the exquisite wine awaiting him upon victory. How brazenly audacious. The 3 men's gazes turned icy, fixating on Baichi. Outside the arena, the audience's cheers reached a crescendo, 3 against 1. 2 of the highest-ranking officials from Doflamingo's family and a member of the 4 emperors were set to confront a mere 8-year-old child. Bets were being placed. Everyone was wagering on how long Baichi could endure. Naturally, there were also bets on Baichi's victory, with odds at 10-1. That meant a wager of 10,000 berries on Baichi's triumph would yield 100,000 berries if he emerged victorious. Yet, not a single soul dared to bet on Baichi winning. No one could fathom the notion of Baichi prevailing against 3 formidable figures, each prominent within the New World. Chapter 43, The Fighting Fish Treasure Chest and the Sticky Chains. On the battlefield, Torpole had already initiated his attack. The snot-nosed Torpole secreted a repugnant viscous substance, transforming it into chains that lunged towards Baichi. Baichi effortlessly evaded the assault. Torpole and Owen exchanged knowing smiles. Suddenly, the viscous substance, not far from Baichi, exploded into flames. The entire arena was engulfed in the smoke of the burning goo. Haha, we never anticipated you, Baichi. We have decided to personally put an end to you. Owen, having witnessed Baichi's extraordinary talent, harbored trepidation regarding Baichi's potential induction into the Whitebeard pirates. At merely 8 years old, possessing the 3 types of haki along with an immensely powerful devil fruit ability, such talent is rare in these waters. Even Big Mom, at Baichi's age, only possessed formidable physical prowess. Yet Baichi not only exhibited robust physicality, but also demonstrated haki and abilities that surpassed what one would expect at such a tender age. As for who would ultimately slay Baichi, that was now of little consequence. Their earlier conversation with Toripol was merely a ruse to lull Baichi into a false sense of security, leading him to believe there would be competition to vanquish him. Now, the two had unexpectedly joined forces, executing a flawless collaboration. Utilizing Torpol's flammable slime, Owen unleashed a remote heating attack akin to a fireball. Even with the ability to foresee, evading such a meticulously coordinated assault would be exceedingly difficult. They awaited the dispersal of the smoke, envisioning themselves tearing Baichi apart in collaboration with the Don Quixote family. Owen and Toripol began to fantasize about the moment when the smoke cleared, revealing Baichi lying on the ground, barely clinging to life. Desperately pleading for mercy from the approaching foes. Regretful of his earlier arrogance, he would weep and implore to join their ranks. But alas, it would be far too late. Ha! On the sidelines, Doflamingo adjusted his sunglasses. Hee. Toripol, splendid work. Doflamingo, we have triumphed. Pika exclaimed, exhilarated by the rapid reversal of fortune. The Don Quixote family, once at a disadvantage, now displayed dominance. Reflecting on the moment Doflamingo and Toripol had exchanged glances, had the battle plan been conveyed then? Collaborate with Owen to eliminate Baichi. Truly, the master is worthy of his title. Long live Doflamingo. A piercing scream echoed. Fetch me my cherished wine. A nearby beauty, attending to his command, bowed and hurried to Doflamingo's wine cellar. Outside the arena, an irate spectator lamented, "What? Resolved in less than a minute? I wagered 100,000 berries." He tore his betting slip to shreds in frustration. "I told you that brat was no good." Did you genuinely believe he was a dark horse? Now look, your bets are lost. How was I to know Baichi was so feeble? Damn it. Weak little brat. You've ruined me. Lena, it's over. We are finished. This news is utterly mundane, putting on a show only to be obliterated in an instant. What is this nonsense? Couldn't he at least hold on a bit longer before his defeat? The portly proprietor, his hands covering his disheveled hair, wore a vacant expression, realizing that the dark horse he had backed had met its demise so swiftly. So many close-up shots reveal a weakling. How foolish I truly am. Boss. It is not over yet. Whitechi has appeared. Gazing at the sudden emergence of Whitechi in the arena, Lena was filled with delight and let out a shriek. What? She looked up at the arena. Whitechi had actually emerged from the water, pursuing the king of fighting fish. A treasure chest rested upon the king of fighting fish's back. Don't run, king of fighting fish. That treasure chest is mine, and the rain fruit belongs to me. Immediately afterward, she plunged into the water alongside the king of fighting fish. Scoundrel! How is it that Whitechi remains alive? Don Quixote Doflamingo was utterly bewildered. Who is this little imp before me? Such an unexpected attack was evaded, and it appeared completely unscathed. Watching the exquisite beauty serve the finest red wine, the scoundrel, Doflamingo, in his fury, shattered the wine, the crimson liquid spilling onto the ground like blood, creating a most eerie scene. The beautiful servant and Pika stood frozen in fear. Pika had accompanied Doflamingo for so long. Aside from Corazon's betrayal, it was the first time he witnessed Doflamingo in such a rage. The audience outside was equally astonished. What is happening? Wasn't he just struck? That blazing inferno did not even singe Whitechi. Regardless of the reason, my wager was not misplaced. Ha. My goodness. How quickly your expression changes. Just moments ago, you complained about me urging you to bet on Whitechi, and now you are excitedly betting on him. The little boss from the news agency leaped from his seat in exhilaration. It is truly not over. This little imp, Whitechi, is exceedingly formidable. In such a situation, to still have the presence of mind to seize the treasure chest from the king of fighting fish, ha. How amusing. This news is not only explosive but also filled with entertainment. Indeed, boss. Lena gazed blankly at Whitechi, this youthful imp repeatedly shattering her perceptions. An 8-year-old can be so powerful. Chapter 44. Full power unleashed. Is he still alive? How infuriating. Both Owen and Toripol were taken aback as they observed Baichi engaged in an exhilarating chase with the fighting fish beneath the water, completely disregarding their presence. Owen's anger boiled to the surface, steam seemingly rising from his body as he slowly approached the edge of the pool. You insolent Baichi! Do you really believe the 4 Emperor's crew is easy to provoke? I shall boil every drop of water in this arena. Prepare to perish. Boiling hot springs. Charlotte Owen roared, his pirate aura unmistakable as the 4th son of the Charlotte family. The audience outside became restless, whispers circulating among them, some even rising to catch a glimpse of Owen. "What is that guy planning?" One spectator murmured. "Isn't he the one who just declared he would boil the entire bullfighting arena's water?" Another replied. Astonishment etched on their face. "Are you sure you heard correctly? Boil the entire arena's water? That is utterly terrifying." Outside, Doflamingo wore a serious expression, muttering, "Boiling hot springs? I've heard of a power capable of heating an entire sea. Truly formidable." He chuckled darkly. "Oh, Baichi, your fate is sealed now. Are you serious, Master Doflamingo? Is that loudmouth Owen truly that powerful?" Pika's face reflected skepticism. "Heh, the strength of the four emperors surpasses your imagination," Pika, Doflamingo asserted, veins protruding from his forehead. The four emperors, akin to four colossal mountains, instilled a sense of caution even in a formidable figure like Doflamingo. Observing Doflamingo's grave demeanor, Sika too adopted a serious countenance. The four emperors, sovereigns of the pirate world, how could he dare to underestimate them? Within the arena, the fighting fish floundered momentarily before settling quietly on the water's surface. The entire pool began to bubble vigorously. Steam filled the arena, enveloping the audience in a wave of intense heat. "It's too hot. What is Owen trying to do? Heat the entire arena? This scoundrel. Does he wish to roast us alive?" Discontent began to simmer among the spectators, yet Charlotte Owen paid them no heed. Relentlessly heating the bullfighting arena's water with his flame fruit. Bubbles erupted in the pool. "Lena, hurry and capture that moment. Let us see how Baichi is faring," the rotund proprietor urged. Baichi sprang from the pool, exclaiming, "Haha, I've got the treasure chest." As he emerged, he was met with a myriad of astonished expressions. "What is the matter? Is it so strange for me to claim a treasure chest?" Baichi wondered, perplexed. "This is impossible," Charlotte Owen bellowed, eyeing Baichi, who appeared completely unfazed. Observing Owen's searing hands and the boiling water around them, Baichi recalled the manga where Owen had indeed boiled seawater. He had been startled then, realizing the might of the four emperors. Yet now, it seemed the boiling water posed little threat. It appeared that his defenses were quite reliable. Why not unleash his full power today? Engaging in a spirited contest, Baichi affixed a treasure chest atop his own body, eagerly preparing himself. "Now, I shall unleash my full might," he proclaimed, revealing his pearly white teeth. "Behold the strength I have garnered from performing 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and running 10 kilometers daily. What is this?" Owen's expression was one of utter bewilderment. Not only Charlotte Owen, but also Doflamingo and others present bore similar looks of confusion. Wasn't this merely the fundamental training of the Navy? Fascinating, indeed. "Lena, make a note of everything Baichi just said. I believe I have stumbled upon a remarkable title." The rotund boss mused, sensing a lucrative opportunity. "Yes, boss," Lena responded, hastily retrieving paper and pen to jot down the words. "Three-color hockey, activate. Tremor attacks initiated. Full physical prowess unleashed." Baichi bellowed towards Owen and his companions, exuding an aura reminiscent of a war god. A formidable presence enveloped the entire arena, while Baichi's fists appeared as indomitable as black jade. "Is he deceiving us? That little brat hasn't even gone all out?" Diamante was taken aback. Having fought Baichi the most, he found it implausible that Baichi had yet to unleash his full potential. To be so thoroughly bested without exerting all his strength? If he truly did unleash his full might, would he not obliterate me? "Do not heed the ramblings of that little brat," Tori Pole consoled Diamante, wiping his running nose. However, Owen remained in a state of shock, feeling that this overwhelming aura was not merely bluster. Charlotte Owen swallowed hard, sensing the gravity of the situation. Outside the arena, Doflamingo's expression soured. "What is wrong, Doff? That little brat is just posturing." Pika's shrill voice broke the tension. "Fool," Doflamingo inwardly cursed. Such an overwhelming presence could only be perceived by the truly strong. It was a force that could intimidate foes without the use of Conqueror's hockey. This sensation belonged solely to genuine powerhouses. In an instant, Baichi launched himself forward, his legs propelling him with such force that the very ground of the arena buckled beneath him. Time seemed to freeze in that moment as spectators, the Don Quixote family, and other hidden factions alike were united in a singular expression of astonishment, gazing at Baichi with gaping mouths, rendered speechless. The atmosphere in the arena fell into an extreme silence. Chapter 45. The instant defeat of two high officials. As Diamante beheld the approaching Bai Qi, shock gripped him. In a frantic attempt, he summoned the powers of the Flare fruit, transforming his great sword into an imposing steel shield. Simultaneously, he maximized his haki for defense. Unbelievable. This little brat possesses such explosive strength? Bai Qi, with his ebony fists enveloped in the effects of the tremor fruit, struck the formidable steel shield. Under the tremendous force, the shield warped and ultimately succumbed to the onslaught. The impact pierced through Diamante's steel coat, delivering a crushing blow to his abdomen. Diamante felt as if his very eyes would burst forth from the force. As he was propelled out of the arena and landed heavily in a black market square in Dressrosa, instantly losing consciousness. This spectacle drew a crowd of curious onlookers from the black market. What happened to this strange fellow? How did he fall from the sky? He appears injured in the abdomen, as though struck by someone. Wait, is that not Diamante, a high-ranking official of the Don Quixote family? Exclaimed a pirate among the crowd, his voice rising in astonishment. The revelation attracted even more spectators. It truly is Diamante. Who dares to inflict such harm upon a high-ranking member of the Don Quixote family? Diamante. Just moments ago, Tori Pole thought Bai Qi was merely bluffing. Yet now he found himself trembling involuntarily. Tori Pole was acutely aware of Diamante's formidable strength. How could this newcomer have defeated him with such ease? With a dry throat. Tori Pole swallowed hard, utterly bewildered. You're next, Tori Pole, Bai Qi remarked coolly, brandishing his fist. Before Tori Pole could utter a word, his body excreted a copious amount of slime for protection. Heh, your true form lies within your very being, does it not? Bai Qi, having perused the manga, was well aware of Torpal's secret. Damn it, how did you figure it out? This is infuriating. Tori Pole seethed with humiliation. The secret he had guarded for years, known only to core members of the Don Quixote family, was casually unveiled by this mere child who had just set sail. I suppose you would not believe me if I claimed my observation haki possesses X-ray capabilities? Bai Qi uttered, a touch of bravado in his tone. Having experienced revelations that shattered his understanding time and again, Tori Pole surprisingly accepted Bai Qi's boast without skepticism. Even Don Quixote da Flamingo, observing the scene, refrained from doubting, reflecting. That little brat possesses quite an array of abilities. He can even see through Torpal's true form. Damn it. This may well spell Torpal's defeat. With a shake of his head, Da Flamingo lamented the tide of events. He could conceive no viable countermeasure. Instead, he resorted to massaging his temples. Overwhelmed by the day's extraordinary occurrences, feeling as if his head might explode. Outside the arena, the atmosphere grew restless once more. What is happening? Diamante, the undefeated champion of this bullfighting arena, has fallen? This kid named Bai Qi is astonishingly formidable. He has once again reshaped my understanding. At the tender age of 8. Possessing such formidable prowess, one can only surmise that a future as one of the 4 emperors awaits. With this development, the Whitebeard pirates can undoubtedly maintain their illustrious title as the most powerful pirate crew in the world. It remains to be seen whether the other 3 emperors will succumb to jealousy over Whitebeard's accomplishments. The crowd buzzed with speculation as Lena's camera once again focused on Bai Qi, while onlookers around her eagerly snapped photographs. On the arena, an immense mass of slime gathered around Tori Pole, enveloping him like a colossal sphere. Charlotte Oven, what shall we do now? Tori Pole placed his last hopes in the hands of Oven from the Big Mom Pirates. At that moment, Oven was equally fraught with anxiety. Bai Qi's strength far exceeded his expectations. Struggling to ensure his own survival, he questioned how he could possibly assist. Initially, he had intended to collaborate with the Don Quixote family to vanquish Bai Qi, thereby eliminating a future adversary for Big Mom. Yet who could have anticipated that the likes of Diamante and Tori Pole would prove so utterly incompetent? The more he contemplated, the angrier he became. You fool. Just go die already, Oven grumbled. Their collaboration had merely been a temporary alliance for mutual benefit, now that the Don Quixote family's officers had lost their value. There was nothing left to discuss. You insufferable fool, how dare you insult me? Tori Pole seethed with indignation upon realizing that Oven not only refrained from offering assistance but also hurled insults at him. However, there was no time for bickering. As Bai Qi suddenly appeared before Tori Pole like a specter, delivering a thunderous punch upon the massive slime. under the immense force. The protective shield offered by the slime proved negligible. Torpal's eyes bulged as he fainted from the impact. Observing the slime on his hands, White Chi grimaced in disgust. How revolting. It seems I must learn some long-range abilities. If I can't engage in direct combat, I might as well strike from a distance. He lamented. Before turning his gaze towards Oven with a sneer, it appears you are my only remaining opponent. Oven, you insolent wretch. How dare you underestimate me? I am Charlotte's fourth son, the esteemed Yellow Minister. I am not some lowly character like Tory Pole. Oven's body radiated heat, turning a fiery hue. With steam billowing from his form, heat wave, he bellowed, unleashing a barrage of fiery energy towards White Chi in a furious onslaught. With his observation haki activated, White Chi deftly evaded each strike. Chapter 46. The ultimate victor. In an instant, the scene unfolded before Owen. With an arm enveloped in the color of armament, resembling polished obsidian, it crashed down upon Owen. Owen, with fervor, raised one arm in defense. The impact resounded throughout the arena. Owen staggered back several steps, leaving the surrounding spectators in a state of disbelief. First, Owen unleashed a barrage of remote attacks akin to a machine gun. Then Bai Chi evaded with the foresight of observation, culminating in a clash that reverberated across the entire venue. Applause erupted from the audience. Outside the arena, Doflamingo's expression darkened. Pika, go find those two fools and send them to medical. Even Doflamingo, typically amiable towards his subordinates, was incensed enough to berate them. Pika, with a serious demeanor, dared not speak further. Understood, Doflamingo, I shall attend to it immediately. Doflamingo, should I send more men to deal with that little brat? Pika made a gesture suggesting violence. Doflamingo's veins bulged. You need not concern yourself with that. I will handle it personally. After Pika departed, Doflamingo's gaze lingered on Bai Chi. Lost in contemplation. What an exceptional talent has Bai Tuan taken under his wing. 3 types of haki, top-tier martial prowess, and the ability to wield tremors, all at the tender age of 8. It is utterly astonishing. Doflamingo harbored a premonition that Bai Chi might indeed defeat Charlotte Owen. If that were to transpire, as the king of Dressrosa, how would he deal with Bai Chi? With such formidable strength and the backing of the world's foremost pirate crew. While Doflamingo contemplated eliminating Bai Chi, he questioned whether he could succeed or risk being turned against himself. A heavy sigh escaped Doflamingo. The arrogance he usually exuded had vanished. I can only hope that Owen prevails against this little demon, or at the very least, inflict some damage. The knight Yasha, with disheveled hair, appeared weary. The ease with which Bai Chi dispatched his 2 most esteemed subordinates forced Doflamingo to reconsider his perspective on the child. On the battlefield, after the initial clash of armament, Bai Chi propelled himself off the ground, channeling renewed energy into his second strike. A tempestuous force emanated from Bai Chi, surging outward, particularly towards Owen. Sweat trickled down Owen's cheek. This is Conqueror's Haki? Having endured the brunt of Conqueror's Haki, Owen finally comprehended why Diamante had almost knelt. The pressure was overwhelmingly immense. His body ached, and his legs felt weak. Truly, a minister of the Big Mom Pirates, having lost an arm. He still withstands my punch and remains standing. You barely qualify as my opponent. A proud aura emanated from the youthful 8-year-old. However, the second punch was even swifter than the first. Charlotte Owen, caught off guard, found his defenses breached. The blow connected with his body. Although he managed a feeble defense using armament, it proved futile. Owen was sent flying several meters, nearly plunging into the pool. Rising from the ground, Owen's face was a mask of shock. I distinctly used my devil fruit ability just now. The little imp's hand striking against such searing temperatures surprisingly left him unscathed. Outside the arena, I exclaimed, this little rascal is on the brink of victory. I had already predicted his triumph, yet you insisted on thwarting my wager. What could I do? Who would have anticipated such a dark horse emerging in this competition? Did anyone place a bet on this young lad's victory? The odds were 10-1. One spectator leaned into another, curiosity piqued over who might possess the fortune to wager, given such enticing odds. Victory. A corpulent middle-aged man, clutching his betting slip and with a cigarette dangling from his lips, erupted into a hearty laugh, drawing envious glances from those around him. Boss, didn't I ask you to place a bet of 10,000 berries for me? You've kept the ticket. right? Lena quickly inquired. Rest assured, it's safe. Your task now is to record the footage. Trust me, it will be worth far more than your wager, the boss replied confidently. In stark contrast to the raucous excitement of the spectators, a heavy silence enveloped Doflamingo as he lounged upon his throne. White Chi, Captain White, how remarkably strong. Doflamingo sensed that even he would struggle to secure victory if he entered the fray himself. On the battlefield, White Chi pressed the advantage, his formidable agility allowing him to swiftly reappear before Charlotte Owen. Your fruit ability is commendable. My fist has been singed. Dare to take another blow, Charlotte Owen? White Chi now resembled a deity descended from the heavens. Charlotte Owen, gazing at White Chi's youthful form, perceived an insurmountable peak. His youth belied such strength. His talent likely surpassed that of many seasoned veterans. The speed was astonishing, leaving only fleeting afterimages in his wake. Charlotte Owen could only rely on his hockey and fruit ability for defense. A powerful strike shattered Owen's shoulder guard and landed squarely in his abdomen, forcefully propelling him out of the arena. The announcer was momentarily stunned before finally regaining composure. I declare the champion of this tournament to be White Chi, the official captain of the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates at the tender age of 8. Applause erupted. This competition was truly spectacular. Indeed, it was a feast for the eyes. If only more such events could be hosted. What are you thinking? Such a caliber of competition is unlikely to grace Dressrosa again. Are you joking? 3 Yonko crews and a Shichibukai vying for dominance is no trivial matter. Who would have thought that the victor would be that young lad? A genuine dark horse. I nearly placed my bet on him. Alas, I too came close to wagering on him. The crowd buzzed with excitement, clearly captivated by the match. Lamenting their missed opportunity to bet on White Chi and thus forfeit a chance at sudden fortune. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for defeating a pirate with a bounty exceeding 300 million. Your observation hockey has been upgraded to intermediate, capable of releasing flowing cherry. Chapter 47. Are you still alive? Does this mean that my hockey has now reached a level capable of injuring Kaido? With the extraordinary strength of my hockey, combined with my formidable physical prowess and an array of remarkable abilities, Baichi believes that even if Kaido were to confront him, he could at least manage to escape unscathed. Moreover, there exists a slight possibility that Kaido may not be his adversary at all. To ascertain whether he possesses the strength of an emperor, one must engage in combat. Contemplating this, a satisfied smile graced Baichi's lips. It appears that his power has significantly increased this time, with such a rate of growth. He would undoubtedly be a formidable force in the upcoming War of the Best. Baichi now eagerly anticipates a duel with Kaido to test his current capabilities. As he indulges in these daydreams, the system's melodious voice resonates once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You have received a reward, a demon fruit encyclopedia, 1/5. Due to your flawless execution of the task, an additional reward of celestial gold, 2 billion berries, has been granted. Almost forgotten, there's a reward. System, open the panel. Ding. Host, Baichi age, 8 years occupation. Captain of the Whitebeard Pirates fruit. Tremor fruit. Ignores the sea. Hockey. Armament hockey. Intermediate. Observation hockey. Beginner. Conqueror's hockey. Beginner. Skills. Light speed / twice per use. Instantaneously strike enemies at light speed. Blink skill. Once. Teleport within 100 meters of any space. Items. Incomplete demon fruit encyclopedia. 3/10. Fish fruit. Celestial gold. 2 billion. 96 billion berries. Rain fruit basic attributes. Strength. Max defense. Maxed agility. Maxed with closed eyes. He can sense the items within this otherworldly space, allowing him to use them freely at any time. Gazing at the newly added celestial gold worth 2 billion berries in his inventory, Baichi licked his lips in delight. The system is indeed generous. Most importantly, the demon fruit encyclopedia has been enhanced. With 3/10 of the knowledge regarding such a multitude of demon fruits, including artificial ones, Baichi feels immensely satisfied. After all, the secrets of the sea and the mysteries of the demon fruits are the grandest secrets of the pirate world. This space spans a full 100 cubic meters. He fervently hopes that one day his inventory can be filled to the brim with treasures. Imagining his storage room overflowing with celestial gold, demon fruits, and other items brings an exhilarating sensation that cannot be described. So, Doflamingo, are you satisfied with my strength? Turning to regard Doflamingo quietly, he inquired, is the berries prepared? I wish to discuss some matters with you, good ones, Baichi said with a light-hearted smile. Doflamingo's veins bulged as he stood dumbfounded for several seconds, his mind racing. Ultimately, he made a significant decision. This little brat was not to be trifled with. If he were to employ the birdcage and rally everyone against Baichi, the likely outcome would be mutual destruction. Furthermore, it is entirely possible that this little brat could drag him down with him, or that the entire Don Quixote family might not even stand a chance against this child. Anything is possible. Even if one wishes to provoke, it is essential to wield the hands of others, with none more suitable than Kaido, the world's strongest creature. A man who even inspires fear within oneself. Humph, I never anticipated your prowess to be so formidable. As for Bailey, there are no issues. Let us discuss matters at tonight's banquet. I assure you satisfaction, dear Baichi. Although Doflamingo harbors a deep-seated animosity towards Baichi, he is acutely aware of his own limitations, understanding that any rash actions would only exacerbate the situation. The night demon, Doflamingo, has ascended to the rank of king through cunning, and he is far from foolish. Heh, Brother Ming, you indeed possess a sharp intellect, Baichi remarked with a grin. Upon entering the lavish chamber meticulously arranged by Ming, Baichi gazed at the gold-trimmed lamp and the grand bed. Brother Ming, you truly know how to indulge, Baichi mused to himself, contemplating whether he might procure a small island in the future, complete with servants, to relish a life akin to that of a feudal lord. Now, that would be the essence of life. Suddenly, the phone bug buzzed to life. My phone? The only ones possessing a phone bug like this must be the Whitebeard crew. Upon answering, a robust and thunderous voice erupted from the other end. Is this the little rascal, Baichi? Are you still breathing? Baichi felt as if his eardrums might shatter under the sheer volume. Such a resonant voice could only belong to that old man, Whitebeard. Yet, must the words be so harsh? Is he cursing my demise? Baichi chuckled dryly. I say, old man, could you not wish me something pleasant? Your first inquiry is whether I am dead? As soon as Baichi's words fell, he sensed a collective sigh of relief from the other side. Listen here, little rascal. You may have raided the Grand Admiral's crew, but you also slaughtered the followers of the Don Quixote family and the drought-ridden Jack, correct? I have news that Big Mom has dispatched Charlotte Oven. Dressrosa's target is you. Hurry back. What are you doing attending some arena? You truly have a bold heart. Do not wade into this murky water. A barrage of rapid-fire admonitions was hurled at Baichi, leaving him utterly speechless. I say, old man, your news seems rather outdated. I have already triumphed in that arena. Baichi shook his head in resignation. Chapter 48. Growth in the Pirate World, where news is primarily disseminated through newspapers. There exists an undeniable lag in information. What? Did Doflamingo relent? Who are your opponents? Whitebeard's face was a portrait of disbelief. Clearly, after White-Chi had dispatched the Don Quixote family and the subordinates of the Yonko Kaido, Whitebeard did not anticipate that White-Chi could easily secure victory in the competition. As White-Chi recounted his opponents, a sound of shattering glass echoed from across the room. On board the Moby Dick, Marco, Diamond Jozu, and others gaped in astonishment. Their expressions a blend of confusion and incredulity. What is happening? Did I mishear? This little brat's rate of growth is astonishing. Father, that kid White-Chi actually defeated someone as formidable as Charlotte Oven. Marco was visibly perplexed. The surrounding captains gathered around Whitebeard, each inquiring, is it true? Father, does that little rascal truly possess such strength now? Whitebeard took a deep breath, the solemnity on his face dissipating as a faint smile graced his lips. This little brat has triumphed in the arena. Moreover, according to his claims, it seems that Doflamingo's family and Charlotte Oven had allied together. A collective gasp arose among the crowd. The atmosphere fell into an abrupt silence. Marco, Diamond Jozu, and Bista stared wide-eyed, their faces painted with disbelief. How could such unfathomable events continually occur around this little brat? While it was one thing to dispatch lower-tier pirates, he now stood capable of challenging two of the highest-ranking officials from the Don Quixote family, as well as a core member of a Yonko crew. Astonishingly, he achieved victory with apparent ease. This child is truly a prodigy. Marco and Jose began to reflect on their own strengths in comparison to White Chi. Although they felt elated to have a powerful individual among their ranks, the thought of this child's rapid growth stirred a twinge of jealousy within them. I say, Jose, if you do not exert yourself, this little brat may soon surpass you. No, perhaps he already has. Marco teased. Jose, feeling rather disheartened, retorted, why are you reveling in this? For all we know, that little brat may have already outstripped you. Ignoring the bickering among those around him, Whitebeard continued to inquire, after winning in the arena, did Doflamingo not retract his words? Whitebeard had previously encountered Don Quixote Doflamingo, the enigmatic joker of the underworld. Known for his cunning nature and clandestine dealings with both the government and pirates alike, he was certainly a formidable figure. Apart from the four emperors, it was difficult to imagine anyone who would dare provoke Doflamingo. It was hard to believe that after losing his subordinates, the night monster Doflamingo would remain so compliant. I suspect he lacks the courage, and I intend to engage him in a significant transaction. I trust he is not a fool. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to see one less warlord in this world, chuckled White Chi nonchalantly. With his formidable prowess, even if he cannot confront the entire Don Quixote family, he firmly believes that eliminating Doflamingo and making a swift exit holds considerable promise. Does he truly mind relinquishing a warlord of the sea? The onlookers were once again taken aback. This young lad not only possesses extraordinary strength, but also exhibits remarkable decisiveness in his actions. His formidable abilities are complemented by a robust psychological fortitude and intelligence. Indeed, our white team has stumbled upon a treasure. I advised, youngster, if you sense any anomalies, make a hasty retreat. Doflamingo is exceedingly cunning. Whitebeard remained somewhat apprehensive, although Doflamingo might not pose a direct threat to the lad. His extensive network of connections is undeniably formidable. If Kaido were to become entangled in this affair, matters could become quite troublesome. Rest assured, old man, replied the boy with a smirk. I'm not foolish. If the worst comes to pass, I am confident in my ability to escape. The corners of Bai Chi's mouth curled upward. His confidence stemmed from his recent acquisition of the blink skill. Even if Kaido were to arrive and prove overwhelming, this blink ability is nothing short of a game-changer. With the capacity to teleport within 100 meters, how exhilarating. Bai Chi licked his lips in anticipation. As the call ended, a profound silence enveloped the deck, with Whitebeard and the others lost in thought. After a moment, Whitebeard chuckled ruefully. This young lad is likely stronger than I was at his age. The others did not contest this assertion. Marco, with a peculiar expression, turned to Jose and inquired, do you recall what the lad proclaimed upon boarding our ship? What did he say? Jose scratched his head, perplexed. I remember him stating that he aims to rule the entire sea. This declaration rendered the atmosphere once more silent. After a lengthy pause, Jose spoke hesitantly. Given this young one's talent, if he develops properly, who knows what the future may hold? Marco, to rule the seas? That is a stature beyond that of the Pirate King. Even Whitebeard could not maintain his composure. One could only wonder how grand Bai Chi's ambitions must be. Indeed, a new era is on the horizon, Roger. A resounding laughter echoed throughout the deck. Chapter 49, The Banquet with Doflamingo in the highest chamber of Dressrosa Castle. Doflamingo was hosting the evening feast. The grand dining table was graced by Doflamingo, Viola, and Pika. Viola cast a glance at the two vacant seats, a smile creeping across her face, likely belonging to the imbeciles Treble and Diamante. Candles illuminated the entire floor, while maids pushed carts laden with exquisite delicacies and fine wines. Viola held a large duck leg in her left hand and foie gras in her right, relishing every bite. Wiping the grease from her mouth, she grinned and requested another medium-rare steak from a nearby maid. Yes, Lady Viola, I shall prepare it immediately, the beautiful maid replied, surprised, and hurriedly bowed before departing. What a delightful experience this is. Indeed, only a king could enjoy such luxuries. Observing her rounded belly, Viola reclined in her chair and sighed contentedly. Doflamingo, your lifestyle here is quite splendid. Humph, if you envy it, why not join the Don Quixote family? Doflamingo replied slyly. Although we may not possess the strength of the Whitebeard crew, our treatment here is 100-fold superior. Look around at the gourmet food, fine wine, beautiful women, treasures, and power. Anything you desire can be yours, Lady Viola. Upon finishing, Doflamingo licked his lips, his face brimming with anticipation. If he could win this young girl over to the Don Quixote family, Doflamingo was confident that, with his cunning and the strength of his pirate crew, he could one day stand against the Yonko. Indeed, the capital to challenge the Yonko lay in this youthful prodigy. If she grows well, she may one day reach the level of the Yonko, Doflamingo mused. If she could aid him in contending with the Yonko, he would not hesitate to forgive even the killing of a high-ranking officer. Doflamingo had always been a shrewd individual, and he considered his so-called subordinates as family, merely a means of governance. Doflamingo, if you wish to recruit me, you may as well forget it. Although life here is pleasant, acquiring it would be quite simple for me, Viola replied nonchalantly. What did you say? Our young master's affection for you is a blessing. Pika, seated nearby, could no longer contain himself. How dare this little brat disregard Doflamingo so brazenly? His sharp voice was almost comical. One must recognize that the name of the night monarch, Doflamingo, instilled fear in many. He was a king of the underworld. Even the navy would not dare to adopt such a tone with Doflamingo. This young imp, relying on a modicum of strength, dared to disregard the Don Quixote family? Pika could scarcely endure it. Waiting for Doflamingo's command to unleash the entire armed force of Dressrosa against Viola. At that moment, no matter how formidable she was, even two fists would struggle against four hands. Ha! Viola laughed heartlessly, her white teeth gleaming. I must ask, how is it that someone so robust in physique speaks with such a delicate tone? Viola couldn't help but mock him. What? This was Pika's first experience of such humiliation, his eyes filled with rage, lips quivering incessantly. Doflamingo, this scoundrel, how dare he mock me? Upon hearing the voice of Pika, Baichi could not help but burst into laughter once more. Having just consumed a substantial meal, the laughter caused a twinge of discomfort in his abdomen. Nearby, a pirate's eyes widened in shock, and trembling, he muttered to his companion, It's over. This little brat is doomed. I remember the last time someone without color dared to laugh upon hearing Pika's voice. They were dragged out by Don Quixote Doflamingo and executed. For heaven's sake, stop talking. If Doflamingo hears us, we are all finished. Another pirate urgently warned. Speaking carelessly at Doflamingo's banquet can lead to death. The two pirates lowered their heads, bracing themselves for Doflamingo's wrath. To dare mock the highest-ranking officer of Doflamingo, who was akin to family, could only result in one fate, death. Pika. While we are discussing matters, refrain from interjecting. Doflamingo's veins bulged as he struggled to maintain his composure. What? Upon hearing this, the surrounding pirates and maids gasped in disbelief. Their mouths agape. It was hard to fathom that such words could escape the lips of a king who treated his subordinates like family. What manner of background did this little imp possess? Had they witnessed the arena match, they would not have been so astonished. They were unaware of the true nature of this youthful prodigy before them. Doflamingo. Pika could hardly believe that today the young master had spoken to him in such a manner for the sake of an outsider. Doflamingo, I refuse to partake in this meal. Pika's body trembled with fury as he withdrew. The surrounding maids and pirates were witnessing, for the first time, Doflamingo embroiled in a dispute with his subordinate, and they were rendered speechless in fear. Though Doflamingo's fingers twitched incessantly, his facial expression remained largely unchanged. I apologize, Baichi-kun. My crew is accustomed to freedom and has lacked proper management. I hope for your understanding. Doflamingo concluded with a smile that was more painful than tears as he turned to Baichi. Rest assured, I am not bothered. Such a clown does not warrant my concern, Baichi replied coolly. The crowd was once more taken aback. Their eyes widened in disbelief, throats dry. Yearning to cough yet fearing Doflamingo's ire, they stifled their reactions. The king of Dressrosa was evidently just exchanging pleasantries with you. According to etiquette, you ought to express your gratitude. Mocking others could indeed be considered an offense. Who exactly was this 8-year-old brat? Even the son of an emperor should not be so audacious. Could he possibly be the offspring of some esteemed celestial dragon? Otherwise, who could command such treatment from Doflamingo? Doflamingo's expression darkened. Amidst the throngs of onlookers at this banquet, Baichi showed him no respect. He hurriedly shifted the topic. Let us speak of the matter at hand. Shall we? What brings you to me today? Is it a favorable matter? Chapter 50. Business with Doflamingo. When Bai Chi spoke of his intentions, it was evidently related to arms trade. Oh, arms? Doflamingo expressed surprise. Could this mere child wish to procure weapons? Observing the 8-year-old before him, it seemed implausible that he would seek to build his own faction. However, upon reflection, Bai Chi, despite his youth, was indeed the captain of the Whitebeard pirates. It would be surprising for him to seek arms on behalf of Whitebeard. Yet, what Bai Chi said next left Doflamingo utterly astounded. I am preparing to gather a small crew, and I require weapons worth 200 billion. What? Doflamingo was flabbergasted. This 8-year-old intended to assemble a crew? Furthermore, a deal worth 200 billion. Gazing at the youthful figure before him, Doflamingo increasingly felt he had underestimated Bai Chi. Intriguing indeed. Doflamingo scrutinized Bai Chi with keen interest, sensing that the boy's ambitions extended beyond merely forming a pirate crew. It was customary for ordinary pirate crews to operate with arms worth tens of billions. A request for 200 billion was excessive. Doflamingo was curious about Bai Chi's motives for such a vast arsenal. Oh, is that too much? Bai Chi surveyed Doflamingo and remarked, such a substantial transaction is certainly desirable. I am merely curious as to your purpose for acquiring so many weapons. Of course, you are under no obligation to disclose this, as it is your prerogative as a client. Doflamingo maintained his smile. I do not hesitate to reveal that I intend to assemble an army to confront the Navy. Bai Chi spoke truthfully. To advance to the next stage of his system, he was bound to complete certain tasks, which inevitably included the impending war at Marineford. Since a confrontation with the Navy was unavoidable, it was prudent to take the initiative to ensure success in the upcoming war to rescue Ace. Bai Chi resolved to create an elite force and enlist various peripheral factions for his cause. The Navy, you say? Doflamingo observed Bai Chi intently, his gaze revealing no sign of deception. Was this child truly intent on challenging the Navy? Surely he was mad. Even the 4 emperors lacked the audacity to confront such a formidable force. The world was dominated by 3 principal powers, with the Navy reigning supreme. It was the true master of the seas, boasting admirals whose strength rivaled that of the 4 emperors, alongside legendary figures like Garp and Sengoku. To oppose the Navy was no simple feat. Even the most powerful pirate crew in existence, the Whitebeard pirates, did not dare to act so recklessly. Yet here was an 8-year-old who harbored such ambitions. He was either a fool or a born leader. You are dreaming, Bai Chi. While I concede your remarkable prowess and talent on par with the 4 emperors, you must realize that even with such strength, opposing the Navy is a daunting challenge. Doflamingo remarked, chewing his words thoughtfully. He was intrigued to discern whether Bai Chi was merely a Navi child or a genuine prodigy, merely a mere 4 emperors. My ultimate ambition is to dominate all realms beneath the vast expanse of the sky. An overwhelming aura radiates from Bai Chi, sweeping across the 4 corners of the world. To my astonishment, Don Quixote Doflamingo has broken into a sweat, conqueror's haki. Doflamingo is taken aback. Yet, this young lad has not even unleashed conqueror's haki. Could it be that this child's presence alone exudes such formidable power? If that is indeed the case, then this young one might truly be a remarkable figure, rivaling the likes of the Pirate King, Roger. After a brief silence, a sinister chuckle escapes Doflamingo's lips. Ah, young one, you are indeed a character. For this arms deal, I shall offer you the goods at cost. Oh, this revelation catches Bai Chi off guard. Don Quixote Doflamingo is a shrewd individual, a quintessential merchant. When a merchant is willing to concede profit, it is undoubtedly for a greater gain. Perplexed, Bai Chi inquires directly, Mr. Don Quixote, what is the purpose of your concession? It is merely a preparatory measure for the advent of a new era upon the seas. I also hope to collaborate more with you, Bai Chi. May we mutually benefit and support one another. The latter part of his statement, emphasizing mutual support, carries significant weight, and Bai Chi comprehends its implications. This mirrors the relationship between Doflamingo and Jack the Drought. By conceding a slight advantage, Doflamingo can secure a formidable ally, discerning well the balance of importance. Moreover, this ally may well possess the potential to ascend to the ranks of the 4 emperors in the future. In a world rife with tumultuous forces, where new powers clash with the old, the established representative of the former, Kaido, has become Doflamingo's ally, ensuring his stability for decades. However, with the rise of new powers, the upcoming decades for the Don Quixote family in alliance with Kaido do not guarantee security. Thus, it is prudent to forge connections with increasingly powerful factions, particularly those that embody the future. Clearly, in Doflamingo's eyes, Baichi stands as the quintessential representative of future power. Chapter 51. The Captive's Speed. Upon hearing Baichi's thoughts, Doflamingo's attitude towards him underwent a remarkable transformation. This young rascal was likely a true formidable figure. It was imperative not to openly offend this audacious child. Darangia was merely an inconsequential subordinate, whose standing in Doflamingo's eyes was rather negligible. Now that Baichi was set to confront the Navy, he would probably acquire even more arms than those procured by Jack in the future. Losing Darangia would be of little consequence to him. As for the incident involving the young rogue slaying Cyphus Hade, Doflamingo resolved to allow the beast pirates to handle their own affairs. Cautiously, Doflamingo chose to refrain from intervening in the enmity between Baichi and Jack. Rest assured, Doflamingo, since you have shown your sincerity, I shall not treat you unfairly. We shall look out for each other in the future. Recognizing Doflamingo's perceptiveness, Baichi felt compelled to reciprocate his courtesy. This exchange astonished the surrounding maids and pirates alike. One maid, having distanced herself from the banquet, relayed her astonishment to her companions. Do you know what I just witnessed at the banquet? I can scarcely believe it. What happened? A sensational story? Inquired another curious maid. That young rascal Baichi, who repeatedly affronted Doflamingo, faced no repercussions whatsoever. That's impossible. The maids gasped in disbelief. They were well aware of Doflamingo's reputation. Aside from Kaido, they had never seen him fear anyone. Offending Doflamingo was one thing. Even the slightest misstep could provoke his ire. Doflamingo was the type who toyed with Navy vice admirals. What esteemed guest could command such attention from King Doflamingo? It was evident that the king had lowered his stance considerably, promising mutual support. While it might be an exaggeration to say his demeanor was exceedingly humble, it was indeed rare for Doflamingo to remain composed during a meal after being insulted. The maids were puzzled as to why Doflamingo would treat an 8-year-old child with such deference. Who is this person? Do you know him? One maid asked, her wide eyes brimming with curiosity. I don't know him. He is just an 8-year-old child, replied another maid. An 8-year-old? Could he be that child from the arena? One maid seemed struck by lightning, her jaw agape in shock. How do you know him? The crowd drew closer, intrigued. He is the victor from today's arena match. I heard from our kingdom's guards, she explained. But what? The maids leaned in, eager for more. It appears he has killed Darangia from the Don Quixote family. Initially believing it to be a mere banquet, they now realized that the king harbored considerable apprehension towards him. The maids exchanged doubtful glances, unable to comprehend why the king had not executed Baichi, instead choosing to host a banquet for the very individual who had slain Darangia. At this revelation, a collective gasp rippled through the maids. What sort of background did this child possess? Could he be the offspring of one of the 4 emperors? Having obliterated his own kin, how is it that Doflamingo, with his notorious temperament, remains unperturbed? As the onlookers ponder this enigma, Pika arrives with a contingent of followers, causing the maids to scatter in fright. For they are well aware that Doflamingo, the king of Dressrosa, detests such gossip. To be caught in a discussion of the upper echelons could yield severe repercussions. One might find themselves transformed into a mere plaything by sugar or relegated to the status of an unceasing laborer. As Pika strides forward, he grumbles, that wretched Bartolomeo. It was merely luck on his part. If Doflamingo were to send me to the arena, I would surely incapacitate that brat. I fail to comprehend what Doflamingo fears. Behind Pika, the pirates are escorting a figure, none other than Speed, who had been frightened into withdrawing from the competition by Bartolomeo. Tears stream down Speed's face as he pleads. Pika, please let me go. Do not hand me over to Jack. His cries echo in vain. Pika, in a foul mood, is further vexed by the woman's incessant chatter. Keep an eye on her. She must not escape. In a moment, she will be delivered to Lord Doflamingo. Silly woman, silence yourself. A piercing voice rings out. And one pirate, his face flushed with embarrassment, can no longer contain his laughter. Upon hearing the laughter, Pika's anger flares. What is it today? That so many things provoke my wrath? Even a subordinate dares to mock me? With a powerful arm, he hoists the pirate above his head. Spare me, Pika. I shall never dare again. The once-laughing pirate now wails in despair. Without hesitation, Pika crushes him, blood splattering in all directions. He discards the lifeless body onto the ground. Dare I see anyone else laugh at me? Pika's strange voice reverberates once more. The surrounding pirates, now silenced by dread, are enveloped in a somber realization. One of their own has been executed for a mere chuckle. Indeed, the pirate's life is fraught with peril. Chapter 52. The Target Woman-S Nation in Dressrosa. The royal banquet was in full swing. "Let us raise our glasses, Doflamingo," Baichi exclaimed, lifting his gleaming wine glass amidst the interplay of lights. In his previous life, Baichi had navigated the formalities of grand hotel gatherings, and fortunately, the dining etiquette in the pirate world was quite similar to that of his past life. He moved through the proceedings with ease. Doflamingo, observing quietly, was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this 8-year-old child possessed such an understanding of banquet etiquette. At such a tender age, he was powerful, talented, adept at forging alliances, and well-versed in social niceties. To Doflamingo, these attributes embodied the charisma of a true leader. And this young boy already exhibited them. Doflamingo, feeling a surge of excitement, licked his lips. It appeared that he had not erred in selecting this partner. A crisp sound echoed through the hall as Baichi and Doflamingo downed their drinks, the rich red wine flowing into their mouths. Wiping the wine from his lips, Baichi scrutinized the formidable Doflamingo before him. "Tell me, Doflamingo, would you be interested in joining me to overthrow the Navy?" Baichi inquired suddenly. Doflamingo was momentarily taken aback, his mind racing to comprehend the implications of the child's words. Overthrow the Navy? What did this child mean? Baichi. By supplying you with arms, am I not effectively joining you in your endeavor against the Navy? Doflamingo chuckled, casting a sidelong glance at Baichi. However, Doflamingo was not inclined to agree. At his core, he was a businessman. Although he harbored a desire to defeat the Navy, opposing them offered no tangible benefits for the Don Quixote family. Engaging the Navy was a reckless venture. After all, the Navy was the true sovereign of these seas. No one could withstand their might, not even the legendary Whitebeard pirates. Generally, opposing the Navy led to dire consequences. Even the pirate king, Roger, had met his end at their hands. Doflamingo contemplated what this young boy might become, hoping he would not be extinguished by the Navy too soon. For he was a valuable ally. The longer Baichi thrived and grew stronger, the more advantageous the partnership would be for Doflamingo. Observing Doflamingo, Baichi chuckled softly. It seemed that this cunning man was indeed shrewd. Nevertheless, Baichi did not expect Doflamingo to join him in confronting the Navy at this moment. After all, Doflamingo was no fool. In the pirate world, aside from the Revolutionary Army, who would willingly provoke the Navy without a vested interest? I merely asked in jest. We can discuss opposing the Navy in the future, Baichi remarked, displaying his own sagacity. He had no intention of pressuring Doflamingo into conflict. Once his strength reached a formidable level, there would be ample opportunities to entice Doflamingo. Perhaps in that future, Doflamingo would come to him, seeking collaboration against the Navy. In the future? Doflamingo mused, perplexed. Did this young boy truly intend to enlist him in a rebellion against the Navy? What an audacious character. Baichi-kun. It seems you have even devised strategies against the Navy, haven't you? Don Quixote Doflamingo has once again taken an interest in Baichi. In the future, a grand war is destined to unfold between the Navy and a certain Yonko crew, during which most of the 7 warlords will inevitably be drawn in. My strategy is to win over the 7 warlords to unite with the Yonko against the Navy, Baichi remarked, casting a glance at the waning moon in the sky. It appeared as though the battle was vividly etched in Baiji's mind. Observing Baiji's serious demeanor, Doflamingo was taken aback. How could this young boy speak with such conviction? Predicting a war between the Yonko and the Navy? It is worth noting that there has not been a significant conflict between the Navy and the Yonko for many years. This young lad speaks with such certainty. Could he possibly possess the ability to foresee the future? This little one is truly astonishing. Baichi-kun, are you so certain? What is your basis for this? Doflamingo inquired, puzzled. You will know in due time, Baichi replied, offering no further explanation. I only hope that, considering our business partnership, you will join our side. Baiji's gaze fixed intently on Doflamingo. Doflamingo chuckled in a peculiar manner, refraining from answering. Joining you? That would depend on whose power prevails over the Navy. Naturally, the stronger party will reap greater benefits. Justice must triumph. That is an absolute truth. After all, justice forever belongs to the victors. Sensing Doflamingo's reluctance to address the question, Baiji sighed. Well then, it appears I must present some benefits to entice you. I will make you see clearly, Doflamingo. Joining me is your best option. Baiji understood that his foremost priority was to enhance his own strength. Otherwise, all discussions would be futile. Even if others wished to join him, lacking sufficient power would only lead to abandonment. Baiji-kun, I sincerely hope you grow stronger. At that point, I may consider joining you. At the very least, you would be far superior to the hypocritical Navy, Doflamingo candidly stated. Cheers. Clink. Two glasses collided, the crimson wine swaying within them. Baiji was quite satisfied with today's conversation. At the very least, his primary objective of acquiring arms had been achieved. Doflamingo had also extended an olive branch, and as long as Baiji proved his strength, Doflamingo's character would surely lead him to switch sides during the impending war. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, on successfully trading with Doflamingo. You have triggered a passive quest. Reward: Celestial Gold, 100 billion berries, 1 instance of lightspeed slash. Wow, now I have money, Baiji exclaimed, excitement illuminating his face as he licked his lips. He promptly handed over the previously acquired 20 billion celestial gold to Doflamingo. Celestial gold? Doflamingo's eyes widened in shock. Little brat, how could you possibly possess such an amount of celestial gold? Doflamingo's first reaction was to suspect that Baiji, like himself, had pilfered from the celestial dragons. Do not be overly excited, Doflamingo. Though I would love to join you in robbing the celestial dragons, I have even more pressing matters to attend to. This wealth is all my own, Baiji replied nonchalantly, as if the money held no significant value in his eyes. Fascinating. Since you are so generous, follow me. I have already prepared your arsenal. Don Quixote Doflamingo has increasingly become intrigued by this young lad. He even anticipates the battle between the 4 emperors and the Navy. As mentioned by Baiji, should Baichi's side attain a power level comparable to the Navy, he would not hesitate to ally himself with Baiji. Shredding those hypocritical representatives of justice, the Navy is the very ambition Doflamingo has long harbored. As Baiji accompanied Doflamingo to the armory, a smirk played upon his lips. System, display my panel. Ding. Host, Baiji age, 8 occupation, captain of the Whitebeard pirates fruit, trimmer fruit, ignores the sea, hockey, armament hockey, beginner, observation hockey, beginner. Conqueror S hockey, beginner. Skills, lightspeed slash, 3 times per use, instantly strikes the enemy at lightspeed. Blink skill, instantaneous movement within 100 meters. Items, fragmented devil fruit encyclopedia, 30%. Fish fruit, heavenly gold, 100 billion berries, 96 billion berries. Rain fruit base attributes, strength, max defense, maxed agility, maxed he. After dealing with Doflamingo, the next target shall be Amazon Lily, the Empress Hancock of the Kuja pirates. This woman, whose beauty has the power to elicit forgiveness from the entire world. In my scheme, the Empress is an unavoidable figure. In the anime, wasn't that fool Luffy able to reach the Great Prison so smoothly thanks to her assistance? The world's most formidable prison, impelled down, harbors a treasure trove of criminals for me. How could I let that scoundrel Blackbeard profit from it? In short, whatever you dare to recruit, I, Baiji, shall also dare to pursue. As Baiji made his way toward the armory, his mind began to wander with thoughts. Chapter 53. Encounter with Spica. On the way to the armory, they fortuitously crossed paths with Spica and his entourage. Upon spotting Baiji, Spica indignantly turned his head away. That wretched brat has offended the Don Quixote family and yet still receives the favor of the young master, Doflamingo. Should I catch you, I will surely take vengeance for Duringer. Spica, with muscles prominently displayed, was evidently still seething from Baichi's earlier rudeness. However, with Doflamingo present, he dared not unleash his fury. Young master. Spica merely offered a token greeting to Doflamingo. Spica, Baiji intends to purchase 2 billion in arms. Henceforth, you shall be an important ally of our Don Quixote family. You must not cause him any trouble in private. Doflamingo seemingly discerned Spica's inner thoughts, addressing him with a grave gaze. Trouble? Bai Qi would actually welcome Spica's attempts at trouble, for it would allow him to gain experience points. Upon hearing Doflamingo mention the 2 billion in arms, Sika's expression toward Bai Qi instantly shifted, reflecting a mix of shock and bewilderment. It was hard to fathom that an 8-year-old child could be so generous with his resources. Even Kaido, the ruler of Wano, purchases just over 2 billion in arms from Doflamingo each year. While this does not include artificial devil fruits for the Don Quixote family. A 2 billion transaction signifies their second-largest business partner. If Spica were to discover that Bai Qi's remuneration came from heavenly gold, he would likely drop his jaw in astonishment. It seems this little brat is not to be underestimated. Understanding the young master's current regard for Bai Qi, Spica reluctantly lowered his head and said, "Bai Qi, I was in the wrong earlier, and I hope for your forgiveness." This statement instantly unsettled the surrounding pirates. Is this truly the Doflamingo who protects his subordinates? To think he would allow a high-ranking member of the Don Quixote family to admit fault? Is this still Spica, the notoriously headstrong individual who would acknowledge his mistake? Who exactly is this extraordinary child before them? Some pirates who had witnessed or heard about the arena match earlier had already recognized this child. If their guesses were correct, this little boy must be the victor of the day's competition. The one who single-handedly battled 2 high-ranking members of the Don Quixote family and the commander of the Big Mom Pirates, Charlotte Oven, at the tender age of 8. From the world's most formidable pirate crew, the Whitebeard Pirates, captain of the 17th Division, Bai Qi. Indeed, strength commands respect. And as they recalled the comrades who had been ruthlessly slain for mocking Spica, the pirates felt an overwhelming sense of despair. In the world of piracy, might is revered. And it is brutally unforgiving. Those in positions of power can act with impunity, while the powerless, residing in the lower echelons, may find themselves slaughtered for a mere word. How could one not lament this reality? Bai Qi paid no heed to Spica. This method of confession seemed reminiscent of a typical Japanese apology. While the outward gestures, such as deep bows, were ample, who could truly ascertain the sincerity behind them? It was Speed, escorted beside the Pipa, who caught Bai Qi's attention. "How did you end up tied up?" she softly inquired, bewildered. "I thought she had escaped." Bai Qi was utterly perplexed. "Heh. Jack the Drought's subordinates do not permit any escapes, dear Bai Qi," Doflamingo chuckled, casting a glance at Speed as if she were merely a lifeless corpse. In an instant, Bai Qi comprehended the gravity of the situation. Working under the volatile and capricious Jack allowed for no mistakes. A blunder could result in a severe beating, and fleeing might very well lead to a death sentence. This was precisely why Speed preferred to remain in Doflamingo's company rather than face Jack. "Please, don't send me to Jack. I will do anything you ask. He will torture me to death," Speed cried out, as if clinging to a lifeline. Her face flushed with desperation while she stamped her feet anxiously. It must be noted that Speed's current predicament was entirely due to Bai Qi. She had been frightened out of the competition by Bai Qi's ruthless tactics, only to be ambushed and captured by the Don Quixote family. The outcome awaiting her was likely the wrath of Jack the Drought, resulting in her brutal demise. Bai Qi suddenly had a thought. He was currently in the process of assembling a pirate crew and needed capable individuals. The cornered Speed, possessing the artificial Zoan-type devil fruit ability of a centaur, was an excellent candidate. Not only would she facilitate the transportation of goods with great ease, but Bai Qi also had faith in her loyalty. After all, having offended Jack meant that abandoning Bai Qi would only lead to one certain fate, death. "Doflamingo, hand her over to me. I happen to need someone to transport some munitions." Observing Speed's half-human, half-horse form, Bai Qi smirked cunningly. Was she not the perfect porter for his needs? Speed's strength was at least equivalent to that of 100 million pirates, and her speed made her suitable for reconnaissance as well. Moreover, in her centaur form, Speed was rideable. Bai Qi couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy, recalling the anime where Luffy rode Speed, who was controlled by the abilities of the AU fruit. Racing through the landscape, such a multifaceted talent capable of both reconnaissance and transportation was not one Bai Qi intended to overlook. Upon hearing Bai Qi's words, Speed felt as though she had grasped the last straw. "Let me accompany you. I can do anything. Transporting arms is no problem at all. I was responsible for the transport of treasure ships under Jack's command. I have experience." Speed's anxious face was flushed, terrified that Bai Qi might reject her. "Then may I ride you?" Bai Qi grinned mischievously at Speed. Speed was taken aback for a few moments. What? Ride me? I am merely a Zoan-type horsefruit user. Not a true horse. Yet, recalling the prospect of returning to Jack, where she might face a merciless beating, she quickly replied, I can do anything. That is not a problem, I promise. Please, let me come with you, Bai Qi. At this moment, Speed was stamping his feet in a fit of impatience. His demeanor quite endearing. Bai Qi was thoroughly pleased with Speed's display. Turning to face Don Quixote Doflamingo, she said, Doflamingo, entrust Speed to me. I am in the process of assembling an army and could greatly benefit from Speed's fruit abilities. Doflamingo paused, lost in contemplation. Chapter 54. Riding on Speed, it was hardly surprising that Speed was gifted to Bai Qi. Jack simply concocted any excuse, and with his intellect, it was effortlessly dismissed. After all, even Doflamingo had premeditated a rationale for allowing Bai Qi to depart. He certainly could not disclose the truth about their arms dealings, for that would sever his ties with Jack. The justification lay within the arena contract, one adorned with the signatures of Charlotte Owen, Tori Pole, and Diamante. A few adjustments to that contract were all that was needed, but Doflamingo, wary of entanglements with Whitebeard and Big Mom, was compelled to eliminate Bai Qi through the arena instead. Yet, in that very arena, Bai Qi emerged as an unexpected dark horse, a circumstance beyond anyone's control. Doflamingo trusted that Jack would not complicate matters for him. Nevertheless, he had already extended an immense favor by selling arms to the young Bai Qi at such a low price. Now, this youth seemed intent on taking further advantage of him. Doflamingo's mercantile nature was laid bare. Once a businessman perceives a threat to his interests or realizes that his gains are not as substantial as anticipated, the pursuit for greater profit ensues to restore equilibrium. Should this balance elude him, the specter of failed negotiations looms. Bai Qi, seasoned by experience, discerned Doflamingo's contemplation and grinned widely. It's settled then, Doflamingo. Let us add another 10 billion to the arms deal. With that proclamation, Bai Qi playfully patted Doflamingo on the shoulder with his youthful hand. An additional 10 billion? Gasps of disbelief echoed among those present, astonished by the apparent nonchalance with which this boy regarded such an astronomical sum. Pirates who had previously dealt with the beast's pirates would meticulously haggle over a mere 10 billion for arms, hesitating at every turn. Viewed through this lens, it seemed the Emperor's crew had yet to encounter a child of merely 8 years with such audacity. This 8-year-old might very well eclipse Jack's position as his foremost companion in the future. They were oblivious to the fact that Bai Qi's system had just activated a gold coin reward today, endowing him with an abundance of celestial gold. Naturally, he was extravagant, unburdened by the value of this celestial gold. What was celestial gold? Merely a reward for completing a simple task. As for the cost, Bai Qi held no illusions. It was merely a tad lower than the market price. He was unfazed, convinced that by adding another 10 billion in arms business, he would enable Doflamingo to earn an additional half of his profits. Would Doflamingo truly turn down such an offer merely because of his friendship with Jack? Such notions were absurd. Indeed, Doflamingo's lips curled into a smile, chuckling softly. Deal. An additional 10 billion. In celestial gold. A total of 300 billion in celestial gold. In terms of arms dealings, this equated to the scale of a year's collaboration with Kaido. If a long-term partnership with Bai Qi could be established, his revenue might very well double. Most crucially, however, were Bai Qi's innate talents and formidable prowess. Gazing at Bai Qi, Doflamingo envisioned the next Kaido. Should this young boy continue to flourish, he might one day become a crucial ally. Heh, a new era was on the horizon, and it promised to be ever more intriguing. Nearby, Pika was equally astounded. Just how wealthy could this child possibly be? Did you just casually mention buying it for 10 billion? If that's the case, you might as well be a major client rivaling Kaido. Not only do you possess immense strength, but you also wield considerable wealth. Thus, Pika no longer dares to underestimate Bai Qi. Glancing back at Don Quixote Doflamingo, it is evident that the young master is quite astute. Pika now begins to worry about the potential consequences had he acted out in anger against Bai Qi during the banquet. Undoubtedly, the Don Quixote family would have gained another future contender for the status of the Four Emperors while losing a significant super partner, a tremendous loss indeed. Meanwhile, The anxious Speed finally feels a sense of relief. He no longer has to surrender himself to Jack. Reflecting on Jack's torturous methods sends shivers down his spine. Speed exhales slowly. However, after a brief moment of tranquility, a sudden realization strikes him, plunging him back into a state of panic. Baichi-kun, we must leave at once. Hold'em and I have already discreetly sent word to Jack. Fear etched on his face, Speed trembles at the thought of Jack's imminent arrival. If Lord Jack were to come, escaping his clutches alongside Baichi would be nearly impossible, and they would likely face horrific torment. The worst fate would be being subjected to experiments for biological weaponry, truly a living death. Speed's shaking intensifies, clearly showcasing the formidable intimidation Jack exerts over him. Let Jack come. I wouldn't mind making a name for myself by slaying a major figure of the Four Emperors' crew. Baichi remains unfazed, instead licking his lips with a glint of avarice in his eyes. If he seeks me, he shall find me. The thought of killing Jack had never crossed Speed's mind. After following Lord Jack for so many years, Speed is acutely aware of Jack's defenses. He recalls a time when Jack battled a formidable foe for 10 consecutive days and nights, emerging with countless wounds, only to recover after a mere slumber. This young upstart seems to have let his recent victories in the arena cloud his judgment. Mistakenly believing that defeating a pirate with a bounty exceeding 300 million makes him remarkable. Little does he realize, the infamous Jack, known as the Drought, boasts a bounty surpassing 1 billion berries. Jack is a figure of considerable renown in the New World. It can be said that from birth until now, Lord Jack has never known fear. This is the end, Speed thinks, as he spirals deeper into dread. Pika, you may release Speed. She is now under Baichi-kun's command. Doflamingo instructs Pika. Indeed, young master, Pika replies, unlocking the sea stone handcuffs from Speed. You are free now, Speed. Your luck is remarkable, Pika says as Speed, just released, finds himself mounted by Baichi. Let us go, Speed. We're off to the armory to procure equipment. You'll handle the transport shortly. Baichi flashes a grin. Upon hearing this, Speed dashes off at breakneck speed. The rationale is simple. The quicker he runs, the more time he might save, allowing Baichi to escape Jack's clutches ahead of him. As Speed raced forward, Baichi was tossed up and down. Oh dear, Speed, do not run so swiftly. You are about to leave me behind, Baichi lamented, filled with frustration. Chapter 55, The Arrival of Drought Jack at the Armory. Baichi admitted that he was utterly astonished. This place resembled an enormous factory, with dedicated personnel overseeing each section, each responsible for producing different items. All manufactured components would be transported to the central processing plant, where pirates and toy soldiers would assemble and create products. It is likely that someone like Don Quixote Doflamingo would thrive regardless of his origins. Baichi firmly believed that if Mingo were to traverse into his past life, he would undoubtedly emerge as a prosperous businessman, a veritable capitalist. Don Quixote Doflamingo, you truly are a natural-born merchant, Baichi expressed with genuine admiration for the effective management present. Even Pika, who typically exhibited a brash demeanor, was taken aback. This audacious little rascal was actually praising someone? Hee, thank you for the compliment, Baichi-kun. Hearing your praise is quite surprising, Doflamingo remarked with a slight smirk. Baichi casually selected a large sword and a handgun, testing their weight, revealing a contented smile. The craftsmanship is commendable, Mingo. The materials are pure steel, Baichi mused, playing with the revolver, his gaze fixed on Mingo. I finally understand why you flourish in the underworld, heh. Does this mean Baichi-kun is satisfied with my merchandise? Is our deal finalized? Doflamingo inquired. Absolutely. It's a deal. Baichi responded with a hearty agreement. Then let us toast to a pleasant collaboration. A maid arrived with pre-prepared wine, and Baichi and Mingo raised their glasses once more. Emerging from the armory, Baichi complained, Speed, could you not run a bit slower? My rear end is aching from squatting. Observing the ready ships, Doflamingo's subordinates, along with Speed, loaded the arms onto the vessels. Well then, Mingo. We shall take our leave, Baichi waved to Doflamingo. Hee, I hope we can collaborate again in the future, Baichi-kun, Doflamingo replied, his lips curling into a businesslike smile. And regarding the war you mentioned, should it truly manifest, I find myself quite eager, Doflamingo added, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Unknowingly convinced by Baichi's assertions, the young rascal before him had left an indelible impression. in terms of strength, mindset, audacity, and wealth. Doflamingo had to concede that Bai Chi seemed to surpass him in every aspect. Rest assured, Don Quixote Doflamingo, the war shall arrive shortly. I have faith in you, Mingo. With your intellect, you shall choose to join my ranks. Bai Chi declared confidently, as long as he and the white team possessed the strength to contend with the Navy. Bai Chi was certain that Doflamingo would opt to ally with him. After all, Doflamingo was indeed a dangerous individual. He also yearned for chaos, believing that nothing could disrupt the world more effectively than defeating the Navy. In the future, I shall demonstrate that joining me will yield the greatest benefits. A tremendous aura of dominance surged forth, causing Speed, Pika, and even Doflamingo to tremble in its wake. I, Bai Chi, am destined to rule the entire world. After speaking, he mounted his Speed and boarded his pirate ship. Thus, farewell, Doflamingo. The azure expanse of the ocean stretches endlessly as the refreshing breeze caresses my face. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, on successfully acquiring a companion named Speed. You are awarded 3 instances of the Blink skill and a renowned blade, Frostbite. System, please activate the panel. Host, Bai Chi age, 8 years occupation. Captain of the Whitebeard pirate crew fruit. Tremor fruit, ignores the sea. Hockey, armament hockey, beginner. Observation hockey, beginner. Conqueror's hockey, beginner. Skill, light speed slash, 3 strikes per use. Instantly strikes enemies at the speed of light. The skill of instant teleportation can be executed 4 times, allowing for movement within 100 meters of any chosen space. Items include the incomplete demon fruit compendium, with 1/3 of its total, the fish fruit, and the celestial gold, valued at 900 billion berries, alongside 96 billion berries, and the rain fruit. The renowned blade, blowing snow, possesses the following foundational attributes: strength, maxed out; defense, maxed out; agility, maxed out. A thorough examination of blowing snow reveals it to be an extraordinary sword from another realm, remarkably sharp and easily capable of unleashing sword energy. Its quality rivals that of the supreme blades in the pirate world. Sword energy? In the realm of pirates, akin to the technique of flowing cherry blossom. Figures such as Mihawk, Shanks, and Big Mom possess the capability to cleave through several mountain peaks with a single stroke, employing this very skill. I too acquired intermediate hockey in Dressrosa, enabling me to unleash flowing cherry blossom. It appears that this treasured blade has arrived at the most opportune moment. Speed. Our target is Women-S Island. Bai Chi issued a direct command. At present, Speed was utterly obedient to Bai Chi, having witnessed firsthand his formidable prowess. At the tender age of 8, he had triumphed in the arena, vanquishing the combined forces of the Don Quixote family and the Big Mom crew. Furthermore, he understood that severing ties with Bai Chi would lead to his inevitable demise. Rather than falling into the clutches of the drought-inflicted Jack to be tormented to death, he would prefer to betray the beast pirates and align himself with the world's foremost pirate crew under Whitebeard's command. With a flourish, under the skilled navigation of the laborer Speed, Bai Chi's pirate ship sped swiftly across the waters. At this moment, Bai Chi reclined on the deck. A blade of grass clenched between his teeth, his gaze lifted to the cerulean sky that mirrored the vast ocean below. He found himself increasingly enamored with this sensation, the exhilarating freedom of soaring across the sea. Even the winds blowing across the sea are imbued with the essence of freedom. The pirate ship continued its voyage for 2 hours amidst the sound of crashing waves. Noticing something unusual about Speed, I inquired, "Speed, what troubles you?" He has arrived. I can sense it, the aura of death that withers and decays all vegetation in its wake. Speed suddenly collapsed to the ground, terror evident in his eyes, his lips trembling uncontrollably. Could it be Drought Jack? Observing the stunned Speed, Bai Chi felt a sense of frustration. Was it really necessary? After all, it was merely a frightening Jack. Bai Chi glanced behind him, and indeed, the outline of a large ship gradually came into view. On board stood a robust man, his towering figure resembling a great mountain. Even in utter stillness, an overwhelming sense of oppression emanates from him. Indeed, he is one of the 3 formidable figures of the beast pirates, the drought incarnate, Lord Jack, who leaves desolation in his wake. With a staggering bounty of 1 billion. He is a superlative pirate. Can Rami pursue them? His resonant voice carries an undeniable weight. A striking woman with pink hair quickly nods in agreement. She is Kinrami, a subordinate of Lord Jack and a user of the jumping gazelle fruit. That wretched Speed, I have long harbored disdain for her. Lord Jack, I shall tear her to shreds. Kinrami's furious gaze sparkles with malice. Yet, Jack remains oblivious to the concept of cherishing beauty. Silence. Get closer to them. Do you think I am to be trifled with? That mere captain of the Whitebeard crew dares to provoke me, Lord Jack. A tidal wave of oppressive aura descends. Kinrami dares not speak further. Aboard the White Chi pirate ship, I propose, Speed, we ought to devise a name for our pirate crew, don't you think? What about the war god pirates? Bai Chi inquires with a spark of enthusiasm. Speed, bewildered, finds herself on the brink of death alongside this boy named Bai Chi. Yet he still contemplates names for a pirate crew. Even if a name were conceived, it would likely be the shortest-lived crew in history. Bai Chi, Lord Jack is here. The Drought Jack, can you not hear? Speed, now utterly distraught, cries out. We are doomed, we are doomed. Drought Jack has discovered us. She cradles her head in her hands, bowing low, afraid to lift her gaze, as though looking up would unveil the grim visage of her own demise. Chapter 56. Fame resounds across the seas. Rest assured, Speed, that mere Jack holds no significance in my eyes. Bai Chi said nonchalantly, his gaze brimming with confidence. He had recently acquired the mid-level armament Haki from the system, a power capable of inflicting damage upon Kaido. How could he possibly fear an insignificant Jack? If Jack were to approach without understanding the situation, Bai Chi wouldn't hesitate to farm some experience points while simultaneously extracting his tusks. After all, Jack's bounty was largely supported by those very tusks, wasn't it? However, Speed held a different perspective as she stared blankly at Bai Chi. The man before her was undoubtedly delusional, believing that a victory in a national arena could allow him to contend against the Drought Jack? To challenge that man with a bounty of 1 billion? It was sheer folly. This was a man who could battle for days and nights without fatigue, possessing the formidable capabilities of the mammoth fruit, with skin as tough as leather. He was not an opponent that Bai Chi could hope to defeat. His strength far surpassed that of the one-armed Charlotte Owen. As their ships drew closer, Jack stood upon the gangway, exuding an air of authority without the need for anger. At that moment, Jack's expression was peculiar, for he had just reviewed a report on the duel at the Dressrosa Arena, along with a newly issued bounty notice from the Navy, nearly 10 hours prior. Reinforcements. Reinforcements. Do you not comprehend? The headquarters of the World Economic News was in a frenzy, so busy that there was scarcely time to eat. This was monumental news. The esteemed Charlotte Owen had suffered defeat at the hands of a fledgling adventurer. Morgan, the president of the news agency and a user of the Birdbird fruit, albatross form, was on the phone, his face alight with excitement. Staff members scurried about, reprinting newspapers. President, a small news agency owner wishes to speak with you. An employee rushed in. Breathless. Morgan's countenance darkened at once. OD, can you not see that I am currently preoccupied? Do not relay such trivial disturbances to me in the future. With that, Morgan turned to leave, clutching a handful of documents. But, sir, they seem to possess first-hand information regarding the Dressrosa bullfighting arena. Oh, Morgan's expression softened. Who is the source? Charlotte Owen? Let me inquire. The subordinate hesitated. A minute later, President Morgan, the source is Bai Chi, captain of the Whitebeard pirates. What? Morgan, who had been sipping tea, spluttered it out in shock. Quickly, contact him. I must see his first-hand information. Morgan was in a flurry. Whatever the price, I shall secure it. Ha. He appeared as if he had stumbled upon a vast treasure, his face alight with exhilaration. After lengthy negotiations, they finally settled on a price. A sum of 1 billion berries for the information. President, have you lost your mind? 1 billion berries? Are we being swindled? His subordinate exclaimed, incredulous, unable to fathom how mere arena information could command such a staggering sum. This was surely the most valuable intelligence of the year. Observing the skeptical expression on ODI's face, Morgan's, the president of the World Economic News, remained unfazed. ODI, you fail to comprehend. This intelligence is invaluable. Crank up the machinery. Tenfold. Print the newspapers tenfold. Dispatch them to every corner of the globe. Morgan's was brimming with excitement and pride. Bai Chi, Intriguing, indeed. The curtain has risen on a new world, and Bai Qi is the pivotal figure in this prologue. Morgan's mused, lost in contemplation. In the Marine headquarters, Sengoku was enveloped in despair. What troubles you, Sengoku? You seem perpetually glum. Be wary of shortening your lifespan. Aha. Carp lounged in an armchair, stuffing his mouth with rice crackers. Damn it. Now all the promising newcomers have turned to piracy. How infuriating. Sengoku forcefully slammed his hand on the table. Oh? Carp inquired, sensing the gravity of the matter. Let me see. With that, Carp picked up the newspaper in front of Sengoku and began to read. After finishing, a heavy silence fell over Carp, erasing his usual playful demeanor. I recall there being news about this little brat before. You claimed it was nothing to worry about, correct? Sengoku sighed, his hair slightly disheveled. It appeared he had been preoccupied with naval affairs lately. Is this little brat's growth rate truly so alarming? Or did he conceal his strength when he eliminated 100 million pirates? Carp pondered deeply. If this child continues to develop, he might become the Navy's most formidable adversary in the future. Sengoku clicked his tongue and continued. He might even surpass Revolutionary Dragon in terms of threat. Glancing sideways at Carp, Carp remained silent. Revolutionary Dragon was a subject he preferred to avoid. It was a cruel twist of fate for a hero of the Navy to have a son who was the world's most wanted criminal. Carp slapped his forehead and swiftly changed the subject. What do you think Bai Qi's bounty should be set at? Chapter 57. A bounty of 500 million berries. Let the bounty be set at 500 million berries. This little brat poses an immense latent threat. Sengoku shook his head helplessly. 500 million berries, you say? Carp appeared somewhat perplexed. An 8-year-old child who has yet to lay a hand on the Navy, suddenly receiving a bounty of 500 million is indeed rather astonishing. Very well, let it be 500 million berries. I shall demonstrate to the youths of this new era the dire consequences of daring to stand out. A voice, tinged with weariness, echoed, revealing that Sengoku had indeed been under considerable strain lately. The new era, huh? Carp gazed up at the sky. If given the chance, I hope to encounter this little rascal named Bai Qi. An overwhelming aura of dominance emanated from Carp, causing cold sweat to break out on the brows of the nearby Navy officers. This newspaper and the bounty were recently acquired by the Beast's pirates. After all, as one of the 4 emperors, their intelligence capabilities are formidable. The first-hand information from Morgans in his albatross form is typically disseminated to various major factions around the world, naturally including the 4 emperors. The Whitebeard pirates also received this intelligence. On the Moby Dick, the crew surrounded Whitebeard. Old man, what you've brought us is truly a monster, Marco exclaimed, his face filled with shock. What is it, Marco? Has that little brat Bai Qi done something remarkable? Diamond Joseph squeezed in, his large head craning towards the table. As soon as he finished speaking, his gaze fell upon the bounty notice on Whitebeard's desk, and he fell silent. Joseph's lips began to tremble involuntarily, his eyes widening in disbelief. What? That little brat Bai Qi now has a bounty of 500 million berries? At this revelation, everyone was left dumbfounded. How could this little rascal, who joined the Whitebeard pirates merely days ago, have a bounty skyrocketing like this? At this rate, many felt that Bai Qi would soon surpass their own bounties. Some of the captains felt their faces flush with embarrassment. How could it be that after all these years in the Whitebeard crew, they were being overshadowed by a mere newcomer? What a disgrace. Whitebeard's expression grew grave as he voiced his concern. A high bounty is not necessarily a good thing. Everyone nodded in agreement. Indeed, if one possesses strength, that is one matter. However, if a person lacks the ability yet has a high bounty, then they will inevitably face challenges from those more powerful and the relentless pursuit of seasoned bounty hunters. I wonder what that little brat Bai Qi is doing now. Such a high bounty may attract formidable enemies. Damn it, I never anticipated that Bai Qi's bounty would reach an astounding 500 million. Jack, aware of Bai Qi's bounty, felt a surge of resentment. After speaking, he grasped the weapon at his waist, a scythe-like tool known as a shotel. This blade has undoubtedly claimed the lives of countless foolish souls. Today, I shall use this weapon to slay that newly emerged little brat. A murderous intent surged forth, causing cold sweat to pour from Jean Lami's forehead, fear seizing his heart entirely. At last, the 2 ships drew close together. and Jack boarded the pirate vessel of White Chi. The overwhelming aura rendered Speed utterly powerless, collapsing to the ground. He has come. He has finally arrived. Fear was etched across Speed's face, and his breath quickened. Upon seeing the imposing figure of Jack, akin to a small mountain, Speed mustered the courage to stammer, "Master Jack. I beg for mercy." The haughty Jean Lamy raised her head and proclaimed, "Regretting now, are we? It is too late. To dare defy Master Jack's command and flee will lead to your gruesome demise." With a disdainful glance directed at Speed, her eyes were laced with mockery. The alluring pink-haired woman, adorned with two glimmering horns, gazed at Speed as though he were a mere carcass. Drought Jack paid no heed to Speed and Jean Lamy. Instead, channeling his formidable murderous intent, unabashedly concentrated upon White Chi. "You there, did you slay Cyphus Hade and Hold'em?" Jack's resounding voice reverberated, exuding an oppressive force that permeated the surroundings. White Chi, however, was merely slightly astonished. This level of pressure did not faze him. Though Jack may not be the brightest, his presence was undeniably formidable. The physique, the facial structure, the aura, indeed, capable of intimidating lesser pirates. The immense pressure bore down upon Speed, who was unable to withstand it. The suffocating sensation felt as if mountains were pressing against every inch of Speed's skin. This was the essence of Drought Jack, a man with a bounty of 1 billion. Turning to face White Chi, Speed was bewildered. How could this young lad maintain such composure in the face of such overwhelming pressure? There was no hint of fear in White Chi's eyes. Rather, they seemed to glimmer with excitement. Was he feigning calmness? "Indeed, Jack, your subordinates are truly pathetic. Far beneath my level." White Chi laughed nonchalantly, as if he were an old acquaintance of Jack. "You fool." Jean Lamy, the pink-haired temptress, thought to herself as she observed White Chi's demeanor. Could this young boy truly be so foolish as to remain at ease in the presence of Drought Jack? Would he not hasten to kneel? Did he truly not comprehend Jack's wrath? The infamous title of Drought was not earned without cause. Wherever he went, even the plants withered and died. A mere captain of a small crew like White Chi was doomed. "You audacious brat! How dare you speak to Lord Drought Jack in such a manner? You shall die today." Jean Lamy enunciated each word with emphasis. Upon hearing White Chi's words, Speed's eyes widened in terror, his mouth agape as he stammered, "You, White Chi, do you seek death? Listen well, Speed. I am a being far more powerful than Drought Jack." An overwhelming aura emanated from White Chi, enveloping the surroundings. For reasons unknown, Speed felt an inexplicable sense of safety in White Chi's presence. Was it dominance? No, this does not exude a sense of dominance at all. This is the true aura of a formidable individual. Such an aura instills a profound sense of security in those who follow him, while instilling an overwhelming sense of pressure in his adversaries. And you, Jean Lamy, would do well to silence yourself. I have little patience for cacophonous women. Should you dare to bark again, be wary of the consequences. A magnificent aura enveloped the scene, leaving no room for doubt in his words. At that moment, Jean Lamy found herself breaking into a cold sweat. How could this mere 8-year-old child emanate an aura akin to that of Lord Jack? Surely, this is impossible. How could a newcomer with a mere bounty of 500 million compare to the likes of the Calamity Jack, who has thrived in the New World for so many years, daring to confront even admirals with a bounty of 1 billion berries? Calamity Jack was taken aback, his bloodshot eyes fixated intently on Bai Chi. He shifted slightly closer to Bai Chi, and a low rumbling sound echoed as the entire ship began to tremble. Chapter 58. The Confrontation with Drought Jack. Kid, is your spirit formidable enough? Are you truly unafraid of death? Drought Jack's lifeless eyes stared menacingly at Bai Chi, exuding an aura of terror. Any ordinary person would likely have been paralyzed with fear at this moment, to merely hear the name of Drought Jack. A figure who left devastation in his wake would send shivers down their spine. However, Bai Chi remained utterly unfazed. Having acquired intermediate armament haki, his offensive capabilities were sufficient to wound Kaido. How could he possibly fear a mere calamity? "Jack, your presence is rather impressive, I must admit," Bai Chi remarked, scrutinizing the brawny figure before him. The two locked eyes, their shared combat spirit radiating outward in waves. Beside them, Jean Lamy and Speed were awestruck. The tension of an imminent battle thick in the air. "Do you think you can disrespect me, you little brat?" Drought Jack's booming voice reverberated, seemingly shaking the very ground beneath them. With a swift motion, his peculiar scythe-like weapon sliced through the air, aiming for Bai Qi. The speed was astonishing, and despite activating his observation haki, Bai Qi barely managed to evade the onslaught. Nevertheless, his ability to dodge Jack's fierce attacks was enough to astonish the members of Jack's crew. Jean Lamy's eyes widened in disbelief. This kid actually evaded Lord Jack's assault. She knew all too well that Drought Jack had unleashed his full power without holding back. Speed, equally astounded, felt a flicker of hope. Perhaps this young boy named Bai Qi could indeed overcome Drought Jack. Regaining his resolve, Speed rose from the ground and sent 3 strikes imbued with armament haki flying towards Jean Lamy. Enraged, her lips trembled as her gaze locked onto Speed. "You fool, do you wish for death?" Meanwhile, Jack, taken aback by Bai Qi's ability to dodge his fierce strikes, could hardly contain his astonishment. "I truly underestimated you. Would you consider joining the Beast Pirates? If you do, I might spare your life." Drought Jack loomed over Bai Qi, his tone both condescending and threatening. "I have no interest in your pathetic crew," Bai Qi replied languidly, clearly unwilling to grant any courtesy to the so-called Drought Jack. Jack's eyes bulged with fury. "You truly do not know your place. Then let us continue this battle. I will enjoy killing you." With that, he launched an even more relentless barrage of attacks towards Bai Qi, each strike faster and more lethal, transforming into arcs of light. Activating his observation haki, Bai Qi managed to evade a portion of the onslaught, but the increasingly dense arcs of light closed in on him. "Impressive, Jack. You forced me to draw my weapon." The legendary blade, blowing snow, emerged in a glimmering arc, radiating a cold, white luminescence reminiscent of fresh snow. Bai Qi's sword met Jack's arcs, effectively countering the ferocious assault. With each clash, a resonant sound reminiscent of a dragon's roar reverberates, serving as the finest testament to the quality of the sword's material. A splendid blade indeed. Even Drought Jack does not harbor envy towards Bai Qi's weapon. Observing the short sword in his grasp, Jack's expression betrays his disappointment. Turning to Bai Qi, a robust voice emerges. "Humph, should I slay you, your weapon shall belong to me." "Ha! If you possess the capability, come and claim it," Bai Qi retorts. His gaze fixed defiantly on Jack. The attention of Speed and Jean Lamy is drawn to the confrontation, their beautiful eyes locked on Bai Qi and Drought Jack. To their astonishment, the two seem evenly matched. This revelation particularly shocks Jean Lamy, whose expression conveys disbelief. After all, her leader is Drought Jack, the formidable tank-like figure with a bounty of 1 billion, unperturbed even when facing an admiral. How could he possibly be on par with a mere child? Could it be that this 8-year-old possesses such formidable strength? Speed gradually regains his composure, realizing that Bai Qi can indeed stand against Drought Jack. Perhaps they need to muster their resolve and defeat Jean Lamy before them. "What are you all standing there for?" Jean Lamy shouts at the newly arrived pirate crew aboard the ship. Upon hearing her command, the pirates swarm forward like a hive of bees, encircling Bai Qi and Speed. Ding! Mission triggered. Defeat the Jack pirate crew. Reward: intermediate observation haki. A smile of satisfaction graces Bai Qi's lips. Intermediate observation haki. With this, he shall glimpse brief glimpses of the future. A splendid skill indeed. With a determined smile, Bai Qi licks his lips and declares, "To express my gratitude, allow me to demonstrate my prowess." Conqueror's haki, release. An overwhelming aura emanates from Bai Qi, rapidly enveloping the entire pirate ship. Undoubtedly, all present are swept up in the tide of Bai Qi's Conqueror's haki. As the assembled pirates feel a wave of dizziness wash over them, one stammers, "What is happening? Why do I feel lightheaded? Am I seasick? Are you foolish? You are a pirate. You've been at sea without ever feeling seasick," an older pirate admonishes. "Why do my legs feel so weak?" Another pirate struggles to maintain his footing, on the verge of collapsing. Bai Qi continues to unleash his Conqueror's haki. Astonished to find that the regular crew of pirates still possesses some resilience, as his haki fails to incapacitate them. Thus, he intensifies his release. With the second wave of Conqueror's haki, the pressure escalates, targeting the pirate crew directly, ensnaring them within its overwhelming grasp. Chapter 59. The Awe of Conqueror's Haki. Bai Chi unleashed the full extent of his Conqueror's Haki. Indeed, the pirates of Jack's crew began to collapse one after another. Those who remained standing were filled with dread and confusion, questioning why their comrades had fallen. Under the overwhelming force of Bai Chi's Haki, fewer than 100 pirates from Jack's crew were left upright. Even those who stood were as if turned to stone. Some had even begun to retch, tormented by a profound fear emanating from the depths of their souls. The remaining pirates wore expressions of sheer horror. Could it be that we have been struck by the legendary Conqueror's Haki? Are you suggesting that this little brat possesses Conqueror's Haki, awakening it at the tender age of 8? One pirate found it hard to fathom that he was being tormented by the Haki of an 8-year-old child. Conqueror's Haki? Upon hearing this, the pirates collectively gasped in astonishment. They gazed at Bai Chi, struggling to comprehend how such a youthful child could unleash such terrifying Haki. It is known that although they were insignificant within the Beast Pirates, they could still command respect outside the New World. Some elite pirates had even mastered armament Haki. Yet, under the onslaught of Bai Chi's Conqueror's Haki, so many from the Yonko crew had fallen. The combat prowess of those remaining was significantly diminished. Conqueror's Haki. Indeed, it is formidable. Jean Lamy, witnessing the successive collapses of the pirates, turned her gaze towards Bai Chi, her beautiful eyes narrowed in disbelief. Could the rumors be true? The Haki, said to appear only among 1 in a million, manifested in an 8-year-old child. This was all too astonishing. It must be noted that even their captain, the drought-inducing Jack, could not possess such Haki. How could this child's talent be so monstrous? Just moments ago, she had been discussing with Captain Jack, concluding that the World Economic News Agency had exaggerated Bai Chi's combat capabilities for sensationalism, particularly regarding Conqueror's Haki, which was deemed impossible. Now, right before her eyes, Bai Chi had displayed Conqueror's Haki, and the slap in the face was undeniably resounding. Just as the new intelligence suggested, little brat, you indeed possess Conqueror's Haki. Drought Jack was equally astonished. The Haki he had never possessed was now held by this 8-year-old child. A glimmer of jealousy and a hint of murderous intent flickered in his gaze as he looked at Bai Chi. Even Jack, not the sharpest of minds, understood that given the enmity between Kaido and Whitebeard, sparing such a gifted child would lead to dire consequences for the Beast Pirates in the future. Kid, your possession of Conqueror's Haki means I cannot afford to let you live. The murderous intent in Drought Jack's eyes peaked, and he tightened his grip on his scythe-like weapon. Bai Chi, too, gripped his weapon, the Snowfall, with fierce determination, his hawk-like eyes locking onto Jack's fish-like gaze. Then let us see who is the stronger. With that, Bai Chi licked his lips in anticipation. He was eager for this battle, for the enhancement of Haki was the reward he coveted most. Compared to weapons and money, this is indeed the most tangible method to enhance one's power. The remaining 100 or so pirates around began shouting, each one cheering for Drought Jack. Lord Jack, kill him. A mere 8-year-old child dares to provoke Lord Jack, utterly ignorant of the gravity of the situation. What does having a domineering presence matter? Ultimately, the only outcome is death. The surrounding shouts and curses filled the air, prompting Bai Chi to furrow his brow. You all are truly bothersome. With that, Bai Chi raised his renowned sword, Snowstorm. High above his head, eyes narrowed. In an instant, he teleported before the crowd of pirates. With a swift motion, he unleashed a series of sharp slashes from the blade, arcs of light cleaving towards the enemies. Ah, bastard! The wails mixed with curses resounded continuously. In a short while, the ground was littered with corpses, each dismembered, some missing arms, others legs, and many decapitated. The expressions on the faces of the fallen revealed a complex blend of terror and confusion in their final moments. At last, under the relentless onslaught, all of the 100 pirates lay defeated, the deck strewn with disarrayed bodies, the stench of blood permeating the ship. Bai Chi, wielding the famed blade Snowstorm, was drenched in the blood of his foes, his garments stained crimson. The blade dripped with blood, each drop falling onto the deck, echoing a sinister rhythm. Speed and Jean Lamy halted their battle, gazing vacantly at Bai Chi. How could this young boy be so fierce? He had slain so many, yet not a trace of fear was visible in his eyes. The two felt a growing dread towards Bai Chi. At such a young age, possessing such resolve, decisiveness, and formidable strength, Good heavens, how could such a prodigious talent exist in this world? Wiping the blood from the blade snowstorm, Bai Qi felt a twinge of confusion. He glanced up at the imposing figure of Jack. Why? Do you not stop me, Jack? Drought Jack's face bore no expression. I believe my reasons align with yours. They were simply too noisy, Jack replied coolly, as if the individuals Bai Qi had slain were not his subordinates at all. Drought Jack, indeed a ruthless character, showed no mercy towards his own crew. The infamous title of Drought seemed well-deserved. Jack disregarded Bai Qi's gaze. Now, Bai Qi. Shall we continue? Very well, Jack. This time, I shall be serious, Bai Qi replied, a slight smile gracing his lips. Then come and try to kill me. Do you think I am someone to be trifled with? Drought Jack glared fiercely, raising his short sword. Both parties unleashed their sword energies, sharp slashes cleaving through the air, colliding with one another. An explosion of energy erupted in the sky between the two. Jack, witnessing his fierce attack, found himself unable to gain the slightest advantage over Bai Qi. His gaze remained fixed on Bai Qi, bloodshot eyes narrowing, his expression turning grotesque. Bastard! Who do you think I am? Die! With a forceful strike enveloped in armament color, it cleaved towards Bai Qi. Bai Qi raised the blowing snow above his head, cloaked in a pitch-black armor of the same hue. Beneath the obsidian armor, the blade of blowing snow, which once radiated a sharp white light, transformed into a dark glow. The two swords of explosive energy collided. The tremendous aftermath, centered around the two combatants, radiated outward. Numerous objects caught in the wake of the shockwave shattered into pieces. The ground beneath their feet collapsed instantaneously, the immense force spreading forth, causing the surrounding wooden planks to splinter and shatter, with fragments flying chaotically. Swept away by the furious winds. Chapter 60. Kazuki Oden surrounding pirate corpses were sent flying, shattered by the explosive energy unleashed by the two combatants. Speed and Jinrami stood in stunned disbelief, their expressions frozen as they beheld the devastation around them. It was unfathomable, their strength was truly formidable. Wait. Jinrami's eyes widened in astonishment. The clash of their weapons revealed a diminutive figure, Bai Qi, who was astonishingly pushing the formidable Jack the Drought back with sheer force. How could this be? Was it possible that Lord Jack was not exerting his full strength? Yet, observing Jack's face, his eyes were bulging and his jaw dropped wide open, revealing the sharp teeth of a fishman. Sweat streamed down his cheeks, indicating that he was indeed giving it his all. One could even say he was exerting every ounce of strength he possessed. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. How could this little brat possess such immense power? Jack the Drought was utterly shocked. The child before him, barely under 5 feet tall and no more than 8 years of age, wielded a terrifying strength that was simply beyond comprehension. This is the training regimen of Saitama, the power of persistence. Bai Qi remarked with a subtle smile. What on earth? The Saitama training method? Jack was utterly baffled, having never encountered such a notion before. 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run. It's that simple. But you must persist. Bai Qi teased. You little brat. Do you dare mock me? I shall not spare you. Jack roared in fury. Who was he? He was none other than the illustrious figure of the beast pirates, Jack the Drought. His very presence could decimate all in his path, leaving naught but corpses and desolation in his wake. Who would dare oppose him? Yet this little imp had the audacity to disregard him, making Jack feel a humiliation he had never known before. A tremendous aura erupted around him as Jack bellowed, transforming into an ancient mammoth. The size difference was staggering, with the mammoth appearing hundreds of times larger than Bai Qi, instantly highlighting the disparity in their forms. Let me show you my true might. Jack's booming voice echoed across the pirate ship, his eyes wide and furious as he fixed his gaze on Bai Qi. Jack had become enraged. Both Speed and Jinrami cried out in alarm. They recalled the last time Jack had lost his temper, obliterating a village within a 10-kilometer radius, an event of sheer terror. Would Jack unleash his wrath once more? Speed and Jinrami watched Jack with trepidation, paralyzed by fear. In his transformed state, Jack's size had multiplied exponentially, and an overwhelming aura surged in all directions. Ha ha ha, Speed. I fear the little imp you brought back is doomed. How dare he provoke Lord Jack? You surely understand the consequences, don't you? Jinrami gazed at Speed. The half-human centaur she found so insufferable. Speed had indeed witnessed the terrifying transformation of Drought Jack. He recalled the last time he was so frightened that he couldn't sleep for 2 days and nights. The transformed Drought Jack, true to his ominous title, was utterly fearsome, destroying everything in his path, be it the elderly, children, or women. If he laid eyes on them, the inevitable consequence was utter obliteration. Speed's legs began to tremble, and his lips quivered. This scene did not escape the notice of Jean Lamy. "Ha! Speed, kneel before me now. And perhaps I might say a few good words to Lord Drought Jack. It might just save your life," Jean Lamy proclaimed, her demeanor brimming with arrogance. In her eyes, there was no doubt that Drought Jack would crush both Bai Qi and Speed without mercy. However, the subsequent scene delivered a resounding slap to Jean Lamy's face. Bai Qi lifted his blade, Snowstorm, high above his head, closing his eyes. The blade gradually enveloped itself in a pitch-black armor. "Jack, do you think that by transforming into an ancient mammoth, you can intimidate me? How laughable," Bai Qi taunted. "All you've done is increase the range of my attacks." A confident smile graced Bai Qi's lips. "Now I can test my newly acquired intermediate hockey on you, Jack. Prepare to meet my blade." A formidable aura emanated from Bai Qi, colliding with the menacing energy of Drought Jack, as violent winds swept through the surroundings. "You think you can just challenge me? Then let us see," roared Jack, charging towards Bai Qi in his mammoth form. The entire ship began to tremble violently, causing Speed and Jean Lamy to lose their balance and tumble to the ground, both gazing in on the confrontation between Bai Qi and Drought Jack. Bai Qi leapt into the air, raising his precious blade Snowstorm above his head, and struck down with all his might. A semi-arc of brilliant light erupted in the sky, slicing through the air towards Drought Jack's head. The light enveloped Drought Jack's eyes entirely, the arc consuming the top of his head. Jean Lamy, sprawled on the ground, wore an expression of disbelief. Is this a trick? How could that little brat wield such power? In her memory, only one other individual could execute such a move, Momonosuke, the king of Wano, who had once inflicted serious injury upon Kaido. It was utterly incredible that this child could be so formidable. If even Kaido had been harmed by such a technique, Drought Jack's fate was surely dire. Unbeknownst to her, beads of sweat began to form on Jean Lamy's face, while her fingers trembled uncontrollably. "How is this possible? How can this be?" she muttered, cradling her head in disbelief. It was unfathomable that an 8-year-old child could replicate the techniques of Kazuki Oden. Speed, too, witnessed this astonishing scene. Perhaps this boy, Bai Qi, could indeed breach Drought Jack's defenses? On the deck, Bai Qi surged towards Jack in an instant. Jack stood there, utterly bewildered, mouth agape in shock at the forceful strike. "Damn it, there is no escaping. My physique is undeniably colossal. Just as that little imp remarked, I have indeed become a target. There is no time to evade. I must use my ivory to block the impending strike. My ivory is the most formidable part of my entire being, rivaling the weapon in my grasp. However, the renowned blade, Blowing Snow, combined with the intermediate-level armament hockey, produces a formidable sword aura. To my astonishment, the ivory of Drought Jack was severed cleanly. The immense slash did not relent. It surged forward, once more slicing across Lord Drought Jack's cheek, causing blood to flow freely. Chapter 61. Severing Jack's ivory. The colossal ivory tusks crashed to the ground, resonating with a thunderous sound. Upon hearing the commotion, Jean Lamy lifted his head, gazing towards the fierce clash between Bai Qi and the dread Jack. As anticipated, the formidable, tank-like physique of Lord Jack failed to withstand Bai Qi's heavenly strike. Both tusks were severed. The disparity in strength was evident. Lord Jack, you are injured. What shall we do?" Jean Lamy howled, seemingly driven to madness. Overwhelmed by terror, he could scarcely believe that this individual, who had clashed with the fearsome Xipus Hade, possessed such formidable power. He had assumed that Jack was merely on par with Xipus Hade, fortunate enough to have defeated him. However, it appeared that this young demon had been masquerading as a weakling all along. Unable to quell his violent tremors, Jean Lamy's visage contorted with fear in his eyes. Bai Qi had transformed into a demon. Should Lord Jack be defeated? Glancing around at the dismembered corpses sprawled across the deck, their blood still fresh, the stench of carnage hung heavy in the air. Suddenly, Jean Lamy retched violently. He could not perish. A desperate desire propelled his mind into overdrive, and he conceived a notion, albeit one that was undeniably foolish. Seizing the moment while his opponent, the centaur's Speed, remained in shock, Jean Lamy snatched a katana from beside a corpse and charged towards Bai Qi. Die, little demon! Jean Lamy intended to catch Bai Qi off guard, launching a surprise attack while he was preoccupied with Jack. It could be deemed an ambush aimed at securing a kill. Yet, such a scheme was utterly transparent to Bai Qi's observation haki. Even Jack was rendered speechless by Jean Lamy's folly. This madwoman truly was a fool. What transpired next was predictable. A crimson streak arced through the air. In an instant, Bai Qi executed a strike, without even employing his Busashoka haki, and effortlessly dispatched Jean Lamy. As she collapsed, a tremor passed through her lips, and she breathed her last. The dark horns atop her head gradually faded away. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully evaded the ambush. Reward, 20 billion in heavenly gold, and the ability to perform 2 lightspeed slashes. Oh, so this madwoman's demise was rather worthwhile? Bai Qi exclaimed, excitement coursing through him as he licked his lips. System, display my panel. Ding. Host, Bai Qi age, 8 years occupation, captain of the Whitebeard pirates fruit, trimmer fruit, ignores the sea, haki, Busashoka haki, intermediate, Kenbunshika haki, beginner. Haushika haki, beginner, skills, light speed / 5 times, single use, an instantaneous strike against an enemy, achieving light speed. The blink skill activated 4 times, instantaneously traversing any space within 100 meters. Items: incomplete demon fruit encyclopedia, 1/3, fish fruit, heavenly gold, 11 billion berries. 96 million berries, rain fruit, and the famed sword, blowing snow. Base attributes: strength, maxed, defense, maxed, agility, maxed. Bai Qi revealed a satisfied smile, his gaze fixated on the drought-stricken Jack. Nearby, the centaur Speed witnessed Bai Qi's decisive strike against Jean Lamy. This newly acknowledged captain Bai Qi was indeed formidable beyond measure. Looking at the lifeless Jean Lamy beside him, Speed was suddenly gripped by a primal fear from the depths of his soul. This seemingly harmless 8-year-old child, with his innocent stature and youthful voice, had proven to be a remorseless killer, having vanquished Cyphus Head, Hold'em, and now Jean Lamy. Should he feel fortunate to align himself with such a powerful youth? Or should he regret his decision to join? After a moment of contemplation, Speed arrived at a conclusion. It was indeed wise to join. The reasoning was simple. Just look at the fates of Cyphus Head, Hold'em, and Jean Lamy. Those who opposed this young boy had all met their demise. The elite subordinates of Drought Jack had been decimated by this child. Had he not abandoned the contest out of fear of this 8-year-old? Would he not now share the same fate as Jean Lamy? Speed sank into deep reflection. Jack, your abilities are indeed limited. Is the bounty all contained within these 2 ivory tusks? Ha! Bai Qi mockingly ridiculed Jack. You bastard! How can you possess such power? Drought Jack's disbelief was evident. An 8-year-old boy had severed his ivory tusks. He recalled how recklessly he had once attacked one of the 4 emperors, yet never with such catastrophic results. His tusks had been shattered. Jack looked at the 2 ivory pieces on the ground, overcome by a profound sense of humiliation, transforming back into his human form. Jack gripped his weapon tightly, swiftly enveloping it with haki. He charged at Bai Qi once more, this time with even greater ferocity. Air slashes surged towards Bai Qi. Blowing snow, let us go, Bai Qi exclaimed, brandishing his sword, hearing the melodious sound akin to a dragon's roar emanating from it. He could not help but praise. A splendid blade. A splendid blade. The air slashes unleashed by Jack were effortlessly countered by Bai Qi. Simultaneously, Bai Qi leaped into the air. Drought Jack, allow me to show you my air slash. A smirk formed on his lips as he tightened his grip on the renowned sword, blowing snow. What? Jack did not grasp the meaning. Suddenly, the sky was filled with countless air slashes, slicing through the air towards him. Jack's vision was overwhelmed by nearly 100 luminous arcs. His mouth agape, his eyes wide and bloodshot, he thought. This is impossible. Drought Jack emitted a howl reminiscent of a slaughtered pig, grasping his weapon with fervor to withstand the onslaught. Deep within, he understood that succumbing to the agony of a single strike would inevitably lead to a barrage of air slashes that would seal his fate. His sole purpose now was to endure the pain and continue his defense. As Jack battled, his body bore the marks of countless wounds, yet he did not falter. He clenched his teeth and summoned every ounce of strength to resist. Bai Chi was taken aback, observing the injured Jack before him. He let out an astonished exclamation. Indeed, your defense is quite commendable. I unleashed 100 slashes just now. The fact that Jack withstood his strikes, enduring the pain to fend off subsequent attacks, suggested that Tank Jack possessed a certain level of skill. So Jack, how does my air slash taste? Bai Chi smirked, his lips curling in a mischievous grin. You scoundrel. As Drought Jack beheld his garments reduced to mere tattered strips, an overwhelming surge of anger and humiliation coursed through him. Chapter 62. Drought Jack's dismay. Damn it, you. Drought Jack was rendered speechless by rage. As a prominent figure of the Beast Pirates, a man with a bounty exceeding 1 billion, he had never endured such humiliation. Anger surged through him, causing his words to tremble. Suddenly, the phone bug on White Chi's ship began to ring incessantly. The sound of the phone bug instantly captured the attention of White Chi, Jack, and their companions, who were deeply engaged in battle. Speed, my subordinate, please fetch the phone bug for me. I must take this call, White Chi stated with an expressionless demeanor, as if he were entirely unfazed by the ongoing conflict. What? Mr. White Chi, are you certain you want to answer the phone now? Speed looked at the seemingly unpredictable boy before him in bewilderment. Was he joking? They were on the verge of defeating a man with a bounty of 1 billion. And now Mr. White Chi chose to attend to a phone bug? Couldn't he these matters wait until after the fight? Was he not concerned about being distracted and providing Drought Jack an opportunity? It was difficult to ascertain whether the captain of the Whitebeard crew, White Chi, was exceptionally skilled and audacious or simply insane. Indeed, bring me the phone bug. It is a call from my family, and I cannot allow them to worry. White Chi replied earnestly, completely ignoring Jack, who stood nearby. All right, Mr. White Chi. But you are currently engaged in battle with Drought Jack. Won't this distract you? Speed blinked his large eyes, filled with 1,000 questions. Finally, summoning his courage, he expressed his concerns. After all, Jack was still alive, and both he and White Chi remained in peril while facing such a cruel and ruthless adversary. Do not fret. Look at him. He is in no position to cause any further trouble, White Chi said dismissively, pointing at Drought Jack with a look of disdain. Damn it, you. White Chi, how infuriating. Drought Jack stammered, his anger palpable, yet he hesitated upon considering White Chi's formidable strength. While Drought Jack was indeed quite stubborn, he was not a fool. His obstinacy stemmed from ignorance of his opponent's true capabilities. After engaging in battle, Drought Jack would soon realize the wisdom in retreat. Very well, Mr. White Chi, Speed said, glancing at the intimidated Drought Jack. A surge of confidence welled up within him as he observed the once mighty Drought Jack reduced to such a state of frustration by a mere child. Speed began to believe in White Chi's prowess. Perhaps this 8-year-old really was correct in claiming that Drought Jack was no longer a threat. Such power was truly terrifying, especially for one so young. At this age, it was likely that White Chi was unparalleled throughout the entire pirate world. Achieving a strength comparable to a vice admiral at just 8 years old was an extraordinary feat. Vice admiral was how Speed currently categorized White Chi. What are you daydreaming about? Bai Chi fixed his gaze on the motionless Speed, who appeared lost in contemplation. All right, Mr. Bai Chi, Speed exclaimed, jolted back to reality, and hurried towards Bai Chi's quarters. After Speed departed, I turned to Jack, the Drought, and inquired, shall we continue? Bai Chi observed Jack, whose eyes were now filled with trepidation. Continue? Jack's lifeless eyes widened in disbelief, his limbs trembling involuntarily. He glanced around at the dismembered corpses of pirates, their eyes brimming with terror in their final moments, and then at the lifeless body of Jean Lamy, who had succumbed to his own folly. For the first time, a sense of fear blossomed within Drought Jack. Would he meet a similar fate, perishing at the hands of this young boy? He instinctively took a step back. What's wrong? Are you afraid, Jack? This isn't like you at all, ha. Bai Chi chuckled at the sight of Jack's terrified expression. He had initially believed that a stubborn person like Jack would be oblivious to fear, yet here was Jack, beginning to fear him. In truth, Jack's inner turmoil was entirely understandable. After all, witnessing someone like Bai Chi, who had decimated his own pirate crew down to a solitary survivor, was enough to instill dread in anyone. "Scoundrel, who do you think I am? I have never known fear." Jack, embarrassed and enraged, forced himself to maintain composure and bellowed as he charged at Baichi. His weapon, resembling a scythe, was now enveloped in a layer of dark armor, gleaming ominously. "Die, brat." Drought Jack swung his weapon wildly. "Observation Haki, activate." Baichi silently intoned. It was the perfect opportunity to use Jack as a sparring partner. In Jack's frenzied state, his weapon traced swift arcs through the air. Indeed, was his rudimentary observation Haki insufficient to contend with an opponent of Jack's caliber? Baichi pondered. Although he could perceive most of the attacks, some moved with such uncanny speed that they remained elusive. Nonetheless, they posed no threat to Baichi. The reasoning was simple. Attacks he could not foresee could be countered with his prized sword, Shuyuki, or with intermediate-level armament Haki focused defensively at his chest. Had his armament Haki been at a basic level, this battle would have proven far more arduous. Jack was equally astonished. He knew he had entered a state of rage, theoretically enhancing his attacks. Yet, the young boy before him seemed solely focused on defense rather than offense. Could it be that this boy was merely using him for practice? Drought Jack mused. Upon further observation, it became evident that Baichi was evading his strikes with observation Haki, and when avoidance was impossible, he would rely on armament Haki to withstand the blows. Jack swung his weapon over 1,000 times, yet the passively defensive Baichi remained unscathed. Jack was utterly bewildered. He felt a genuine sense of submission as he contemplated the widening gap between himself and the boy before him. Standing nearby, Speed wore a look of astonishment, realizing just how formidable Mr. Baichi truly was. It seems that he has grown even stronger since the initial battle with Jack. Speed has completely reassured himself at this moment. He firmly believes that the drought-stricken Jack stands no chance against Baichi. In truth, Baichi's strength has not altered. Rather, it is the endurance that has come into play. Under the utmost endurance, even after such an extensive battle, Baichi's condition remains as robust as ever. Although Jack is also renowned for his formidable stamina, he is not at the peak of his endurance. Furthermore, Jack's mind has become increasingly chaotic, disrupting his breathing rhythm and consequently exacerbating his physical fatigue. This has given rise to the illusion that Baichi has grown stronger. In reality, it is Jack who has weakened. Chapter 63. Exhausted Jack. Damn it. I refuse to believe it. An enraged Jack continued his assault, yet it proved futile. Ultimately, the endurance-renowned Jack collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. This scene was fully witnessed by Speed. The former superior, the Drought Jack, now faced off against his current leader, the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, culminating dramatically in a decisive victory for Witeki. Incredibly, the once indomitable Drought Jack was now lying exhausted on the ground. The notorious bounty of over 1 billion, who had battled a formidable figure in the New World for 3 days and nights, and whose presence rendered the land barren, had now succumbed to fatigue. It was truly hard to believe. Speed, why are you standing there in a daze? Hand me my phone. Witeki scolded as he noticed Speed's stunned expression. Why yes, Boss Witeki. Speed, now utterly in awe of Witeki, had shifted his address from sir to boss. Beep beep. The transponder snail continued to ring. On the other end of the line were the members of the Whitebeard pirates. On board the Moby Dick, a group awaited the call with bated breath. Among them were Whitebeard, Marco, Jozu, and the flower sword, Vista. Dad, why has that little brat Witeki answered the phone yet? Marco exclaimed anxiously, pacing around the room. Just wait a moment. Just wait a moment. Whitebeard replied with a worried expression, sighing heavily. Jozu could no longer contain himself. What if something unexpected has happened? Could they have crossed paths? Upon hearing this, the group fell silent. Just moments ago, Whitebeard's intelligence network had reported that Drought Jack had learned of Witeki's actions in Dressrosa, killing Hold'em, scaring off Speed, which caused Speed to abandon the Beast Pirates. Such a series of unforgivable acts prompted Drought Jack to take matters into his own hands, with Dressrosa as his target. This was the reason behind Whitebeard's urgent call to Witeki. Upon hearing Jozu's words, Whitebeard's expression grew even more peculiar. His throat felt dry, and he coughed twice. Finally, he spoke resolutely. Impossible. That little brat is clever as a fox, and I have his life card. He is not in any danger. Though he said this, everyone understood that while Wateki was currently safe, if he did not leave Dressrosa swiftly, the likelihood of encountering Jack was quite high. It was entirely possible that he had already crossed paths with Jack. Even if his life card showed no issues now, it was difficult to ensure future safety. Damn it. Kid, answer the phone quickly. Whitebeard furrowed his brow. On the other side of the transponder snail, Wateki finally picked up the phone. Immediately, an anxious voice came through. Hello, is this the little brat Wateki? This resounding voice unmistakably belonged to the old man, Whitebeard. Old man, are you losing your marbles? Who else would answer this phone besides me? Wateki replied, slightly irked. Hearing Wateki's tone, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This proves that at this moment, Whitechie is not in any danger. I said, kid, I don't have time to banter with you right now. Whitebeard's expression turned serious as he continued. I have received word that Drought Jack is coming to settle accounts with you. You must leave Dressrosa immediately. During this time, refrain from wandering about. Return to our ship. Though his tone was commanding, a warm current flowed through Whitechie's heart. This feeling of warmth must be what family feels like. Yes, little Whitechie. Come back for a while. I haven't savored your grilled meat in ages. Come back and show us your skills, came Marco's voice through the den mushy. Indeed, kid. I've heard that you've grown stronger. I wonder if you are my match now? Smiled Flower Sword Vista, viewing Whitechie as a worthy opponent for sparring. And I wish to exchange a few moves with you as well, said the simple-minded Jaws, grinning widely. As everyone spoke in turn, Whitechie felt overwhelmed. Can you let me say something too? He said, rubbing his forehead in frustration. I've already encountered Drought Jack. Father, our intelligence system is still lacking in timeliness. Upon this revelation, the room fell silent. One could hear a pin drop. After a few seconds of quiet, Whitebeard suddenly asked, You encountered him? Then you escaped? Why does your tone sound so normal? Whitebeard was puzzled. Logically, if they had met, Whitechie and Jack should be fighting at this very moment. Or perhaps Jack would not engage in battle with this kid he knows. Hearing Whitebeard's words nearly made Whitechie faint. It dawned on him that everyone in the Whitebeard crew had severely underestimated him. Can't you all wish for something good for me? Do you think I would flee? Drought Jack is right before me, yet he poses no threat to me at all, Whitechie said with a smirk, glancing at Jack, who was gasping for breath. His lifeless eyes fixed on Whitechie, too afraid to make a move. Could it be? You defeated Drought Jack? That's impossible, Whitebeard said. His throat dry as he swallowed hard. You defeated Drought Jack? The old man was filled with skepticism. If Whitechie could triumph over Charlotte Oven, it could be rationalized. But Drought Jack, the man with a bounty exceeding 1 billion, was not easily vanquished, even among the strongest pirate crew in the world. Few aboard could claim victory over Jack. How long had this kid been with the Whitebeard crew to defeat Drought Jack? As Whitebeard's words echoed, the crowd began to stir. Marco voiced his doubts as well. Defeated Jack? That guy with a bounty of 1 billion? Impossible. Although I admit the kid has extraordinary talent. Jack is not an opponent that an 8-year-old boy can overcome. Indeed, others nodded in agreement. From the den mushy, Whitechie could vaguely hear the discussion on the other end. He was utterly bewildered. After all, had he not just stated it himself? Yet they still did not believe him? I say, old man, I have truly subdued Jack. At this moment, he lies exhausted on the ground, panting for breath. Whitechie remarked, Kid, I might believe other things you say, but you expect me to believe that Drought Jack has been defeated? Ask everyone present if they believe that. Whitebeard retorted, clearly skeptical. While Drought Jack may lack in offensive power, his defensive capabilities are akin to those of Diamond Jaws. Stop rambling, kid. Hurry back to the white team. If you encounter Jack, things could get complicated, Whitebeard said, his demeanor turning serious once again. Whitechie felt utterly disillusioned with his comrades in the white team. So you all choose not to believe me, do you? Then I shall give Jack a knife, and you can listen for yourselves. Upon hearing this, the members of the white team were momentarily stunned. Could it be that this young lad has truly defeated Drought Jack, the man with a bounty exceeding 1 billion? Chapter 64. The Unwritten Agreement Among the 4 Emperors Naturally. Jack, who was panting heavily, also heard this statement. His face was filled with terror as he gazed at Whitechie, who at that moment resembled a demon. The renowned sword, Shui Shui, was gripped firmly in his hand, encased in a layer of black armor that spread across the blade like obsidian. under the sunlight. It emitted a dazzling black radiance. With the enhancement of intermediate armament haki, Bai Qi unleashed a strike with Chui Shui. The sword energy surged forth. Imbued with the dark haki, charging directly at Jack. Suddenly, a semicircular halo of slashing energy appeared in the air, hurtling towards Jack. His eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. "You bastard!" he yelled, hastily drawing his scythe-like weapon for defense, but the attack was overwhelmingly powerful. Under the might of the sword energy, Jack's weapon was severed, and he was struck once more in the chest. This wound was deeper than the last, and blood gushed forth instantly, streaming onto the ground like a crimson river. The volume of blood loss was staggering. "Ah, bastard!" Jack howled in pain. This cry was unmistakably heard by the members of the white team. A profound silence enveloped them for nearly 10 seconds. I never expected Bai Qi to have grown even stronger, Bista, the flower swordman, remarked, filled with confusion and disbelief. This boy truly managed to suppress Jack, the harbinger of drought. Goodness, at this rate. Even my father in his youth would have struggled to keep up, Marco exclaimed in astonishment. Whitebeard, upon hearing this, felt a pang of discomfort within, his expression somewhat awkward. Ahem, you're talking about Bai Qi. Why drag me into this? At such a young age, his strength is indeed extraordinary, the others murmured in admiration. Bai Qi then picked up the Den Den Mushi, declaring, "Now do you believe me?" "All right, we believe you." Whitebeard and the others were now entirely convinced. As direct witnesses to Bai Qi's growth, they understood clearly that when Bai Qi first boarded the ship, his haki was insufficient to break through Jack's defenses. Yet now, it was evident that his armament haki had risen significantly. Otherwise, how could he have injured Jack? Moreover, judging by the agonized cries coming through the phone, it appeared that Jack was indeed being suppressed by Bai Qi. This boy was undeniably a prodigy. His rate of growth was astonishing. In this light, he was truly worthy of being the successor to the Whitebeard pirates, haha. So, how do you plan to deal with Jack? Marco inquired, seizing the Din Din Mushi from Whitebeard with curiosity. Jack? Bai Qi pondered. Well, let's just kill him. What else there to deliberate? Bai Qi was always decisive. Leaving Jack alive would only invite calamity. As for the possibility of angering Kaido by killing Jack, Bai Qi was unconcerned. If Kaido were to come, so be it. Bai Qi was confident that even if Kaido did arrive, he would not be in any peril. If I cannot defeat you, I still know how to flee. Moreover, I presently possess the intermediate level of armament haki, along with abilities such as flash step and light speed slash, skills that are undeniably overpowered in this realm. When it comes to a confrontation, the outcome is uncertain. As for eliminating him, Marco appeared dazed, wearing an expression of bewilderment. He had indeed contemplated the possibility of White Qi severing one of Kaido's limbs. Yet he never expected that the annihilation of the drought-stricken Jack would cross his mind. The intricacies of the four emperors' powers are convoluted. Friction between two of them is not uncommon. However, there exists an unspoken rule that governs their interactions. Minor conflicts are permissible and can be tolerated. The loss of a few pawns or peripheral forces is inconsequential. Yet, everyone understands that if a core member of the opposing faction is slain, a profound enmity is established. It is akin to delivering a resounding slap to the other side, thereby infringing upon both factions' threshold for tolerance, which could ignite a war between them. Such a conflict would inevitably claim more lives, disrupting the delicate balance among the four emperors. Thus, the principle of sparing the core members of the opposing faction is a universally acknowledged tenet. Should anyone breach this code, the safety of their own core members would be jeopardized in future retaliations. I remarked to White Qi, if you were to kill him, you might trigger a war between the White faction and Kaido. The crowd's expressions turned grave. To instigate a war between two emperors? Truth be told, White Qi had not contemplated such ramifications. His sole thought was that if one dared to offend him, he would ensure they would deeply regret it. Such was the simplicity of his resolve. You cannot slay me, young one. I am a confidant of Kaido, the most formidable man in that world. Upon hearing the trepidation from the Whitebeard side, Drought Jack's confidence surged. How could a mere peripheral captain dare to eliminate a confidant of the Beast Pirates? It was a delusional fantasy. Even if you were to defeat me, what then? Should you extinguish my life, you would unleash the wrath of an entire emperor's crew upon yourself. Drought Jack's gaze regained its former calm. even exuding an air of superiority. Observing the contemplative White Chi, he taunted, "What say you, young one? Are you incensed? Ha! Yet what can you do about it?" Drought Jack trembled as he rose, his body marred with wounds, and turned to return to his pirate ship, uttering, "Young one, I sincerely hope we do not cross paths again." With that, he revealed a sinister grin. I interjected, "Jack, you cannot depart just yet." White Chi spoke coolly. "What?" Drought Jack's face contorted with skepticism. Even the Whitebeard pirates had declared that he must not be killed, and yet this young one still harbored intentions? I declared, "Father, I trust you would not object to a declaration of war." Upon hearing these words, Drought Jack was rendered speechless, paralyzed with fear. At that moment, he could not ascertain whether any rash movement would lead to his immediate demise. It would be wiser to remain patient and allow White Chi's crew to persuade him. Whitebeard fell into a deep contemplation. White Chi's assertion was not born of impulsiveness. On the contrary, he possessed his own perspective. If it were another pirate crew, adhering to the agreement would be the expected course of action. Kaido and Whitebeard have long regarded each other as archenemies. The reason the two emperors' crews currently coexist in relative peace is that each is searching for the opportunity to deliver a decisive blow. In the anime, when Whitebeard's entire crew launched an assault on the Marine headquarters, it is noteworthy that the Beast Pirates deployed nearly all their forces to ambush Whitebeard's stronghold. Against such an adversary, there is no need to adhere to any rules. Why spare Kaido's trusted subordinate, the Calamity Jack? If not to later annihilate the members of Whitebeard's crew? At last, the voice of Whitebeard resonated through the transponder snail, booming with vigor. "Ha! Kid, you truly have guts. Go ahead and create chaos. I care not for a full-scale war." The corners of Whitebeard's mouth lifted in a triumphant smile. "This is precisely the declaration I awaited." Old Man. Chapter 65. Slaying Jack, the Prince of Power. Step by step, he approached the dreaded Jack. The renowned blade, Snowstorm, was raised high above his head, gleaming brilliantly under the sun. "No, you little brat, have you lost your mind? You cannot kill me." For the first time in his life, Jack, the harbinger of calamity, felt true terror. He was Jack, the man with a bounty exceeding 1 billion. Wherever he went, not a blade of grass would survive. He was the trusted lieutenant of Kaido, who possessed the power to dictate the fates of others if not he himself. And yet, he was now facing an 8-year-old child. Unwillingness surged within him. How could such a formidable figure as he fall to a mere child? A mix of humiliation, rage, and a myriad of complex emotions flooded his heart. Yet, at this moment, his fate lay firmly in Bai Chi's grasp. No matter what calamity he had been before, no matter how arrogant he had been or how many fates he had controlled, Bai Chi was here to teach him the price of crossing him. Death. Snowstorm whistled through the air. "Are you excited, Snowstorm? Let us relish the thrill of slaying a billion-berry pirate." A dark, obsidian armor enveloped Bai Chi in an instant as he unleashed a furious strike. Terror etched across Jack's face as he stared at the bloodthirsty blade above him. A visage of unwillingness. "Damn it! I am Jack the Dread. How can anyone dictate my life or death?" Jack roared in fury and transformed into an ancient mammoth, swinging his long trunk toward Bai Chi. This was Jack's wrathful strike, infused with explosive energy. Success or failure hinged on this moment. Jack bellowed, engaging in a life-or-death gamble. If he could withstand Bai Chi's blow, he would make the young one experience the full force of Jack's vengeance. With the awakening of his devil fruit powers, transforming into the ancient mammoth, his defense was amplified tenfold. Looking at Bai Chi's small frame, he scoffed at the notion that the child could surpass his defenses. Dreams may be grand, but reality is often harsh. The moment Bai Chi's body grazed Jack's massive trunk, he vanished in an eerie instant. Jack was left stunned and incredulous, gazing at the empty air where Bai Chi had just stood. Was this some kind of fruit ability? Did the little brat have a hidden card, a fruit user? His mind was rife with questions. In the next moment, Bai Chi suddenly appeared behind Jack. With a powerful slash, he aimed for the back of the mammoth's colossal form. A colossal roar echoed across the vast ocean. Jack the Dread, transformed into a mammoth, was cleaved in two by Bai Chi's forceful strike. A torrent of blood gushed forth, reviving the once fleeting scent of carnage carried away by the wind. Speed, witnessing this horrifying scene, was overwhelmed and began to retch. It was unimaginable that just a week ago, Jack the Dread had been his superior, a tyrant within the Beast Pirates, who ruled with brutality and instilled fear in all who dared to oppose him. Once, the formidable Jack, known as the Drought, engaged in a titanic battle with a remarkable figure from the New World for 3 consecutive days and nights, ultimately exhausting his opponent to death. Yet, at this moment, he found himself cleaved in twain by an 8-year-old child standing before him. The surreal nature of the event felt dreamlike, leaving Speed in a state of disbelief. Before him lay the stark reality. Jack, now in human form after having transformed from a colossal mammoth, trembled violently, straining to gaze at Bai Chi. This seemingly innocuous child, a mere fledgling of the sea, had utterly defeated him in such a humiliating manner. In utter disbelief, he surveyed his bisected body, unable to fathom how. Even after morphing into the ancient mammoth with a tenfold increase in defense, he could still be vanquished by this boy. What perplexed Jack even further was the mysterious ability of the child's devil fruit, which allowed him to seemingly vanish into thin air. It was an anomaly beyond comprehension. He sensed that the child's ability to disappear and reappear was executed in an instant. Was it a space fruit? Jack pondered this enigma even as he faced his demise. His final desperate strike, which should have turned the tide, was rendered ineffective by Bai Chi's spatial displacement technique, leading to his complete downfall. Naturally, he felt a profound sense of dissatisfaction. "Let me enlighten you," Bai Chi explained. "This is called blink, and it is not a fruit ability. Rather, it is a skill." A skill? Jack, on the brink of death, was bewildered, having never encountered such a concept before. "To be honest, Jack, had it not been for my blink skill, we might have both faced ruin," Bai Chi admitted, observing Jack's feeble state. "You were worth the expenditure of my skill," he continued. "This is my trump card against foes of the Yonko caliber." Wiping the blood splattered on his face by Jack, Bai Chi murmured, "Child, you are quite formidable." With those final words, Jack closed his eyes. Once a figure of immense prestige, regarded as a confidant by Kaido and known as the Drought, his story came to an end. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. Reward, intermediate observation haki. Due to the perfect completion of the task, an additional reward of 2 uses of the blink skill has been granted. So, the expended blink skill has returned, and I gained an extra 1. Bai Chi exclaimed. System. Open the panel. Ding dong. Host, Bai Chi age, 8 years occupation. Captain of the Whitebeard Pirates fruit, Quake fruit, ignores the sea, haki, armament haki, intermediate, observation haki, intermediate. Conqueror's haki, beginner, skills, light speed / 5 uses, 1-time cost, instantly strike enemies at light speed. The blink skill allows instantaneous movement within 100 meters, utilized 5 times. Item, fragmented demon fruit compendium, 30, fish fruit, heavenly gold, 110 billion berries, 9. 6 billion berries, rain fruit, and the renowned sword, blowing snow. Base attributes, strength, maxed, defense, maxed, agility, maxed. Upon reviewing his stats, Bai Chi smiled with satisfaction, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting as he closed his eyes to attune to his observation haki. He now possessed the ability to glimpse fleeting moments of the future. With intermediate armament haki and intermediate observation haki, Bai Chi's prowess had significantly escalated. This strength surpassed that of the 5th Emperor, Luffy, who had previously triumphed over Kakuri. At that time, Luffy had merely grasped the ability to momentarily perceive the future with his observation haki, lacking the armament haki of flowing cherry blossoms. Yet he was still recognized as one of the 5 emperors. While the title of the 5 emperors may have been somewhat inflated, it cannot be denied that he possessed at least the strength of a vice-emperor. By this measure, Bai Chi's capabilities could be considered at least on par with a quasi-emperor level. This brought him one step closer to his aspirations. Chapter 66, The Establishment of the Great White Shark Pirate Crew. Hey, kid, how are things on your end? An urgent voice emanated from the transponder snail. It's over. Bai Chi replied coolly. Over? You mean? Whitebeard furrowed his brow, staring intently ahead. He's dead, Jack. This simple response plunged the Whitebeard pirates into an immediate silence. After a long pause, Whitebeard finally spoke. Well, you certainly are decisive in your actions, kid. He coughed lightly, reflecting on the situation. Naturally, old man. I want to be returning, I have my own destination, Bai Chi stated lazily. I must warn you, kid, be cautious of Kaido's retaliation. You've slain one of the Beast Pirate's 3 foremost members. Kaido will not let this slide. Whitebeard urged anxiously. Don't worry, old man. I'll return when the time is right. Farewell, Bai Chi concluded, hanging up the transponder snail. Hey kid. Hello. Whitebeard continued to call out. But the line had already gone dead. The remaining crew members exchanged glances, unsure what to make of the audacious young man. This kid truly knows no bounds. Whitebeard remarked with a hint of exasperation. Who knows, perhaps this young lad will grow stronger and evade Kaido's vengeance, Marco speculated. I certainly hope so. I have faith in the kid's strength. The Bai Chi pirate ship sailed across the ocean. A gust of sea breeze swept through, carrying not the scent of the ocean, but rather a nauseating stench of blood. Speed, toss these corpses into the sea and clean up the blood on the deck, Bai Chi commanded. Yes, Captain Bai Chi. Speed responded, startled but obedient. At that moment, Speed held immense respect for Bai Chi, despite his youthful appearance. He was capable of killing without a moment's hesitation. He had personally slain the dreaded Jack the Drought. How could Speed dare to defy Bai Chi's orders? Utilizing his robust physique, Speed quickly dragged the corpses and hurled them into the sea. As the bodies splashed into the water, they attracted a swarm of sharks. Watching the bloodthirsty sharks feast, Bai Chi observed with intrigue. Now you can feast to your heart's content, he murmured. He picked up the ivory tusks that Jack had dropped, finding them remarkably hard and smooth. These 2 tusks are undoubtedly valuable. When we dock for supplies, I shall find a way to repurpose them. Hey, Speed. We need to brainstorm a name for our pirate crew, Bai Chi said, contemplating the crew's identity after defeating Jack the Drought. How about the God of War Pirates? Speed tentatively suggested. That name is far too kitsch, Bai Chi swiftly dismissed. I'd wager that over half of the novice pirates sailing these seas have considered that name. Too kitsch? Speed scratched his head awkwardly. Then what about the brave pirates? What do you think? Speed blinked innocently, his big eyes wide with hope. Forget it. I'll come up with something on my own, Bai Chi replied, waving his hand dismissively. How about the great white shark pirates? Observing the bloodthirsty shark at this moment, Bai Chi slapped his thigh and exclaimed. The normally composed great white shark, upon sensing the scent of blood, would succumb to madness, seizing its prey without mercy. This behavior bore a resemblance to Bai Chi himself. Captain Bai Chi's name indeed exuded an imposing presence. Speed readily echoed his sentiment. Upon witnessing Speed's unabashedly sycophantic demeanor, Bai Chi felt disinclined to tolerate it any longer and headed straight back to the dormitory, leaving Speed in a state of bewilderment, wondering if he had misspoken. He recalled that the previous time he assisted Lord Jack, he had expressed similar sentiments, to which Jack had responded with immense delight. With the name of the pirate crew settled, the next order of business was to focus on recruiting members. Choosing to pursue an elite path, Bai Chi resolved that the pirates under his command would be well compensated with superior weapons. However, such a choice necessitated a certain level of strength. Otherwise, facing a mere novice's conqueror's hockey could lead to disaster. After investing substantial funds in weaponry and salaries, would it not be a waste if they ended up defeated? Bai Chi pondered over this matter the entire night. By the following day, clarity began to emerge. He tentatively decided to adopt a policy of sustaining through battle, aiming to attract a group of individuals. By partaking in numerous skirmishes, he believed that the crew members, having been tempered by the crucible of combat, would undoubtedly emerge as elites. The great white shark pirate ship sped across the ocean. Speed, find the nearest land and dock, Bai Chi commanded. Understood, Captain Bai Chi. Speed now dared not defy his orders in the slightest. They arrived at a small town named Tachio. Speed, secure the ship. We are going to create a pirate flag. Upon reaching Tachio, while it lacked the prosperity of Dressrosa, it was certainly more thriving than the diminutive White Manor. Esteemed guest, do you require any weaponry? Shouted a smithy owner. Esteemed guest, are you in need of clothing? Our garments are of excellent quality and reasonably priced. Guaranteed to satisfy, a middle-aged woman called out to Speed. We are not purchasing clothing. Could you kindly inform us if there are any shops that manufacture flags nearby? Bai Chi inquired. The woman's warm expression vanished in an instant, replaced by a mournful countenance. Who are you calling at? Am I that old? She waved her hand dismissively. I don't know. Ah, esteemed guest, do you need clothing? Our garments are all made from premium materials. Having said this, she turned to attend to another customer. Bai Chi shook his head in resignation, realizing that power dynamics seemed to prevail in every world. I said, Aunt. Before Bai Chi could finish his sentence, the middle-aged woman continued to wave her hand. I don't know, I know nothing. Bai Chi, perplexed, returned the belly he was clutching back into his pocket, a smile playing on his lips, and proceeded toward the next shop selling straw sandals. Observing the coarse straw footwear, Bai Chi mused that it was, after all, a small town, lacking the refinement of a grand place like Dressrosa. Such rudimentary products would never be found in a bustling metropolis like Dressrosa. Turning to a burly middle-aged man before him, he inquired, Excuse me, sir. May I ask if there is a shop nearby that manufactures flags? The shop that manufactures flags is just 100 meters ahead. Take a right turn, and you will find it. The robust middle-aged man chuckled amiably. I see, so it is merely 100 meters away. I glanced once more at the elderly lady peddling clothes, realizing she did not wish to provide an answer. With such a short distance, how could the nearby shops be unaware? Thank you, uncle. Please accept this as a token of my gratitude. Bai Chi produced 10,000 berries. No, I cannot accept this. The entire inventory of my shop is worth no more than that. You merely inquired about directions. How could I possibly accept your money? The uncle said, scratching his head with a hearty smile. This is what you deserve. With that, Bai Chi mounted his speed and departed swiftly. The middle-aged woman watching nearby turned pale, filled with regret. Her lips trembled. This. I have missed out on a benefactor. Chapter 67. The tavern The Flag was successfully hoisted, yet it was necessary to remain in this quaint town for a while. Bai Chi inquired about the finest tavern in the vicinity and set his gaze upon the only 8-story building in the town. This must be the place. Owner, I require the best room you have, too. If you please, Bai Chi declared as he entered the establishment reputed to be the best among the locals. Sir, do you wish to rent a room? Our rates are 5,000 belly per night. The server responded dismissively, noting Bai Chi's diminutive stature. What business does this little imp have in a tavern? If it weren't for the tavern's regulations, I'd be inclined to send him packing. This tavern is the priciest in Taichou. Who among its patrons isn't a local magnate? A mere child dressed in such tattered garments surely cannot afford to stay here. Determined to deter him, the server quoted an exorbitant price. Very well, that will be 1 million belly, Bai Chi retorted, producing the money with ease. My apologies. I have exhausted my small change. Here is 1 million belly for now, as we intend to stay for a while, Bai Chi said casually, tossing the notes onto the counter before taking the keys to the 2 rooms and ascending to the 2nd floor. The server stood there, dumbfounded, gazing at the 1 million belly resting on the counter. How blind I was. Who is this young master? I don't recall ever seeing him before, he muttered, shaking his head in disbelief. At that moment, a centaur-like woman approached, prompting the server to don a forced smile. This lady possesses the power of a devil fruit. He recalled a tale from a decade ago about another devil fruit user who commanded great respect in Taichou, even from the mayor. That powerful individual had grown weary of this small town and set forth into the world, an event that had left the townsfolk in awe. The centaur woman before him must surely be a legendary Zoan-type devil fruit user. It was said that those with Zoan abilities possessed inhuman strength and speed, far surpassing the physical capabilities of ordinary humans, qualities that pirate crews fervently sought after. A mere server like himself could not afford to offend such a figure. Greetings, esteemed lady. Do you wish to secure a room? The server managed to ask with a professional smile. Have you seen a boy, around 8 or 9 years old, of considerable height? Speed inquired, her large eyes blinking innocently. Ah, beautiful miss. His rooms are 205 and 206 in total, the server replied, not daring to be neglectful, even bending slightly in deference. As he watched Speed depart, the server wiped the sweat from his brow. He had heard that Zoan-type devil fruit users tended to be rather irritable, often aligning themselves with pirates. He could not afford to be careless. Wait a moment. That centaur user is searching for the young boy. This implies they are companions, one wealthy and the other a formidable devil fruit wielder. It seems these two are certainly affiliated with some remarkable force. The centaur appeared as a woman, possessing a distinctive allure that might yield some clues within the newspapers. The waiter, feeling rather idle, began to sift through nearly 100 dusty old newspapers scattered about. The layer of dust suggested these were antiquated publications, a reflection of the isolated nature of the pirate world, where communication with the outside realm was severely hampered. Typically, the papers were outdated, and due to the high cost of purchasing current news, the local populace favored these antiquated editions, which were merely a fraction of the price of the latest reports. This also contributed to the popularity of old newspapers in small towns. As the waiter continued to peruse, he muttered to himself, "Centaur, half-human." A further 10 minutes elapsed before he stumbled upon an image of the centaur, Speedra, escorting a treasure ship. "Found it. Let me examine the headline," he mused, scrutinizing the paper closely. The headline read, "Speed escorts treasure ship while villagers starve nearby." The waiter read each word slowly, his brow furrowing. What nonsense, these are just trivial reports, but in the next moment, his expression shifted from casual curiosity to grave concern. As he realized that the woman he had just encountered, named Speed, was affiliated with the Beast Pirates. The Beast Pirates, a legendary crew among the Four Emperors, was composed of the most formidable pirates, reigning supreme within their territory, often dismissing even the navy. Speed belonged to Kaido's Beast Pirates, known for their brutality and oppressive reign. A moment's negligence could lead to death at the hands of this merciless crew, who regarded human life with utter contempt. "Oh dear," he thought. "Two extraordinary figures have entered my humble tavern." His hands began to tremble involuntarily. Had he inadvertently spoken out of turn? Would his service displeasure them? The waiter fell deep into contemplation, unaware that the seemingly innocuous 8-year-old child accompanying Speed was even more formidable than she. At that very moment, across the globe, including at the World Economic News Agency, discussions were fervently swirling around the young boy, Bai Chi. "Director, this Bai Chi truly is a topic of conversation," exclaimed Audie, his face awash with astonishment. "Indeed, to be honest, in my years in this profession, this child has astonished me more than anyone else." The director of the World Economic News Agency held Bai Chi in high regard, having been privy to countless significant events, ranging from the Demon Slayer Order led by 5 generals, the theft of historical texts, to the conflicts beneath the 4 emperors, and even the legacy of the Pirate King, Roger. He had reported on many of these occurrences firsthand. However, they could not astonish Morgans, for he had always been capable of interpreting even the most significant events through the lens of reason. In contrast, the young Bai Chi, nearly 8 years of age, had recently triumphed in the arena of Dressrosa. Astonishingly, just days later, he vanquished the formidable Jack, known as the Drought, of the Beast Pirates. This man, renowned for his impenetrable defenses and audacity to confront the 4 emperors and admirals, was a notorious figure with a bounty exceeding 1 billion. Yet, the most shocking revelation was that Bai Chi had, indeed, taken Jack's life with his own hands. This act had evidently shattered the pact among the 4 emperors, disrupting the delicate balance between them. The Beast Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates, 2 legendary crews of the 4 emperors, now stood on the precipice of full-scale war, a conflict ignited by a mere captain of Whitebeard. Chapter 68, Astonishment at Naval Headquarters. In the Naval Headquarters, the phone in Fleet Admiral Sengoku's office suddenly rang. "Damn it, there have been so many issues lately," Sengoku thought, rubbing his temples as dark circles began to form under his eyes. "Haha, Sengoku, my friend, take it easy. Don't let trivial matters overwhelm you." Carp chuckled, munching on rice crackers with a wide grin. "Carp, you rascal. It's easy for you to say. Why don't you try being the fleet admiral?" Sengoku retorted with irritation. Before him stood Carp, the renowned hero of the Navy, a quintessentially irresponsible character who repeatedly declined the position of admiral. Many claimed that Carp was not driven by ambition, but that was nonsense. Sengoku knew that Carp simply despised the hassle. While Sengoku dealt with a multitude of pressing matters every day, Carp offered no comfort and instead continued to mock him, which infuriated Sengoku to the point where he felt like delivering a punch to this old child. "Haha, as if I would take on that role, it would shorten my life." Carp nonchalantly continued his jests. "Damn you, Carp. You have the audacity to joke while your adopted grandson, Ace, has been getting too close to Whitebeard recently. He might even join the Whitebeard pirates. Sengoku bellowed. Carp fell silent, reflecting on the unfortunate trend of those he had nurtured turning into pirates. Meanwhile, Sengoku finally picked up the transponder snail. Report, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. This is Vice Admiral Mole. Mole? Sengoku mused, puzzled, as he rarely received calls from Mole unless there was an urgent matter at hand. Is something serious happening? Yet. He had not heard of any significant developments recently, save for Ace and Wateki, who, while talented, had not yet matured enough to cause any substantial upheaval. As for a war among the four emperors, that seemed improbable, given that both sides had their spies monitoring the situation, maintaining a relative balance. What is it, Mole? Sengoku inquired, curiosity piqued. Report, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. According to reliable sources, Wateki killed the beast pirates Jean Lamy yesterday. Before Mole could finish, Sengoku interrupted. I have been monitoring that brat Wateki. Such occurrences are not uncommon. Recently, Sengoku had been inundated with affairs and was reluctant to engage further, contemplating ending the call. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, it's not just Jean Lamy of the beast pirates, Mole stated solemnly. Oh, who else? Sengoku's expression turned grave. Given Wateki's capabilities, he could potentially defeat Charlotte Oven. Could it be that this young one had taken down the Flying Six? That seemed impossible. He had his own spies within the Flying Six, and they had reported no incidents. Report. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. I can hardly believe it myself. But I have concrete evidence, photos taken by my subordinates. Mole gulped. All right, Mole, hurry up and tell me. I have many matters to attend to, Sengoku said, his patience wearing thin as he glanced at the towering stack of documents on his desk. This cursed new era. Trouble seemed to erupt daily across the four seas. Kapu was also intrigued. Is that little rascal by Chi? Quite amusing indeed. He leaned closer to the Den Mushi, provoking an expression of disdain from Sengoku. Reporting to Admiral Sengoku, it is the drought-causing Jack from the Beast Pirates. The Mole exhaled heavily, feeling a sense of relief as he finally relayed this news to Sengoku. Unsure of how the Navy headquarters would react. At Navy headquarters, in the Admiral's office. What? Kapu leaped up, his eyes seemingly about to pop out of their sockets. Drought Jack? That 8-year-old brat took him down? Kapu roared, evidently in disbelief. If true, what manner of prodigy is this child? To possess such talent, it left even Kapu feeling somewhat inadequate. Is Vice Admiral Kapu also present? Indeed, the information is absolutely reliable. It was personally captured by my informant. I estimate that Morgan will soon disseminate this news in the form of a newspaper across the globe. The Mole's expression turned grave. Admiral Sengoku. Not hearing Sengoku's instructions, the Mole began to inquire further. Kapu glanced at Sengoku, who was currently propping up his face with his hand. After a lengthy pause, Sengoku finally exhaled slowly and said, I understand, Mole, before hanging up the phone. On the other end, Vice Admiral Mole shook his head. Admiral Sengoku. It seems you will have to work overtime again today, Sai. Hey, Sengoku, are you alright? Kapu asked with concern. Damn it. Sengoku slammed his fist onto the office desk. Kapu, is it true that a new era is truly approaching? His eyes were filled with shock and worry. A new era. I'm not quite sure about that. But rest assured, Sengoku, our time has not yet passed. Should we leave that little rascal by Chi to me? Kapu queried. You are a hero of the Navy. Entrusting you with this matter would surely lead to ridicule. A hero of the Navy now attempting to capture an 8-year-old child? We would lose all face. Sengoku shook his head. I will do my utmost to seek the consent of the Gorosei to dispatch an admiral to handle by Chi. Of course, we have not yet reached that point. This is merely a last resort. Sengoku's eyes were vacant as he murmured. The so-called handling naturally meant eliminating by Chi to prevent future troubles. However, such actions could not be executed openly, which was why Kapu was not to be involved. Given Kapu's nature, he would never engage in such underhanded dealings. The entire world would be aware of it. Setting aside the Navy's reputation, what was even more terrifying was that it would incite the pirates of the new era to harbor a deeper hatred for the Navy. If that were to happen, it would likely deter promising recruits from joining the Navy in the future. This was the crux of the matter. The current strength of the Navy had significantly declined. fundamentally due to an insufficient influx of new talent. Certainly, dealing with Bai Chi was merely a method of last resort. Having finished speaking, Kapu picked up the Den Den Mushi again. Hello, Smoker. I have a task for you. Yes, once you complete this task, report back to headquarters. Understood. After hanging up the phone, Sengoku exhaled slowly. Kapu listened intently as Sengoku expressed his intention to recognize White Chi as the new warlord of the sea. Confronting someone like White Chi head-on would undoubtedly result in considerable losses for the Navy. Given White Chi's disposition, joining the Navy was simply out of the question. If White Chi could not be eradicated, this was the only feasible approach left. Sengoku, you ought to take a good rest, Kapu remarked, his usual playful demeanor absent. Haha. Resting is not an option now, Sengoku replied, shaking his head. I must pay a visit to the Gorosei. The Gorosei? What on earth could you possibly want with those 5 old geezers? Is it merely concerning White Chi? Kapu exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. It is imperative that I go. White Chi represents the quintessential figure of the new era. This matter must be handled with utmost care. I cannot report to the Gorosei without proper justification, Sengoku stated, before slowly departing, weariness evident in his demeanor. Chapter 69. Kaido's fury. Is such a thing possible? The 5 elders sat upon their respective thrones. You did well, Sengoku, to allow him to join the 7 warlords. However, based on my deductions, the likelihood of that little brat accepting is quite low. Sengoku voiced his concerns. Low. What is your level of confidence? Upon hearing Sengoku's words, the 5 elders appeared distinctly displeased. How could anyone, akin to that fool ace, dare to refuse joining the 7 warlords? What on earth are these youngsters thinking? Well, I can only muster a 30% chance, Sengoku sighed, acknowledging that this estimate was perhaps overly optimistic. The 5 elders' faces contorted with indignation upon hearing the 30% figure. How could an insignificant 8-year-old be given the honor of becoming a warlord? The audacity to disregard the Navy and the Celestial Dragons. Sengoku. If he refuses to join the 7 warlords, do not concern yourself with it. I shall dispatch CP0 to handle him. The 5 elders revealed an insidious smile. CP0. You say? That may be the best way to deal with Whitebeard. Sengoku nodded in agreement. To be candid, it would be preferable to distance oneself from such matters, as they are hardly praiseworthy. Then I entrust this to you. Upon hearing this, Sengoku felt a sense of relief, since CP0 was willing to take on this hot potato. He could enjoy some respite for a while. For now, he could only hope that Smoker would succeed in persuading Whitebeard. On Onigashima, Kaido was indulging in alcohol. Bastard. What is the meaning of life? I truly wish to perish. He downed a large gulp of liquor in frustration. Report. Lord Kaido. A small minion, adorned with horns, hurriedly approached. Kaido's gaze fixated on the minion. Rather than inquiring about the matter, he bellowed, Go, fetch me another gourd of liquor. His voice echoed throughout the entirety of Onigashima. The anxious minion felt utterly helpless. But, Lord Kaido. The minion stammered, his lips quivering. Before he could finish, Kaido interrupted, Bastard. I want a drink. Bring me the liquor. The sheer volume of his voice made the entire island tremble. The minion, terrified, stood at attention. Yes. Lord Kaido. After the minion departed, Kaido lay back on the ground, shouting towards the sky, Bastard. Life is utterly meaningless. I wish to take my own life again. Why can't I even succeed in that? His furious gaze pierced the heavens, enveloping Onigashima in an eerie atmosphere. Although Lord Kaido remained inebriated, a significant event had transpired, leaving one to ponder how to address it. The pirate minion tasked with bringing the liquor felt utterly despondent. The news he needed to convey was that of the death of Jack the Drought. Just yesterday, he had been fished out by several fishermen at the scene of the incident. His demise was gruesome, with only the upper half of his body remaining. The expression on his face was one of sheer agony, his eyeballs nearly bursting forth, and his mouth twisted in a grimace, as if he had endured some harrowing experience before his demise. A lingering sense of confusion enveloped the atmosphere. It appeared that Jack, before his demise, harbored some unresolved questions. The identity of Jack's assailant remains under investigation, according to the local fishermen. It is said that the individual he battled during the drought was a mere child, aged around 7 or 8. The number of uncertainties surrounding this incident is indeed overwhelming. Has the news reached Lord Kaido? What was his reaction? Upon arriving at the wine cellar, another pirate tasked with guarding the stock inquired, "What is the matter?" The guard hesitated. I cannot say. I was ordered by Lord Kaido to fetch some wine. How can you think of wine at a time like this? Hurry and inform Lord Kaido that the test results are in. Astonishingly, it was Captain Whitebeard's new recruit, White Chi, who killed him. The cellar guard's face was a canvas of disbelief. What? The results are out. White Chi, the one who killed Cypher's head? Indeed. Quickly, inform Lord Kaido. That child is as good as dead. The guard bellowed. The news of Drought Jack's demise at the hands of White Chi cast a pall over the entire Beast's Pirates crew, leaving them humiliated and eager to execute the one known as White Chi without delay. After securing the wine, the guard returned to Kaido's island and reported, "My lord, I have news." The subordinate stood upright, head bowed. Kaido fixed his gaze upon the subordinate. "What is it? Speak quickly. Do not delay my drinking." "Report, Lord Kaido. Drought Jack has perished." The subordinate, trembling with fear, swiftly announced Jack's death. "What did you say? You scoundrel. Repeat that." Kaido, jolted awake from his stupor, gripped his spiked club tightly, his eyes aflame with fury, fixating on the messenger. The subordinate quaked in terror, stammering, Report. Lord Kaido. Drought Jack has fallen, just yesterday." Ugh. An enraged Kaido swung his club violently, causing the entire island to tremble. "That fool Jack is dead. How is this possible? Who killed him?" Kaido was now fully alert. One of his 3 top commanders, known as Drought Jack, had met his end. In Kaido's eyes, Jack was merely a novice, needing refinement, with only formidable defenses to his credit. However, this was a matter of pride for Kaido himself, the mighty emperor known as the strongest creature. In the presence of the 4 emperors, Jack was insignificant, merely a fledgling. Yet, Kaido struggled to recall anyone capable of slaying Drought Jack aside from the emperors themselves. "We haven't had any significant conflicts with the other emperors recently. Could it be the Navy's doing?" Kaido pondered, his gaze fixed intently on the messenger, a mixture of anger and confusion swirling within him. "Report, Lord Kaido. It was a child named White Chi from the Whitebeard crew who dealt the fatal blow." The subordinate, nearly fainting from Kaido's imposing aura, reported, "What? That new recruit? A mere child?" Kaido seethed with rage, raising his club to shatter everything in his vicinity. In the midst of chaos, a strike landed on the messenger, causing the young minion to tremble in fear, his legs giving way as he helplessly witnessed the blow. His eyes wide with terror, pupils dilating, ultimately reduced to a mere pulp. "You scoundrel! Whitebeard, do you seek to ignite a full-scale war? I fear you not." The entire Ghost Island trembled as if shaken by an earthquake. The surrounding pirates displayed expressions of sheer terror. It had been a long time since they had witnessed Lord Kaido's fury. What could have provoked such wrath? "Haven't you heard?" "Heard what?" The puzzled pirates wore expressions of disbelief. "Disaster Jack has been slain by White's crew." Upon hearing this, the previously bewildered pirates were now engulfed in shock. Disaster Jack has been killed? Who did it? Was it Whitebeard himself? It was hard to fathom that the rugged and resilient Disaster Jack could have met his end. It wasn't Whitebeard. It was merely a newly appointed captain from his ship, the one who killed Cypher Pole and Hold'em. The one who killed Cypher Pole? Oh, I remember now. His name is White Chi, isn't it? Isn't he just that little brat of only 8 years? Chapter 70. The quarrel between Kaido and Big Mom indeed. It is that little brat. Unbelievable. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, Kaido emerged. The pirates froze in fear, uncertain whether the wrathful Kaido would direct his fury towards them. Their lives hung in the balance. "Go inform Queen and the Calamity, King, to convene here regarding our campaign against the Whitebeard pirates. I must avenge this grievance. I care not for igniting a full-scale war," roared the furious Kaido, his veins bulging with rage. The sky crackled with thunder and lightning, creating an eerily charged atmosphere. "Yes, Lord Kaido." Meanwhile, at Cake Island during Big Mom's soiree, BRLE, Charlotte Perispero, Charlotte Amand, and Charlotte Franpay reveled in a graceful dance. "Wow. Mum, this is utterly hilarious." Big Mom laughed heartily, her ample visage quivering with mirth. "What is it, mother? What has brought you such joy?" inquired Charlotte Perispero curiously, licking his colossal lollipop scepter. Mum, that fool Jack from the Beast Pirates was actually slain by a little brat. Big Mom continued to chuckle. The crowd turned in astonishment towards Big Mom, their eyes wide with disbelief. Parasparrow was the first to speak. A little brat? Which child possesses such strength to vanquish the drought calamity? Jack? It was evident that he struggled to accept the notion that Jack had been defeated by a mere child. Even Katakuri rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Striding over, he approached Big Mom, his gaze fixed upon her. Mother, the only notable child recently is one named White Chi. Could he truly have slain Jack? Indeed, Mum, it is that little brat, White Chi, who has killed Jack. Isn't that amusing? Big Mom continued to laugh. Katakuri's expression grew serious. He was aware that his younger brother, Charlotte Oven, had not responded in quite some time, though his life card remained intact. Katakuri harbored an unsettling premonition. His extraordinary observation haki granted him remarkable intuition. Mother, if that little brat White Chi is so formidable, do you think something has befallen Charlotte Oven? Katakuri voiced his concern. Charlotte Oven? Big Mom suddenly recalled that, by this time, you should have returned. Katakuri pressed on. Based on my deductions, it is unlikely that White Chi would easily join our Big Mom crew. This child dares to slay even the drought calamity, Jack. To be honest, I hold great admiration for White Chi, and I hope that one day we can engage in a fair duel. As the anxieties surrounding Charlotte Oven intensified, the doors to the soirée swung open. The gathering had reached its full complement. Who could be entering? As the door opened, a figure clad in burnt yellow attire, with hair of the same hue, emerged. Charlotte Oven had returned. However, he was bound in bandages. Upon witnessing the condition of Charlotte Owen, the matriarch was filled with perplexity. Owen, who dares to inflict such harm upon you? She exclaimed, her anger palpable as she surveyed the grievously injured Owen. How audacious it was for anyone to lay a hand on a member of her family. Such an act was a blatant affront to her authority. Mother. It was that little brat, Whitebeard, Charlotte Owen confessed, his voice tinged with embarrassment. It was humiliating for a high-ranking official of the four emperors to be bested by a mere child. He felt he had brought great shame upon himself, especially since he had failed to complete his mission, and he feared the consequences that might follow from Big Mom. That little brat, you say? Return and rest, Owen. Big Mom replied, her expression stern as she contemplated the situation. In a surprising turn of events, she refrained from reproaching Owen, which left him puzzled. Typically, she was unforgiving towards her children who failed in their duties. Some of her less favored offspring faced imprisonment or even death at her hands. Yet here he was, having botched a straightforward task and sustained serious injuries, yet he was not being blamed. His gaze shifted to his elder brother, Charlotte Katakuri, who approached him with purposeful strides. Clad in leather pants, Katakuri placed a reassuring hand on Owen's shoulder. Come, it is enough that you are alive. Let us head to the infirmary. That little brat Whitebeard has stirred up quite a commotion recently, he stated with gravity. That little brat has caused trouble again? Owen mused, fully aware that trouble was second nature to the child, who seemed impervious to fear. Indeed, that 8-year-old has slain the notorious Jack the Drought from the Beast's pirates. Katakuri confirmed with a click of his tongue. Is that truly the case? That child is so powerful? Owen was taken aback. He knew Jack's prowess was formidable, rivaling his own. Had the child grown stronger? Come, let us proceed to the infirmary. Along the way, enlighten me about this Whitebeard. Does he possess some extraordinary fruit power? Katakuri inquired, intrigued by the boy, harboring a premonition that one day, the child would inevitably challenge him. It was prudent to gather information on such a formidable adversary, especially since Whitebeard had only recently emerged onto the scene and knowledge about him was scarce. After Katakuri and Owen departed, Big Mom's expression darkened. That little brat, Whitebeard, dares to provoke not one, but 2 of the 4 emperors? She seethed. Bring me the transponder snail. She commanded, her voice booming. Smoothie hastily approached, delivering Big Mom's designated transponder snail. She seized it and dialed Kaido's number. Hello, Kaido, listen closely. I shall eliminate that little brat, Whitebeard. I have avenged Jack the Drought, so you need not worry, she declared, her tone resolute. On the other end of the line, a furious roar erupted. What did you say, you old hag? Do not meddle in the affairs of our beast pirates. I shall personally send someone to eliminate that brat, White Chi. Kaido. Have you forgotten the favor I bestowed upon you? Big Mom threatened. You scoundrel. Old hag, do not divert the conversation. Our beast pirates have already lost our prominent figure, and it is imperative that White Chi is vanquished by us. Kaido roared in fury, overwhelmed by the magnitude of today's events. That brat injured our Charlotte Owen. White Chi must be dealt with by our Big Mom pirates. Big Mom bellowed in response. The two emperors of the sea found themselves embroiled in a heated argument over the phone. A palpable aura of dominance enveloped the surroundings, instilling fear in those present, rendering them motionless and drenched in cold sweat. Chapter 71. The Justice of the Navy, the youngest of the four emperors, Shanks, engaged in an animated discussion with Beckman regarding White Chi. Jesus Burgess remarked, I never expected that Whitebeard would take in such a treasure. Beckman concurred. That little brat is undoubtedly a genius, a prodigy in combat. The anticipation was evident in Beckman's eyes. Remarkably, he had managed to defeat the drought-stricken Jack. Shanks held a newspaper, gazing intently at White Chi's portrait. Is he merely a child? Jesus Burgess mused. It appears the new era has indeed arrived. What say you, youngsters? Are you afraid? Shanks surveyed the crowd, eliciting laughter from the pirates around. If he dares to oppose our red-haired pirates, I wouldn't hesitate to let him taste the sting of a bullet, Jesus Burgess muttered. Humph, do not let that brat best you, Jesus Burgess, Beckman replied, taking a puff of his cigarette, glancing at Jesus before turning his attention back to Shanks. Their eyes met, revealing a shared eagerness to encounter the young prodigy. Ah, how I look forward to the dawn of the new world. Shanks and Beckman exchanged joyful laughter. The following day, as White Chi exited the tavern, he was met with a throng of people. This is White Chi, quite a formidable character. The crowd buzzed. Indeed, he has attracted the attention of the Navy. How do you know that? Haven't you heard? Our little town is now surrounded by the Navy. I reckon there are nearly 2,000 of them. White Chi stood bewildered. Just then, a contingent of Navy officers marched in formation. Speed's face paled. Captain White Chi, has the Navy been alerted? We might be surrounded. I wonder if any admirals are in attendance. Admirals? White Chi was taken aback. Speed's timidity was excessive. He seemed to jump at every little thing, especially after enduring the terrifying reign of Drought Jack. Yet, witnessing the Navy's fear only underscored Speed's own cowardice. Speed, remember, as long as I am with the great white shark pirates, you have nothing to fear. A gust of wind ruffled White Chi's hair. Though merely an 8-year-old, he appeared towering to Speed, instilling a profound sense of safety. Yes, Captain White Chi, I believe in you. Speed nodded enthusiastically. Now, mount up and display our might. White Chi leaped on his Speed's centaur-like back. What brings the Navy to me? I don't recall having offended any of you. He smiled faintly at the nearly 2,000 Navy personnel encircling them. Huh, little brat, it seems you possess a courage that matches the rumors. Smoker made his entrance. A large cigar clenched between his teeth, clad in a white leather coat, wielding a distinctive hockey spear. Among the naval ranks, White Chi instantly recognized Smoker. Oh, you must be Smoker. What brings the Navy to seek me out? White Chi pondered, bemused. Firstly, he had not crossed paths with the Navy. So why would they dispatch someone to find him? Secondly, even if the Navy considered him a formidable threat, surely they would send a more seasoned vice admiral. And as it stood, Smoker had yet to attain that rank. After all, he had slain the notorious Jack the Drought. It would be absurd for the Navy to send a mere smoke man to apprehend him. Smoker appeared momentarily taken aback. White Chi, you know me. He scrutinized White Chi, yet could not recall any past encounters with the youth before him. You needn't concern yourself with that. I am acquainted with many notable figures across the pirate world. White Chi replied with a mysterious grin. He was not deceiving. In his previous life, he had followed the adventures of One Piece, thus he was familiar with its characters. Interesting little brat, Smoker remarked as he lit a cigarette. To be direct, I have been sent by Admiral Sengoku to extend an invitation for you to join the 7 warlords of the sea. At this proclamation, the crowd erupted in astonishment. The 7 warlords? That was a position straddling the line between the Navy and pirates. It was said that each warlord possessed their own privileges. This young lad had barely entered the sea, and yet such fortune awaited him. He must be extraordinarily lucky. Indeed, many murmured in excitement. Attaining the title of warlord would considerably ease future endeavors. The atmosphere buzzed with anticipation, for the 7 warlords held significant renown in the pirate world. Even some formidable pirates viewed becoming a warlord as the pinnacle of their aspirations. Clearly, everyone anticipated White Chi would accept the Navy's offer. "I refuse," White Chi declared resolutely. "What?" The onlookers gasped, incredulous that anyone would turn down an invitation to the 7 warlords, an aspiration coveted by countless pirates. Smoker wore a bewildered expression. "Little brat. What did you just say?" Among the Navy personnel, impatience began to show. If he would not join the warlords, then he would be regarded as a true pirate. Historically, the Navy and pirates were at odds, and some were already scheming to deal with this audacious young man in the name of justice. From the crowd emerged a female officer, drawing her sword, Dasbona's subordinate, Tashiji, her eyes fierce as she fixed her gaze upon White Chi and Speed. "Since you refused to join the 7 warlords, you have declared yourself our enemy. In the name of the Navy's justice, I will eliminate you," Tashiji stated sternly. "Quite bold of you, miss," White Chi chuckled. Observing Dasky, who only held the rank of sergeant, White Chi found it somewhat amusing. It appeared she was oblivious to her own limitations. Indeed, the world of One Piece harbors many such individuals. "Well then, my dear lady, I am unfamiliar with the concept of cherishing the fairer sex," White Chi remarked with keen interest, gazing at the bespectacled officer before him. Curious to see if she would dare to advance. "I shall kill you." Dasky suddenly brandished her sword and charged forward. "Ah, how bold." A cloud of smoke materialized, and a figure positioned himself in front of Dasky, restraining her blade with a firm hand. "You are not yet a match for him, Dasky. Do not make a futile sacrifice," Smoker, the man of smoke, stated with a grave expression. "But, shall we simply allow them to escape?" Dasky retorted. "Our mission has been accomplished, Dasky. As for them, designated personnel will handle the matter. We should report back to headquarters," Smoker replied sternly. After taking a few steps, he turned to Bai Chi and said, "Bai Chi, you will regret not joining the 7 warlords. A pirate of your ilk will inevitably face the judgment of justice." With that, he slowly exhaled a plume of smoke. "Ha ha ha, justice's judgment, you say? How quaintly outdated your navy is. It would seem that Doflamingo possesses a clearer understanding of what justice truly entails. Victory is justice." Bai Chi's gaze was piercing as he spoke with nonchalance. Smoker was momentarily taken aback, his voice lingering in the air. "What is justice? Could it truly be as this young pirate suggests? Does the victor indeed embody the essence of justice?" Chapter 72. The Great Pirate White Chi and the Pedantic Navy observing Smoker's departing figure. White Chi spoke nonchalantly. "Let us proceed, Speed. We must make our way to the nearby market to procure provisions." "Provisions, you say? This is my forte. Leave it to me," Speed replied joyfully, recalling her previous experiences gathering and transporting food for Jack. Such tasks were mere trifles for her. Before long, the pair arrived at the marketplace. Speed's nose, akin to that of a hound, could discern the freshness and quality of food with a single whiff. Captain White Chi, although this apple appears visually appealing, it harbors worms within, Speed remarked after sniffing the fruit. "You truly possess a canine's nose," White Chi commented, splitting the apple open to reveal 2 worms nestled inside. "Captain White Chi, we must refrain from purchasing these speckled vegetables. They won't last long." "Well, very well," White Chi conceded, acknowledging her meticulous nature. "Captain White Chi, if we are to buy meat, we should procure more cured meat. It has a longer shelf life," Speed suggested, her eyes sparkling. White Chi, pleased, responded, "You truly are a seasoned connoisseur. It is no wonder Jack entrusted you with the treasure ship." He cast a look of admiration at Speed. "Hee, indeed." Speed beamed, further elated by White Chi's praise. Thus, a bustling day passed. They surveyed their purchases: cured meat, yellow beans, rice, various vegetables, and fruits, wiping the sweat from their brows. White Chi instructed, "It's over to you, Speed. Load all these goods onto our pirate ship." "At your command." Speed cheerfully hopped to load the cargo. Clearly, she was born for such tasks. Had it been anyone else, they would have likely grown weary, yet Speed seemed to relish the experience. Loading goods likely gave her a thrill akin to that of women enjoying a shopping spree. "Speed, at last, it is time to raise our pirate flag," White Chi declared. having risen early to ride alongside her to their destination. In recent days, White Chi had become well acquainted with the townspeople. I never imagined the amiable Mr. White Chi was a pirate, an elderly woman remarked with puzzlement. Are there not good pirates as well? A middle-aged woman explained to her. At that moment, a middle-aged man approached, shaking his head vehemently. You are all too naive. Have you not heard of this young rogue's exploits? He said mysteriously. Oh, what exploits? The crowd inquired, their curiosity piqued since some were unaware of White Chi's past. Have you not heard? Just days ago, a multitude of Navy personnel descended upon us. Did you not know? The man appeared astonished that those around him were oblivious to White Chi's history. Yes, they came to apprehend some pirates, did they not? But they left without capturing anyone. The middle-aged woman responded. What? The man was utterly perplexed. The naval officers have come to invite Bai Chi to join the 7 warlords. Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback. The 7 warlords hold a prestigious position in the eyes of ordinary people, being one of the 3 great powers capable of contending with the Navy and the 4 emperors. To the common folk, those who attain the status of 7 warlords are typically formidable pirates. The Navy must be quite desperate to extend such a conciliatory offer to a mere child. Yet, before them stood Bai Chi, a seemingly innocuous young lad whose only apparent flaw was his extravagant spending. It was hard to fathom that this 8-year-old boy was being invited by the Navy to join the 7 warlords. How could he possibly qualify for such an honor? A middle-aged woman voiced her confusion. A middle-aged man cleared his throat, stating, You must not read the newspapers. They've been reporting on it extensively. That boy, Bai Chi, is the one who personally killed Drought Jack? Drought Jack? The corps captain of one of the 4 emperors. The crowd collectively gasped. Astonished that this boy had indeed slain Drought Jack, the man with a bounty exceeding $1 billion. If this were true, then the boy undoubtedly deserved a place among the 7 warlords. My goodness, I never imagined that our acquaintance, Mr. Bai Chi, was actually a notorious pirate, exclaimed a passerby. Boss, is my great white shark flag ready? Bai Chi called into the shop. It's done, the owner replied, his head bowed. Clutching a neatly folded flag. It was, of course, Bai Chi's pirate flag. Let us see it, Bai Chi urged excitedly. The owner unfurled the flag, revealing a large white shark with its gaping maw, a truly fearsome sight. The depiction of the shark leaping from the water appeared vividly lifelike. The shopkeeper was drenched in cold sweat. Just 2 days prior, he had learned that this seemingly innocent boy was, in fact, a pirate of considerable renown. He had heard tales of how Bai Chi had frightened away a naval force of 2,000 men and had even declined the Navy's invitation to join the 7 warlords. How could he not be anxious with such a super pirate purchasing a flag from his modest shop? Quite nice, Bai Chi remarked casually. Upon receiving this compliment, the shopkeeper felt a wave of relief. If his flag did not meet Bai Chi's approval, he feared that this young yet formidable pirate might unleash his wrath upon the shop, or worse, upon himself. The potential consequences of displeasing the slayer of Drought Jack were too dreadful to contemplate. Boss, how much is it? Bai Chi inquired. What? How much? The shopkeeper was incredulous. Doubting his own hearing, did a pirate truly need to pay for a flag? Typically, they would just seize it without a second thought. Boss, how much? Bai Chi pressed, noting the owner's dazed expression. This time, the proprietor was quite aware that the formidable pirate was indeed inquiring about the price. The proprietor hesitated, his lips quivering as he stammered. To be honest, his shop was modest and profits meager. He truly did not wish to relinquish the flag to Bai Chi without compensation. After all, that represented half a month's earnings. Yet, could a pirate truly be interested in purchasing goods? Perhaps Bai Chi was merely feigning interest. If the proprietor divulged the price, it was certain that Bai Chi would eliminate him. With this thought in mind, the proprietor ultimately succumbed. Master Bai, if you like it. Consider it a gift, no charge, he declared, forcing a smile onto his face. Bai Chi was left bewildered at such a young age. He had already been dubbed master. I am not short on money, so please, quote your price promptly. Chapter 73. Ace boards the ship. The proprietor found himself in a quandary. Torn between the intimidating presence of the notorious pirate, White Chi, who might be toying with him, and the tantalizing prospect that the pirate could indeed offer a monetary reward. One side bore the weight of life-threatening concerns, while the other dangled the allure of wealth. The proprietor struggled to find his voice. Whitechee observed the proprietor's bewildered demeanor and grew impatient. What is the matter? Speak up. His brows knitted together, his expression darkening. Startled by Whitechee's countenance, the proprietor felt a jolt of fear. He thought to himself, this pirate must surely be mocking me. Just as I contemplated asking for money, his expression soured. How foolish of me to be preoccupied with riches when my very life was at stake. Thankfully, the loss was not substantial. By relinquishing the flag to Whitechee, he would only forfeit half a month's profits, which he could quickly recoup. White, sir, he stammered, trembling and mumbling incoherently. What nonsense is this? Are you a stutterer? Whitechee had lost all patience. And no. The proprietor continued to quiver as he attempted to speak. I have matters to attend to, and no time to indulge your games. The money is on your table. With that, Whitechee strode away, leaving the proprietor staring blankly at his retreating figure. The pirate has departed? Did he truly leave me money? The proprietor could scarcely believe it, glancing at the table. In an instant, he leapt up in astonishment. There lay 1,000,000 berries. He gave me this much? The proprietor's head spun in disbelief. The famed pirate, Whitechee. The one known for vanquishing his foes, the very man who had defeated Drought Jack. Was he not a demon? Why had he given me money? Surely that money must be counterfeit. That wretched pirate must be playing tricks on me. However, as the proprietor held the berries under the sunlight, the exquisite design emerged, revealing the distinct emblem of genuine 1,000,000 berries. That pirate, Whitechee, truly made the payment, and he even overpaid by a factor of 2. The proprietor gasped in astonishment. With a flourish, Whitechee and Speed departed from Taiku Town, continuing their voyage across the sea. Set sail. Speed. Our destination is Women's Island. Whitechee shouted to the heavens, increasingly enamored with this newfound sense of freedom. News of Whitechee's rejection of the 7 warlords had been published in the papers. Ha. That little brat has quite the audacity. Whitebeard's hearty laughter reverberated, shaking the Moby Dick. Let me see. Marco eagerly snatched the newspaper from Whitebeard's desk, engrossed in the article. Upon finishing, he exclaimed, This truly brings honor to our Whitebeard pirates. Ha. Old man, you have no regrets about this, son. Marco was filled with delight. Whitechee's refusal of the 7 warlords served to underscore the strength of the Whitebeard pirates. It was simple. He had turned down the Navy's invitation to join the 7 warlords, steadfastly aligning himself with Whitebeard's cause. Isn't it evident that the might of the Whitebeard pirates is precisely what Whitechee requires? The phone snail rang once more. With a sigh of resignation, Whitechee lamented, Alas, that old rascal Whitebeard has been calling more frequently lately. Hello, old man, what is it this time? Whitechee cut straight to the point. Kid, there's news that Kaido is preparing to seek revenge on you. I think it would be wise for you to return for the time being. Whitebeard expressed his concerns. It's nothing to worry about. I, Whitechee, fear no Kaido. Whitechee proclaimed with confidence. Ever since his system had unlocked the bug skill, he felt capable of confronting even the most formidable figures, possessing an ability to escape if necessary. Child, don't be reckless. That is Kaido, the strongest creature in the world. Whitebeard coughed twice and continued. You know, Kaido and I have never seen eye to eye, and this could potentially trigger a war. After a moment of contemplation, Whitebeard added gravely, You must understand, during the Summit War, I lacked the support of most factions. Whitechee remained silent for a moment before smiling. Old man, rest assured, even if a war erupts, I will lead the white pirates to victory. He was untroubled by the prospect of conflict between Kaido and Whitebeard, for he was acutely aware that Kaido's forces were far from being the strongest pirate crew in the world, and certainly not a match for the Whitebeard pirates. What truly concerned him was the Summit War, the very conflict that had mobilized the full might of the Navy, employing cunning strategies to ultimately claim the life of the world's strongest man, Whitebeard. He knew he must grow stronger during that time to rally external forces for support. In that war, Whitebeard's strength was indeed overshadowed by the Navy, but a crucial factor was the lack of support from most factions. Only Shanks sought to assist Whitebeard, while others either wished for the Whitebeard pirates' downfall or watched with amusement. The 7 warlords had all aligned with the Navy, and even among the emperors, Kaido was preparing to launch a surprise attack on Whitebeard's stronghold. It could be said that Whitebeard found himself in a state devoid of allies, making defeat almost inevitable. Thus, Whitechie resolved to address these two aspects, to bolster his own strength while also gathering external support. He firmly believed that a victory in the Summit War would render the Whitebeard pirates unassailable, for by that time, he would have become sufficiently powerful. Kid, what makes you think you can lead the White Pirates to victory? I'm not old yet, Whitebeard retorted, exuding an overwhelming aura. Even from the other end of the phone snail, Whitechie could feel this formidable presence. Truly, he was the strongest man in the world. You're being too reckless, kid. Kaido is no ordinary foe. You need to hurry back. Marco's voice came through the phone snail. Haha. Whitechie grinned broadly. Don't worry, old man, Marco. I can't return just yet. I have something of great importance to attend to. What is it that has you disregarding even Kaido? Whitebeard questioned, puzzled. Old man, one day you will come to understand, Baichi remarked thoughtfully to Kaido. No need to worry. I am diligently preparing for our future battles against even more formidable forces. This statement left Whitebeard and his crew utterly bewildered. Kuhaha, little brat, you truly possess spirit. Since you have made up your mind, I shall not impose upon you. When you return, I shall introduce you to a new captain. Whitebeard suddenly burst into laughter. A new captain? Baichi recalled scenes from the anime. Could it be Ace? What is this, old man? A newcomer? What is his name? Baichi inquired with curiosity. Kuhaha, a man who, like you, has refused the 7 warlords. Known as Fire Fist Ace. Chapter 74. Ace joins. The war at the summit approaches Ace. Baichi suddenly fell silent. What is the matter, Baichi? Is something amiss on your end? Whitebeard inquired, puzzled. Ordinarily, with a new captain joining the crew, Baichi should be elated, not displaying such an attitude. Oh, it's nothing, old man. I'll hang up now. Baichi ended the call, leaving Whitebeard and his crew in a state of bewilderment. What has gotten into that kid? Could it be that he has some enmity with this fellow named Ace? Ace, do you know a kid named Baichi? Whitebeard directed a curious glance toward Ace. Ace, looking perplexed, replied, I don't know him personally, but I've heard of Baichi's reputations. He is said to be a decisive character. Fire Fist Ace fiddled with the flames dancing on his fingertips, murmuring, Oh, I see. I am quite eager to meet Captain Baichi soon, Ace expressed with enthusiasm. After all, Ace admired Baichi's character as a newcomer. To confront the drought-inducing Jack with such audacity and courage was something he greatly respected. Meanwhile, Baichi remained silent for a spell. What is troubling you, Captain Baichi? Speed, noticing Baichi's demeanor, bounced over to his side. Captain Baichi, you seem a bit preoccupied. Is there something on your mind? Speed inquired with genuine concern. It's nothing, Baichi responded, then retreated to his quarters. Ace had already boarded the ship, and if this were the case, the day of the Summit War was drawing near. It seemed he needed to hasten his strength training. Speed, accelerate our voyage. Baichi emerged from his cabin. Understood. Captain Baichi. Speed acknowledged the command. At last, a small dark speck on the horizon gradually enlarged, revealing the outline of an island. Finally, we are nearing the Pirate Empress Hancock. A smile graced Baichi's lips. The world's most beautiful woman, I, Baichi, shall come to meet you. Captain Baichi, there are 2 ships approaching us nearby. Speed shouted. Oh. Turning around, Baichi indeed spotted 2 fishing vessels racing toward them. A group of women leaped from the boats, undoubtedly the subordinates of the Pirate Empress. Boldly, do you know that you are approaching the territory of the 7 warlords? The Empress? Depart at once, or do not blame us for our rudeness. One of the female soldiers shouted. Behind her, a row of women soldiers readied their bows, visibly adorned with low-level hockey. Haha, beautiful ladies, we are kind-hearted souls. I merely wish to discuss matters with the Pirate Empress. Baichi's lips curled into a smirk. Did you hear that? That man just called us beautiful ladies. It's the first time in all my years here that someone has referred to me as such. One of the female soldiers blushed, clearly flattered. He said beautiful ladies, not just you alone. Another female soldier immediately teased. What of it? At the very least, I am beautiful. A group of female soldiers engaged in a spirited debate. Upon raising their heads, they realized that Baichi's vessel had already sailed far away. You fools. We have fallen into a trap. We must pursue them at once. The lady officer, witnessing the gradual departure of Baichi's ship, was instantly enveloped in concern. Having allowed Bai Qi to escape, she knew that the Empress would be furious upon discovering this, for the Empress harbored no favorable sentiments towards men. I have committed a grave error by letting a man go. Though merely a child, the Empress's temper would surely irk her, even if the offender was just a young boy. Commander, I believe I have the bounty for that little rascal. I just received the newspaper. A soldier suddenly recalled. Just received it? A small pirate? The lady officer inquired, puzzled. This is a significant pirate. The bounty was announced today. And this little brat's reward is 1 billion berries. That's even higher than our queen pirate empress. The soldier's eyes widened in disbelief, his jaw dropping in astonishment. What? A bounty of 1 billion berries. The surrounding female pirate soldiers appeared to think their ears had deceived them. An 8-year-old child with a bounty of such magnitude? How could that be possible? Surely, history had never seen such an extraordinary individual. Realization dawned upon them. They had inadvertently allowed this dangerous child to enter the Empress's castle. Quickly, pursue them. Yes. The two ships resumed their swift course, but it was already too late as they watched the great white shark pirates drifting further away. The great white shark pirate ship sliced through the waves and had now reached the island of Amazon Lily. The guards exchanged bewildered glances. Yuri, that fool. How could he let a man inside? Suddenly, the ground trembled with a thunderous sound as a colossal woman, half human and half serpent, approached. It was Sandasonia, her long tongue protruding, green hair cascading down as she glared at Bai Qi with her hands on her hips. You little brat, you cannot enter here. A formidable presence radiated from her. Do you know who our captain is? Open the door at once. How dare you be so disrespectful? Speed retorted. Ha ha. A chorus of laughter erupted among the female soldiers, for they were guarding the territory of the formidable Shichibukai, Hancock, the pirate empress. In these waters, there were few who dared to disregard the empress's authority. As they laughed derisively, Speed became agitated, stamping her hooves on the ground. Our captain is Bai Qi, the man who defeated the drought-causing Jack. At this revelation, all laughter ceased, and the female soldiers gazed intently at Bai Qi. Speed, you really are quite ostentatious. We are here to negotiate, so tone it down a bit. Bai Qi said with resignation. All right, Speed replied, her cheeks flushing, falling silent. I assure you, I come with no ill intent. I wish to meet the pirate empress to discuss certain matters, Bai Qi declared, a smile gracing his lips. However, the air of intimidation he exuded had already made its impact felt. The female soldiers gaped in astonishment, rendered speechless. Just moments ago, the audacious Sandasonia was now glistening with cold sweat on her forehead. Marguerite, please fetch the latest newspaper. Bai Qi. Recently, this young scoundrel has garnered quite a formidable reputation. Having emerged from Dressrosa, he dispatched the drought-inducing Jack en route and rebuffed the request of the 7 warlords in Takia town. The path taken by this young rogue, leading him to Amazon Lily, is indeed quite plausible. Our report. Lady Sandasonia, this individual is indeed Bai Qi, and his bounty has soared to 1 billion. The golden-haired soldier Marguerite exclaimed, her face etched with terror, her words trembling as they escaped her lips. What? Upon confirming that the youthful rogue before her was indeed Bai Qi, Sandasonia's gaze brimmed with vigilance. He had wreaked havoc in Dressrosa while incurring the wrath of 2 pirate crews. Now, he had slain Jack and spurned the invitation from the Navy's 7 warlords. His bounty had reached a staggering 1 billion berries. Clearly, Bai Qi was perceived as an exceedingly perilous entity on Daughter Island. What, one might wonder, could have driven Bai Qi to traverse such a distance to Daughter Island? You all must keep a close watch here. I shall report to Sister Hancock, Sandasonia declared, her eyes reflecting both caution and fear. The tremors resounded once more, leaving the group of female soldiers tense and motionless, their eyes fixed intently upon the formidable pirate. Bai Qi. Chapter 75. Empress Hancock one by one, they swallowed hard, their gazes gravely fixed upon Bai Qi. Before them stood the notorious pirate who had vanquished the infamous Drought Jack. Would he not suddenly launch an attack against us? Even the legendary Drought Jack himself had reportedly fallen to Bai Qi's might. Surely, this Bai Qi would not find us to be mere trifles. Moreover, it seemed that this young lad possessed the power of conqueror's haki. Reports indicated that upon unleashing this formidable ability, a significant number of Drought Jack's crew had collapsed. It was unfathomable to contemplate the pressure one would face as an adversary to such a formidable foe. They kept a vigilant watch on Bai Qi, determined to hold their ground until Empress Hancock's command arrived. Observing the wary demeanor of the female soldiers before him, Bai Qi couldn't help but chuckle. He was bemused by how he had been labeled, and this label was far from flattering. He had been branded as a ruthless and malevolent figure of a new era. I assure you, there is no need for such trepidation. If I truly wish to act against you, do you believe you could thwart me? Bai Qi's presence surged, enveloping the surroundings. The female soldiers broke into a cold sweat. Was this truly the infamous pirate with a bounty of 1 billion? Indeed, he was extraordinary, having established an undeniable aura of superiority. Just a single remark from him sent shivers down their spines. Only those with genuine strength could elicit such a response. In the Grand Palace of Daughter Island, Empress Hancock reclined upon her throne, perusing the world's affairs, clutching the latest newspaper. She gazed at the image of Bai Qi slaying Drought Jack. It was truly hard to fathom that an 8-year-old boy could achieve such a feat. Was the world truly on the brink of transformation? With a slight furrow of her brow, she soon allowed a serene smile to grace her lips. No matter how the times may change, she believed she would always be forgiven, for she was undeniably beautiful. With that, Hancock lay back on her bed, her exquisite figure causing noses to bleed. Sister, it's terrible," came a voice, shaking the palace to its core. "I have told you countless times, Sandersonia. Do not be so alarmed. Whatever I do will always be forgiven. Therefore, there is no need for such anxiety," Empress Hancock chided, though her demeanor held no discord. Rather, it exuded an enchanting allure. Truly, she was a woman blessed with the fruit of beauty. Breathless and with an oddly elongated tongue, Sandersonia exclaimed, "But sister, someone has come to visit us." Fear flickered in her eyes. Who? Could it be the Navy? Hancock's expression soured. To speak truthfully, she held no favorable impression of them. The Navy was merely the lapdog of the celestial dragons, a fact she was all too aware of. Her alliance with the 7 warlords was merely a mutually beneficial arrangement. After all, she had her own subjects to protect and could not afford to sever ties with the Navy completely. It is not the Navy, sister. It is the recently renowned Bai Qi. Sandersonia, the serpent fruit user, exclaimed anxiously. "Oh, what business does he have with me?" Hancock was taken aback. She realized that she had no prior connection with this notorious pirate, White Qi. It was prudent to avoid contact with such a merciless sea marauder. "I heard you were summoned to discuss matters," Sandersonia panted. "Discuss matters with me?" The Empress Hancock furrowed her brow, her beautiful eyes lost in contemplation. "What should we do, sister? This ruthless pirate kills without a second thought. I believe we should block him outside, utilizing our natural defenses." "It would be difficult for him to enter," Sandersonia anxiously proposed. "Utilize the natural defenses?" Hancock glanced at her worried sister, sighing inwardly. When would her younger sibling become as self-reliant as herself? The so-called natural defenses and the ferocious beasts of the forest might deter ordinary pirates. But to obstruct a bounty hunter worth over 1 billion was sheer folly. "Since he is willing to discuss matters, let us allow him entry," Hancock stated calmly. Although Hancock was reluctant to engage with such a cold-blooded killer, she was, after all, the ruler of a nation and must consider the greater good. Moreover, if White Qi truly harbored ill intentions towards Amazon Lily, he would have acted long ago. What was the need for unnecessary theatrics? "Sister, are you truly going to let him in?" Sandersonia inquired with concern. "Do not worry. I wish to meet this man known as White Qi," Hancock replied, stroking her pet snake, exuding an aura of authority. Seeing Hancock's composed demeanor, Sandersonia nodded in understanding. Bang, bang, bang. The entire palace trembled once more as Sandersonia rushed to the gates of Amazon Lily. "Open the gate," she commanded. "But Lady Sandersonia, he is a dangerous individual." Margaret, a soldier with golden hair, expressed her apprehension. "Lady Sandersonia, how can you permit such a perilous man to enter our island? It is akin to inviting a wolf into the fold. This man with 1 billion bounty has even dared to slay drought-ridden Jack. Who can guarantee that White Qi won't unleash a massacre or seek to usurp power like Doflamingo? This is the command of the Empress. Open the gates immediately," Sandersonia asserted decisively. Despite the trepidation evident in the eyes of the female soldiers, They had no choice but to comply with the Empress's orders. Finally, the gates creaked open. "Wait, search him," Santa Sonia suddenly exclaimed. Whitebeard, indifferent to the search, knew that his belongings were stored in another dimension, easily accessible at any moment. He allowed the search to proceed nonchalantly, while Margaret, having never encountered a man before, inadvertently reached into an inappropriate area ahem. Whitebeard cleared his throat awkwardly. Santa Sonia observed this scene and remarked, "Margaret, there is no need to search there." Margaret was left utterly bewildered, under the guidance of the female soldiers. Whitebeard arrived at the palace where the Empress resided. The world's most breathtaking beauty is indeed stunning. Gazing upon Hancock's remarkable figure and exquisite visage, Whitebeard begins to comprehend why the Empress has been forgiven for her numerous transgressions. It appears that stunning looks can indeed serve as a form of currency. Such a captivating countenance would surely elicit forgiveness from anyone. Noticing Whitebeard's gaze, the obstinate individual commanded, "Step aside." Following this, she placed one hand on her hip while the other pointed assertively ahead, her head tilted back at a striking angle. This was the Empress's signature pose from the anime. A gesture born of profound disdain, now rendered as an act of looking down upon others. Whitebeard couldn't help but chuckle at the irony of one day experiencing such a contemptuous gesture directed at herself. Chapter 76. The Empress's past. "How dare you disregard Captain Whitebeard?" Speed exclaimed from the side. The female soldiers around them tightened their grips on their weapons, their gazes fixed intently on Whitebeard, filling the hall with a palpable tension. Was the Empress truly prepared to engage in a fierce battle with this formidable pirate? Thoughts raced through their minds. The Empress has misunderstood. "I harbor no inappropriate intentions towards you," Whitebeard declared nonchalantly, raising his hands in surrender. "Then allow me to verify this, Whitebeard-kun," the Empress replied, a peculiar smile gracing her lips. With a flourish, she formed her hands into a heart shape, unleashing a sweet, gentle breeze that enveloped Whitebeard and Speed in a cascade of heart-shaped light. "Wow, is this really the Empress? She is absolutely stunning," Speed exclaimed, her eyes brimming with adoration. Lost in a daze, observing Speed's infatuation, Whitebeard placed a hand to his forehead. "Speed, can't you aspire to greater heights? I, as a man, can resist. Yet you, a woman, have succumbed." Alas! His tone was tinged with exasperation. Indeed, Speed was instantly petrified by the fragrant wind. The surrounding female soldiers began to murmur among themselves. "What is happening? That little rascal hasn't turned to stone?" This is the Empress's sweet breeze, which is particularly effective against men. How can he remain unaffected? Unbelievable. He has withstood the Empress's heart attack? They were astonished, unable to comprehend how he had emerged unscathed from such an unexpected encounter. Even the Empress was perplexed. Her sweet breeze was supposed to have a doubled effect on men. Who exactly was this young man? Madame of Nine Snake Island slowly approached, leaning on her cane as she whispered in the Empress's ear, "In my years of experience, this young rascal is destined to become a remarkable figure. Hancock, we must not make him our enemy." Realizing that Whitebeard was unaffected, the Empress understood that her fruit's powers could not subdue him. Her plans had fallen through. Thus, she resolved to engage in a serious discussion with the notorious pirate Whitebeard, for she represented a nation and could not act impulsively. "Whitebeard-kun, I must say, you truly have my admiration. You possess the qualification to converse with me." The Empress gazed at Whitebeard with her beautiful eyes. Even now, she found it hard to believe that this seemingly innocent young man could withstand her abilities. After all, when it came to men, she had always been confident in her powers. "Then please release my subordinate," Whitebeard said with a calm smile. With a twinkle, Speed's petrification was instantly lifted. "Huh? What just happened?" Speed asked, her expression one of confusion. Whitebeard sighed. "Did you not realize you were petrified by the Empress? As a woman, your composure is rather lacking." Speed blushed, lowering her head in embarrassment. "I trust that the beautiful Hancock would not have me stand here to converse indefinitely," Whitebeard remarked to Hancock, requesting a more tranquil setting for their discussion. The Emperor Hancock, with a commanding voice, summoned 2 female soldiers to bring forth a grand chair. Upon seeing Whitebeard seated, she addressed him directly. "Mr. Whitebeard, I wonder what brings you, a mere weak woman, to seek my company? It seems we have had no previous acquaintance." Hancock's tone betrayed her annoyance, Yet Bai Chi remained unfazed. Indeed, Miss Hancock, we were unfamiliar before, but as the saying goes, one becomes familiar after 2 encounters. Does it not? Bai Chi retorted. The term miss seemed to soften Hancock's demeanor slightly. You mentioned wanting to discuss something with me. What might that be? There lingered a hint of curiosity in her voice. Could it be that Whitebeard had sent him? Observing Hancock's bewilderment, Bai Chi continued. I am here to fulfill a wish of yours. A wish? My wish, huh? That is quite amusing. I do not even know what my own wish is. How could a child like you possibly know? Hancock regarded Bai Chi with a look of bemusement. Do you recall the Holy Land, Mariehua? Bai Chi gazed intently into Hancock's beautiful eyes, his expression solemn. The mention of Mariehua cast a heavy silence over the Grand Hall. That was a place Hancock forbade anyone to speak of, a site where she and her 3 sisters endured a tragic childhood. Even now, the shadows of their past haunted Hancock and her sisters, Sandersonia and Marigold. In the entirety of Amazon Lily, the celestial dragons were a taboo subject. Anyone foolish enough to utter a word about them would face Hancock's wrath. A chill swept across Hancock's features, while her sisters trembled visibly, clearly affected by Bai Chi's words that evoked memories of their suffering. Begone! Bai Chi, do not presume that your bounty exceeds 1 billion makes me fear you. I shall have you fed to the sea serpents. Hancock's fist clenched tightly, perspiration beading on her brow. The surrounding female soldiers assumed aggressive stances. It seems, Miss Hancock, you have yet to emerge from the shadows of your past. That brings me a sense of reassurance, Bai Chi chuckled. If Hancock had not fully escaped her traumas, there remained a prospect for collaboration. If Bai Chi could lead Hancock in overthrowing the celestial dragons, allowing her to experience the thrill of triumph over them, then surely her fears would dissipate. Hancock's eyes darkened with intensity. Have you come here to mock me? You have chosen the wrong place. I shall feed you to the serpents for your insolence. One moment, Bai Chi replied calmly. What? Are you afraid? Hancock dismissed the notion that a notorious pirate like Bai Chi could fear her. Bai Chi scratched his head, feeling the weight of hostile gazes surrounding him. I have come here to discuss with the Empress the matter of overthrowing the celestial dragon's rule. What? The Empress Hancock was utterly astonished, gazing at this young lad. Nearly 8 years of age. Could this individual, named White Chi, truly be serious? Did he genuinely believe that a bounty exceeding 1 billion made him remarkable? Even among the 4 emperors of the seas, one would hardly dare to utter such audacious words. If this young boy is not a natural-born hero, a sovereign by birthright, then he must certainly be lacking in mental faculties. The surrounding female soldiers and the Empress's sisters stared blankly at White Chi, unable to fathom that anyone would dare to speak in such a manner. Silence reigned for nearly 10 seconds. Ha! I have just heard the most ridiculous joke. The Empress Hancock chuckled heartily, her delicate hand caressing her alluring navel. Come now, Hancock, cease the pretense. You must yearn to overthrow the celestial dragon's dominion. Do speak boldly. Hancock. White Chi addressed the Empress with a serious and earnest tone. Chapter 78. A conversation with the Empress. Did this little brat truly wish to overthrow the celestial dragon's dominion? Such audacity could only belong to a fool. The status of the celestial dragons is unassailable, even by the 4 emperors. As a captain under Whitebeard, how dare he utter such words? It is utterly inconceivable. It is not a matter of desire or intent. Without the requisite strength, what purpose does longing serve? It is merely a fanciful illusion. Ultimately, it is nothing but empty rhetoric. What significance does it hold without power? How laughable. White Chi. Even if one wishes for such a thing, who could possibly accomplish it? The Empress Hancock regarded White Chi with a hint of derision. Face your fears, Empress. Reflect on your life in Mariehua. Do you not yearn to resist? Do you not wish to topple the celestial dragons? White Chi bellowed at the Empress, his eyes glinting with a cunning light. Hancock's eyes momentarily glazed over. Overthrow the celestial dragons? Memories of her painful past flooded back. Her and her sisters enslaved and subjected to the cruel whims of the celestial dragons, enduring beatings and humiliation as a daily routine. Living under their oppressive reign, they merely survived. How could she not harbor hatred for those brutal celestial dragons? She had vowed that if she ever escaped, she would rise against them, leading the charge to dismantle their filthy world. Yet, in the face of reality, she found herself powerless. confined to protect the citizens of Amazon Lily. When did she, the mighty empress of pirates, become the very embodiment of what she despised? Unable to confront the celestial dragons, she had merely become a pirate in a small corner of the world. How could she face her benefactor, the man from the Sun Pirates, who saved her from despair? Tell me, Empress, does recalling those wretched feelings stir something within you? White fixed his gaze on Hancock. Hancock's body trembled slightly, her expression shifting to one of discomfort. I am unwell. You may take your leave, insolent one. A flicker of anger flashed in her eyes, evidently riled by White Chi's probing words. Unwell, are we? So stubborn. You still refuse to admit your desire to overthrow the celestial dragons? Truly hopeless. White Chi scoffed. An aura of masculinity enveloped the vicinity, causing the surrounding female soldiers to freeze, sweat beading on their brows. Is this conqueror's hockey? One older female soldier murmured in explanation. No, this brat hasn't even unleashed it. It is merely an overwhelming presence. Such a potent aura. What a peculiar individual. The female soldiers were increasingly astonished, watching as White Chi gradually walked away. Hancock suddenly questioned herself. Could it be true, as this little brat claimed, that she had become beyond redemption? Had she, ensconced in the comforts of the palace, forgotten the pain of her past? No, she had not forgotten at all. I have long been reluctant to revisit that dark chapter of my past. Does this not indicate that those haunting experiences are indelibly etched in the recesses of my subconscious? As I glance around, I see my sister, Sandersonia, her fists clenched and her face ablaze with fury. Hancock is acutely aware that the shadows of those unpleasant memories have left a profound imprint on the minds of the three sisters. Damn the celestial dragons. Are they truly a race of inherent nobility? In my eyes, they are not but tyrannical beasts. Though I currently lead a life of comfort, I am painfully aware that in the sacred land of Mariewa, where the celestial dragons reside, countless souls share my tragic fate and are enduring unspeakable suffering. I have escaped, yet I cannot turn a blind eye to the plight of my comrades ensnared in misery. I, Empress Hancock, aspire to dismantle the dominion of the celestial dragons. No longer will I endure in silence. My fists are tightly clenched, nearly drawing blood, and my beautiful eyes radiate unwavering resolve. After all these years, I never anticipated that today an 8-year-old child would ignite such fervor within me. Echoing my sentiments are my sisters, Sandersonia, and others. Suddenly, Baichi, who had her back turned to us, halted in her tracks, a faint smile gracing her lips. At last, you have voiced that sentiment. The plan is set in motion. Our collaboration for the upcoming war against the Navy will progress with greater ease now. To be honest, I felt a twinge of fear that I might fail to rouse the Empress's fighting spirit. If she had not uttered those words, I would have returned in disgrace. What do you think, Empress? Does it not feel liberating to express your innermost thoughts? Baichi remarked, her lips curling upward as she gazed at Hancock with satisfaction. I shall be forthright. My purpose in coming here is to invite the Empress to join me in overthrowing the celestial dragon's reign. A surge of audacity coursed through me as I savored the moment. What? Are you serious, little one? Hancock's eyes widened in disbelief, her sultry red lips trembling in astonishment. An 8-year-old child dares to share a goal with the world's most wanted criminal, Dragon, if there exists a task so formidable as to seem insurmountable. It is undoubtedly the overthrow of the celestial dragon's tyranny. Not even the Marines, the very face of the celestial dragons, nor the 4 emperors have succeeded in this endeavor. Sandersonia's large head was a canvas of shock, her long tongue flickering as she pondered Baichi's words. The female soldiers surrounding us, including Speed, were equally stunned. The audacity of this 8-year-old's proposition was utterly astonishing. The captain proposes to undertake such a perilous venture. It is sheer madness. 100 times more reckless than the infamous Jack. I, Baichi, am a person of my word. If you doubt me, in due time, I will earn your unwavering belief. Baichi spoke calmly. In due time, I will come to believe you? Hancock's face was a mask of confusion. Why was this child so certain that I would accept Baichi's claims? Observing the bewildered expression on Empress Hancock's face, Baichi chuckled softly, curious about the answer. Are we? I don't mind revealing it. In due time, I shall venture to Sabaody Archipelago. What connection does your visit to Sabaody Archipelago have with my belief that you intend to overthrow the celestial dragons? The Empress remained in a state of confusion. Gazing at the perplexed queen, the world's most beautiful woman, Bai Qi smiled once more. My informants have discovered that celestial dragons will indeed make an appearance at Sabaody Archipelago. When that moment arrives, I shall personally put an end to them. Bai Qi casually shrugged, articulating his intent. Chapter 79. The blushing Empress. The Empress and the inhabitants of Daughter Island were visibly taken aback. Bai Qi continued to smile. If I were to kill a celestial dragon, the entire world would surely seek my capture. At that point, you would undoubtedly comprehend my intentions to overthrow the celestial dragons. The audacity of this young lad was truly astonishing. Did he perceive the act of slaying a celestial dragon as mere child's play? Had he not considered how to confront the formidable admirals that would descend upon him afterward? Yet, it was remarkable that an 8-year-old possessed such audacity. While the Empress herself appeared hesitant, inviting ridicule. I have been remiss. The Empress Hancock bowed her noble head in apology. What? Sister, you. This scene stirred the crowd, igniting a wave of commotion. It was the first time in many years on Daughter Island that the esteemed Empress had offered such a sincere apology to anyone. Gazing at the 8-year-old boy before her. Could he truly be a born conqueror? Ha! Lady Hancock, you need not be so formal. Does this imply that you agree to join me in toppling the celestial dragons? Bai Qi spoke nonchalantly. Of course, if what you say is true, and you intend to slay the celestial dragons, then we of Nine Snake Island shall risk our lives to support you, Sir Bai Qi. The Empress declared with utmost seriousness, her eyes reflecting less annoyance and more admiration and respect for Bai Qi. Suddenly, Bai Qi burst into laughter. What is it, Sir Bai Qi? Did I say something amiss? The Empress appeared bewildered. Speed, standing beside Bai Qi, wore a puzzled expression. After all, the Empress Hancock had engaged him so earnestly, yet he responded with laughter, which seemed a touch disrespectful. Noting the crowd's confusion and their slightly irate gazes, Bai Qi explained, Fear not, Empress, I am no reckless fool. At the very least, I shall not cower before an admiral. Bai Qi asserted calmly, his eyes betraying no sign of trepidation. As the Empress gazed into his unwavering eyes, she felt an unsettling sense that this boy was far beyond his 8 years. There was an inexplicable sensation, as if he had transcended the passage of time. You truly do not fear the admirals? Although the Empress Hancock was aware that Bai Qi had previously slain the notorious drought pirate Jack, a man with a bounty exceeding 1 billion, she knew that admirals represented the Navy's core strength, far surpassing Jack's prowess. If admirals were evenly matched with Jack, the 4 emperors would have long since obliterated the Navy. Rest assured, Empress, I am still in the process of growing. In due time, dealing with admirals will be no issue. Bai Qi stated confidently. Not just in the future, even now, should an admiral arrive. Armed with my system and the multitude of unused skills at my disposal, I firmly believe I could contend with an admiral. Can you truly battle an admiral in due time? The Empress Hancock, along with the female warriors of Nine Snake Island and Speed, regarded Bai Qi with expressions akin to those reserved for a monstrous being. Sensing the unusual scrutiny from those around him, Bai Qi innocently inquired, What is the matter? Have I said something wrong? Well, Bai Qi has now become a figure of immense interest in this world, drawing the attention of prominent individuals like the 7 warlords of the sea. Through Bai Qi's introduction, it is evident that this young lad's strength is steadily ascending. Since he first set sail with a bounty of 100 million, he has been on a relentless march forward, defeating foes increasingly formidable. If this trajectory continues, it is indeed plausible that he may one day attain the might of an admiral. Hancock and the others swallowed hard, clearing their throats. Ahem, it's nothing. If it were you, it might actually be possible. What does possible mean? It is certainly a certainty, I suppose. Bai Qi, undeterred by their reactions, declared with unwavering confidence. This self-assurance, this belief in his extraordinary talents, even evoked a sense of jealousy in the Empress. If only she possessed Bai Qi's gifts, she would not be content to remain a mere warlord. She would have long since set her sights on conquering the celestial dragons. So, Bai Qi-kun, what is it that you wish to discuss with me? Hancock suddenly recalled the purpose of Bai Qi's visit and inquired. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have gained the trust of the Empress. Reward triggered. Intermediate Conqueror's Hockey. A slight smile curved Bai Qi's lips, having just spoken of his growth. He was now further enhancing his power. System, I adore you. Open the panel. Ding dong. System, open the panel for me. Ding dong. Host, Baichi age, 8 years occupation. Captain of the Whitebeard Pirates fruit. Tremor fruit. Ignores the sea. Hockey. Armament hockey, intermediate. Observation hockey, intermediate. Conqueror's hockey, intermediate. Skills, light speed / 5 uses. Instantly strike enemies at the speed of light. Link skill, 5 uses. Teleport within 100 meters in any direction. Items, fragmented devil fruit encyclopedia 30 fish fruit. Gold from the sky, 110 billion berries, 6 billion berries. Rain fruit. Famous sword blowing snow basic attributes. Strength, max defense, maxed agility, maxed. All 3 hockey types elevated to intermediate, perfect. Sensing the changes within him, Baichi felt more imposing than ever. Exuding an aura befitting a king, he could discern that the system's reward of intermediate armament hockey was nearing the level of Whitebeard's Conqueror's hockey. Should he reach the advanced level, Baichi was confident he could overpower Shanks. Such is the power of the system. Intermediate Conqueror's hockey nearly rivaled Whitebeard's. Intermediate observation hockey felt just a step away from Katakuri's, and intermediate armament hockey had directly led to the mastery of Flowing Cherry, enabling him to injure Kaido. System. You do not deceive me. Hancock gazed at Baichi, a hint of bewilderment in her eyes. How strange. Why does it feel as though this young boy has suddenly grown stronger? Could it be an illusion? Yet, her observation hockey and sixth sense were usually very accurate. Could it be that this boy has the ability to enhance his strength merely through conversation? If that were true, he would indeed be extraordinarily powerful. Baichi, in high spirits, grinned widely and asked, "Shall we collaborate? You shall not suffer any loss in the future." Whitebeard will engage in a confrontation with the Navy. Those despicable tactics employed by the Navy will undoubtedly compel you, the 7 warlords, to exert your efforts. At that moment, I hope the Empress can escort me into the great prison before the battle, only to turn against them and join our side. The Empress pondered for a brief moment before resolutely agreeing. As the Empress, she knows that regardless of any misdeeds, the Navy would always grant her forgiveness. Even if the Navy seeks trouble, she remains unafraid due to her own formidable prowess. This is hardly a challenge. No problem, the Empress declared firmly, biting her lip. Rest assured and have faith in my strength. We shall surely vanquish the Navy. Among the 7 warlords, there are still those loyal to me. I wonder if Sengoku will faint from rage when he witnesses this. Haha. The thought of the Navy witnessing the defection of the 7 warlords brought a smile to Wateki's face. Defeating the Navy? Initially, the Empress believed she would be defeated. However, upon hearing the words of this young lad, she truly began to feel the possibility of victory. Unbeknownst to her, her cheeks had flushed, and she cast shy glances at Wateki, her heart racing uncontrollably. Chapter 80. The Empress's Fantasy. I shall undoubtedly support you, by Chijuan. The Empress's heart soared with joy as her enchanting gaze fixated intently on Baichi, her eyes brimming with affection as if she were beholding her beloved. Granny Snake noticed the Empress's peculiar demeanor and sighed. Alas, it seems the Empress has fallen ill. Sonda, Sonia, and the others also observed the change in their sister, though they remained unaware of its cause, sensing that Hancock had transformed, losing her former dominance. Haha, let us enjoy a fruitful collaboration. Baichi smiled, pleasantly surprised by the ease of their partnership. This is the operational fund. The beautiful Hancock can procure some weaponry, Baichi declared boldly. Subsequently, Speed fetched 600 billion in military funds from Baichi's pirate ship, leaving everyone astounded. The 8-year-old boy before them not only possessed formidable strength but also an astonishing wealth. No wonder he exuded such confidence. Then, on behalf of the people of Amazon Lily, I graciously accept. Hancock's eyes sparkled with affection even more intensely. The surrounding female warriors gaped in disbelief. Such a generous sum could indeed arm the entire island. How could this young boy possess such wealth? Furthermore, the crucial point was that this fortune was derived from celestial gold, treasures reserved for the celestial dragons. Had this young lad seized the riches of the celestial dragons? No wonder he was so audacious. Perceiving the strange gazes from those around him, Baichi realized they must be suspecting him of having plundered the celestial dragons. It appeared that his notoriety in the pirate world had indeed spread, enough to frighten even children. System, open the panel and check the funds. Ding dong. Host. Baichi age, 8 years occupation. Captain of the Whitebeard Pirates fruit. Trimmer fruit, ignores the sea. Hockey, armament hockey, intermediate. Observation hockey, intermediate. Conqueror's hockey, intermediate. Skills, light speed slash, 5 uses. Instantaneous strikes at light speed. Blinking skill, 5 uses. Instant movement within 100 meters. Items. Incomplete devil fruit encyclopedia 1/3. Fish fruit, celestial gold. 500 billion berries, 86 billion berries. Rain fruit, renowned sword blowing snow basic attributes. Strength, max defense, max agility, max silver. There's still over 500 billion. That should suffice. If not, I have the system, don't I? With such a grand gift, I have no means to repay you. So allow me to treat you to a meal, Hancock said, her infatuated visage re-emerging. A meal, you say? That sounds good, to be honest. Baichi felt rather hungry at that moment. During the banquet, the Empress gazed at Baichi with deep affection, frequently stealing glances in his direction. In her eyes, he was striking and charismatic. Your Majesty, what has happened? Sonda Sonia inquired cautiously of Granny Snake. Alas, she is lovesick. I, too, endured this affliction in my youth. Granny Snake lamented. What ailment is this? Sonda Sonia questioned, her face a mask of confusion. Alas, the fabled affliction of love. The enigmatic snake lady appeared lost in thought, as if reminiscing about a splendid yet imperfect past. At that moment, the Empress Hancock found her heart racing, gazing up at Baichi, who was also looking at her with a face full of bewilderment. Could it be that Baichi harbored feelings for me? The Empress immediately lowered her head. Her cheeks flushed, yet curiosity compelled her to glance back at Baichi. There he was, nonchalantly devouring a large chicken leg, grease smudging his lips. Why does Baichi not cast his gaze in my direction? Her spirit plummeted to despair, her countenance clouded with sorrow. Was she not alluring enough to captivate a man of his formidable stature? Was her appearance today lacking? The Empress summoned a mirror, inspecting her reflection. Oh dear. A dreadful sight. One of her tresses had become entangled. If Baichi were to see this, her image would be irrevocably tarnished. Stealing a glance at Baichi, she noticed him indulging in a glass of red wine. Fortunately, she had not been spotted. She hastily arranged her hair and spritzed on some fragrance, finally feeling satisfied enough to continue her meal. Baichi had sensed something amiss with the Empress and curiously turned his attention towards her. What was Hancock doing? Not eating properly, preening her hair one moment, inspecting her reflection the next. Oh, the complexities of women, Baichi mused with exasperation. Baichi was watching her. The Empress's heart raced, beads of fragrant sweat forming on her brow. She hesitated to put the food in her mouth, fearing that Baichi might find her dining manners ungraceful and be repelled by her. Observing her indecisiveness, Baichi inquired, What seems to be the matter, fair Lady Hancock? Is there an issue with your meal? Caught in his unwavering gaze, she stammered, No, Baichi. With that, she hastily swallowed the food. Oh no. Her anxiety had rendered her dining etiquette atrocious. Hancock wished for nothing more than to vanish into a crack in the ground, mortified at having embarrassed herself in front of Baichi. But wait, had Baichi just expressed concern for her? Why else would he inquire about her meal? Amidst the bustling banquet, with so many feasting around, he chose to ask her, was this not a sign of his affection? Could it be that I am destined to marry Baichi? The sound of wedding bells echoed in her mind as she continued to daydream about the details of their nuptials. She envisioned walking hand in hand with Baichi into the sacred realm of marriage, pledging their love solely to one another. Oh, what bliss! The Empress felt euphoric. Speed. Is there something amiss with your food? Why does Hancock's manner of eating seem so peculiar? Baichi queried, perplexed. Speed sniffed the dishes with his own nose, pondering the situation. Not a problem at all, Captain Baichi. These are all fresh delicacies, Speed remarked with utmost seriousness. However, this scene was witnessed by Hancock, who was enveloped in bliss, and she was instantly petrified, her eyes brimming with jealousy. Her future husband, so remarkable, would undoubtedly attract various women vying for his affection. The individual before her, Speed, appeared rather appealing. Could it be that she had a clandestine connection with Captain Baichi? Moreover, she was a member of his crew, leaving Hancock at a distinct disadvantage. Just moments ago, Hancock was filled with joy, but now her gaze was clouded with sorrow. Chapter 81. The Empress in Love. Could it be that the Empress has fallen for me? Bai Qi suddenly recalled the scene from the manga where Luffy exhibited disdain towards the celestial dragons, seemingly unaffected by the mark of the celestial dragon on the Empress's body, which led her to wholeheartedly adore Luffy. Although I have yet to see any mark on the Empress, I, Bai Qi, undeniably displayed a formidable presence. Slaying a celestial dragon certainly seems far more impressive than merely beating one senseless. As I gazed upon the Empress's flushed visage, I found it hard to believe that a mere 8-year-old could captivate her heart. Yet, the myriad of signs from Hancock undeniably suggested her affection for me. As night descended, Sandasonia, in the Serpent Mistress's chamber, anxiously inquired, "Sister, what has been troubling you lately? Is there truly no remedy for the affliction of love?" Her eyes reflected a genuine concern. In her innocent understanding, love was akin to an illness, one that required medicine to heal, much like a common cold. "What can cure such a malady, dear sister?" Sandasonia questioned, perplexed. If the Empress were indeed afflicted by an incurable ailment, the consequences would be dire. Without her protection, the entire Amazon lily would be vulnerable to the Marine's pursuit, placing the residents in grave peril. Thus, it was imperative to alleviate the Empress's condition. Chuckling softly, the Serpent Mistress responded, "Only Bai Qi possesses the ability to cure our esteemed Empress." Her words were laden with significance. Only Bai Qi? Sandasonia pondered deeply. Meanwhile, Bai Qi stretched his limbs, reflecting on the delightful banquet of the evening, feeling the fullness in his belly. He envied the life of the warlords of the sea. Within their domains, they enjoyed the privileges of royalty. The meals served at the Empress's table were no less sumptuous than those at Doflamingo's establishment. I wonder how Doflamingo is faring. Would my slaying of Jack impact his business? Suddenly, the entire dormitory shook, jolting Bai Qi from his thoughts. Moments later, the towering Sandasonia arrived, extending her long tongue. "Bai Qi, my sister is unwell. You must come quickly. She needs your help." Sandasonia exclaimed, her urgency palpable. "Me? Very well. I shall go," Bai Qi replied, puzzled. Just earlier during dinner, the Empress, Hancock, appeared to be in fine health. How could she have fallen ill so soon after the meal? With little time to contemplate, he hurriedly followed Sandasonia towards Hancock's chamber. "Sister, are you present?" Sandasonia called out loudly upon reaching Hancock's quarters. "Oh, my dear sister," Hancock sighed, exasperated by her sister's impulsiveness. Fortunately, she had not yet succumbed to sleep. Otherwise, the commotion would have surely disturbed her rest. Upon entering, Sandasonia called out, "Sister, I have come to treat your ailment." The Empress Hancock, oblivious to Bai Qi's presence, assumed it was merely her sister seeking a casual evening chat. Unbeknownst to her, the Empress was currently luxuriating in the bath. Her flawless figure illuminated by the air around her, a veritable embodiment of beauty. With a booming voice, Sandasonia proclaimed, "Sister, I am here to cure you." Hancock, bewildered, wondered. "Cure me? Do I have an ailment? Or have I misheard?" In a rush, Sandasonia pushed open the door, with Bai Qi following suit. Curious about the nature of Hancock's supposed illness, the atmosphere instantly froze. "Ah, Bai Qi, what are you doing here?" Hancock exclaimed. Her face flushed as she hastily draped a garment over her shoulders. "Do not look," she shouted in embarrassment. Yet, the scene she had just presented was already vividly etched in Bai Qi's mind. "Sister, it was I who invited Bai Qi in," Sandasonia interjected, attempting to alleviate the awkwardness. Realizing her misstep in bringing a man directly into Hancock's quarters, she felt a pang of regret. "But wasn't he, sister, unwell? Why are you bathing?" Sandasonia's confusion mirrored that of her sister. Bai Qi quickly turned away. "My apologies, Hancock. Knowing you are not ill puts my mind at ease. I shall take my leave." With that, he pivoted and exited without delay. The flustered Empress felt a wave of heat surging through her. Had Bai Qi truly seen her? The shame was overwhelming. How would she face him again? In that moment, the regal Empress was reduced to the demeanor of a bashful woman. "Sister, I am relieved you are well." "I shall take my leave as well," Sandasonia said, recognizing her blunder and hastening to depart, fearful of her sister's reproach. As the grand hall settled once more into tranquility, only Hancock remained, still reeling from the encounter. The Empress, known for her disdain towards all men and her unparalleled beauty, found herself perplexed. Why had Bai Qi not reacted to her allure? A tinge of melancholy crossed her features as she pondered how to captivate Bai Qi's attention. Wait, what am I thinking? She chastised herself, striking her head gently with her fist. The very thought of trying to entice him was utterly mortifying. How could she have become this kind of woman? Needless to say, Hancock spent the entire night wrestling with thoughts of Bai Qi while back in his quarters. Bai Qi hurriedly stemmed the flow of blood from his nose. Fortunately, I departed just in time. Had I been discovered, it would have been exceedingly awkward. The following day, the sun ascended from the eastern horizon, its first rays casting a shimmering light upon the ocean's surface. Bai Qi, as was customary, completed 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run, having formed an unwavering routine. Indeed, the power of habit is truly remarkable. Bai Qi arrived at the Grand Hall, observing Sandasonia and her companions. A curious thought struck him. Where was the Empress Hancock? It was unusual. Typically, the Empress would already be seated upon her throne by this hour. Sandasonia. Is the Empress Hancock not present? I wish to bid her farewell and express my gratitude for last night's hospitality, Bai Qi stated with a respectful gesture. Dear sister, she mentioned that she is not ready to see you just yet, Sandasonia replied with a slight pout. In an instant, Bai Qi comprehended the situation. It was undoubtedly a consequence of the events from the previous day. It was only natural that a woman, having been so recently scrutinized, would find it unrealistic to converse normally the very next day. Then we shall take our leave. Please convey to Hancock that I shall not forget our agreement. I will personally eliminate a celestial dragon. A commanding aura suddenly emanated from Bai Qi, leaving those around him in astonishment once more. Farewell, residents of Amazon Lily. And thank you for your hospitality. Bai Qi waved goodbye, addressing the surrounding female warriors. Chapter 82. Farewell to Empress Hancock. Is Bai Qi going to leave? The Empress Hancock said anxiously from her throne. Yes, my lady, Bai Qi is departing, Sandasonia replied. Upon hearing this, Hancock felt an emptiness within her, as if she had lost something precious. Was Bai Qi truly leaving? She found herself lacking the courage to bid farewell in person. Suddenly, the Empress rose from her throne. Bai Qi, farewell. I shall remember our promise. Hancock finally summoned her courage and called out to Bai Qi. Huh, Hancock? Bai Qi spotted Hancock waving from a distance. Farewell, Hancock. She waved back in kind. Goodbye. I look forward to our next meeting. Bai Qi shouted toward Hancock. What did Bai Qi just say? The Empress turned to Sandasonia. Goodbye. Looking forward to our next meeting, Sandasonia replied, sticking out her tongue in honesty. Looking forward to our next meeting? Hancock covered her cheeks with her delicate hands. Overwhelmed with joy, Bai Qi actually said she looked forward to seeing me again? The Empress's happiness radiated from her. I am so blissfully happy. I am truly, truly happy. Hancock exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. After parting from the Empress, Bai Qi and Speed continued their voyage. As they gazed at the vast ocean, Bai Qi fell into reflection, considering her rapid growth throughout this journey. It was indeed the right choice to leave the White Group. Had she remained under Whitebeard's protection, she would not have faced so many adversaries. Without those foes, how could she have triggered numerous quests? A satisfied smile graced Bai Qi's face as she glanced at her status panel. Ding. Host. Bai Qi. Age. 8. Occupation. Captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Fruit. Tremor fruit. Ignores the sea. Hockey. Armament hockey. Intermediate. Observation hockey. Intermediate. Conqueror's hockey. Intermediate. Skills. Light speed slash. 5 uses. Instantaneously strike foes at light speed. Blinking skill. 5 uses. Teleport within 100 meters. Items. Fragmented Devil Fruit Encyclopedia 30. Fish Fruit. Heaven's Gold. 50 billion berries. 8. 6 billion berries. Rain Fruit. Legendary Blade Blowing Snow Base Attributes. Strength. Max Defense. Maxed Agility. Maxed. All 3 types of hockey had reached the intermediate level, and to be honest, Bai Qi was eager to challenge an admiral or a sovereign-level opponent. Lost in thought, 2 ships suddenly appeared on the horizon. It was evident they were pirate vessels, their flags emblazoned with menacing skulls. Oh, more experience points arriving so soon? Bai Qi's lips curled into a slight smile, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Speed. Approach them. Let us see what kind of experience awaits us this time. Captain Bai Qi, you truly are. Speed let out a resigned smile. While others would first observe their enemies, the captain of the Great White Shark pirates, Baichi, seemed to view foes as mere temptations. Indeed, true strength sets one apart. Speed thought with a wry smile. Very well, Captain Baichi, he said, accepting the command. As he steered the Great White Shark pirate ship directly toward the two vessels that had been trailing them. With a whoosh, the Great White Shark pirate ship sped forward, cutting through the waves, which surged high around it. In no time, they approached the ships that had been following them. Speed, with his keen eyesight, noticed from afar that there were no familiar faces among the crew. Having spent considerable time with the beast pirates, he was well acquainted with the formidable figures that roamed these waters. They were likely members of the Four Emperors or the Seven Warlords, being part of the Four Emperors' crew. He recognized most of them, and there were only a handful of the Seven Warlords. Thus, it seemed that the opposing crew comprised mere unknown pirates. Just as Captain Baichi had suggested, perhaps inexperienced novices. Having accompanied Baichi for some time, Speed had shed his usual caution. After defeating the drought-causing Jack and gaining the support of both Doflamingo and the Empress, Speed believed that only a full-scale assault from the Four Emperors or an admiral from the Navy could pose a genuine threat to Baichi. At last, they approached the enemy's ships. Baichi leapt high above the pirate flag. "Hello there. Here to chase me?" He called out with great enthusiasm to the pirates on the opposite side. "I've come to you," he exclaimed, bursting with excitement. With that, Baichi leaped onto the opposing pirate ship, his explosive force nearly causing the Great White Shark pirate ship to plunge beneath the waves. Speed, on the trembling vessel, nearly fell into the sea. "Captain Baichi, could you refrain from such violence next time? Your shockwave almost sent me overboard," Speed exclaimed, irked. This Captain Baichi was truly reckless. "Ah, haha. My apologies, I got a bit too excited," Baichi replied, awkwardly rubbing his forehead. "Well then, shall you all join me?" After explaining to Speed, Baichi turned to the pirates on the ship and smiled. The crew of the ship stood frozen, their faces etched with astonishment. "Then I shall begin," Baichi declared with a grin. "And no, please." The pirates trembled, their lips quivering, struggling to speak. "We have come to pledge our allegiance to you," Lord Baichi, the leader of the pirates, said nervously. What?" Baichi replied, utterly bewildered. Looking at these pirates, he had initially thought they were from the Beast Pirates or the Big Mom Pirates, or at the very least, newcomers to the New World seeking to make a name for themselves. Yet, they claimed to be here to ally with him, leaving Baichi momentarily speechless. "Oh, is that so?" Baichi nodded in understanding. "This is indeed fortuitous. I am in search of some underlings. After all, within my Great White Shark pirate crew, there are but two of us, myself and Speed, leaving us somewhat vulnerable. Moreover, having procured an abundance of weaponry, it would be wasteful not to put it to use." Observing Baichi's contemplative demeanor, the pirates around him appeared increasingly anxious. It is worth noting that Baichi is the man who vanquished the drought-inflicting Jack, with a bounty reaching a staggering 1 billion berries, and he is allied with the world's foremost pirate crew, the Whitebeard pirates. It stands to reason that he ought not to lack for followers. The group was concerned that they might not even draw his attention. "Lord Baichi, please allow us to accompany you. We seek no treasures. We only wish for you to lead us as we venture into this new world," implored the pirates, fearful of being cast aside by him. Chapter 83. The Sabaody Archipelago. Baichi was overjoyed. Initially, he thought the wages of this crew would pose a significant dilemma. Yet, the others seemed to care deeply about their reputation in the New World, approaching him voluntarily, even foregoing treasures. This was indeed a remarkable stroke of fortune. Why not seize such an opportunity? Ahem. Baichi cleared his throat, adopting a serious demeanor. "Why have you chosen to join me? Moreover, you have arrived in the New World without a captain?" Baichi was genuinely perplexed. He could not dismiss the possibility that someone might infiltrate his ranks with the intent to assassinate him. Caution was certainly warranted. "We are members of the Moonlight Pirates. Our captain has perished in the New World at the hands of Kaido's Beast Pirates." The pirates expressed their indignation one after another. If their claims held any truth, there was indeed no logical inconsistency. As someone who had offended the Beast Pirates by slaying the drought-causing Jack, it was evident that Baichi would be their prime target. To fully ascertain their truthfulness, further investigation was necessary. "I shall dispatch someone to verify the authenticity of your statements," If your words prove false, I do not mind adding 1,000 more souls to my crew. An aura of dominance emanated from Baichi. 1,000 souls, what a formidable declaration. The pirates stood in astonishment, speechless, indeed, as the rumors suggested. This lad named Baichi was no ordinary individual. Then it appears we have aligned ourselves with the right person. Long live Captain Baichi. The pirates, overwhelmed by Baichi's imposing presence, began to cheer fervently. Observing their enthusiasm brought Baichi great joy. Very well, since you all recognize me as your captain, rest assured. I shall not shortchange you in terms of equipment. Speed, distribute the gear. Baichi instructed Speed. Absolutely. So, Captain Baichi, does this mean I will be their commander? Speed's eyes sparkled with innocence as she inquired. Seeing Speed's eagerness to take on the role of commander made Baichi chuckle. Perhaps he should follow in Kaido's footsteps and establish some prominent divisions? About that. Yes, you shall oversee this group of over 1,000. From now on. We shall call it Division 1, Baichi replied. Division 1? Am I the captain now? Speed was ecstatic, clearly thrilled at the prospect of having subordinates. No longer having to toil alone. Frankly, Baichi was immensely grateful for Speed's management of such a large vessel over the past few days. He would have certainly struggled to accomplish it alone. After 3 days of sailing, Baichi and his crew finally arrived at the Sabaody archipelago, the gathering place for supernovas. From a distance, the islands appeared remarkably vast, making it easy to understand why the Navy preferred to turn a blind eye to the pirates here. The reason was simple. The sprawling expanse of the islands was teeming with pirates, earning this area the moniker of a chaotic zone. Capitalizing on the island's enormity and hidden nooks, bounty hunters and pirates proliferated, making it exceedingly challenging for the Navy to apprehend them, as the pirates had countless hiding spots. To apprehend these criminals, considerable effort must be expended in their pursuit. On the other hand, the number of pirates here is vast, and casualties during the capture of pirates are quite commonplace. Faced with such a multitude of pirates, it is hardly worth the lives of the Navy personnel. Furthermore, this area serves as a crucial passage to Fishman Island in the New World, attracting elite pirates from across the globe. Among them, those with bounties exceeding 100 million are particularly formidable, often referred to as supernovas. There is a genuine risk that attempts to capture these supernovas could lead to their own demise. Baichi's objective in coming here is to assemble the second division, comprised of elite pirate crews from around the world. It is evident that weaklings are scarce among such a selection of pirates. So why should he exert himself to recruit them personally? At present, Baichi has 2 primary tasks: to eliminate the celestial dragons and fulfill his promise to the Empress Hancock, and to put on a fayade to attract pirates to join his crew. Betrayals and rivalries among pirates are commonplace, as this world has always revered the strong. At long last, the great white shark pirate ship has docked. Baichi leaped down from the gangplank. Speed, just bring 10 men. If there are too many, it will draw attention, and I do not wish to be recognized, he instructed. Afterward, Baichi donned the mask he had purchased previously from the mask shop in Taikyu Town. Upon entering the Sabaody archipelago, Baichi quickly located a map. It seems the 13th district, Shasa's bar, isn't too far off. Let us proceed to Shaki's bar, Baichi commanded. Upon arrival, he might encounter Luffy and his allies, or at the very least, he could gather some intelligence from Shaki. Yes, Captain. The pirates responded with enthusiasm. It is worth noting that Baichi is a notorious pirate with a bounty of 1 billion, and his crew had previously visited Sabaody archipelago. Pirates here typically have bounties exceeding 100 million, which is quite impressive, highlighting Baichi's dominance in this territory. However, as Baichi made his way, a group of individuals encircled him and his crew. Brother Leopard, look, they have a devil fruit user among them. One of the lackeys eagerly pointed out to the leader. Brother Leopard, what of a devil fruit user? We are 100-strong pirate crew. Are we to fear a mere 12? The man, known as Brother Leopard, scoffed. A single devil fruit user has you trembling in your boots, he added disdainfully. The lackey fell silent, intimidated. What shall we do, Captain Baichi? The 10 pirates accompanying him asked, visibly frightened. Is this your first time as a pirate? We shall annihilate them, Baichi declared fiercely, an aura of dominance emanating from him, instilling fear in the 100 men surrounding them. What is there to fear? Just 12 of them. We will slay them all. Brother Leopard roared. In this chaotic region, there was no cause for concern regarding the Navy. Moreover, observing that there were merely a handful of them, it was evident they were a group of audacious individuals, daring to venture into the archipelago of Shambodi. The leader, Brother Leopard, continued to rally his comrades. You scoundrels! Do you even know who we are? Speed bellowed, clearly unfazed by the presence of these pirates. After all, he had battled under the formidable Kaido in the New World. He had witnessed all manner of confrontations. Before he could contemplate further, the crew surged forward. Eliminate them. Seize their treasures. The pirates charged at Bai Chi and his companions like a swarm of hornets. A smile crept across Bai Chi's lips. It was the perfect opportunity to sift through the first squad's members. Why not seize the moment? Chapter 84. The Masked Children. Are you afraid? Bai Chi shouted to the crowd. What is there to fear from mere lackeys who have yet to reach the New World? Bai Chi encouraged the 10 new pirates of the Great White Shark pirate crew. Speed, unfazed, thought to herself that she was a formidable force in the New World. A genuine member of a Yonko crew. Observing these pirates who had not even set foot in the New World, she doubted they could even utilize haki. How could she, a true fighter of a Yonko crew, possibly fear these insignificant fish? Very well, I shall not protect you any longer. Let us unleash chaos. Bai Chi declared loudly. Indeed, it was time to assess the strength of the subordinates she had recruited. As the pirate minions charged forward, Speed swiftly drew her bow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows shot forth, and in an instant, 3 enemies lay fallen, blood pooling around them. Such a powerful attack. The battlefield fell silent. The Centaur Devil Fruit user before them was undeniably strong. Capturing a crew of merely a dozen seemed an easy task. Yet, with just 3 arrows, 3 had perished, instilling dread in the hearts of the surrounding foes. Boss, I've heard that many supernovas have arrived here recently. Could they possibly be supernovas? A trembling pirate inquired, his eyes wide with terror. What are you afraid of, you fool? How could it be so coincidental? This island is vast. And we happen to encounter supernovas on our first venture? Boss Leopard retorted angrily. This clueless wretch, speaking such words at this moment, would only serve to weaken their morale further. Yes, boss, I spoke thoughtlessly. The subordinate, seeing the fury in his leader's eyes, dared not utter another word. After all, the risks of facing Bai Chi and her crew were already significant, but defying Boss Leopard would surely lead to a grim fate. Leopard was, after all, a seasoned pirate in Sabaody Archipelago. Aside from the local great pirate Shaki and the newly arrived supernova external forces, Leopard ranked among the top 3 powers in this chaotic region. To survive and thrive in such a tumultuous area required considerable skill. Children, charge. The stronger they are, the more treasure they possess. Tear them apart, and rewards await. Boss Leopard proclaimed, his eyes glinting with bloodlust. Charge. The minions, spurred on by his words, brandished their sabers, swords, and spiked clubs, shouting as they rushed forward. Such reckless bravery. Bai Chi shook her head in resignation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Another 3 arrows, enveloped in black haki, soared through the air toward the pirates' heads. 3 anguished screams erupted as 3 more fell to the ground, their heads and hearts punctured by gaping wounds. This time, however, the remaining pirates did not falter. It seems they still possess some spirit, Bai Chi smiled. In the blink of an eye, over 100 pirates had surged to Bai Chi's side. A multitude of pirates surged towards Bai Chi, for in their eyes, he was nothing more than an insignificant figure. Observing his diminutive stature, it was evident that he was merely a child. In the merciless world of piracy, compassion does not extend to the young. Rather, it is precisely because of one's youth and weakness that the number of those wishing to eliminate you increases. Just as ripe fruit is sought for easy plucking, so too are the vulnerable targeted. Bai Chi found himself ensnared by nearly 20 pirates, and even among them, quarrels erupted. How shameless, Peter! I arrived here first. Why are you trying to push me aside? Go bother that centaur. They need more manpower over there, exclaimed a rotund pirate wielding a large sword. To hell with you. I was clearly the first to arrive. Do you think I am a fool? Why don't you go offer yourself to that centaur woman instead? Peter retorted, brandishing a spiked club with irritation. Had he unwittingly become the lamb in the eyes of these ruffians? Bai Chi sighed, a bitter smile forming on his lips. It seemed his small frame conveyed a sense of weakness rather than strength. "Hey, little brat, why the mask? Trying to conjure some mystery? I'll kill you and rip off that mask to see the expression on your face as you perish. Ha ha ha." Peter laughed heartily, clearly intent on scaring the masked child into tears. "Ha ha ha. Peter, you rascal. Are you really trying to frighten this little one into submission before he meets his end?" Surrounded by nearly 20 pirates, each regarding him with a predatory gaze, Baichi remarked, "You truly are a bunch of weaklings." He crossed his arms defiantly. "What? You want to die, little brat? Damn it." Peter seethed, experiencing indignation for the first time at being so derided by a child. He had expected the masked boy to be terrified, begging for mercy, perhaps even wetting himself. Yet, the calm demeanor of the child only deepened Peter's humiliation. "Then I shall begin with you," Baichi said coolly, regarding Peter as though he were merely a corpse awaiting its fate. "You little bastard, playing tricks. I'll tear off your mask and kill you." Enraged, Peter charged forward. However, just as he lifted his foot, an unexpected fist appeared before him, and darkness enveloped his vision. The world fell silent, and he collapsed, never to rise again. "Peter, Peter, wake up," were the last words he heard. In his final moments, he was utterly bewildered, questioning how he had been bested by this child. That should not have been possible. Peter would never know the true face behind the mask. The surrounding pirates witnessed a gust of wind, and then Peter lay lifeless on the ground, his eyes closed. The masked boy moved slightly, prompting a wave of confusion among the onlookers. "Fools, what are you doing? Hurry up and kill that brat, so we can help." The formidable Captain Leopard bellowed at the 20 pirates flanking Baichi. Nearly 50 ruthless marauders had assembled under Leopard's command, yet to their astonishment, neither he nor his crew managed to gain the upper hand against speed. On the contrary, they found themselves at a distinct disadvantage. This predicament is easily comprehensible, as these pirates, having never ventured into the New World, had yet to master hockey. It is noteworthy that even among the 11 prominent supernovas currently drawing attention in Sabaody Archipelago, none had acquired hockey. From the perspective of the New World, this group appeared merely as novices, lacking in formidable threat. Their true menace lies not in their current strength, but in their potential for growth. Meanwhile, the 20 pirates encircling Baichi were just beginning to comprehend the situation. They had not anticipated the formidable prowess of the centaur. It was clear now that Peter must have fallen victim to some peculiar technique employed by the centaur. They resolved to swiftly eliminate this young adversary and rush to aid their captain in vanquishing the centaur. With that, they all brandished their swords and charged toward Baichi. Chapter 85. "So scared you wet your pants," Baichi gazed disdainfully at the blades and swords rushing toward him. Confronting such narrow-minded individuals hardly required any overwhelming might. With merely his formidable physique, he could make these inexperienced pirates, who had never set foot in the New World, unrecognizable to their own mothers. "Allow me to showcase the strength derived from my daily regimen of 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, and a 10-kilometer run." With a grin, Baichi charged toward his adversaries. Suddenly, his figure blurred into an illusion. With a swift motion, he raised a foot and, with a whoosh, struck a pirate squarely on the head. The pirate's skull was entirely severed from his body, sent soaring into the sky, leaving a long trail of blood that painted the air in a bizarre spectacle. "One," Baichi uttered nonchalantly. The sound reached the ears of the pirates, resonating with an eerie sharpness. In another swift motion, he raised his fist high and brought it crashing down onto another pirate's heart. The sheer explosive power of his punch pierced through the pirate's chest, blood gushing forth and staining the ground beneath him. 2. Came the hauntingly dreadful declaration. Next, Baichi executed a sidekick with perfect form and fluid grace, landing a blow on the spine of yet another pirate. A sharp crack echoed as the pirate spat blood and crumpled to the ground. Bewilderment etched across his face as he gazed at the diminutive figure before him, masked and seemingly no older than 8. Could it be that this child had taken his life? 3. Baichi stated, as if extinguishing the life of a mere chick. The surrounding pirates trembled in fear. "What's wrong? Are you finally aware of your trepidation?" The oppressive aura emanating from Baichi rendered the pirates breathless, their bodies paralyzed with terror, some nearly collapsing to the ground. It was no surprise. After years of dominance in the Sabaody Archipelago, they had never witnessed such a scene. They had never encountered someone capable of decapitating a foe with a single kick or piercing a heart with a punch. As they stared at Bai Qi, they swallowed hard. Realization dawning upon them. It was you. You who killed them. Yes, your voice. The pirates finally comprehended that the chilling proclamations of 1, 2, 3 had issued from the lips of this seemingly innocent boy. Well, I never denied it, did I? Bai Qi's fingers snapped with a crisp sound. Now it is your turn, little ones. The roles have reversed. The prey has become the hunter. He cast a predatory gaze upon the remaining dozen pirates. Once more, he launched a kick, sending another head soaring into the heavens, blood splattering in the air. Witnessing such a horrifying scene, one pirate was so overwhelmed that he wet his pants. Ha! To my astonishment, it is indeed you who have soiled yourselves. Bai Qi chuckled heartily, covering his mouth with mirth. The surrounding pirates wished fervently to flee, yet the terrifying scenes unfolding before them rendered them breathless. Each one yearned to escape, but their bodies felt as if weighed down by lead, rendering them sluggish and devoid of the courage to flee. Their vacant expressions were fixed upon Bai Qi. The masked imp, pleading, "Please, do not kill us." Their lips began to tremble, the earlier bravado entirely evaporating. Faced with Bai Qi's thunderous wrath, how could they muster any semblance of arrogance? Bai Qi surveyed the cowering pirates with amusement, remaining silent as he casually retrieved a transparent cup from his pocket and took a sip. Then, with a nonchalant tone, he remarked, "I could spare your lives, provided you behave like him." He gestured towards the pirate who had succumbed to fear and soiled himself. "If you are to wet yourselves like him, I might consider showing you mercy." He cast a piercing gaze upon the dozen or so pirates, who, terrified, lowered their heads. The masked boy before them was indeed a demon. Not only was his method of attack ruthless, but his capacity for humiliation was equally savage. In the pirate world, a man who soiled himself in the face of an enemy would endure a lifetime of scorn and ridicule from his peers. Rather than live under such a shadow for eternity, it would be wiser to abandon this profession. Who among the pirate crews would accept a man who had soiled himself? Such an act signified the end of one's piratical endeavors. Observing the peculiar expressions of those around him, Bai Qi smirked. "What is this? Do you still possess some spirit? I must admit, I underestimated you all." Now the fourth one, his threatening voice echoed. Suddenly, the once arrogant pirates surrounding Bai Qi collapsed to the ground, their posteriors drenched. They had all soiled themselves, their weapons slipping from their grasp as their faces contorted in despair. "I vow never to pirate again. This is too terrifying," they lamented. "Please, spare us. I swear I will never rob again. It was all Leopard Brother who forced us into this. It has nothing to do with us. I beg you, do not kill us." The very pirates who had mocked Bai Qi for his potential to soil himself now lay defeated, having succumbed to their own fears. It became painfully clear to them that this young imp was the leader of their small band. Their misfortune was dire. Why must they engage in battle with this demon? It was evident that this boy possessed strength far surpassing that of the centaur. Even their own leader, Leopard Brother, lacked the power to kick a man's head off. This boy's strength was truly formidable. Moreover, there was not a trace of remorse in his demeanor as he took lives. He was indeed a little devil. Engaging in combat with an individual of such caliber may well jeopardize one's very existence. The shift in circumstances transpired with astonishing rapidity, the reversal occurring in but a minute. Ha! Observing the spinelessness displayed by his adversaries, Bai Qi erupted into laughter. "Now do you submit?" An overwhelming aura of dominance enveloped the scene. The pirates stood frozen in terror, their expressions blank, until, after what felt like an eternity, they bowed their heads and proclaimed, "We submit. We submit. We shall never dare again. We beseech you, spare us." Witnessing Bai Qi's brutal combat style and his unflinching demeanor in the face of death, none dared to resist any longer. "I shall settle the score with you later," Bai Qi remarked, a smirk gracing his lips. Chapter 86. The plunder of treasures. On the opposite side of the battlefield, 30 pirates encircled the Great White Shark Pirates, consisting of 10 newly recruited members from the New World. It was evident that the fighters recruited by Bai Qi possessed significantly greater combat prowess compared to the indigenous pirates of the Sabaody archipelago. Particularly notable was a towering man, nearly 2 meters tall, who single-handedly restrained nearly 10 opponents. Had it not been for this imposing figure, the outcome of the skirmish would remain uncertain. But she had formulated a plan to appoint him as the captain of a small squad under Speed's command. Each rank would receive different compensation and weaponry. Embodying a modern management philosophy, as long as one demonstrated strength, even a slight superiority would merit a distinct rank. The disparities in salary and equipment would foster a competitive atmosphere within the Great White Shark Pirates, ultimately nurturing high-caliber pirate talent. After all, progress thrives on competition. In the most crowded battlefield, Speed activated his observation hockey, perceiving the pirates' movements as sluggish as if they were snails. How can this centaur seem to foresee my attacks? One pirate cursed, bewildered. This is ridiculous. How can a woman withstand 50 pirates? Their frustration mounted as they struggled against a single opponent. At that moment, Leopard's lips quivered with rage. You fools! Are you telling me it takes this long to dispatch a mere child? He glared furiously at Bai Chi. What? Leopard could hardly believe his eyes as he witnessed his subordinates collapse, terrified. Glancing at the masked boy, and scathed, he pondered, could this child possess some form of sorcery? Suddenly, Leopard slapped his forehead in realization. Of course, this child must also be a devil fruit user. Facing 2 devil fruit users was proving overwhelming. This was dire. Stealing a glance at Bai Chi, he noted the latter's lack of intention to engage. After years of dominance in the Sabaody archipelago, he never expected to be bested so thoroughly. Surely, this was the work of a supernova, that masked boy. Apart from supernovae, Leopard could scarcely fathom any other force capable of dismantling his crew in such a manner. The tide of defeat had become apparent, just as Leopard's focus wavered. An arrow zipped through the air, striking him squarely in the heart. Before long, aside from those pirates lying incapacitated in fear, the remaining crew members were swiftly overwhelmed. Speed. You are exceedingly slow, Bai Chi remarked, nonchalantly raising his hands. The slaughter of these novices, who could not even wield hockey, sparked no interest in Bai Chi. This was precisely why he refrained from personally executing Leopard. The reason is quite simple. He is not yet qualified. As a captain of a pirate crew, one must at least possess a bounty exceeding 100 million to warrant the personal execution by Bai Chi. My apologies, Captain Bai Chi. I shall strive to enhance my strength, Speed said awkwardly. Faced with some inexperienced rookies lacking hockey, Speed felt a tinge of embarrassment at how long it took him. Observing the situation on his side, 3 individuals bore minor injuries, yet there were no casualties. Bai Chi felt a modicum of satisfaction with his newly recruited subordinates. Although their strength was not particularly formidable, they could be nurtured over time. After all, considering the overwhelming numbers of pirate attacks, the survival of his crew, the Great White Shark Pirates, was already a commendable outcome. Once again, his gaze shifted to the dozen or so enemy pirates slumped on the ground, their urine long dried, leaving only parched traces behind. Unable to contain himself, Bai Chi broke into an unrestrained grin. The pirates on the ground wore peculiar expressions. Their leader had already been slain. Yet the combat prowess of the few before them was utterly terrifying. Each one of them was ruthless, and they anxiously pondered whether they would meet the same fate as their leader, Brother Leopard. With faces etched in terror, they gazed at Bai Chi, acutely aware that only he could determine their fates. One by one, they fell to their knees, pleading, "Please spare us, Great One. We shall never dare to cross you again." Never dare again? Bai Chi's eyes bore into these supplicants, who resembled lost dogs. No, no, no. We will not engage in piracy any longer. Please, Great One, have mercy on us. They prostrated themselves, knocking their heads against the ground. What spineless wretches! Bai Chi chuckled bitterly. Very well, to slay you feckless beings would soil my hands. Upon hearing Bai Chi's words, the pirates' expressions softened. Their lives were finally spared. They vowed never to pursue a life of piracy again, acknowledging its inherent dangers. However, you must answer one question for me. Should you answer correctly, I may let you go, Bai Chi continued. Answer a question? If they did not know the answer, would they not meet their demise? The pirates exchanged anxious glances, fearing Bai Chi might pose a particularly challenging query. Their throats dry, they swallowed nervously. Tell me, where is the bar called Xia Chi's Shakedown located? Bai Chi inquired. To be honest, He had only learned from the manga that this peculiar bar was in Zone 13, yet he did not know its exact location. As he looked upon the tense pirates, they collectively exhaled in relief. The shakedown bar is in Zone 13. If you spare us, we can escort you there. However, they hesitated, words unspoken. However, what? Bai Chi's expression darkened. Do not misunderstand, esteemed sir. It is merely that the proprietor of the knockoff bar, Xia Qi, is not one to be trifled with. She has a penchant for exploiting outsiders, particularly those who are pirates. With that, the speaker turned their gaze towards Bai Chi and his companions. Indeed, they are the very outsiders and pirates in question. Although the group before them possesses formidable strength, the speaker had previously spent time in Xia Qi's establishment and had witnessed firsthand the fate of a notorious pirate with a bounty nearing 100 million who attempted to resist her, only to be subdued as if he were a mere child. This serves to illustrate the depth of Xia Qi's capabilities. Haha, Bai Chi laughed heartily. You need not worry about this. Just lead the way with confidence. Yes, esteemed sir. The pirates nodded respectfully in unison. By the way, Speed, gather their treasures. Bai Chi said languidly. Treasure? That is my favorite pursuit. Speed exclaimed, leaping with excitement. You surrender all your treasures at once. Should I discover even a single item you have failed to declare, beware. I shall not hesitate to end your life, Speed declared with an air of seriousness, shedding her earlier girlish demeanor. Chapter 87. The shakedown at Shachi's bar. Indeed, these pirates had long been terrified and surrendered everything. They even offered up a few hundred berries. Speed displayed a look of disdain, exclaiming, a mere 200 berries? You might as well keep it for your journey home. With an air of urgency, the pirates hastily reclaimed their 200 berries, for the feeling of being utterly penniless was quite unpleasant. After 5 minutes, the search was complete. Next to Brother Leopard, a wooden box was discovered. Upon opening it, they found a devil fruit, gleaming with a dark luster. Captain Bai Chi, there is actually a devil fruit here, Speed exclaimed joyfully, approaching Bai Chi with a fruit resembling a hammer in hand. Oh, Bai Chi's interest was piqued. System, please open the devil fruit encyclopedia for identification. Yes, host. Ding. Search complete. It is the hammer fruit of the paramecia type, allowing the user to transform body parts into hammers, the system announced. Upon hearing the system's introduction, Bai Chi felt a tinge of disappointment. Treasures akin to the fish fruit were indeed rare finds. However, something was better than nothing. System, display the panel. Ding. Ding. Host, Bai Chi age, 8 years occupation, captain of the Whitebeard pirates fruit, tremor fruit, ignores the sea, hockey, armament hockey, intermediate, observation hockey, intermediate, conqueror's hockey, intermediate, skills, light speed / 5 uses, instantly strikes the enemy at the speed of light, flash skill, 5 uses, teleportation within 100 meters. Items, incomplete devil fruit encyclopedia 30, fish fruit, heavenly gold, 50 billion berries, 10 billion berries, rain fruit, legendary sword blowing snow, hammer fruit. Base attributes, strength, max defense, maxed agility, maxed with an increase of several billion berries and the acquisition of a hammer fruit. It was indeed a modest gain. Ultimately, every little bit counts. Next stop, Shachi's shakedown bar, Bai Chi declared with a resounding voice. A peculiar scene unfolded on Sabaody Archipelago. The pirates of Brother Leopard's crew, who once ruled the area, were now pulling a large cart. On it sat 12 individuals, including a masked youth. The names of these 12 resonated through the crowd, for they had managed to bring Brother Leopard to his knees. Whispers filled the air as everyone speculated about the identity of this group, with the masked youth drawing the most attention, undoubtedly a member of the infamous supernova. As they traveled, the pirates came to a halt, standing there in a daze, speechless for quite some time. Oh, what is the meaning of this? Bai Chi remarked, his expression darkening. Do these rascals intend to shirk their duties? It seems my efforts to instill fear in them have not been sufficient. Please don't misunderstand, sir. Just look ahead at who is approaching. Perhaps we ought to hold back for now, one of the cart-pulling pirates explained defensively. Bai Chi followed the direction pointed out by the pirate and beheld a towering slave, his physique brimming with explosive muscle, crawling on the ground, his body ensnared by iron chains. Damn it, if it weren't for these shackles." The slave exclaimed as he frantically struck at the chains binding him. It was evident that the torment he had endured had nearly driven him to madness. "I tell you, this slave is not yet properly trained. What a disappointment." A figure clad in white, donning a glass helmet, remarked with an unpleasant tone. "Oh," Bai Chi gasped in astonishment. The individual in white, wearing a glass dome, was none other than a celestial dragon. A smirk crept across Bai Chi's lips. Before the pirates could respond, a thunderous explosion erupted, and the slave was reduced to mere dust. Observing the slave's reluctance to resist the celestial dragon, instead lamenting his shackles, Bai Chi questioned, "Does he not dare to defy the celestial dragon riding upon him?" Defy the celestial dragon? The pirates of the Leopard Brother pirate crew could hardly believe that this masked brat would utter such words. Who would dare to oppose a celestial dragon? The consequences of such defiance could lead to the extermination of their entire family. Moreover, even if one did resist, the Navy would swiftly dispatch an admiral to quell the uprising. After all, they are the exalted celestial dragons, the true descendants of this nation's rulers. The members of the Leopard Brother pirate crew expressed their astonishment. "How absurd," Bai Chi scoffed. "A celestial dragon devoid of combat prowess can subjugate a muscle-bound slave to such an extent. What a mockery." Nearby, Speed's expression shifted slightly. "Captain Bai Chi, are you planning to take action here?" he inquired nervously. Killing a celestial dragon could summon an admiral. Speed felt uneasy, uncertain of how Bai Chi would confront such a formidable opponent. It is only a matter of time. They are not yet destined to die," Bai Chi replied nonchalantly. "Let us continue. Those maggots have already departed." He cast a disdainful glance at the retreating celestial dragons. They rely solely on the ancestral merits bestowed upon them, exerting their authority over innocent civilians while possessing not an ounce of strength. What else could they be but maggots? Maggots? The members of the Leopard Brother pirate crew regarded Bai Chi with renewed astonishment. It was their first encounter with someone so audaciously disrespectful towards the celestial dragons. Little did they know that Bai Chi's true purpose for visiting the Sabaody archipelago was to eliminate the celestial dragons. One could only imagine their shock upon discovering this revelation. Their jaws might very well drop in disbelief. "Let us proceed," Bai Chi urged. The passage of the celestial dragons was but a minor interlude for him. In Bai Chi's eyes, regardless of one's race, if one lacked strength, he would not accord them any respect. After another half-hour of walking, they finally arrived at Shaggy's Ripoff Bar. "So this is Shaggy's Ripoff Bar?" Bai Chi said with a slight smile. "At first glance, it may appear rather ordinary, and the bar itself is quite small. However, the decor exhibits a commendable aesthetic, revealing the owner's meticulous attention to detail. You have narrowly escaped peril," Bai Chi remarked to the out-of-breath pirates as he pulled them along. The pirates, who had just moments ago been gasping for breath, now displayed expressions of relief. However, Bai Chi's tone shifted. "While the death penalty may be evaded, the punishment for living cannot be escaped. Let us sever an arm for each of you," he stated nonchalantly. "What?" The crowd gasped, their faces etched with shock and confusion at the notion of self-mutilation. They stood there, dumbfounded. "What? Do you no longer wish to leave?" Bai Chi continued to inquire. Chapter 88. Life or Limb? The relentless cries echoed as the band of pirates, in sheer terror, resorted to severing their own arms with their weapons. Faced with the choice between life and limb, it was unequivocally life that they chose. After all, what use is an arm when life itself is at stake? Compared to them, Leopard and his companions were remarkably fortunate, for Leopard had wagered his very existence. Grasping their bleeding shoulders, the pirates departed, convinced that they would never tread the same path again. This time, Bai Chi imparted a profound lesson to these arrogant ruffians, making them acutely aware that there is always someone stronger and that the world is far larger than they had imagined. Within the confines of the bar owned by Xia Qi, a disgruntled pirate was venting his frustrations about the establishment. "What? Madam, are you trying to swindle me? A bottle of wine for 50,000 berries? Why don't you just rob a bank?" The speaker was a towering brute, his face adorned with a multitude of scars. Unmistakably a man not to be trifled with. Emerging from the bar's front desk was a woman with short, black hair, clad in a black jacket, appearing to be in her 30s or 40s. Few knew that at Xia Qi's age, she should have been a grandmother by now. Xiaoqi took a drag from her cigarette, exhaling a beautifully formed smoke ring. You're quite astute. Didn't you notice the sign at the entrance? This establishment is aptly named Xiaoqi Swindle Bar, she replied, her innocent gaze fixed upon the belligerent pirate. What did you say? The pirate, nearly choking on his indignation, could hardly believe the audacity of such blatant deception. Fool, who do you think you are to belittle me? I am a notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 10 million. The lives I've taken are no fewer than 10, he bellowed. Nearby, a youth with a foolish expression was gleefully rummaging through the bar's refrigerator, devouring the food within. Say, Brooke, is a 10 million berries bounty a lot? He asked, shoving a large chicken leg into his mouth. It was none other than the anime protagonist, the supernova, Luffy. What? Even you, brat, dare to look down upon me? The pirate, consumed by rage, brandished his massive sword and advanced towards Luffy. Hey, they are my guests, Xiaoqi interjected with a smile, then swiftly slapped the pirate across the face. Stunned, the brute staggered, momentarily dazed. Following this, she delivered a decisive punch to his nose, causing it to bend grotesquely, blood gushing forth. Just don't dirty my bar, she admonished, before effortlessly tossing the nearly 200-pound brute out of the establishment as if he were a mere chicken. Content with her actions, she took another drag of her cigarette, the bar now enveloped in a smoky haze. The formidable Xiaoqi was indeed a fearsome figure, Chopper remarked in astonishment. Luffy and his crew were left in utter shock. The seemingly amiable woman had revealed a violent side they had not anticipated. Outside the tavern, Baichi and his companions encountered a burly man who had just been thrown out. Damn it, what a stroke of bad luck. The man spat, blood mingling with his words. Do not enter the tavern ahead. It's a notorious den for extortion. He warned Baichi's group. Extortion? Baichi smirked, realizing that Summer Chi's infamous establishment had indeed arrived. Ignoring the man's caution, he strode directly into the tavern. Insanity. The people here have truly lost their minds. Even with such an obvious trap, they insist on entering. The burly man shook his head, a bitter smile crossing his face. A dozen people going in will surely be swindled out of a hefty sum. They refuse to heed my warning. They will soon face dire consequences, especially from that madam. Speaking of that madam, one could hardly believe she was merely a tavern owner. There was an undeniable air of strength about her. Could she be a retired pirate? As the door to Summer Chi's tavern creaked open, Luffy felt a palpable aura sweep over him. Luffy, gnawing on a drumstick, fixed his gaze on the entrance. Summer Chi, smoking a cigarette, paused, exhaling a thick plume of smoke as her attention turned to the tavern door. As the door swung open, a child resembling a youth entered, wearing a ghostly mask. Following closely was a centaur girl, with 10 pirates stationed outside the tavern. Upon entering, Baichi noticed the curious stares directed at him and calmly chose a table. Madam, a glass of red wine, please. Thank you, Baichi said with a slight smile. How intriguing. Why wear a ghost mask? Quite frightening. Summer Chi feigned fear, yet Baichi could sense her lack of genuine trepidation. Haha, wearing this mask is rather inconvenient. I fear causing a commotion on this island. Should the Navy arrive, it would surely complicate my plans, Baichi replied with an impassive expression. Ha, what a cocky little brat. Summer Chi extinguished her cigarette, her gaze now curiously lingering on the masked youth. Her attention shifted to Speed, who sat beside Baichi. A centaur? An artificial devil fruit. Summer Chi's lethargic demeanor brightened with intrigue. Are you truly Speed of Kaido's beast pirates? She asked, astonished. Luffy, Brook. And Chopper nearly had their eyes pop out. The 4 emperors? Brook exclaimed in surprise. The 4 emperors. Their subordinates are here in Sabaody Archipelago? Shouldn't they be in the New World? Chopper gasped in shock. Subordinates of the 4 emperors? Luffy rubbed his hands together, grinning broadly. Hey, Centaur, how about a friendly competition? Speed glanced at Luffy, rolling her eyes. Why should I compete with a silly monkey like you? I don't even know you, she retorted with annoyance. Instead, she leaned closer to Shachi and said, Indeed, I was once one of the 3 prominent subordinates under Kaido, Speed. It seems your reputation for being well-informed is well-deserved, Shachi. However, I have since distanced myself from the beast pirates. Speed appeared to reminisce about certain events. Distanced yourself? Xiaoqi extinguished the cigarette in her hand, her heart filled with disbelief. According to her intelligence, Kaido of the Beasts was a ruthless figure, and his subordinates were equally ferocious. To sever ties with the Beast Pirates would undoubtedly invite their merciless retaliation. Chapter 89. The mysterious little ghost. How did Speed manage to escape unscathed? Wait, I almost forgot. Drought Jack was seemingly killed by a little ghost before. Could it be that Speed slipped away at that time? In other words, this little ghost before me is very likely. Indeed, I have severed ties with the Beast Pirates. And my current captain is none other than this individual before us, Speed remarked nonchalantly, casting a glance at White Chi that felt akin to gazing upon a towering mountain. The individual before us? Shocky, Luffy, Brook, and Chopper simultaneously fixed their gaze upon the youthful figure clad in a mask. If this little ghost is indeed Speed's captain, then the masked figure must possess strength surpassing that of the centaur Speed. A formidable presence like this would not escape the attention of Luffy, the former protagonist of the Pirate King. Luffy, brimming with excitement, called out, "Hey, masked one. You don't seem too old. How about a little competition?" He eagerly looked at White Chi, hoping for a spirited duel. After all, the person before them commanded even the subordinates of the four emperors. The battle-obsessed Luffy was keen to gauge the difference in strength between himself and this enigmatic figure. "Luffy," Brook and Chopper hastily called out to him. This reckless fool. The opponent's strength could very well exceed that of their group, and someone who could command the minions of the four emperors was no ordinary character. Luffy, charging headfirst into a confrontation, was utterly reckless. "Haha, Luffy, fret not. Your opportunity will come. But today, I have other matters to attend to. We shall not engage in battle today," White Chi said with a slight smile. What? Chopper and Brook were taken aback. Did Luffy genuinely arrange to fight with the masked individual? And it seemed that the latter bore no ill will. So today is not feasible? Luffy sighed. "You better not go back on your word. Let us have a proper spar in the future." With that, Luffy brandished his fist, as large as a cauldron, and fixed his gaze intently on White Chi, sensing that this individual was certainly not an ordinary character. "Ha ha ha, worry not, Luffy. It shan't be long before we meet again, and then we shall engage in a spirited exchange." White Chi chuckled at Luffy's naivety. "Ha ha, it's a promise," Luffy exclaimed excitedly, shoving a fish from the refrigerator into his mouth, unfazed by the numerous eyes directed at him. White Chi merely shrugged and took a seat at the bar. "Shocky, my red wine. How long until it's ready?" "Thank you." Shocky was momentarily taken aback. This little ghost, under her scrutiny, remained remarkably composed. Based on Speed's account, it seemed she could infer the identity of the individual before her. Could it be? Is this little ghost the recently popular White Chi? Xiaoqi's expression revealed a hint of unease. If it were truly that by Chi, she would indeed like to meet him. After a moment's contemplation, she called for a glass of red wine, her voice dripping with languor. Bai Chi accepted the wine and took a hearty sip. "Ah, this is the strongest red wine I have ever tasted," he praised. 1,000,000 berries. Thank you." A glint of cunning flashed in Xiaoqi's eyes. She was curious to see how this recently popular young man would react to her little scheme. "Please bring 2 more glasses. This wine is delightful," Bai Chi stated with gentlemanly composure, his eyes betraying no emotion. Gazing into his calm eyes, Xiaoqi found him inscrutable. Could it be that this fellow was simply submissive? No, that was utterly implausible. Based on her intelligence, this Bai Chi was no pushover. Could the masked man not be Bai Chi? That seemed unlikely. Speed must have joined the ranks of those seeking to eliminate the drought-causing Jack. This masked youth could not possibly be anyone but Bai Chi. Was it possible that Bai Chi had ulterior motives? Around them, the crowd's thoughts raced. 1,000,000 berries? This masked youth has agreed so readily? Chopper's mouth fell open in shock. Brook's jaw dropped as well, overwhelmed by the prospect of such wealth. So much money. So much money. Ah ha ha ha. Brook succumbed to fantasies of becoming a billionaire, envisioning a world where he could acquire as many pairs of underwear as he desired. Luffy, with a dazed expression, questioned, "You're really that wealthy? Can you buy whatever you want to eat every day?" His Navi inquiry drew disdain from both Brook and Chopper. With such riches, is that all he aspired to? Ignoring the crowd, Bai Chi downed the newly served wine in one go. "Truly splendid, ha ha," he exclaimed. In truth, Bai Qi was aware that Xia Qi was currently trying to take advantage of him. However, he was neither in need of money nor deterred by the small sum. He had matters of his own to discuss with this woman, known for her encyclopedic knowledge. Thus, he did not mind allowing Xia Qi to enjoy a small benefit. A few million berries were trivial compared to what Bai Qi sought to gain. Little brat, you wouldn't consider skipping out on the bill, would you? Xia Qi suddenly thought of something and fixed her gaze on Bai Qi. Ha ha ha. Speed, bring out 200 million berries for Sister Xia Qi. Bai Qi replied nonchalantly. What? 200 million berries? Did he just say that so casually? Luffy nearly bit his tongue in astonishment. Chopper and Brook were utterly dumbfounded. This masked man was so affluent. Compared to Luffy and his impoverished companions, the disparity was staggering. It was only natural for a pauper to feel envy in the presence of a billionaire. It's nothing, Xia Qi. After all, my offer comes with conditions. Bai Qi was no easy target, and he articulated the reasoning behind his generous offer. Oh, it depends on your conditions. 200 million berries may not suffice. Chuckled Xia Qi, exhaling rings of smoke. What? Luffy and the others were once again taken aback. Such a vast sum. How could it seem trivial in the presence of these two? Comparing oneself to others can be truly disheartening. Reflecting upon his own Straw Hat Pirates, one could only marvel at Nami's meticulousness with finances. Attempting to procure even a small amount from her would be akin to committing murder. Haha. Bai Qi suddenly burst into laughter. Indeed, 200 million berries is somewhat inadequate. It merely serves as a token of goodwill. After all, what I truly wish to inquire is, where might the Dark King Rayleigh be? Bai Qi stated matter-of-factly. The Dark King Rayleigh? The former first mate of the Pirate King's ship? Upon uttering these words, the entire room fell into stunned silence. Chapter 90. Exchange of messages. Aside from Luffy, who appeared rather foolish, he questioned, What's wrong? You all seem so shocked. Isn't he just like us, seeking the Dark King Rayleigh? You're such an idiot, Luffy, Xiaoba replied, exasperated. We know about Rayleigh because of my connections. It was Sister Shaki who informed us. Xiaoba cast a wary glance at Bai Qi and continued, But how could this masked individual know about Rayleigh? It is utterly unfathomable. Xiaoba had already assumed a defensive posture, uncertain whether the person before them was friend or foe. With this explanation, Luffy began to comprehend the situation. Hey, how do you know about Rayleigh? How did you find out? Luffy asked bluntly. All eyes turned to Bai Qi. He shrugged, realizing that if he were to claim he could observe the entire world of pirates from another realm, he might be deemed insane. Some things are better left unsaid. It's a secret, he replied, nonchalantly. Then, he turned to Shaki. Sister Shaki, it's important to note that I bear no ill intentions in seeking Rayleigh. Shaki, cigarette in hand, regarded Bai Qi intently. From his gaze, she detected sincerity. Very well, Shaki said coolly. It's fine to share, but could you remove your mask, Bai Qi? The corners of her mouth lifted slightly. If you converse with me while masked, I want to disclose any information about that fellow Rayleigh. Haha, that's amusing. I had planned to remove it after completing a certain task, but it matters not, Bai Qi replied, reclining casually. Although the Marines pose some trouble, my desire to uncover Rayleigh's whereabouts takes precedence. With that, Bai Qi slowly removed the mask from his face. Gasps echoed around him as everyone's attention was drawn to his youthful visage. Indeed, it's you, Shaki smiled. I find you quite admirable, the newcomer from Whitebeard's crew. She exhaled a large smoke ring that lingered in the air. What? Who is he? And what do you mean by Whitebeard, the strongest man in that world? Luffy asked, bewildered. Hey, who are you? Are you strong? Luffy scratched his head, perplexed. Shaki extinguished her cigarette and looked at Bai Qi and Luffy. After a moment, she spoke, Luffy. He is the brilliant young man Bai Qi I mentioned earlier, from the New World. I mentioned him. Bai Qi mused, surprised to realize he had gained some notoriety in the Grand Line. In that case, it's quite possible to attract the Marines. Luffy, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, Bai Qi, when do we get to fight? They all say I'm not your match, but I don't believe it. All right, Luffy. But I wonder if you and your pirate crew can keep my arrival a secret? And also, Sister Shaki Xiaoba. Bai Qi glanced at the others. Not a problem, Luffy. The battle fool eagerly agreed, for he cared little as long as he could duel. Shaki nodded in affirmation. Truth be told, Engaging in transactions while under the watchful eyes of others was rather careless on her part. Xiaoba, being friends with Luffy and Shaki, readily concurred. Thank you all. I'll cover today's expenses, Baichi said, a slight smile gracing his lips. The feeling of wealth is truly delightful. Really? Haha. Baichi, you are such a good person. Luffy exclaimed, draping his arm over Baichi's shoulder. This battle fool certainly was quite familiar. Baichi felt speechless. Don't celebrate too early, for that information. You'll need to pay me 500 million berries, Shaki said with a playful smile. What? Sister Shaki, Baichi is a good person. Can't you give him a discount? Luffy was utterly speechless, clearly sensing that Sister Shaki was trying to take advantage of the situation. Brook and Chopper exchanged bewildered glances. Indeed, Sister Shaki was asking for quite a hefty sum. Haha. Baichi, it seems you stumbled into Shaki's bartering trap. If you think it's too expensive, then don't inquire, Shaki replied nonchalantly, adopting an air of confidence over Baichi. Haha. Sister Shaki, can I exchange information for information? Baichi asked, intrigued as he fixed his gaze on Shaki. Exchange information for information? Luffy's eyes widened in surprise. Shaba explained, this is a unique rule among information brokers. Since information can be transformed into currency, if both parties possess valuable information, they can trade to achieve a mutually beneficial outcome. However, Xiaoba continued with a serious expression. The value of the exchanged information must be equivalent. As for the whereabouts of the pirate king Rayleigh, I doubt Baichi possesses anything of equal worth. Xiaoba shook his head. Rayleigh? He's the legendary pirate. Those seeking his whereabouts are in long queues. You cannot simply acquire Rayleigh's location with money. If it were that easy, he would have been discovered long ago, rather than living a tranquil life as a coding specialist at Sabaody Archipelago. I believe Shaki is willing to share this information with Baichi due to her ties with Whitebeard. Once again, everyone's gaze turned towards Baichi. This Baichi, the one who had slain the drought-bringing Jack, was he merely putting on a facade? Or did he truly possess information of equal value regarding the whereabouts of Rayleigh? Please, do share. Shaki, an information broker herself, expressed her curiosity. Well, it pertains to a piece of future information, Baichi said calmly, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes. Oh, how intriguing. Pray, enlighten me, Shaki replied, her interest piqued. Baichi leaned closer to Shaki's ear and began to whisper. After speaking, Baichi shrugged and directed his gaze towards Xiachi. Upon hearing the words, Xiachi's expression instantly shifted, revealing her unease. Her lips began to quiver as she stammered. Why, you can't be serious. This is impossible. Observing the elder sister, Xiachi's reaction, I realized that the information I possess could indeed be exchanged for news regarding the Dark King, Rayleigh. Baichi felt a sense of satisfaction as he watched Xiachi's astonishment, which indicated the significant value of the information. If what you say is true, it could serve as a bargaining chip for the news about Rayleigh. However, how can you prove the veracity of your claims? Xiachi looked at Baichi, her face a portrait of confusion. Chapter 91. 1 billion berries. This is simple. Speed. Give Shaki 1 billion berries, Baichi commanded. What? 1 billion berries? Luffy exclaimed, his mouth agape, while Chopper and Brook stood frozen in disbelief. 1 billion berries, what does that signify? The combined funds of their Straw Hat pirate crew barely amounted to 200 million. Yet this fellow, Baichi, this mere boy, possessed such immense wealth? Luffy, Chopper, and Brook gazed at Baichi with envious eyes. All right, Speed readily agreed. Over the past few days, Baichi had entrusted Speed with managing treasures that were not of celestial origin, thereby conserving space in his alternate dimension. Hey, can we be friends? Brook approached Baichi, his face beaming with affability. Even the renowned pirate Shaki was taken aback. To be frank, she had amassed a considerable fortune over the years through scheming and trading information. However, in comparison to this young lad, her wealth seemed trivial. 1 billion berries, tossed about casually. With such nonchalance, it was a display of extravagance that she herself could not emulate. It was utterly ludicrous. Kid, are you truly that wealthy? It appears I've been shortchanging myself. Shaki exhaled a puff of smoke, her expression reflecting a faint smile as she gazed at the wisps in the air. This young lad was indeed astonishing. Haha. Sister Shaki, Does this mean you agree to exchange information with us? Bai Qi inquired, fixing his gaze upon her. Since Shaki was willing to engage in jest, it indicated that this business venture held promise. Naturally, if what you say is true, I shall return this 1 billion berries to you, Shaki replied. It was somewhat hard to believe that a schemer would keep his word. Yet, observing the glint in Shaki's eyes, Bai Qi felt confident that she spoke sincerely. He was inclined to trust this former great pirate, for after all, Shaki's bar had never been known for dishonesty. Everyone who entered had been duly charged, haha. Bai Qi found himself increasingly intrigued by Shaki. Then it settled. In a few days, I shall prove it to you, Shaki, Bai Qi said, a slight smile gracing his lips, his eyes brimming with determination. Upon hearing this, Shaki's expression shifted to one of shock, her face a portrait of astonishment. Was this Bai Qi truly as decisive as the rumors suggested? What news is this? Bai Qi, can you share it with me? Luffy leaned forward eagerly. That is a secret, Bai Qi responded enigmatically. However, in a few days, you shall know. Not just you, but the entire world will be informed. Ding dong. The exchange of information with Shaki was confirmed. Reward, for instances of lightning slash, 2 instances of blink. At that moment, a system reward notification erupted, filling Bai Qi with joy. System, open my panel. Ding dong. Ding dong. Host, Bai Qi age, 8 occupation, captain of the Whitebeard pirate crew fruit, tremor fruit, ignores the sea, hockey, armament hockey, intermediate, observation hockey, intermediate, conqueror's hockey, intermediate, skills, light speed slash, 10 strikes per use, instantly strikes enemies at the speed of light, blink skill, 7 uses, teleports within 100 meters of any space. Items, incomplete devil fruit encyclopedia 30, fish fruit, celestial gold, 50 billion berries, 8 billion berries. Rain fruit, name sword, blowing snow, hammer fruit. Base attributes, strength, max defense, max agility, max the light speed slash, along with the 7 uses of the blink skill. Allows for instantaneous movement. If wielded adeptly on the battlefield, it could decisively alter the course of combat. One can envision a scenario where, amid a clash with an opponent, Bai Qi suddenly vanishes only to materialize almost simultaneously behind the enemy. Such an occurrence would be utterly bewildering. Furthermore, the blink skill is imperceptible to the enemy's observation hockey, whether in flight or in the act of eliminating foes. This skill is akin to a bug in the system. As for the light speed slash, Bai Qi has yet to test its capabilities. It could merely be a rapid strike, or it might indeed possess the potential to reach the speed of light. Should it truly achieve such velocity, it would be extraordinarily formidable, making it exceedingly difficult for typical adversaries to evade. If this attack were genuinely as swift as its name suggests, a combination of a blink followed by a light speed slash would be terrifyingly effective. Imagine an opponent suddenly disappearing from view, only to reappear moments later, delivering an unforeseen lightning-fast strike. Bai Qi believes that very few could escape such a combination. After making arrangements with Xia Qi to exchange skills, Bai Qi prepared to depart. Hey, Bai Qi. Are you leaving? When can we battle? Luffy hurriedly pursued him. Don't worry, Luffy. I'll be in Sabaody Archipelago for the next few days. I promise to give you a satisfying fight. Bai Qi chuckled at Luffy's innocent demeanor. Truly, he was a battle simpleton, utterly oblivious to the disparity between them. Bai Qi planned to execute his scheme, making his name resonate throughout Sabaody Archipelago, leaving a lasting impression on these supernovas, while also delivering a subtle shock to Luffy's spirit. After Bai Qi's departure, Luffy exclaimed, Haha, I think Bai Qi is a good person. Luffy, Bai Qi is not someone to be trifled with. Have you heard the rumors about him? Xia Qi remarked, taking a drag from his cigarette, speaking nonchalantly. Oh, what has Bai Qi done? Luffy asked, looking rather foolish. Needless to say, Luffy, in his ignorance, cared little for the exploits of prominent figures. In his eyes, all renowned individuals were merely opponents to be defeated. Xia Qi fell into silence, contemplating Bai Qi's deeds. To be frank, he too harbored doubts regarding the veracity of the information, yet he had verified it repeatedly. The authenticity of the intelligence is highly reliable. That fellow Bai Qi once annihilated the Wolf Head pirates, leaving no survivors, Zayakiki remarked. No survivors? It seems he is indeed a formidable character, Brooke responded solemnly. Chopper gasped in astonishment. Is that boy, who is about my height, really capable of such feats? Ah, he does possess some skill. Only such prowess can qualify him as my rival, Luffy stated with utmost seriousness. Humph. Zayakiki suddenly let out a bitter smile. What is the matter, Zayakiki? Chopper inquired, looking perplexed. This is merely one incident. Zayakiki slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. Is there more to it? Chopper asked, visibly shocked. Chapter 92. The achievements of Baichi. From the glint in Xiaqi's eyes, Chopper discerned that Baichi must possess even more astonishing feats. Indeed. As Xiaqi extinguished her cigarette and exhaled a thick plume of smoke, all eyes turned towards her. Xiaqi, could there possibly be something even more outrageous? After crushing the cigarette, Xiaqi took a deep breath. This young rascal, Baichi, once plundered Olanbus, that formidable admiral. What? Is that all? Luffy remarked. His expression one of bewilderment. He felt a tinge of defiance, having once triumphed over Crocodile himself. It seemed as though Baichi's actions were being exaggerated. After all, he merely robbed a petty pirate. This could only indicate Baichi's ruthlessness, not necessarily his prowess. Is that really nothing? Brooke queried, sipping his coffee with an air of calmness. I'm not finished yet. After robbing Olanbus, Xiaqi continued, he set foot on Dressrosa, within the territory of the warlord Doflamingo. What happened? Chopper asked, his curiosity piqued. He had heard of the notorious Doflamingo, a character infamous for his ruthlessness. Chopper was intrigued to see what kind of sparks would fly between Baichi and such a fierce individual. The warlord? Luffy's immediate thought was of Crocodile, that scoundrel. Xiaqi replied coolly, that fellow killed Doflamingo's subordinates in Dressrosa. After saying this, she slowly exhaled again. Killed his men on the warlord's territory? The group was taken aback. The warlords represented one of the three great powers of the seas. To commit murder within their domain was a grave offense, and even outside their realm. One would be hesitant to act against such formidable figures. And, Xiaqi continued, and, Brooke, now visibly unsettled, pondered the implications of this young troublemaker, Baichi. Furthermore, this individual not only killed Doflamingo's subordinates, but also took down Jack, the calamity of the beast pirates, and grievously injured another high-ranking official of the Big Mom pirates, Charlotte Oven. At this point, even Xiaqi was becoming somewhat agitated. This little rascal must have caught you all by surprise, Xiaqi said slowly. Even now, she harbored a sense of disbelief, according to her extensive intelligence. Baichi's exploits were nothing short of extraordinary. A person capable of such deeds must either be a madman or a true hero. To Emperor Cruz? Chopper could hardly fathom Xiaqi's words. Sister Xiaqi, could your intelligence be mistaken? Who would dare offend so many powerful factions at once? Indeed, Sister Xiaqi. There must be an error in your information, Brooke echoed, his face a mask of confusion. Even Luffy, the battle-inept one, began to sense the unusual nature of this young man, Baichi. It seems that this fellow, Baichi, is indeed remarkable. Luffy's previously innocent expression transformed into one of seriousness. At this moment, Luffy felt a profound intuition that this individual named Baichi might very well become his most formidable rival in the quest for the title of Pirate King. If you believe this is the end of the tale, I regret to inform you that it is far from over. Xiaqi chuckled wryly. This young lad ultimately triumphed in the arena, only to cross paths with the notorious Jack the Drought. Jack the Drought. Clearly, Luffy and his crew were unfamiliar with this name, appearing utterly bewildered. They collectively turned their gaze toward Xiaqi. Taking a deep breath, Xiaqi explained. Jack the Drought has a bounty of 1 billion. A bounty of 1 billion? In an instant, Luffy and his companions were thrown into disarray. They were well aware that their captain, Luffy, had a bounty of only 300 million. The fact that this Jack fellow boasted a bounty of 1 billion was indeed shocking. It was the first time they had encountered someone with such an astronomical bounty, leaving them in awe. To put it into perspective in the grand line, a bounty exceeding 100 million signifies a character of considerable prowess. Even Zoro, a formidable swordsman, had a bounty exceeding 100 million. It was truly astonishing. Brooke set down his coffee. So, what became of Baichi and Jack the Drought? He murmured. Indeed. What happened to them? Chopper asked incredulously. Is Baichi truly that powerful? Luffy, now visibly unsettled, contemplated. A person with a bounty of 1 billion was indeed a force to be reckoned with in Luffy's eyes. He recalled the tremendous effort he had expended to defeat Crocodile. It was difficult to fathom the challenges he would face against a pirate with a bounty of 1 billion. What do you think the outcome was? Xiachi inquired. Could it be that Baichi faced Jack the Drought in a duel and managed to retreat unscathed? It's hard to believe that a lad who appears no older than 8 could possess such strength, Brook exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be that Baichi defeated Jack the Drought? Luffy said, his shock palpable. He had a gut feeling that Baichi could indeed vanquish Jack, much like he once triumphed over Crocodile. Defeated? Xiachi smirked. The final outcome is something you could never imagine. With a dramatic flair, she continued, Baichi personally bisected Jack the Drought. That 1 billion bounty pirate is now deceased. At this revelation, Xiachi seemed exhilarated, clearing her throat. What? This child, who appears no older than 8, managed to bisect a pirate with a bounty of 1 billion? The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on the group, their expressions a mix of disbelief and awe, especially Luffy, who felt as though Baichi stood as a colossal stumbling block on his path to becoming the Pirate King, like a mountain pressing down upon him. Luffy found it hard to breathe. After all, considering Baichi's age, Luffy reminisced about his own experiences at 8, where he merely tussled with the beasts of the forest. Baichi has managed to slay a pirate with a bounty exceeding 1 billion. The disparity is indeed striking. How infuriating. Luffy slammed his fist heavily onto the table. Baichi, I will surely defeat you. I am the true Pirate King. Chopper gazed at Luffy, yearning to offer solace, yet ultimately refrained. In the face of such an extraordinary being like Baichi, with his monstrous talents, any words of comfort from him would be utterly feeble, even bordering on insulting. Thus, Chopper chose to remain silent. Chapter 93. Encounter with Sanji. Xiachi gazed at Luffy before her, a sense of regret washing over her. Luffy, you say? He is indeed the bloodline of Garp. Alas, if it were not for being born in the same era as that monster, Witeki, he might truly have become the Pirate King. Yet, fate plays its tricks. Who would have thought that the Garp who once chased me across the world, the very same who fathered a formidable criminal like Dragon, would appear to pale in comparison to Witeki? Xiachi, elder sister, I will prove it to myself. Luffy shouted, seemingly sensing Xiachi's gaze. His teeth clenched tightly, revealing the turmoil within him. However, after a brief moment, Luffy burst into hearty laughter. Let us eat. With that, he began to hastily stuff chicken legs into his mouth. Well, I suppose I was overly concerned. Luffy truly possesses an admirable mindset, Brook remarked with a shake of his head and a wry smile. Only when we are well fed can we muster the strength to defeat that monster, Witeki. In no time, Luffy had filled his belly to the brim, his face smeared with grease. Infectiously optimistic. All right, Luffy-kun, let's go? We shall vanquish all adversaries and ultimately aid you in becoming the Pirate King. Chopper and Brook chimed in. Xiachi watched Luffy's buoyant spirit, shaking her head in resignation. Some matters cannot be resolved merely by sheer enthusiasm. Poor Luffy, with the arrival of the protagonist Witeki, it seems he will never attain the title of Pirate King in his lifetime. Meanwhile, after departing, Witeki donned his mask once more. He lingered on the small island for some time. Captain Witeki, do you think Luffy and the others will keep it a secret? Speed asked, concern evident in her tone. Rest assured, I have some understanding of Luffy, and as for Xiachi, as an information broker, it is her fundamental professional ethics to maintain confidentiality. Otherwise, she would have long ceased to succeed. Witeki replied nonchalantly, his eyes betraying no emotion. Witeki was quite certain of this, for he had read the story of One Piece. This understanding granted him a significant advantage over the inhabitants of this world. He knew the intricacies of every character's personality, relationships, and secrets, though he might overlook some details. For instance, regarding the Dark King Rayleigh, he could only recall that Rayleigh was imprisoned, though he had forgotten precisely which prison, necessitating a visit to Xiachi's tavern for further inquiries. Huh? Captain Witeki, you even know people from Sabaody Archipelago? Speed questioned, her eyes filled with curiosity. This youthful captain continually surprised her. I have a certain degree of knowledge, especially about that fellow Luffy, Wateki laughed heartily. He certainly understood Luffy. The protagonist of the entire One Piece saga, an endearingly foolish figure endowed with remarkable combat prowess. However, it seems that the protagonist may soon change. Captain Wateki, you truly are remarkable. I never expected your strength to be so formidable, nor your intelligence network to be so powerful, Speed expressed with respect. The 10 pirate subordinates behind him displayed expressions of respect and astonishment. An intelligence network is an indispensable factor in the formidable strength of a pirate crew. Otherwise, why would so many pirate groups be willing to invest heavily in cultivating intelligence organizations? Captain Baichi's familiarity with the pirates of Sabaody Archipelago illustrates the exceptional strength of his intelligence network. Baichi merely smiled, choosing not to speak. If he were to reveal that his extensive intelligence organization was built from watching anime, they would surely find it hard to believe. As they continued their journey, flying fish suddenly appeared in the sky. Baichi noticed a familiar figure atop one of the flying fish, sporting a head of blonde hair and a cigarette in his mouth. Sanji, with a determined effort to recall the stories he had seen in One Piece. A smile crept upon Baichi's lips as he realized that this group was on a quest to find Cammy, the mermaid girl who had been abducted by human traffickers and taken to the auction house. Moreover, she was imprisoned in the same location as Rayleigh. Humph. No need to ask for directions now. Speed, follow me. The rest of you head to the auction house and wait, Baichi instructed. What? Speed had yet to react when Baichi leaped into the air, creating a powerful shockwave that sent a cloud of dust billowing from the ground. He landed directly on the flying fish. Who are you? Sanji exclaimed, bewildered. He had not even noticed someone had suddenly joined them. The flying fish rider also looked equally perplexed. Thanks for the lift, Speed. Come aboard. Ignoring their confusion, Baichi addressed Speed directly. Once Baichi settled onto the flying fish, it ceased its flight. Given the modest altitude, Speed easily followed suit. Beautiful lady, are you here for a ride? Welcome, welcome. Sanji's eyes sparkled with hearts. His expression one of infatuation. The flying fish rider, utterly speechless, remarked, just a moment ago, you had such a terrible attitude. Now, upon seeing a beauty, you've changed completely? Haha, then thank you very much. Baichi clasped his hands in gratitude. Don't. There are too many people. I can't carry them all. The flying fish rider was at his wit's end, feeling entirely overlooked by the group, with no one considering his feelings. Stop the chatter and hurry up. Don't waste my time, Sanji said, delivering a punch to the flying fish rider, resulting in 2 large bumps forming on his head. All right. Beautiful lady. The place we are heading is quite dangerous. Are you sure you want to come along? Sanji continued to flatter her. Of course. If you decide to go, I will certainly protect you, he declared, patting his chest with confidence. Boring fellow. You should protect yourself, Speed retorted, sticking her tongue out at Sanji. Once a true member of the Beast's pirates, she found the notion of relying on a novice who had yet to venture into the new world laughable. Surprisingly, this comment did not incite Sanji's anger. Sanji wore a broad smile, embodying a uniquely charming personality that I found utterly delightful. What? Observing Sanji's dazed expression and his protruding lips, Speed instinctively delivered a punch that sent Sanji's eyes swirling with stars, leaving him utterly bewildered. Ha! He truly pays you no mind, the flying fish rider boasted. Focus on steering your ship. After saying this, Sanji retaliated with another punch to the flying fish rider's head. The flying fish rider instantly crumbled, lamenting why misfortune always seemed to befall him. Blasted legs. If I can't attract a girl, why take it out on me? Tears streamed down his face. Chapter 94. The astonishing Sanji. Throughout the journey, Sanji was incessantly attentive, displaying his charms until they reached their destination. He sang, struck poses, and intermittently exhibited gentlemanly manners. However, Speed remained entirely indifferent to Sanji. To her, he was merely a petty rogue. At last, they had arrived at their location. The flying fish riders leapt from their motorcycles. Sanji, you've made it, Brook called out, having arrived before Sanji. Is that masked boy also here? Brook inquired, surprise flickering across his features. Hello again, Baichi greeted as he dismounted the flying fish motorcycle, his tone nonchalant. How do you know each other? This time, it was Sanji who appeared perplexed. He could not recall having a masked companion. He had long wished to inquire about the boy's mask, but refrained, as doing so might impinge upon the dignity he sought to uphold in front of the beautiful Speed. "Ah, that's a long story," Brooke began, but Sanji quickly interjected. "Enough. Spare us the trivialities." Overwhelmed by Brooke's ramblings, which strayed far from the point, Sanji chose to tune him out. The pressing matter at hand was to locate Cammy. "Hey, masked boy, can you assist us in our search? We're in quite a hurry," Sanji implored, regarding Bai Chi with a sense of reverence. Sensing the youth's extraordinary presence, it seemed as though an innate authority radiated from Bai Chi. His mere stance conveyed a sense of unyielding power. Despite appearing no older than 7 or 8, Sanji found it perplexing that such a young boy could exude such an overwhelming aura. Moreover, it appeared that the captivating lady by his side, the user of a Zoan-type devil fruit, was seemingly under Bai Chi's command. Everything about the situation felt surreal. Could an 8-year-old truly be a pirate captain? Sanji lit a cigarette, lost in thought. "Leave it to me, Sanji-kun. I assure you, I will help you find Cammy," Bai Chi declared with conviction, a subtle smile playing on his lips. In the anime, Cammy was captured alongside Rayleigh. By aligning himself with the Straw Hats, Rayleigh would inevitably make an appearance. "You're truly a good person." Haha. It was then that Chopper appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. "Follow me. I'll locate the traffickers. If they haven't yet reached the auction house, we can pay to secure her release in advance," the Flying Fish Rider shouted. They arrived at the trafficker's lair, where Sanji and the Flying Fish Rider entered to negotiate. "You scoundrel!" Sanji's roar echoed through the room. Bai Chi and the others rushed in, witnessing Sanji seize the trafficker with one hand, his fury palpable as he confronted the disdainful air exuded by the lowly criminals. "Huh. The person you seek isn't even here. If you dare to strike me, the Navy will soon arrest you, hindering your search," the trafficker sneered. Arrogance etched across his face. "Perhaps, at this very moment, your companion has already been taken away by some affluent individual at the auction house. Haha. After all, it is a mermaid, and she would surely fetch a handsome price." The trafficker continued to taunt. "Sell? Price? Scoundrel!" Sanji seethed with rage, but was restrained by Nami. "Sanji, do not stir up trouble here. We must hasten to find Cammy. Your actions will only exacerbate the situation," Nami implored, cursing under his breath. The Straw Hat crew had no choice but to depart in silence. It was evident from this that Sanji's temperament was far from the explosive nature of Luffy and Zoro. This was precisely why he remained in third place for so long. Had it been Luffy or Zoro, they would not have hesitated, and even with Nami's intervention, they would have undoubtedly given the traffickers a sound thrashing. Suddenly, Bai Chi wore a mysterious smile. Unbeknownst to the others, a pristine white blade materialized in his hand, emitting a sound reminiscent of a dragon's roar. This left Sanji, Nami, and the others perplexed. What purpose did he have for wielding a knife at this moment, especially with no enemies in sight? However, one could not deny the exquisite craftsmanship of the weapon in Bai Chi's grasp, appearing even more valuable than Zoro's beloved swords. "Wait a moment," Brook interjected, his expression shifting to one of concern. It should be noted that Brook and Chopper had previously encountered Bai Chi at Shaki's bar, where they had heard tales of his illustrious exploits. Could it be that Bai Chi was about to? As he pondered this, a crimson streak suddenly graced the sky, forming an elegant arc before descending to the ground. Then, a severed head ominously fell to the earth. "Ah!" Nami shrieked in terror, while Chopper collapsed in fright. "Why, you killed him?" Brook's eyes widened in disbelief, rendered speechless. Sanji frowned, perceiving the masked youth before him as an unequivocal threat. He could not comprehend how Chopper and the others could be acquainted with such a resolute individual. Speed, however, appeared unfazed. To be honest, Bai Chi's silent demeanor paired with his lethal precision was something she had grown accustomed to. Observing the shock and disbelief etched on the faces surrounding her, Speed found herself smiling wryly. "Now you can experience the astonishment I felt when I first encountered Bai Chi," she mused. "Such a shock was not easily forgotten." "Fear not, Sanji. I have taken care of this scoundrel for you," Bai Chi stated nonchalantly, licking his lips. "Let us continue our journey, should the Navy wish to pursue. They may come for me at their leisure." Speed understood that the moment Bai Chi would remove his mask and strike down a celestial dragon was drawing near. Bai Chi had commenced his actions, His lack of concern for a Navy pursuit suggested that he was preparing to make his move soon. After all, once the Navy took notice, it was likely they would dispatch forces to protect the Celestial Dragon, possibly even an admiral. This was the rationale behind Bai Chi's masked visage. As the group gazed at Bai Chi's retreating figure, Sanji finally spoke. "Chopper, how do you know that person?" His tone was grave and contemplative. This individual was also a recent acquaintance, met at Shaki's bar. He has, in fact, slain a notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 1 billion. Chopper's voice trembled as he spoke. What? 1 billion? Sanji could hardly believe his ears. Is it truly possible for someone to possess such strength? And at the tender age of 8? Sanji was utterly astonished. It appears that this journey to the Sabaody archipelago is fraught with complexities and various entangled forces, proving to be anything but simple. Chapter 95. The auction house. Enough talk. Let us hasten to the auction house. If we delay, Kimmy may very well be sold to someone else. Nami suddenly recalled that Kimmy had yet to be rescued. In a rush, Nami and Sanji's group headed straight for the auction house. On the Sabaody archipelago, the auction house was alive with a bustling crowd. In this place, where nefarious dealings were typically shunned, such transactions could occur openly, and the reason was simple. It was sanctioned by the Celestial Dragons, who were frequent patrons of the establishment. The auctioneer passionately extolled the items up for bid, all of which were, without exception, human beings. The next item was a dancer. A soldier pushed a beautiful dancer onto the stage. The terror in her eyes was unmistakable. Damn it! Sanji clenched his fists tightly. Chopper, filled with concern, exclaimed, Kimmy, you must hold on. I'll rescue you soon. Do not worry, Chopper, Nami reassured, gently patting Chopper's shoulder. With our Straw Hat crew, we can certainly buy Kimmy back. Seeing the sincerity in Nami's eyes, Chopper was deeply moved. How infuriating. I've caused everyone trouble. Haha. Chopper, it's all right. We are friends, are we not? Sanji said, giving Chopper a comforting pat. Tears of gratitude welled up in Chopper's eyes. Meanwhile, Brook was oblivious to the emotional scene unfolding nearby, as he had his own plans. Concealed within the crowd, he awaited the opportune moment to emerge and fulfill his vow to eliminate a celestial dragon. Seated amidst the throng, Brook scrutinized the arena. Wasn't he that Law right in front of him? Law suddenly twisted his head back, surveying the area, but found nothing amiss and returned his attention to the auction. Captain, what's wrong? Do you sense anything unusual? A crewmate inquired. It's strange. I feel as though I'm being watched by someone formidable, Law replied, puzzled. Captain, you are being overly cautious. I haven't sensed anything at all, remarked a snow-white bear with a coat of fur. Perhaps I am indeed being too sensitive. Let us continue to observe the auction, Law conceded, shrugging his shoulders. At the auction house, another slave was paraded onto the stage. This particular slave was a pirate captain with a bounty of 17 million berries, suitable for servitude or even as a human punching bag. The auctioneer continued his fervent speech, his resounding voice echoing throughout the venue. What? A captain? That sounds quite appealing. A middle-aged woman exclaimed. A captain as a slave? Having him would surely bring prestige. A middle-aged man added excitedly. Damn it. A captain turned slave. The captive glared at the collar around his neck. If it weren't for this collar, I would escape in a heartbeat. Looking at those ugly faces below the stage, I would rather die than be enslaved by them. At that moment, the door creaked open. 3 figures clad in white garments, their heads encased in glass, emerged from behind the grand entrance. The Celestial Dragons. An immediate hush fell over the gathering. Several attendees hastily bowed their heads, terrified of incurring the wrath of the Celestial Dragons and facing immediate execution. Engaging in any form of resistance against them would summon the wrath of an admiral. Any sane individual would dare not lay a hand upon the Celestial Dragons. Fool! You wretched slave, you move too slowly. You've brought disgrace upon me. I demand a mermaid. I demand a mermaid. A particularly loathsome celestial dragon kicked his human slave with fervor. This was none other than St. Charlos, the very figure who had once been soundly thrashed by Luffy in the animated series. He resembled a spoiled child, eliciting nothing but disdain from onlookers. In stark contrast to the others who averted their gazes, Bai Chi boldly locked eyes with Charlos, a look of exhilaration on his face as he licked his lips. gazing at Charlos as though he were a mere prey. "Hey, kid, Captain, what is troubling you?" Kira asked, noting the peculiar expression on Kid's face. "Surely, the mere presence of a celestial dragon shouldn't provoke such a reaction from you." "Kira, it appears we have an extraordinary individual among us," Kid replied mysteriously. "Are you implying?" Kira questioned, his brow furrowed in confusion. "In the entire assembly, aside from us, the only notable presence was that of Law with his high bounty." "You refer to him as Law? He appears inconsequential," Kira asserted confidently. "Law? Huh. What is he truly worth? Do take note of the masked youth standing behind him." Kid scoffed, his expression turning serious. Kira followed Kid's gaze and, indeed, the young man exuded an indescribable aura of dominance, especially with those blood-soaked eyes fixed upon the celestial dragons. "He is undoubtedly an exceptional character," Kira remarked, impressed. Bai Qi, possessing the keen observation of a hockey user, was acutely aware of the unfolding scene. However, he feigned ignorance, determined to create a spectacle that would draw attention. Having removed his mask, he recalled his pact with the Empress. To slay a celestial dragon by his own hand rendered the mask unnecessary. The primary reason for donning the mask was to evade the Navy and Kaido's pursuit. In his quest to eliminate the celestial dragons, he could not afford any distractions. Otherwise, without the mask, should the Navy discover him, the celestial dragons, protected by layers of security, might either escape or complicate his plans to eradicate them. As Bai Qi slowly removed his mask, Kira suddenly trembled. "What troubles you, Kira? Why do you appear so fearful?" Kid questioned, perplexed. As it was rare to witness such a look from Kira. "That individual. I saw his report a few days ago. Isn't he a notorious pirate from the New World? What brings him to Sabaody Archipelago?" Kira's face was a portrait of shock. Kid turned his gaze toward Bai Qi. "Is that the kid? What is the matter with him?" Kid, unaccustomed to reading newspapers, remained oblivious to Kira's profound fear. "That man. He slew Drought Jack and rejected the Navy's request to join the Seven Warlords. Currently, we are being pursued by the formidable four emperors, Kaido, and the Navy," said Kira with a wry smile. "This kid truly possesses audacity. He dares to venture into such a crowded place, especially when it is under the watchful eyes of the celestial dragons, heavily guarded and prone to exposing him. How intriguing. Did he actually slay the Drought?" A glimmer of excitement flickered in Kid's eyes. "I wonder how vast the gap between us truly is. I must confront that fellow." Bai Qi's lips curled into a smirk. For with his observation hockey, he could discern the thoughts of others. "What a frog in a well he is, just like Luffy." Genuinely believing he is on par with me. Chapter 96. A great commotion. Apologies, but the captain succumbed to nervousness, resulting in a nosebleed and subsequent fainting. Allow me to present today as Pai Cida our assistance to alleviate this awkward moment. The host's adaptability shone brilliantly, transforming the previously uncomfortable atmosphere into one of laughter. The pirate captain, who had just moments ago taken his own life in despair, was deftly reframed by the host as having fainted from excitement. Bai Qi chuckled, remarking on their sheer audacity. "In comparison, we pirates appeared rather endearing, didn't we?" "Ha." Kid lowered his head, a slight smirk gracing his lips. In the auction hall, the host continued his fervent oration. "The next item, a showstopper, is sure to elicit gasps of astonishment. I want a mermaid. I want a mermaid." Charles Lothar exclaimed like a child eagerly awaiting a surprise. He bounced excitedly in the audience. The host continued, "Indeed. The item we present today is none other than a mermaid." With that, the curtain was drawn back. A young, beautiful mermaid emerged, adorned with a collar around her neck and shackles on her body, her visage marked with terror. She attempted to speak, yet her words were inaudible to those outside. The audience erupted into a frenzy. A mermaid, truly a mermaid. This is a prime specimen of a slave. I have never seen such a young and beautiful mermaid slave before. Kimmy, sensing the commotion in the arena, grew even more alarmed, casting fearful glances around. In the corner, she spotted Little Eight and the others, anxiously conferring. Little Eight, you've come to rescue me. How wonderful." Unfortunately, within the confines of her peculiar apparatus, her words were lost to others. "Curse be it, Kimmy, hold on a little longer. I will surely save you," Little Eight declared, brimming with determination. Charles Lothar shouted, "It's truly a mermaid." "Yes, Indeed, it is a mermaid. Observing the increasingly agitated bidders below, the host continued his impassioned speech. It seems the audience is quite eager for this item. Now, what shall we set as the initial price? He feigned a contemplative pose. The atmosphere in the hall was electrified, with eager patrons swallowing hard, their faces alight with anticipation. It was evident they were excited about this slave commodity. Nami too began to stir. I will save you, Kemi. I have 200 million berries. Yes, we can certainly redeem Kemi, Chopper declared resolutely. The host, witnessing the heightened emotions within the hall, felt a sense of satisfaction. And now, I declare the starting bid for this item to be. I bid 500 million berries. The celestial dragon Charles Lothar stated nonchalantly. What? A profound silence enveloped the room. 500 million berries. Such an amount was beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. To think someone would offer 500 million berries for a mere slave. What audacity. Ha ha ha. I have a mermaid. I possess a mermaid. Charles Lothar laughed heartily. The buyer turns out to be a celestial dragon, a descendant of the world's creator. Do you not possess a piranha? Why then seek a mermaid? Lamented Charles' father, Rodsword Saint. Hee. I intend to place her alongside the piranha and see which of them can flee faster. I have heard that mermaids are the swiftest species in water. Charles Saint exclaimed with the exuberance of a child. What shall we do, Nami? We only have 200 million berries. If that is the case, our plan to redeem Kami has failed, exclaimed Chopper in distress. By the way, what of Whitey? He must possess 500 million berries, Chopper suddenly remarked. However, Whitey had stealthily departed from the Straw Hat crew without anyone noticing. 500 million berries. Even the auctioneer was taken aback. 500 million berries, once. 500 million berries, twice. 500 million berries, thrice. Sold, the auctioneer declared excitedly. Instantly, Sanji, Chopper, and the others' expressions darkened. The situation was escalating into calamity, with the celestial dragons now involved. What a predicament, Nami lamented. Sanji took a deep drag from his cigarette, stating, It seems we must resort to force. No, you cannot lay a hand on the celestial dragons. Small 8 hurriedly obstructed Sanji. Unlike the Straw Hat crew, he felt he could not afford to be entangled due to his connection with Kami. At that moment of heightened anxiety, a commotion erupted as Luffy and Zoro came crashing down from above. You idiot! How did you ride that motorcycle? Zoro grumbled. Huh? Kami. Haha. Luffy spotted Kami and charged toward the stage. Damn it. Who shackled you? Watch me rescue you. Luffy rolled up his sleeves, ready to charge. Luffy, do not go. Kami has a collar that will explode. Small 8 tugged at Luffy once more. In the chaos, Small 8 inadvertently revealed his identity as a mermaid. A mermaid? Charles Saint rejoiced. Look at the mermaid I captured. No payment required. A gunshot rang out, striking Small 8's body, igniting Luffy's fury. Observing the scene from a corner, a smirk crept onto the lips of Whitey. Charles Saint, the so-called descendant of the creator. Huh, how audacious. With such feeble strength, he dares to act so brazenly in the auction. Whitey felt his heart racing with exhilaration. The ensuing drama must soon involve Rayleigh, he thought. It was time for him to take action. Hey, Luffy, Whitey called out. Luffy turned to face him. Whitey continued nonchalantly, if you find it inconvenient to act, leave it to me. What? Luffy appeared bewildered. After a moment, he regained his composure. I will personally deal with the celestial dragon. He has harmed my friend, and I shall not let him go unpunished. Haha. I apologize, but I have long set my sights on this Charles Saint, the celestial dragon, Whitey replied, shrugging casually. What? Luffy was once again perplexed. After all, celestial dragons were not the sort of individuals one would dare to provoke. The audacity of someone plotting against a celestial dragon was truly astonishing. How dare you two look at me with such disrespect? Charles Roshing sensed the insolence emanating from Luffy and Baichi. He bellowed angrily at them. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots were fired in quick succession towards Luffy and Baichi. You scoundrel. Luffy's fury intensified as he glared at Charles Roshing. Hey, Baichi, let's discuss this later. I am determined to send this guy flying right now. Truly arrogant, aren't you? Baichi chuckled, a smirk gracing his lips. Very well, Luffy-kun. Let us see who can strike that fellow first. Absolutely. Luffy tightened his fists, his gaze fixed fiercely on Charles Roshing. Then, let the hunt begin, Baichi cried out. Chapter 96, Decapitation of the Celestial Dragon, Attaining the Invincible Golden Body. What? You lowly creatures dare to hunt me? St. Charlos was utterly bewildered. Who was he? He was a descendant of the Creator, a scion of the world's rulers, predestined from birth to possess a nobility far superior to others. He had always been the hunter. When had anyone ever dared to hunt him? It was preposterous, utterly inconceivable. Were these inferior beings truly out of their minds? St. Charlos could hardly believe his eyes as two lowly humans audaciously offended him. You wretches! I hereby pronounce your death sentence. With that, the lecherous St. Charlos furiously brandished his golden pistol and pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 In the face of St. Charlos's bullets, Luffy and Baichi exchanged cold smirks, effortlessly evading the shots. How could this be? How could I miss them? What is happening? St. Charlos was in shock, unable to comprehend how these two inferior beings could evade his onslaught. Suddenly, Luffy accelerated towards St. Charlos, exclaiming, Gum Gum Pistol. Noticing Luffy's charge, Baichi smirked. But, St. Charlos, I have already declared you my quarry. With a burst of energy, Baichi propelled himself forward, causing the very ground to crack beneath him. Just as Luffy's fist was about to land on St. Charlos, Baichi arrived first, almost instantaneously appearing before him. Wow, so fast! Luffy marveled, acutely aware for the first time of the disparity between himself and Baichi. The next scene shocked the entire venue. Baichi summoned his renowned blade, Kaze no Yuki, from his dimensional space, accompanied by the sound of a dragon's roar, as the blade exuded an exhilarating aura. St. Charlos's blood flowed onto the blade, gradually drying as it was absorbed by the famed sword. Ding! Congratulations, host. The renowned blade Kaze no Yuki has triumphed. Kaze no Yuki, capable of unleashing ice and snow haki. After a brief glance at the detailed explanation, it became evident that wielding this blade would allow for an instantaneous release of haki, akin to flowing cherry blossoms. Additionally, this haki possessed magical ice and snow damage. Those struck would not only bleed profusely but would also suffer a secondary attack, resulting in frostbite on their wounds, even if they survived. Such injuries would be arduous to heal. A vivid arc of crimson blood hung in the air, accompanied by a strong metallic scent. Baichi gazed at his victorious weapon, his face alight with excitement. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a task reward for slaying a celestial dragon. Reward: Advanced Armament Haki, unlocking the new skill, Invincible Golden Body. Reward: Invincible Golden Body, 3 times. Invincible Golden Body. Upon activation, the body will enter an invulnerable state for 10 seconds, immune to all physical and magical damage. Duration can be extended by upgrading the system stage. Currently, the system is at the 2nd stage. The system activated, revealing the panel. Baichi licked the corner of his mouth with fervor. This reward was undeniably bountiful. Ding dong. Host: Baichi, age, 8, occupation, captain of the Whitebeard pirate crew. Fruit: Trimmer fruit, ignores the sea. Haki: Advanced Armament Haki, Intermediate Observation Haki. Intermediate Conqueror's Haki skills: Lightspeed slash, 10 uses per activation, a swift strike against foes that reaches the speed of light. Blink skill, 7 uses, instantaneously teleporting within 100 meters. Invincible Body, 3 uses. Upon activation, the body remains invulnerable for a duration. Items: Fragmented Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, 30% Fish Fruit, Heavenly Gold, 50 billion berries, 8 billion berries, Rain Fruit, Renowned Blade Snowfall with ice and snow effects. Hammer Fruit basic attributes: Strength, Max Defense, Maxed Agility, Maxed. What a remarkable advantage! By combining the invincible body with Blink and Lightspeed slash, Baichi harbored confidence that even against a formidable opponent like Carp, he could retreat unscathed, if not defeat him. As for someone of Kaido's caliber, he bore no fear. Even Luffy, having mastered flowing cherry blossoms, could overpower Kaido. Possessing a superior level of armament haki was sufficient to inflict damage upon him. Moreover, his blink and invincible body would render him immune to all of Kaido's attacks, diminishing Kaido's chances significantly. Gazing at his hands, Baichi felt a surge of emotion. Who would have imagined that within a mere month, he had achieved the strength of an emperor? In the realm of pirates, I shall unify you all and establish my own kingdom, Bai Qi vowed. Luffy stared in shock at the severed head rolling on the ground. You killed him. He had anticipated that Bai Qi would merely punish this scoundrel, but it was clear that Bai Qi's actions were far more horrific than he had envisioned. Indeed, Luffy, this round is mine, Bai Qi declared, licking his lips. For the first time, Luffy felt a pang of fear facing Bai Qi. What had once been awe was now transformed into terror. The venue fell into an eerie silence, which was soon broken by a rising clamor. That guy wielding the pristine sword. He actually killed a celestial dragon, exclaimed a bewildered participant, his lips trembling in disbelief. The scene was utterly shocking. No one could fathom that someone dared to slay a celestial dragon, the true sovereigns of this world. Even the emperors of the seas would hesitate to confront them. Chopper, too, noticed the severed head at the auction house. That was Charles Locus. The celestial dragon has been slain by that fellow named Bai Qi. What? Sanji, Nami, Frankie, and the rest of the Straw Hat crew turned their gazes toward Bai Qi. How is this possible? I remember you told us, Chopper, that one could do anything here except offend a celestial dragon. Nami spoke with a quiver in her voice, her eyes reflecting sheer terror. Little Eight gingerly touched his wound. Indeed, if a celestial dragon were to be harmed, the Navy headquarters would undoubtedly dispatch an admiral to quell the situation. Little Eight trembled violently as he spoke. Moreover, this White Qi has audaciously slain a celestial dragon. He executed a beheading. This is utterly horrifying. No wonder Sister Shaki warned me that White Qi is not someone to be trifled with, Little Eight said with a bitter smile. Sanji took a drag from his cigarette, attempting to steady his nerves. If what you say holds true, then the Navy headquarters will surely send an admiral for reinforcements, and we, as pirates, will inevitably be implicated. Right? Not just us, but all the pirates on Sabaody Archipelago will face the severe repression of the Navy admirals. We have truly stirred a monumental trouble, Little Eight exclaimed. And to be honest, he still could not fathom that anyone would dare to lay a hand on a celestial dragon. Chapter 97, Seconds to Luffy, and a Decapitation. The entirety of Sabaody Archipelago, all the pirates. Nami and Chopper stood in stunned silence, their faces reflecting sheer shock. This individual named White Qi was indeed as deranged as the rumors suggested, utterly mad. To slay the progeny of a creator was a notion that most would scarcely dare to entertain. What normal person would not bow their head in the presence of a celestial dragon? Who would have the audacity to target them? Clearly, this young rascal White Qi was no ordinary individual. He was a complete lunatic. On another front, Kid wore an expression of astonishment. This White Qi was truly a madman. Killer, are you ready to venture into the new world? The newcomers there are all monstrous. Kid smirked slightly, pondering whether future voyages would introduce more beings as unhinged as White Qi. Law surveyed the entire venue, remarking, "Indeed, this is madness." Nearby, the White Bear was equally taken aback, exclaiming, Is this the strength of those who come from the New World? They actually dared to kill a celestial dragon. The auction house descended into chaos. This must be the most heinous criminal in the world. A bidder shouted, "Run! The rioters are here." The scene quickly spiraled into turmoil, with people fleeing in all directions. Some were trampled underfoot, their cries of despair echoing throughout. The local navy of Sabaody soon arrived, shouting, "These lawless individuals dared to slay a celestial dragon. We must report this to the Navy headquarters." The commander bellowed with fury. "Father, that lowly person has slain St. Charlos," shrieked Charlotte, the sister of the fallen saint. She could hardly believe that her brother, who had been so vibrant just moments ago, could be murdered by someone deemed inferior. The world had never seen such a vile criminal. Will he not kill us as well? Charlotte stammered, her lips quivering. "Damn it, we are celestial dragons. The Navy will surely dismember them," roared Roseward. "St. Charlos, my child, I will have every one of these wretches executed. Where on earth is that damned admiral?" As the chaos unfolded, the Navy continued to flood the venue. The Straw Hat Pirates, Heart Pirates, and Kid's crew all joined the fray. After knocking two Navy officers unconscious with a single punch, Luffy turned to White Qi, saying, "Hey, White Qi, let us have a match right now, what do you say?" "Oh, Luffy, you are quite persistent, aren't you? Very well, I have no objections to a contest," White Qi replied, eager for the challenge. His purpose for this journey was to ensure that the world recognized the name of White Chi. Only with fame could he attract more pirates and expand his crew. Rubber whip. Luffy unleashed a powerful kick, but White Chi effortlessly parried it with the sheath of his sword. How strong? Luffy thought to himself, astonished that his strike had been so casually deflected. He had begun to realize the vast chasm that lay between himself and White Chi. You are indeed quite impatient, Luffy. A faint smile graced the corners of Baiki's lips, as he felt confident in his ability to swiftly vanquish an opponent like Luffy. What is happening? Chopper and Nami, members of the Straw Hat crew, noticed the peculiar situation unfolding near Luffy. Luffy, what are you doing? Chopper shouted. That rascal. Could he possibly be thinking of challenging Baiki right now? Nami lamented, her expression one of helplessness. Kid and Law also took note of the commotion between Luffy and Baiki. How intriguing, how intriguing. This world becomes ever more fascinating. With that, Kid activated his devil fruit powers, drawing all metallic weapons in the vicinity towards him. Hey, you must be the Baiki of the New World. Would you be interested in having a match with me? Kid sneered, intrigued to witness the prowess of this bounty of 1 billion. He yearned to discern the extent of the gap between himself and Baiki. Meanwhile, Law approached as well. Why not include me? The fellows of the New World. Room. You scoundrel. Baiki is my opponent. Do not encroach upon my challenge. Luffy exclaimed in fury. He had pleaded with Baiki for quite some time before receiving his consent to duel. He could not allow these two interlopers to steal his opportunity. How about, you all team up against me? Humph. Baiki smirked, wearing an air of nonchalance. Scoundrel, do not underestimate me. Luffy, step aside. Kid seethed, launching a colossal iron fist towards Baiki. Supernovas, are you? Allow me to show you the true nature of this world. A mere frog in a well. Baiki drew his sword, Snowstorm, dismissing the group before him with ease. Drawing Snowstorm was merely a single strike. A graceful arc materialized above him, then soared towards Kid's iron fist. Upon collision with Kid's magnetic punch, the suspended swords and blades instantly transformed into iron powder. What? Kid's mouth twitched incessantly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Impossible. Could the disparity be this vast? Kid could scarcely believe his eyes. The attack he had taken pride in was effortlessly dismantled by Baiki's simple counter. The difference was so immense, it was as if they resided in entirely different dimensions. Gear 3rd. Luffy, having sensed the chasm between himself and Baiki, immediately activated his Gear 3rd form. Rubber Giant Whip. Luffy leaped into the sky, delivering a colossal kick downwards towards Baiki. How enormous! Law remarked in awe. Why isn't he dodging? Has he been rendered speechless? Both Law and Kid were taken aback, as Baiki remained rooted to the ground, motionless. Baiki merely raised his left hand. An uncanny scene unfolded, with just his left hand. Baiki halted Luffy's massive rubber giant whip. Furthermore, at this moment, Luffy found himself subdued, his leg gripped as he spun wildly in the air. Luffy, swirling helplessly in the sky, was disoriented. Luffy. Nami observed the unfolding battle. That fool. Their opponent has slain pirates worth 1 billion. Luffy is far too reckless to challenge someone like him. Sanji ran his fingers through his hair as he realized that Luffy, the captain, was about to face a challenging ordeal. Indeed, after spinning nearly 100 times in the sky, Luffy was forcefully brought down by Baichi. Luffy's scream echoed as he made intimate contact with the ground, leaving a crater in his wake. In the midst of the depression, Luffy had reverted to a childlike state. Sprawled on the ground, unable to rise. Luffy-kun, in this battle, I have emerged victorious. You may rest well on the ground. Baichi grinned, baring his teeth. Wow, that's incredible. I recall that Straw Hat fellow has a bounty of 300 million. I never expected him to be subdued with just a single move. Kid exclaimed, his face a portrait of astonishment. Chapter 98. The instantaneous supernova triumvirate. How shall we unite with Kid? Sweat discreetly trickled down Law's cheeks, his visage reflecting shock and trepidation. The individual before him was undeniably formidable. With a single hand, he could effortlessly dominate Luffy. Without an alliance with Kid, he would stand no chance whatsoever. Agreed. Kid too was astounded by the earlier spectacle. This was not the moment to be concerned with appearances. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. If he continued to play the hero for the sake of pride, he would undoubtedly meet the same fate as Luffy. Room. Magnetic Iron Fist. Kid unleashed his powers once more, the magnitude of his iron fist surpassing that of the previous attempt. The venue was shrouded in darkness, an oppressive atmosphere enveloping all. Enhanced by Law's room, the magnetic iron fist materialized directly before White Chi. What an impressive ability, White Chi remarked, a hint of amusement gracing his lips. Yet, in the face of absolute strength, flamboyance bore no significance. He licked his lips, effortlessly sidestepping the attack. What? So swift. Law could hardly believe his eyes. Within his domain, Kid's assault had been delivered to White Chi's immediate vicinity, less than a meter away. However, the opponent's reflexes were astonishingly rapid, as if he possessed the foresight to perceive the future. In but a fleeting moment, White Chi had accelerated to stand before Law, receive my punch, and experience the power of my daily sit-ups, he proclaimed, striking Law squarely in the abdomen. Law was sent hurtling through walls, ultimately succumbing to unconsciousness. Gazing at White Chi, who wore a faint smile, Kid trembled with disbelief. No, it cannot be. Before him stood this mere 8-year-old child, possessing such extraordinary might. After years of sailing, it was the first time he felt the terror of an adversary. For the first time, he tasted fear, even in encounters with the 7 warlords or the 4 emperors. Kid was certain he would never lose his composure. Yet, faced with White Chi, this precocious youth, he found himself utterly unsteady. At such a tender age, wielding such immense power, what a terrifying talent. It surpassed even the 4 emperors. Reflecting on his own youth, he recalled brawling with street thugs. In a similar fate to Law, an illusory figure materialized. Just as Kid revealed his astonishment, White Chi delivered a crushing blow, rendering him unconscious. The prowess of the supernova has been demonstrated, White Chi stated nonchalantly. Thus, the 3 titans of the supernova were instantaneously vanquished. Luffy, Nami and her companions hurried to the location where Luffy had collapsed. Ah, I was defeated? Luffy, roused from his stupor, appeared bewildered. You fool. He is the man who defeated the drought-causing Jack. How could you possibly be his match? He is unlike any opponent you have faced before. Have you not realized that? Nami admonished. Different, you say? Luffy stared blankly at White Chi, acknowledging that this individual indeed differed from his previous adversaries. Though appearing amiable on the surface, Luffy was acutely aware that this individual possessed formidable strength and decisive action, as if he were a born tyrant. This would serve as a monumental obstacle on my path to becoming the Pirate King. Wait, why are Law and Kid also unconscious now? Luffy was once again bewildered. Have they too been knocked out? Observing the still forms of Law and Kid on the ground, Luffy inquired with confusion. They have fainted. Sanji ignited a cigarette, responding contemplatively. How long did they hold out? Luffy asked with curiosity. Merely a moment. It was too swift for me to comprehend. But I can say with certainty that White Chi took less than 3 seconds from strike to conclusion. Sanji exhaled a heavy plume of smoke, expressing his astonishment. 3 seconds. Luffy was astounded. He redirected his gaze towards White Chi. Could the chasm between myself and my objective be so vast? Is this a monster of the New World? At a mere 8 years of age, he has vanquished these elites, who have fought their way through the first half of the Grand Line. How infuriating. Luffy pounded the ground with his fist, filled with indignation. White Chi had shown restraint against the supernovas, and at that moment, Law and Kid began to awaken. Upon regaining consciousness, they exchanged looks, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Have we been so easily defeated? Kid and Law stared at one another, their faces etched with shock. The chaos persisted. Navy soldiers continued to surge forth. Amidst the tumult, a celestial dragon aimed a gun at Cammy. Because of you, my brother Charles Lodehair is dead. And I shall make you pay. The celestial dragon Shalilia seethed with rage. This is bad. We must stop him. Chopper exclaimed anxiously. Yet it was all too late. The distance was insurmountable, and they could not intervene in time. With a resounding boom, all the minions in the venue collapsed, including Shalilia and the other celestial dragons. An elderly man with white hair, wearing slippers and spectacles, approached slowly. What? The crowd was drawn to him. Killer. I never imagined that such formidable monsters could exist in the small island of Sabaody. This time, I shall not act recklessly, ha. Kid chuckled wryly, then turned his gaze towards White Chi. This 8-year-old has certainly imparted a lesson to me. There are heavens beyond heavens, and people beyond people. Kid had been thoroughly convinced this time. As the Dark King Rayleigh made his entrance, his focus settled on White Chi. You must be White Chi. I have long heard of your renown, he remarked casually. Dark King Rayleigh, I have often heard tales of your exploits. White Chi replied. I never expected that Rayleigh would be so attuned to the entire pirate landscape. My fame has only arisen in the past month. And I was surprised that Rayleigh would know of me. Rayleigh? Is that really him? The vice-captain of the Pirate King? Nami exclaimed in astonishment, casting her gaze towards White Chi. How does that 8-year-old boy seem to stand on equal footing with Rayleigh? What an audacious young lad. Nami mused inwardly. Indeed. True strength is formidable. And you, Monkey D. Luffy, I have long wished to meet you. Rayleigh directed his gaze towards Luffy. Huh? I don't know you. Luffy replied with a bewildered expression. As in the saga of the pirates, after freeing Cammy from her collar, the crowd swiftly dispersed. Outside the venue, the Supernova gang led by Becky was preparing to board their ship. That scoundrel. How dare he slay a celestial dragon? He is utterly insane. Boss, we must depart quickly. Intelligence reports indicate that an admiral is approaching. Becky's subordinate spoke urgently. Chapter 99. The appearance of Kazara's supernova jewelry. Bonnie sat at the dining table, voraciously devouring a chicken leg. What an insufferable fool. This madman has dared to slay a celestial dragon, causing me immense trouble. The next time I encounter him, I shall dismantle him piece by piece. In stark contrast, Hawkins was leisurely strolling about. Boss, the admiral is approaching. We must make haste to retreat. I never anticipated that such a lunatic would exist in this world, one bold enough to kill a celestial dragon. Do not fret. I have consulted my tarot cards, and it foretells that we shall not meet our demise today. Hawkins murmured, producing his divination cards. Meanwhile, Bai Chi was journeying alongside the Straw Hat crew and Rayleigh. Dark King Rayleigh, I wonder if you might have a moment to spare later at Shaki's bar for a chat? Bai Chi inquired with a smile. What? Rayleigh responded, somewhat taken aback. Aren't you escaping with the Straw Hats? The Admiral is fast approaching. Escape? Bai Chi chuckled. No, I have no intention of fleeing just yet. My primary purpose for coming here is to discuss certain matters with you. He shrugged nonchalantly. Possessing advanced haki and the invulnerable technique known as the immortal body, he felt no trepidation in the face of an admiral. Oh, Rayleigh remarked, surprised, as he had no prior acquaintance with Bai Chi. His knowledge of Bai Chi was solely derived from newspapers, and while he found him intriguing, they had never met. You can find me whenever you wish, however. Are you not concerned about the admiral apprehending you? Rayleigh queried, puzzled. After all, to Rayleigh, Bai Chi was merely a notorious pirate with a bounty of 1 billion. Rayleigh harbored doubts about Bai Chi's ability to contend with an admiral. An admiral, you say? I actually look forward to battling one, Bai Chi proclaimed, licking his lips with bravado. Rayleigh fell silent for a moment before bursting into laughter. Haha, I never imagined a mad and like you would emerge from the pirate world. In the new world, at the Marine headquarters in Marineford. Damn it. Has that fellow Bai Chi sunk to such depths? Sengoku lamented, fatigue evident on his face. Dark circles under his eyes deepening. What happened, Sengoku? Is there yet another incident? Carp inquired nonchalantly, munching on some bay. The yellow monkey, seated in the office, turned to Sengoku, setting aside his newspaper, awaiting a response. Do you all remember that fellow Bai Chi? Sengoku asked gravely. Remember? I would very much like to see that little brat. Didn't he take down Drought Jack and refuse the invitation to join the warlords? A truly arrogant kid, Carp replied, invigorated by the mention of Bai Chi. As he had few interests in the Grand Line, Bai Chi was among them. Oh ho, such a terrifying little brat? Kazara feigned surprise. What dreadful act has he committed this time? He languidly reclined with his legs crossed. Sengoku rubbed his forehead and shook his head. I just received a telegram. That scoundrel has actually killed a celestial dragon, Sengoku exclaimed in exasperation. What? He killed a celestial dragon? Kazara was utterly unsettled this time. Has the world of pirates deteriorated to such an extent? Initially, he believed that while White Chi possessed formidable talent, he was merely a child, and the Navy had plans to eliminate him in advance, rendering him insignificant. However, no one anticipated that White Chi had become so audacious as to slay the celestial dragons. This marked a complete rupture with the Navy, leaving no room for retreat. Karp continued to munch on Simbei, his silence belying the turmoil within. Though the execution of those vile celestial dragons could be viewed as a positive act, this young rogue posed an extreme threat that could potentially endanger the world. Should he contemplate personally intervening to deal with him? Of course, this was merely Karp's internal deliberation. With the celestial dragons now deceased, should Karp utter that they were despicable creatures within the Navy headquarters, he would surely offend the entire government. He was not foolish enough to tread that path. That scoundrel White Chi-Chi must be punished. Along with the Straw Hat crew and those newcomers eager to venture into the new world, punishment must be meted out collectively. A cold glint flickered in Sengoku's eyes. What purpose does CP0 serve? I wonder how they will report to Lordum now that White Chi-Chi has taken action against the celestial dragons. We must dispatch an admiral to suppress this situation. With that, Sengoku turned his head towards Kazara. Ho ho ho. Leave this to me, Admiral Sengoku. After all, my speed is unparalleled. With that, Kizaru transformed into a beam of light and vanished into thin air. At last, the farce could come to an end, Sengoku mused slowly. Only Karp remained lost in thought. From the reports he had seen over the past few days, White Chi-Chi was steadily growing stronger. To what extent had White Chi-Chi developed? It was hard to say. I say, Sengoku, do you need me to assist? Karp inquired cautiously, harboring a vague sense of unease regarding Kazara's upcoming mission and his ability to succeed. You are a hero of the Navy. Karp, leave this matter to Kizaru. You must remain at Navy headquarters. The four emperors are stirring. And I have a foreboding feeling that war is imminent, Sengoku replied, scratching his head. You must defend the Navy headquarters. Who knows if that scoundrel Whitebeard will launch a surprise attack for Ace? Deep concern lingered in Sengoku's gaze. In his view, White Chi-Chi was merely a sideshow. The Navy's primary task at present was to prepare for the impending assault from Whitebeard's pirate crew and to decisively crush them at Navy headquarters. In the New World, aboard a colossal pirate ship. What? This brat actually dared to challenge the celestial dragons? A muscular man wielding a spiked club was visibly astonished. Scoundrel! Does this mean the Navy will execute the brat? How infuriating! He should have been subjected to my torment personally. The roar reverberated, leaving the crew aboard the pirate ship speechless. Observing his men, who stood frozen in shock, Kaido felt a wave of frustration wash over him. The prospect of wanting to eliminate someone, only to learn that the target was about to perish before he could even set his sights on them, was maddening. Scoundrel, bring me some liquor. Gurgling sounds echoed as a large gourd of wine was swiftly drained. However, fortune smiled upon us as that rascal Ace was captured, and that scoundrel Whitebeard was set to confront the Navy head-on. Ha. Kaido wiped the remnants of wine from his lips. When the battle commences, we shall launch a surprise attack on Whitebeard's stronghold and obliterate his lair entirely. For the sake of avenging Droughtjack, Kaido bellowed towards the heavens, and in that moment, the sky erupted with flashes of lightning and thunder. Revenge! 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 The pirates aboard the ship roared in unison, their voices rising in fervent cries. Chapter 100, Shocking the Four Emperors in the New World. Atop Cake Island, Big Mom exclaimed in astonishment, Mum, that little brat, White Chi, actually dared to slay a celestial dragon. How utterly surprising. She continued to indulge in her cream cakes. Mother, that little imp is finished for sure, Charlotte Oven remarked slowly, his thoughts lingering on that formidable child. The sheer strength he displayed when striking him felt akin to being charged by a bull, an uncomfortable sensation indeed. Having mastered the three forms of Haki, and shortly after his victory over Oven, White Chi had also vanquished the infamous drought-causing Jack. Oven considered himself no match for Jack, who was a formidable opponent among Big Mom's three commanders. Yet, White Chi had managed to dispatch such a figure with ease. The speed of his growth was nothing short of eerie. If this child were to survive, he could potentially pose a grave threat to the existence of Big Mom's crew. Mum, if that's the case. Oven, your nemesis in the Navy has avenged you. I must confess, I truly wish to meet that little rascal in person. It's a pity he has to die like this, Big Mom lamented. After all, White Chi was still young, reminding her of her own formidable youth, which had been a significant reason for her desire to recruit him. Katakuri entered the room, listening to Big Mom and Oven's conversation, a trace of regret crossing his face. Such a gifted child, to meet an untimely demise? Meanwhile, another emperor, Shanks was aboard a small vessel, perusing the latest newspaper reports. That captain from Whitebeard's crew is simply insane. His face displayed shock and disbelief. What is the matter, Captain? Beckman approached leisurely, puffing on his cigarette. Is there some noteworthy news? Shanks, known as the Emperor of the Sea, rarely exhibited such astonishment. Jesus Burgess, intrigued, leaned in closer. What is going on? Captain, is Whitebeard about to go to war? No, it's not news of a conflict between Whitebeard and the Navy, but it does involve him. Shanks replied gravely. Oh, Jesus Burgess was puzzled. If it wasn't regarding a war with the Navy, what could possibly unsettle the usually composed Shanks? Take a look for yourselves, Shanks said, spreading his hands and handing the newspaper to Beckman and the others. As Beckman held the paper, his expression shifted to one of disbelief. The headline boldly proclaimed, "The new era's little brat slays a celestial dragon. The Admiral has gone to suppress." This is that White Chi. Beckman's cigarette extinguished in surprise. White Chi, the young boy Shanks had frequently mentioned, was indeed memorable. At merely 8 years of age, this tender figure had dominated the headlines recently, annihilating the Wolfhead Pirates, defeating Kaido and Big Mom's subordinates in the Dressrosa arena, and most impressively, he had recently slain the drought-causing Jack. Red-haired Shanks once expressed his belief that this young lad would undoubtedly achieve great things in the future. He wholeheartedly agreed with this notion. Yet, how little time has passed, and this young boy has managed to provoke such a catastrophic calamity. Alas, it is a pity that such a promising pirate's potential has been prematurely extinguished, Beckman declared gravely. Although White Chi was not one of their own crew members and even existed in a competitive relationship as a pirate, the audacity to defy the Navy and the Celestial Dragons commanded Beckman's respect. Prematurely extinguished? Shanks gazed skyward, lost in contemplation. Perhaps he might survive? Shanks reminisced about his time aboard Joel D. Rogers' ship. After the dissolution of Rogers' crew, he recalled that the first mate, Rayleigh, was rumored to be residing on Sabaody Archipelago at present. A smile gradually spread across Shanks' face. He was well aware that the Dark King, Rayleigh, would surely take a liking to the spirited White Chi. Given Rayleigh's nature, it was highly probable that he would intervene to prevent Kizaru from executing White Chi. At that moment, it was conceivable that White Chi would evade capture by the Navy. What is troubling you, Captain? Beckman noticed Shanks' unusual demeanor. After years of following him, it was impossible for Beckman not to recognize such a change in expression. Clearly, there remained a glimmer of hope in this situation. I believe I once shared with you the tale of Dark King Rayleigh, didn't I, Beckman? Shanks retorted without addressing Beckman's inquiry directly. Indeed, Dark King Rayleigh, the legendary first mate of Rogers' crew, has now retired to enjoy a peaceful life, has he? Beckman said, puzzled, yet questioning how this pertained to White Chi. Wait, Dark King Rayleigh? Retired? Observing Shanks' expression, realization dawned upon him. I understand now. Captain, Rayleigh is also on Sabaody Archipelago, isn't he? Beckman exclaimed excitedly. Shanks did not respond, but instead offered a faint smile. Aha, this is becoming increasingly intriguing. Let us prepare for tonight's banquet. The entire crew of the red-haired pirates instantly erupted with enthusiasm. In the meantime, a colossal pirate ship was swiftly navigating the seas. This was none other than the flagship of the world's mightiest pirate crew, the Moby Dick. At that moment, Whitebeard stood upon the deck, allowing the sea breeze to caress his face while wearing an expression of deep concern. Damn it! Blackbeard has betrayed us by delivering ace to the Navy. That wretched son, I shall personally execute him. Whitebeard forcefully slammed his weapon onto the deck. A wave of his formidable aura sweeping across the entire Moby Dick. A group of subordinate pirates stood frozen in fear. Old man, Marco also wore a troubled expression, as the recent events aboard the ship had been overwhelming. First, they received word of Ace being captured and handed over to the Navy by Blackbeard. And now White Chi had engaged in the audacious act of killing a celestial dragon. These two newcomers were among Whitebeard's most favored, yet both now faced grave peril. What shall we do, old man? Diamond Jozu asked seriously, his anxiety evident. We must wage war. Whitebeard replied calmly. A brief silence ensued. The entire Moby Dick resounded with a heart-stirring cry. War. War. Down with the Navy headquarters. Down with the Navy headquarters. Flatten Marineford. Rescue Ace. Beep beep. Under Whitebeard's command, the connection to the phone worm of Bai Chi was established. Hello, Dad. I'm on my way. What do you need? A familiar voice resonated from Bai Chi's end. That is splendid. Has the Admiral not arrived yet? Hurry up, Bai Chi. Whitebeard urged anxiously. Chapter 101. The call from Whitebeard. Preparing for war, I still have important matters to attend to, old man. Bai Chi remarked as he made his way through the chaotic streets towards Shaki's bar, where he intended to negotiate. You killed a celestial dragon, and yet you linger? Ace has already been captured by the Navy. I cannot bear the thought of losing another son to their grasp. Whitebeard nearly bellowed. Ace has already been imprisoned in the Great Prison? Bai Chi exclaimed, astonished. It was hard to believe that only a few months had passed since he joined Whitebeard, and the war at Marine Ford was now imminent. It seemed imperative that he expedite his plans. He was determined to prevent the tragic narrative from the anime, where Ace was slain. Whitebeard fell in battle, and the Whitebeard pirates suffered devastating losses from unfolding anew. Thus, young one, return at once. I am preparing to wage war against the Marine headquarters. Whitebeard declared solemnly, exuding an aura of authority that commanded respect. I understand, Father. That is precisely why I cannot return at this moment. This matter pertains to the fate of our crew, Bai Chi asserted resolutely. He was determined to enhance his strength and rally a considerable number of external forces before the war commenced. What do you mean? Whitebeard inquired, puzzled. I intend to invite the Dark King, Rayleigh, to join our ranks on Sabaody Archipelago, Bai Chi articulated clearly. The Dark King? Rayleigh? He would indeed be a formidable ally. However, Bai Chi, the Navy has already dispatched an admiral to suppress you. If you remain there, not only will you fail to win over Rayleigh, but you may also be captured by the Navy. Whitebeard's expression turned anxious. Bai Chi was indeed a source of concern. Killing a celestial dragon was no small feat, and it seemed only this young man could accomplish such a reckless act. Truly a madman. If he did not return promptly, the plight of the Whitebeard pirates would worsen. Bai Chi, do not pursue Rayleigh for now. Return immediately. We must prepare for war, Whitebeard's resonant voice echoed once more. On the other end, a slight smile crept across Bai Chi's face. Father, trust me, I have grown stronger. Bai Chi replied with confidence. Grown? Stronger? Whitebeard's throat felt dry, and he coughed twice. The last time he had seen Bai Chi, he was capable of defeating Jack the Drought. To suggest he had become even stronger now implied he might possess Marco's strength, or perhaps even the power of a Yonko. It was difficult to ascertain. Given Bai Chi's rapid progress, anything was possible. Young one, do you truly have the confidence to confront an admiral? Whitebeard asked, intrigued. Upon hearing this, the entire Whitebeard pirates erupted in astonishment. What? Jozu, did you hear that? Father just asked if Bai Chi could contend with an admiral. Marco exclaimed, utterly bewildered. Why yes, it seems so. Are you saying that Bai Chi has become formidable again? Jozu swallowed hard, but he hesitated. But could he truly have the strength to challenge an admiral? Is his growth rate not too abnormal? I doubt he can confront an admiral just yet. Holding the flower sword, Vista could hardly believe that Bai Chi could stand against an admiral. He recalled the promise they made before setting sail, that upon their return, he would teach Bai Chi the art of swordsmanship. Could it be that Bai Chi had surpassed him? Rest assured, Father. I can assure you that an admiral cannot do anything to me, Bai Chi declared with unwavering resolve. Furthermore, if the opportunity arises, I will injure Kizaru. Thus the Navy will lose a formidable combatant, and our chances of victory will increase by at least 10%. A flicker of excitement danced in Bai Chi's eyes. His words reached the ears of Marco, Jozu, and others. This little brat, how audacious. They were all left stunned. It seemed that rather than contemplating an escape, Bai Chi was considering how to inflict harm upon an admiral. This was utterly inconceivable, at least for Marco. He was certain he could flee from an admiral, but causing harm to one? Frankly, the odds were slim, not to mention the likes of Jozu and Bista, who were even weaker than Marco. Beep beep beep, the call from Bai Chi had already ended. What did that little brat just say? Even Whitebeard found it hard to believe Bai Chi's words. In this world, only the 4 emperors could utter such statements, right? Has this little brat truly grown so strong? Father, you said he would inflict damage on Kizaru. Jozu exclaimed in disbelief. This little brat. A profound silence enveloped the entire crew, as everyone fell into deep contemplation. On the Sabaody archipelago, White Chi was hastily making his way to Shaki's bar. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of bullets whizzed through the air, aimed directly at White Chi. A slight smile crept across White Chi's lips. With a mere twist of his body, he evaded them all. The Navy personnel, witnessing the inexplicable misses, displayed expressions of utter disbelief. How is this possible? How could they have missed? A group of sailors exclaimed in astonishment. The scene just moments ago was far too bizarre, despite White Chi being caught off guard. The barrage of bullets launched from behind him seemed to miss as if he had eyes in the back of his head. "Commander, what is happening?" a sailor questioned, bewildered. "Could this be the legendary Haki?" an officer remarked in surprise. The fabled observation Haki allows one to sense impending danger and, when mastered, can even glimpse into the future. The commander stated, astonished. The soldiers were momentarily dumbfounded. This Haki was extraordinarily powerful. However, after a fleeting moment of contemplation, the group of sailors promptly fainted. White Chi continued his dash. With so many henchmen around, Conqueror's Haki truly is a remarkable asset. With it, I can avoid the clowns trying to disrupt me. Boom. A laser shot across and suddenly exploded beneath White Chi's feet. A laser? Kizaru? It appeared that he must deal with Kizaru first before negotiating with Rayleigh. "Come forth, Kizaru," White Chi said nonchalantly. There was no echo. The former warlord Bartholomew Kuma materialized unexpectedly. Kuma? Observing the expressionless visage of Kuma, White Chi realized that he was merely confronting a cold-blooded automaton. Poor Kuma, White Chi lamented. Has he truly become this way for the sake of the Revolutionary Army? Suddenly, a voice announced, "Target detected. Target locked. Fire." With a resounding boom, a laser cannon surged towards Bai Chi once more. Rather than evade, Bai Chi activated his advanced Haki, enveloping himself in a transparent armor-like shield. With a thunderous roar, an explosion erupted, leaving a gaping crater in the earth. Chapter 102. Meeting Rayleigh at the bar. Advanced armament Haki? Remarkably, not even a thread of my clothing is torn, Bai Chi remarked with satisfaction. Observing his own condition, he could sense that his armament Haki armor had gained formidable defensive capabilities, perhaps even capable of withstanding the strikes of the great swordsman, Flowing Sakura. Buzzing, the tyrant bear once again aimed at Bai Chi, preparing to unleash a laser. Target locked, firing. Bai Chi executed a momentary burst of high-speed movement, arriving at the bear's side, and raised his fist clad in his obsidian armament Haki. The rocket that had just been fired was forcefully returned by Bai Chi's strike. With a thunderous roar, the tyrant bear swallowed its own laser cannon, the energy exploding within its mouth, transforming the creature into a mere heap of rubble. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a task reward. Defeated the tyrant bear artificial machine. Reward: 1 use of the invincible body. System: open the panel. Bai Chi's lips curled into a smile. Ding! Host: Bai Chi. Age: 8. Occupation: captain of the Whitebeard pirates. Fruit: tremor fruit. Ignores the sea. Haki: armament Haki, advanced. Observation Haki, intermediate. Conqueror's Haki, intermediate. Skills: light speed / 10 times, 1 time consumption, instantly slashes at light speed. Blink skill 7 times, instantly moves within 100 meters in any direction. Invincible body: for uses, after use, the body remains in an invincible state for a duration, currently lasting 10 seconds. Items: fragmented devil fruit encyclopedia, 1/3, fish fruit. Heavenly gold, 50 billion berries, 8 billion berries. Rain fruit famous sword, blowing snow, with ice and snow effects. Pound fruit basic attributes: strength, max defense, maxed agility, max stamina, maxed along the way. Bai Chi had dealt with some oblivious Navy personnel and the now cold-blooded tyrant bear. He successfully arrived at Shaki's bar in the archipelago of Boyne. At this moment, Shaki was engaged in a lively conversation with the Dark King, Rayleigh. "You old man, after disappearing for so many years, you finally show up. Where have you been all this time?" Shaki inquired, her tone laced with reproach. As a friend, Rayleigh's sudden absence had always weighed heavily on her mind. You know my nature. I relish wandering the world, occasionally picking up a few coins to buy some drinks," Rayleigh replied, awkwardly scratching his head. "Look at you," Shaki scolded. Though the anger that had once simmered had long since dissipated. The fact that Rayleigh had returned was the greatest joy. Now she could converse with Rayleigh about past events, and perhaps even acquire some invaluable intelligence to sell at a good price. Rayleigh and Shaki sat across from each other at the table. "I must ask, Shaki, what is your perspective on the new era?" Rayleigh inquired, suddenly adopting an unusually serious demeanor. Seeing Rayleigh, who was typically so carefree, now so grave, Shaki responded earnestly. "The youngsters of this new era? They are all quite spirited. It is merely in the grand line that one can find some semblance of safety, however. Upon entering the new world, I fear that one may face dire consequences." Clearly, Shaki, having experienced the new world, is acutely aware of its terrors, especially in regard to the four emperors. The young ones in the first half of the grand line pale in comparison, not even reaching 1% of the emperor's might. "Why do you inquire about this?" Shaki asked, puzzled. Typically, Rayleigh speaks to her of past events. Yet this time he broached the subject of the new era, which took Shaki by surprise. Rayleigh adjusted his glasses and sipped a glass of red wine, the rich aroma swirling within him. He began to speak slowly. "I recall Roger once prophesying to me that the young ones of this era would surely surpass him in their future accomplishments." "Surpass the Pirate King, Roger? Those young scallywags of the new era?" Shaki replied in astonishment, finding it hard to fathom that the Pirate King Roger held such high regard for the youth of this age. Noticing Shaki's astonished expression, Rayleigh was not surprised. Even he had once doubted it. Who was Roger but the man who reached the final island, the undisputed Pirate King? Had he not succumbed to illness and surrendered to the Navy, it would likely still be Roger's era. Yet today's events, particularly the emergence of that mere 8-year-old boy, White Chi, left a profound impression on him. Rayleigh had an inkling. The one whom Roger spoke of as a potential savior of the world could very well be that boy. "Shaki, I too have only recently come to believe in Captain Roger's words after meeting White Chi," Rayleigh said, his eyes glinting with conviction. White Chi Shaki's gaze suddenly became vacant, lost in thought for a few moments before she finally spoke. "If it is White Chi, he is indeed an extraordinary pirate. In all my decades, I have never encountered such a talented and audacious individual. Thus, I feel that in the future, the new era's figures will surely overthrow the old powers." Rayleigh stated solemnly. "A new era has dawned. In the future, we old-timers may find ourselves rendered obsolete. Ha. You jest, yet even with the advent of a new era, I believe there will always be a place for you in this world, Rayleigh the Dark King." Shaki replied, unconvinced by Rayleigh's claims of aging. Even if Rayleigh were to grow old, in comparison, the young scallywags of this new age scarcely measure up to even a fraction of his prowess. Naturally, this does not include White Chi, the individual Rayleigh had just mentioned. He stands apart, a true prodigy amidst the crowd, eclipsing all his contemporaries. As Rayleigh and Shaki conversed, the door creaked open, revealing a youthful figure with a calm demeanor. Just as they spoke of White Chi, he appeared. "At long last, you have arrived, White Chi. I have awaited you for quite some time, haha." Rayleigh adjusted his glasses, smiling. "My apologies, I encountered some troublesome individuals on the way." "Sister Shaki, may I trouble you for some more red wine?" White Chi addressed Shaki. "Certainly. Here is the refined and improved translation. Indeed, it has been confirmed by Chi. The celestial dragon was indeed slain today on Sabaody Archipelago. Here is your billion berries." Shachi continued. "I truly did not anticipate that you would go so far as to kill a celestial dragon, you cunning little rascal. You provide me with news of their demise, and then take matters into your own hands. What a madcap. Well, I shall accept this, haha." Bai Chi grinned widely, unceremoniously accepting his billion berries. Rayleigh appeared somewhat perplexed. "What do you mean by that?" Since earlier, Bai Chi and Shachi had been conversing in terms he did not comprehend. Shachi paused momentarily before addressing Rayleigh. "You see, this little rascal, in exchange for your information, offered the future tidings of the celestial dragon's impending death without monetary compensation. It's quite the conundrum whether to label him as mad or merely shrewd." Shachi remarked with a hint of exasperation. Chapter 103. Analysis of War. Rayleigh paused momentarily upon hearing the news, then turned his gaze toward Bai Chi. Indeed a madman. I never would have imagined that this little brat would take it upon himself to slay a celestial dragon, Rayleigh remarked, his eyes filled with astonishment. Meanwhile, Bai Qi was calmly sipping his red wine. My apologies, Sister Xia Qi. Tonight, all the expenses are on me as compensation for your losses, Bai Qi jested. You little rascal, Xia Qi shook her head in exasperation. Given that Bai Qi was considered a friend of both Xia Qi and Rayleigh, she felt no need to worry about the money. Besides, she had incurred no real loss, merely informing Bai Qi about Rayleigh's whereabouts. Let us not dwell on that. Bai Qi, what brings you to seek me out? Rayleigh asked seriously. Though this 8-year-old appeared harmless, Rayleigh sensed that he was anything but simple. The fact that he had traveled such a distance to discuss something with him indicated that it was of no trivial matter. Rayleigh had an inkling that it was indeed significant. Let me be direct, Bai Qi said, swirling his wine glass and consuming the vibrant red liquid in one gulp. Whitebeard is preparing to go to war with the Navy. You are aware of this, Rayleigh? Bai Qi stated solemnly. Rayleigh abruptly halted his drinking, placing the glass down. The child had come for news of this impending battle? It was known that the scale of this war could very well be the largest since the days of Roger and the Golden Lion. Yet, why had this boy sought him out? Did he wish for him to join the fray? I see. So, little one, you want me to fight? I'm afraid I cannot return, Rayleigh replied coolly. He knew he could never go back to the Navy headquarters, for he harbored the world's greatest secret and had sworn an oath before Roger's demise to never grant the Navy an ounce of opportunity. Upon uttering these words, a palpable silence enveloped the bar. Ha! Rayleigh, it truly is you, so resolute. Bai Qi responded not with anger but with humor. His past experiences had equipped him well for such business negotiations. Indeed, Rayleigh affirmed gravely. I presume you are aware that Ace is Roger's son? Bai Qi remained composed, knowing he had Rayleigh in a bind and could convince him. From the moment Rayleigh had invited him to the tavern to discuss matters, Bai Qi realized Rayleigh wished to participate in the Marineford War, though he had his own unspoken concerns. If Bai Qi could help resolve these issues, even if he attempted to dissuade Rayleigh, the latter would still head to Navy headquarters. Upon hearing Ace's name, Rayleigh fell into a deep silence, his fingers trembling slightly. After a long sigh, he lamented, I know. I never imagined that Roger's last bloodline has been extinguished. Damn it. With that, Rayleigh struck the table forcefully with his fist. Another minute of silence ensued, during which Bai Qi continued to sip his red wine calmly. Some words and matters are best left for Rayleigh to express himself. Forcing inquiries will only lead to missteps. At last, Rayleigh spoke. The reason I do not go to the Navy headquarters is due to that blank century of history. I cannot be captured by the Navy. This is also for the greater good. It is evident that Rayleigh's countenance is worn and haggard. His absence from this war carries its own burdens. He does not wish to appear as a coward. Roger must have compelled him to vow that even if his own flesh and blood were captured by the Navy, Rayleigh could not engage in battle with them. The blank history of 100 years must remain preserved within his mind. Suddenly, Bai Qi burst into laughter. What are you laughing at, little rascal? Despite being the legendary Rayleigh, he found it difficult to read this young boy before him. In the depths of the boy's eyes, Rayleigh perceived an overwhelming confidence, a sense of omniscience reminiscent of what he had witnessed in Roger, the greatest pirate in the world. Roger had once spoken of a savior. Could it be that this boy before him was the one? A flurry of thoughts danced in Rayleigh's mind, and facing an 8-year-old child, he found himself faltering. He shook his head with a wry smile. I laugh because, Mr. Rayleigh, are you so certain that Whitebeard will fail in this war? Bai Qi gazed intently into Rayleigh's eyes, speaking with conviction. Little rascal, you underestimate the Navy, Rayleigh replied, shaking his head. The Navy is the most formidable force in this world, a true maritime sovereign, far more powerful than the 4 emperors or the 7 warlords. With Whitebeard's aging body, he could hardly contend against 2 of the 3 admirals. Even if I were to join forces with Marco and Whitebeard, we could only hope to restrain the 3 admirals, Rayleigh stated with gravity. Moreover, the Navy possesses top-tier combatants, including the legendary hero Garp, the strategist Sengoku, and the 3 admirals, Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji. Especially Garp. I have witnessed his might firsthand. In his prime, he could chase Roger across the map. After speaking, Rayleigh took a heavy swig of alcohol, savoring it deeply. Memories of the past wafted through his mind like smoke. Furthermore, the Navy has the 7 warlords' assistants. Victory in this war is simply unattainable, Rayleigh lamented, harboring a desire for Whitebeard's triumph. After all, it is a battle to save Ace, to preserve the bloodline of the Pirate King Roger. I am well aware of my own limits. After listening to Rayleigh's analysis, White Chi's eyes revealed no trace of turmoil. Rayleigh stared at White Chi for a long while. Why was this boy so unfazed? He had already laid bare the disparities in combat strength for the young one. They were fighting in the Navy's very stronghold, rendering the chances of victory for the Whitebeard pirates almost non-existent. Yet, despite knowing all this, White Chi remained remarkably composed. Should this be attributed to the boy's ignorance? Or could it be that he possesses some hidden trump card? Uncertain, Mr. Rayleigh, might you assist in detaining a formidable general? In Bai Chi's eyes, tranquility gave way to a glimmer of anticipation and fervent excitement. Detain a general? Rayleigh inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. That poses no issue, although I have aged. I can indeed ensure the general's delay. However, even if I manage to hold the general, the war cannot proceed as planned. Rayleigh regarded Bai Chi with a skeptical gaze, pondering the intentions concealed within the throat of this 8-year-old boy. Mr. Rayleigh, would you be interested in hearing my comparative analysis of the war's combat capabilities? Bai Chi licked his lips, a slight smile gracing his face, as a wave of confidence swept through the entire bar.